Ladies and gentlemen, gamers, students, teachers, and everyone in the house, welcome to SG Game Fest 2026. Come on, guys, give a round of applause for everyone here. Right, awesome, awesome. For today, Suntec is no longer just a convention hall. It is a battlefield, right? A playground where the world of gaming comes alive. From mobile games to console battles to PC adventures, today is all about excitement, creativity, teamwork, and of course, fun, man. Right, looking around this room, we are surrounded by the next generation of gamers, creators, and the future champions. All right, so whether you're here to compete, discover new games, challenge your friends, or simply just enjoy the experience, this is going to be fun. You guys are officially part of SG Game Fest. Now I need you all secondary students to get your energy up. When I say SG, you guys should say Game Fest. Let's try this. SG! 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 Well, I think all need more energy. I don't mind, we'll give more time, right? Okay, before we kick things off, we need to take a moment to acknowledge the incredible people and the organizations who made this event possible. All right. First up, a huge thank you to our amazing event partners, SGEA, SCOGA, and Comic Society, together with our official partner, the Singapore Tourism Board. All right. We also want to show our appreciation to our wellness partner, Shadi.care, our co-location partner, CEE, and our sponsors, AOC and OSIM, for powering this experience. Big shout out as well to our supporting partners, Speedy Ninja, WSG, Nando's, our supporters, Mami Monster, Hisense, Seed, and PaperX, and our community partners, Singaporean streamers, and Timo. Right, can we give a round of applause to all our partners to make SG Game Fest possible? All right, at the feature table, we're on National Junior College. We have West Spring Secondary School. Correct, guys? The guys in orange, West Spring. Right, I'm waiting for these guys because they're from Bukit Panjang. I'm Bukit Panjang boy. All right, so let's get this event officially started. Over to you, Costas. Let's go!
Thank you so much. Welcome everybody to SG Game Fest Campus Legends Secondary School, organized by SCOGA, Singapore Esports Academy, and supported by SGEA and Moonton, and produced by C2E4. My name is Cake, and today I have with me...
Hello. My name is Gimli. And I'm very pleased to be here. This is my first time coming to see the Campus Legends series in general, and I, as a outside viewer for most of my time, or most of my interactions with Campus Legends, I've always wanted to be a part of the team, and this is finally our time. I'm sure we have a lot of very promising talent lined up ahead of us today, and we have a lot of matches to cover today as well. So I'm very excited to see that. And so with that, Kate, what are your thoughts on being here?
Sorry?
What sort of thoughts do you have being here?
Well, see, because I've been here for, I think, the previous three seasons, so I've seen a lot of talent come and go. I've seen some of them actually went to move on to compete in the MPL Challengers and actually go quite far. So there are some repeat schools I'm seeing today, and these schools are honestly really strong, especially the first one that we're about to see today. West Spring Secondary School, they took home the championship last year, so that's something we can look forward to. So you want to take a guess how many schools we have this time?
Crap. Give me an estimate.
Larger than 6, more than 7.
That's interesting. Interesting that you mentioned that. If I had to guess, like 25?
Higher.
30?
Slightly higher.
30, 35.
You're so close. We have 34 schools competing today to take home the grand prize. All right, so for the prizes, in second place, we have 513 MLBB diamonds in total, with a Nando's family platter for 5.
Oh, yummy.
Yeah, you can take your team out for dinner or something. And for the first place, we have 1,071 MLBB diamonds with a family platter for 5.
All for free.
Yeah, all for free. Well, technically it's not free. You have to win.
Ah, well, if you're good enough, it's basically free. Like if I were here, if I were here,
Yeah, you have a point, yeah.
I digress, of course.
Yeah, so this event will not be possible without our sponsors. So first up, we do have Speedy Ninja. Shout out to them.
Yes.
Yeah, so do you want MLBB diamonds? Do you want Val points? Or do you want Genshin crystals?
Who
Or
doesn't
maybe
want
maybe some other in-game currencies. Well, for the best rates, you can hit up Speedy Ninja for all your in-game currency needs. So if you want the best prices for the best value, visit speedyninja.co to play more and pay less. Yeah, and we do have a booth nearby, don't we?
Oh yeah. If you guys hop on over, okay, but I'm really pointing to it. But there is actually a booth, a Speedy Ninja booth, right by the corner over there. And if you swing on by, you can most definitely get some exclusive merchandise. So yeah, stuff is pretty interesting. Stuff is pretty interesting there. Once again, huge shout outs to our supporting partner in Speedy Ninja. And of course, while we're on that topic, let's talk a little bit about Hisense. Hisense is behind the powering of the displays on level 3 of Suntec Convention Center. They provide the best viewing and gaming experience possible for all of your needs. A lot of our needs require a screen these days.
Yeah,
and of course,
definitely.
if you do have free time, if you want to take a break from playing MLBB, or if you want a breather, you can most definitely go down to level 3 to check out some of their displays down there.
Do you see what's in front of us?
What's in front of us?
I think it's Nando's. And
you're kidding.
Yeah, it looks like there's a grill over there, and I'm pretty sure they haven't started cooking anything yet, but I'm gonna be pretty worried if they do, because I'm definitely gonna be
I'm gonna be salivating while I cast.
Yeah, that might be an issue.
It might be an issue. I mean, like talking about team fire. On fire! There's fires, Nando.
Oh, fire, like the fire grilled chicken right there.
You see, comedy is not our specialty. We're talking about MLBB. This is why we're not standing up, Anyways.
Yeah, we're sitting down.
Yeah.
Seated comedy, if you will.
Seated comedy. Sit down comedy.
Sit down comedy.
Sit down comedy, whatever.
Yeah, so right in front of us, we do have some of our sponsor booths as well for Mami Monster and Nando's. And we also have booths from AOC, Steed, OSIM, ASUS, and MSI. So do check them out, and we would like to thank them so much for supporting Singapore's gaming economy.
Yeah, definitely. The Singaporean esports, as we know, most things in Singapore aren't as big as they could be. Aren't as big as they could be, and we sincerely appreciate all of these businesses, all of these people coming together to make the next generation of Singaporean gamers possible.
All right, so let's just take a look at the schools that we're going to be seeing today. So first up in this best of 3 for this round robin, we're going to be seeing West Spring Secondary School versus NJC. And this next one is actually pretty interesting. Queenstown Secondary School versus Woodlands Ring Secondary School. I'll say it's interesting because Queenstown Secondary School recently had one of their qualifiers. Well, their in-school qualifier to see which 2 teams are going to be sent to represent their school for this event.
Wait. Schools have qualifiers? Like
some schools have qualifiers,
internal qualifiers.
Internal qualifiers.
Holy, like a pro team.
I mean, pretty much. One of them is like, if I remember correctly, Singapore ranked 34, Rafaela.
34 Rafaela.
Yes, Singapore ranked 34.
There's not. I mean, not to hate on all the Rafaela players, but if you're willing to put in the effort to be on the leaderboard for Rafaela, that takes some level of dedication. I'm looking at you.
Yeah, I kind of put a little bit too many hours in there. 4,000 matches.
Difficult.
I did peak at like global 30 something for Rafaela. But that was
casual flex,
It was a very Rafaela time in my life where nobody picked Rafaela.
It was a Rafaela time. I mean, nobody played.
No one plays Rafaela, so it's really easy to rank up for the things. But anyway, for the next one, we have Loyang View Secondary School against St. Joseph Team 2. So emphasis on Team 2.
Team 2.
Yeah, because we have more than one team.
Schools have more than one team.
Yeah, there are some teams. I recall there was a school last year that actually sent like 3 teams.
You're kidding.
Yes, and they gave really, really interesting matches. I'm looking at you, West Spring. Yeah. Champions of last year. Champions of last year.
Interesting.
Yeah, and then we'll have Bukit Panjang Government School versus Swiss Cottage Secondary School. Another really interesting match. I think I casted for Bukit Panjang Government School last year and last year.
Dang. So always on the broadcast. They're always on the broadcast.
Yep. Bukit Panjang Broadcast School.
That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, and then after that we're going to be seeing the 1v1s with Nightstar.
Nightstar. Wait,
yeah.
what was that about?
Yeah, so Nightstar, let me pull up his stats real quick. So Nightstar is a 1v1 specialist.
A 1v1 specialist
Yes,
exists.
he has 12k followers and has a record of 55 wins and 20 losses so far.
The immortal one chose me
Yeah,
to
if
vanquish the
all you have to do is
plague
just
this
beat him in the
world.
game.
Just beat you know someone like a 1v1 specialist, you know the MLBB is a 5v5 game, so when you have a 1v1 specialist, you gotta know that he's onto something.
Yeah, so and that's something that we kind of can look forward to. But before that, let's jump into the first game of the day: NJC versus West Spring Secondary School.
Indeed. Let's jump straight into the draft, and we're gonna have a taste as to what these teams are gonna look to go into for this series. First, right off the bat, it looks like we're gonna see a Suyo and Yuzhong band coming in from the left side, and meanwhile the right we'll see a Freya first band. Freya and Suyo, very understandable bands in this run, right? These two heroes sort of at the top of the meta. Freya, one of the best gold laners right now, and has been one of the best gold
there
laners
goes
for
Guinevere.
a long time. Suyo being banned on the left side makes a lot of sense as well. Has been a very, very strong contender for best jungler, coming back into the meta and really being a very, very good tool in trying to push and battery the team when it comes to snowballing, which is something that's very important in this meta. As you were mentioning before, the Guinevere is going to be brought out as the next ban, and this Guinevere ban makes a lot of sense. You know, you want to take out the versatility of the Guinevere. The thing about Guinevere, it's similar to Juicing, where you can really play in a lot of different team comps. But it looks like we're going to see a Sicilian first pick coming in from the left side.
And on the right side, we do have the Marcel coming up. We do love to take some screenshots. And I think off screen, we do have the Harley and the Juicing being banned out. Both of which are really, I would guess, really nice bans. Because Juicing, you really don't want that early game pressure. You don't want that CC that will really impinge your early game fights. And ever since Harley got buffed, we've never stopped seeing him.
Yeah, definitely, right? But as it seems right now, I don't think we'll see a Harley. It looks like we're gonna bring.
No, we're definitely not gonna see.
Yeah,
Harley.
no, Harley mid. Oh wait, Harley's banned.
Yeah, Harley's banned. Harley and Juicing.
Oh, okay, that explains it. That explains it. Yeah, we're seeing the next bands coming in, and it looks like the right side is doing a very, very conventional meta draft here, right? You have the Leomord, you have the Phovias who do very well with Snowball, so I'm a very big fan of this already. And then, of course, you have Marcel for the added team fight tempo. So it looks like the right side is definitely going to look to gear themselves towards a lot of team fight breaking and disruption, as all three of their current picks have shown to be very, very proficient at doing such. Meanwhile, on the left side, it looks like, I mean, with the Sicilian here, you're expecting this to be sort of a slow burn late game comp, right? And of course, the Fredrin being on this comp enables the team to do so by providing a sense of stability in the jungle. Even if you're behind, when you have a tank jungler, you're never too far behind. So the Ruby is an interesting pick for me here in this scenario, however, because I'm not okay. We haven't seen. Fact of the matter is, we haven't seen a lot of Ruby. I think part of this definitely comes down to comfort. And I think, a Ruby in well-placed hands or in strong hands is most definitely capable of doing a lot for a team. I'm just a bit curious to see what this Ruby exactly does, right? At first glance, it looks like a CC, but I mean, what thoughts do you have for this Ruby?
It could be a roam Ruby.
A roam Ruby? I haven't seen that.
Yeah, because I mean, like, you talked about Ruby's versatility. And okay, so we can't really see it right now, but we do have the Khalid and the Zetian being banned out. So that means we're going to be seeing, we're going to have the absence of the Sandman.
Yeah,
coming in with
no
the,
Sandman.
Yeah, with the early game invades into the jungle, giving you so much pressure. So that's kind of being taken away. Zetian, they're here!
What?
The bands are here.
The bands are here? Oh, the bands are here.
Here we
awesome.
go.
All right. So now that we are all on the same page when it comes down to it, I think the right side. Man, I love what they're doing. The right side just keep going for their meta picks. You can tell that they really want tempo. They might not have the best late game stability right now, and I think that's in fact going to go to the right side, having a Sicilian and Claude. But the win condition for right side is a very explosive. That's the game that they want to play. They want to play explosive, they want to play fast, and they want to win. They want to end things early. That's why you see they have Leo Mod. That's why you see they have Phobius. That's why Harif being the I wouldn't say the fastest because Clint exists, but one of the fastest power spiking marksmen currently in the meta. Is that a Val? Wait,
that's a Valier. Yes, that's a Valier. So that means we are going to be probably seeing these like the bruisers and the frontliners from the side of National Junior College not really having that much impact. So as like once you get the Searing Torrent just being launched straight at you, Fredrin can't go in, Hylos can't go in, the Glorious Pathway might be able to be nullified almost completely. So they do have an anti-engage. They do have an engage. I would say this game is kind of skewed a little bit towards West Spring Secondary School as of now, in terms of draft. Oh yeah, West Spring's on the bottom.
All right. So yeah, I would say I would have to agree with you. Just based off the meta picks, I think West Spring Secondary School definitely bring a lot of by the bookness, you know, like they know what their team com does. Their team com is completely geared towards this certain idea, with the exception of maybe this Valier. You know, this Valier being put in more so as a counter to all the hyper aggressive, engaged, like front heavy heroes that National Junior College is putting on the table. Right, every single member of NJC's comp is, with the exception of the Sicilian, wants to get up close and personal, wants to get in your face. Even the Clop with the Blazing Duet wants to get in to try to put as much damage on the board. And the Valier being in this comp is very, it's going to be very, very good in disrupting this chain of action. Not to mention, right, having the Purify allows you to play into the Hylos, it allows you to play into the Fredrin, plays into the Ruby. So a lot of interesting, I think there's a lot of direction going into this team composition from West Spring Secondary School.
Like this game can either end in like 12 minutes, or it will end in 30 minutes.
Yeah.
There's no in between. If West Spring cannot finish NJC off before Sicilian and Claude hits their power spikes, it's going to be a really, really large uphill battle for them. Not impossible, but just much, much harder. So a little bit of a skirmish going on into the bottom lane where they're just trading shots with each other. Stugu versus Shat TZ with Alex coming in with a little bit of an early. Okay, yep, no early ganks going to be happening right here. Both sides just still posturing each other out.
Yeah. As of right now, we are just waiting for that first turtle. I think this first turtle will be very, very important because it's two sides. It's two sides of the coin, right? You have West Spring Secondary School, who provides a comp that has a lot of turtle prio because you have the Valier. You have good zoning potential overall, especially if the Phobius manages to get level 4. Which hold on, some interesting things are happening. Hopefully that Phobius gets level 4. It looks like he will be taking level 4 very nicely. So this first turtle will likely be a pretty even split, especially because, you know, NJC is bringing a Fredrin to the table. That is, Fredrin has one of the strongest turtle contesting abilities. So we're moving into this first turtle fight here, and this is probably where we're gonna see some hits get turned.
Yes, EPJ going in for a jump. Here comes the horse as Alex goes straight in for the fight. Fredrin looking to be pretty low. We're not going to see the Appraiser's Wrath going in as the first kill goes down. Here comes the second kill from Alex as Professor will fall. But Luigi will get caught up by Mize. And now the turtle is free for the taking. Just as you said, West Spring Secondary School, with the much stronger early turtle fighting team composition, will be able to snag this turtle for themselves.
Yeah, I think as soon as the Phobius managed to get their hands on the Sicilian, instantly shutting down a lot of the damage potential of the mid laner. And that is the key here, right? West Spring Secondary School can afford to play such an aggressive game going to the turtle, and the fact that they won this, the fact that they win this objective isn't going to do them any favors, isn't going to do NJC any favors in any sense, because WSSS is going to have a much higher, and they're going to hit their power spikes a lot earlier than the likes of NJC. So they really need to now play for weaknesses. They need to play on the back foot, and for what it's worth, they cannot afford skirmishes at this juncture.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty evident that NJC knows that this is something that they cannot take. They cannot afford to take any fights, like you said. Wait, where's Cecilio? Oh, there he is in the mid lane. Yeah, he was just covered by the Hylos. I couldn't see him. Yeah, so right now I guess they really just need to focus on getting their key conditions online. But if West Spring Secondary School plays their cards right, look, that's a level 7 Leo mod already on the board. I have a feeling we're about to see a really nice engage and a gang coming really, really soon.
I feel as though if you're NJC,
Like, it's right there.
the wise thing to do would try to be would be to try to avoid any sort of conflicts as much as possible, right? Especially with Turtle just 35 seconds away. Sicilian's gonna be getting that flicker back, so I don't think it's gonna be that crushing. This first loss for NJC is not gonna be that crushing.
Yeah, there's
for
still
them.
another one.
There is still another one, but winning this one is just gonna be difficult, just because of how again strong Leomord and Phovius is. When they have the power spike, when they have a gold advantage over their counterparts. With that said, looks like the turtle is going to be spawning in 10 seconds, and
Harif has rotated all the way up to mid lane.
yeah, I mean that's the power. You can just do that when you're up against your opponent. The turtle is going to spawn in, and looks like WSSS have the turtle control. Very solid grip on the turtle right now, and they are going to look to play into the attack.
Starting to look like a 5v4 at this juncture. Sanguine Claws doesn't really manage to get this mark onto the Valier as the turtle just gets chucked down slowly. Now down to half. Now NJC has no choice but to let it go as the Infernal Pursuit goes in. Turtle will get taken. Sanguine Claws comes out but doesn't really catch anybody as the bad impact is just trying to find its mark. Now NJC knows that the fight is over and they have rightfully disengaged. But meanwhile, onto the bottom lane though, Claude has managed to make some really nice progress there.
I love that play from NJC. Okay, yes, they did
That's
lose.
good. That's good.
They did lose, but you notice NJC went into that fight knowing that they were gonna lose. And hold up, Sicilian's looking pretty scary onto the Valier, dropping him pretty low. Marcel's coming back in for the attack, but again, it's just gonna be a feint. With that said, I would like to say NJC knew what they were doing there. They knew that their team composition was difficult. They knew they couldn't play into that fight, so they decisively decided to fall back. And furthermore, they knew the Harif was there, so they were always going to be at a numbers disadvantage. So they let the Claude remain in the bot lane to continue to scale up. Because remember, NJC has two win conditions in this composition. They have the Sicilian or the Claude. If either one of them can carry, their game is safe. So as far behind as NJC might be against West Spring Secondary School in terms of their mid trio, as long as their late game insurance is capable of being put online when the late game comes, they still have a chance. They still have a shot back into the game. So I like that NJC knew their weaknesses and decided to accept it. You know, I like the decision making there.
And did you notice that their gold differential is almost non-existent?
Yeah.
They lost 2 turtles, but they managed to get 1 tower, and the gold pretty much is not there at all. So I think this is really nice resource management coming out from NJC. And just looking at that fight happening into the mid lane, top lane is being pushed out, bottom lane is already completely destroyed. Okay, well, not completely destroyed, but like on the way to getting completely destroyed. Next turtle is coming up. I don't think NJC even wants this anymore.
Yeah. I mean, the fact of the matter is, with a Fredrin on your team composition, right, you can really afford to play at every stage of the game, no matter how weak you are.
JK just stole the buff.
Oh my goodness, it's such a shame that we didn't get to see that interaction. But yeah. Then again, I think NJC are doing a very good job at pacing with WSS, making sure that even if they lose their turtles, they will never be too far behind. And it looks like we're getting yet another scuffle over here. We'll see if NJC takes a more aggressive
Here
stand.
comes the Glorious Pathway coming in. The Retribution will go towards Western Secondary School, but then the Golden Hour catches 3. Unfortunately, there's no follow-up though. Infernal Pursuit jumps straight onto JK, and a really nice catch from the Sanguine Claws, but the Examine Force will come down. Sleepy J caught in the fight of his own, as Alex will be able to take down Luigi. Now Shatizi with a kill of his own. 5 on the board, still alive for West Spring Secondary School. While NJC for the first fight taking such heavy losses.
Yeah, you said it, very very heavy losses being taken by NJC. And one thing I'm a bit confused about actually is why Stuko didn't go into that team fight. He was they were around the mid lane, right? They were just on the cusp of joining that team fight, but instead they decided to push the mid lane. Could that have been a misplay? I feel like it was, because the gold lead was very close. The Claw was only about 200 gold down the Harris the last time we checked, so I definitely think that that team fight could have been a lot closer and NJC wouldn't have gotten so many casualties if the Clock went in to join the fight. But on the flip side, if we're talking about the decisiveness of the decisiveness of NJC's team, or the decisiveness of Stuko during this match, then I guess you could make a case for him. He knew that even if he got into that fight, he'd be playing at a disadvantage, so he's really sticking to that late game. However, I fear that, you know, this inability to adapt I fear that this inability to adapt might end up biting them in the back later on. And as we see on the bot side, a gank coming in from Alex is going to cause a scuffle. But moving to the next team fight, and the glorious pathway comes in. The Sicilian is going to be able to get out though, and they are going to be able to disengage very nicely.
A really nice save coming in from Luigi, and now right now the top lane will slowly get pushed out as well. Minions are slowly marching down, but I don't think Sleepy J and Gang will let that pass. Alright, so Professor now has picked up the Flask of the Oasis. So that means like the team saving capabilities are going to be so much more.
Flask of the Oasis on Marcel?
Yeah, I mean like if you're playing Marcel as a support and not really necessarily as an initiator, well in this sense, because nobody really combos well with the Golden Hour.
True.
So as a Marcel, you really just want to go in, get those shields propped up, and those shields can actually save like your teammate's life, especially when they're afflicted with the Flask of the Oasis. So now the Lord will slowly go down. Here comes the Golden Hour, taking Sleepy J as in a selfie. As here come the Blazing Duets, but the Blazing Duets has no damage. We don't have the Holy Trinity up just yet. And now Westbrook Secondary School will walk away with that Lord, and NJC will have nothing left in their pockets.
Yeah, I feel as though NJC are now playing a very passive game. It feels like we're watching an MPLPH game because like both of these teams are very methodical in their team fights. You saw WSSS, they were up on that fight, they wanted to go attack, but they instantly pulled back as soon as they saw the Hylos going for the glorious pathway. They knew that even if without taking this fight, they will still be up. Marcel's gonna jump all the way back in. In comes the Phantom Steed.
Nice
They're
catch.
pushing all the way down into the turret, but it's not gonna be enough still. It's just a tug of war with no blood spilled.
That was a really nice frame moment coming out from Professor. Like managing to catch 3 and really setting up that Phantom Steed to go in, but unfortunately there just wasn't any minions for them to capitalize on.
It seems as though both teams have a few commitment issues, you know?
Okay, here comes the minions. There goes the mid tower.
Yes.
That was the play that they wanted to see. Well, happened a little bit late, but better late than never.
Yep, and with the mid tower down, it's going to continue to open up avenues of attack into National Junior College's base. As it stands right now, we're looking at the gold differences, and Claude is very far behind, right? You're looking at a 1k gold lead down onto that Harif. And meanwhile, all roads really point to a technology gap going in favor of West Spring Secondary School.
Technology gap.
Of course, but if you notice, right, the Sicilian is the only one up in terms of the gold. But the items from the Sicilian don't really lend itself to things that can put big damage numbers on the board. It's not like we're seeing a Lightning Truncheon. It's not like we're seeing a Holy Crystal coming up from the Sicilian. No, we're seeing Blood Wings and a Glowing Wand. So it's really going to limit the Sicilian's ability to put damage.
While longer,
Yeah, it's going to take a bit longer to ramp up in that sense. So NGC aren't quite at their win condition right now. And they still need to continue playing, maybe for the next 5 or 6 minutes.
Yeah, it's gonna take a long while.
It will take a while.
This might be the 30-minute game that we didn't want to see, but you know what? Game is game.
Game is game.
Yeah, I kind of really want to see how many stacks that the Sicilian has already though. Like at this point, maybe you really kind of want to hit around 200. Maybe like 180 to 200 at this point. Like by slapping all the creeps that you can using your bad impact, oh there we go, 230. Yep. So this is like he's kind of on track with the damage. Like once it gets to around like 300, 350, 400, that's when the damage truly starts to stack up, and that's usually around the time when you get your Holy Crystal, your Divine Glaive. Heck, maybe even your Clock of Destiny will be finished by then.
Yeah. I think Sicilian's doing a very good job pacing. Again, NGC's carries know that they are playing for the late. So the fact that they are willing to take the back seat, lose out on fights decisively is something that, you know, we even don't see a lot of MPL teams perform. But moving into the next Lord fight, and instantly West Spring Secondary School is of course going to have control over this Lord, but they aren't going to quite commit to it. The Harif is going to shove the wave at the bottom, so they will have the macro advantage in that sense. And as it stands right now, it looks like West Spring Secondary School want to play for... It looks like they want to play for the Lord dance as of right now, because they're really not committing to it, even though I believe they can just easily burst down. Probably waiting for that Harif in that sense. The Ruby is waiting at a very awkward angle, but still not going to quite jump into Marcel. Once again, going in for additional poke. But of course, the zone is just going to push a wall into the faces of National Junior College.
Yeah, the photo booth won't get anybody to throw Gross pathway comes down, but Tiger Phaser looking to be in a pretty sticky situation. He will fall eventually, but nice Sanguine Claws will catch him out, but he will not be able to save Luigi. Luigi will fall now. Sleepy J trying to look for yet another person to jump on, crazy style. Unfortunately, yeah, he won't be able to catch anybody, but NJC does lose 2 people.
Man, and now we're seeing the result of a fed Phoveus, right? You see that Phoveus flickers in, completely zones out 3 members of National Junior College, completely zoning out the 2 damage carries from that. And that just leaves the like of the Hylos or easy pickings. And once again, they can just saunter in. This is what you can do when you're this up in gold. The Fredrin is at an awkward angle, but again, that's not a fight that you can necessarily commit to. It's a 4v3. And so really what I think NJC need to do in this series or in this match, if they want to try to come back, is they need to continue. They really need to take fights, number one. If they were taking fights earlier, I think they could have definitely equalized. If their damage carries were more willing to engage, I most definitely think they could win. But at the same time, they can't really take any aggressive fights at this juncture. I'm not too sure how far the Sicilian is now compared to the Valier or compared to Shah TV in terms of the goal, but I really do think that some aggression is warranted from NJC if they want to be able to play
Speaking of
offensively.
aggression, here comes the Blazing Duets into the golden hour. Take a smile as Professor will take down Stuko. Demon Force coming out with the damage, but now NJC will be able to run away. The Dark Wave does catch everybody though, and now West Spring Secondary School will just help themselves to a healthy serving of the purple buff and possibly the top tower. Okay, yep, no top tower for them.
This precision is clinical from West Spring Secondary
The
School.
timing was so good.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just the timing, right? They jumped in, gotten Stuko, they golden hour that, they knew who they wanted to operate on, took out Stuko, and then instantly left. They didn't overcommit, they didn't take an additional fight. They know that they have the game in their hands and they're not willing to take any risks. This is so incredibly methodical. This does not look like a Singaporean game. You would never see this in MPL Singapore.
Well, the future is looking bright as it seems. Now Alex will be able to take that orange buff. Now the minions are slowly starting to come in. Doesn't seem that West Spring really wants to take this fight. Like, as you said, they know they have this in the bag. They're playing it so safe. But the safer you play, the more stacks Sicilian will get. And that's going to be a really, really hard-hitting, long-range artillery that you're going to have to deal with.
Yeah, I think that's a good point that you mentioned here, right? Well, NJC can afford to play defensive because they want to play defensive.
They need to play defensive at this point.
The more
300.
Yeah, the less aggressive West Spring is going into the later stages of these matches, the bigger the window of opportunity is for NJC to come back in. The bigger the angle is to once again attack. They might have Lord control for the next few Lords, but the second that West Spring Secondary School lose a fight because NJC is too busy building up their gold, building up their items passively in the background, the more dangerous it becomes overall. But they will take this next Lord. We'll see how they play this Lord, because I think after this Lord, we might start to hover into a bit of a danger zone for West Spring Secondary School's security in this match.
That's probably going to be the tower defense phase of the game, honestly. Because at this point, the level differential is pretty much gone. In probably maybe 3 minutes or so, that gold differential will be gone, where everybody will be full items, and everything will just hinge down on possibly 1 or 2 decisive team fights, on whether your position is correct, on whether your technical skill is enough to carry out the execution that your team needs. So at this point, the Lord is going to be slowly marching down into the bot lane. We do have tower defense coming out from NJC being prepared already. Claude and Sicilian already on the case. West Spring Secondary School, they really need to take a fight soon, as Stuko will get caught out. Barely manages to avoid death though, as Luigi will be forced to pop the gross pathway to run away. The bot lane is already taken out. Do we have the appraisals round? We do not, as the camera gets shot yet again. Professor, really nice golden hour. Here comes the Blazing to West, but he's not going to be enough to do anything though. West Spring Secondary School will have this Lord knocking onto the base. Lord goes down, but here comes the minions. Minions and friends are here. West Spring Secondary School looking to close this out, and the first game will go to West Spring Secondary School.
A phenomenal game played from West Spring Secondary School overall. The level of precision and the level of patience that they exercised throughout every stage of that game was something extremely admirable for those teams. And I think people watching them have to be a bit afraid, because if a team can snowball out of control, have a 2k, 3k goal lead over their opponents, and still not feel overconfident, and still not take super aggressive team fights, that's something to be afraid of, because
that's good mental.
Yes, that is good mental. That's good discipline, and discipline is what wins series.
Thankfully, it wasn't the 30-minute game that we did not want to see.
Dota.
Oh my god! But that nearly turned into a 30-minute game, honestly. But thankfully, West Spring Secondary School held their ground, held their win con, played to win instead of playing to farm, which is something that I feel happens a lot in pub games.
Yeah. And I think this is a very, very good first game from our reigning champions,
Definitely,
showing
yeah.
why they were deserving of the crown the first time, and showing why they are hungry and capable of being the next one to hold the next crown.
So this is a best of 3
Yep.
in this group stage. So that means NJC still has a chance to swing this around if they can find a crack in West Spring Secondary School's plan.
Yep.
So since like you have 5 bands, okay, technically 2 plus 3? No, 3 plus 2. 2 plus 3. Yeah, 2
Yeah,
plus
2 plus
2,
3.
2 plus 3 bands.
Wait, no, it's 3 plus 2. I think it's 3 plus 2.
Oh yeah, 3 plus 2. Quick math.
Math.
Oh my god, we can count. So yeah, maybe they might want to ban out the...
I feel like
Actually, if you ban out the Marcel, you ban out the Leomod, you're still opening up the Suyo.
yeah.
And I feel that that's an even
I
worse
swear
thing to
protect
play
it
against.
till my last
Yeah, I
breath.
feel like what NJC go
Oh yeah,
in
it's 3
for.
plus 2, yeah.
Yeah, I think what NJC is going to go in for with this next match is less so
The
going to be
immortal
one
one
of
chose me
specific
to
hero
vanquish
bands,
the
but
shadow
more so
that
a different
plagued this
a different change of attitude. I think they need to put a different attitude into the faces of West Spring Secondary School, right? It's important to note that overall, West Spring Secondary School play a very passive game. They play a very patient game. And I'm not sure if you guys follow MPL or the
My
M series in
legacy
general, but in
shall endure.
M7, the way that Alter Ego beat their opponent's teams was through hard,
I am
sheer
not the
aggression.
only
Aggression
one
that was
bound
so
by this
incredibly
chain.
powerful that it ended up tripping up even the most patient of teams like Team Liquid. So I think we could definitely see a different change in playstyle here, where you know, in order to
I'm
counteract
born
the very
with
passive
talent.
playstyle of West Spring Secondary School, NJC should instead opt for even more hyperactive early game comp. I'm looking at heroes like the Suyo being extremely strong here.
Banned out?
Yeah, but he, of course he is banned out. Who's gonna let Suyo in? But I'm thinking of like stuff like the
Welcome to the
Kalea,
greatest
things that
night
can
show
really
of
jump
all
in.
time.
Aggression. I think it has to be the name of the game for them.
Oh boy,
And the
okay,
Jusin
yeah.
is definitely one of those early game heroes that can put damage numbers onto the board even at level 1.
I was just about to say, you're either going to have to ban the Jusing or the Harley. But which one do you really want to play against?
Flames.
Like, would
Nobody
you-
wants to play.
Yo, would you
Jusin.
rather fight against like the Jusing, which can give you so much crowd control to play against, or an Harley that can probably just one tap
Sun
you?
rises when I
Yeah,
give the word.
definitely, right? I think
Ooh,
Jusin. I think Jusin is the best character in the meta. Full stop. I'm willing to say it. My hot take is that Jusin has been one of the best mid lane and one of the best characters for so
Consistently.
long. Consistently, that's the key here. Her base mechanics just allow her to fit into so many unique different team comps.
They call
You can
me
play
a
a team
hero
fight, you can play
I
a
saved
pick off,
my
you can play
nation
a
from
split
falling
even.
apart.
That's the power of having a Jusin on your team. And it leaves a lot of question marks going into your overall team comp. We're seeing the next few picks come in, and it looks like we're going to see Professor once again being put onto the Marcel. But meanwhile, we're going to see the Wisers coming out from, I believe that's West Spring.
Yeah, West Spring,
Is-
West Spring's on the left.
switches
Yeah,
over,
They switched over. Yeah.
Yeah. And meanwhile, on the right, we're going to see the return of the Ruby. And we're going to see, in fact, see the
Magic
Valia
is
coming
my
onto,
life. Your team is
going into the
banned.
hands of NJC this time round.
Harif getting picked out, so that means so that means we're not going to be seeing that
body.
fast rotation, that fast clear, that really strong early game pressure. So no more 5v4 turtle fights, I guess.
Yeah.
So that means Stuko probably will have a lot more space to play with. And meanwhile, for the side of West Spring Secondary School, Leomod has been taken out. I mean, okay, NGC hasn't picked their jungler, so it would be a safe assumption to Yuzhong is banned again.
This world
I think this has to be a
desperately
respect at this
needs.
point. I feel like it's gotta be a respect at this point.
I am
And no,
sovereign
okay,
of the
I did,
abyss.
wait.
The slayer
I would have
of gods.
definitely expected West Spring to ban out the Yuzhong in that sense, because they have a YSS on their team, right? So the Yuzhong being one of the best counters to YSS, you would think that NJC would like to go into the Yuzhong to have a favorable matchup, but that does not look to be the case.
Obsidian being banned out, that's pretty interesting.
I'm a bit concerned as to what NGC's game plan is, right? You have
It
the
is better
Khalid
to be
who
feared
pushes
than
early
loved.
game aggression. That's very,
If
very
you
nice. That's
cannot
what we are
both.
talking about. But you also have the Valier. Valier is usually brought in as a counter pick to heroes, not necessarily like an early stage pick, and definitely not a first phase pick. The Ruby, I think, comes from a level of comfort, and the Amon being picked here really tells me that it really just affirms me that they want to play for the early game. They want to try to snowball out control early on. We're going to see a Sora and a
Experience
Granger
the
being the
youth
last two
in
picks
you.
coming in from West Spring Secondary School. So I think in contrast to what we saw before, I think West Spring Secondary School wants to play a more mid-game oriented game here. You see, they don't really have like a late game carry, especially if NJC decide to opt for the Claude again. West Spring definitely wants to play for the early to mid game with the Jusin, but also with, of course, the Granger, who does very, very well in the mid game, and especially with Snowball can be extremely oppressive. But I'm seeing a hover over Hanabi, and it looks like they are gonna lock things in.
Interesting.
Are we seeing like a team fight comp? But they also have an Amon. This is an interesting comp for me. I'm not too sure.
They might be trying to take the team fights in a split kind of fashion,
Ah.
where we have Khalid to really just draw Khalid and Ruby to draw the front aggro,
Yes.
and Hanabi to really have that team fight damage, while Amon goes into the backend and tries to snipe out probably the Juicing and the Granger.
Isn't interesting.
So it's a very coordinated team fight kind of composition we're seeing right over here. Now, what I really want to see from West Spring Secondary School at this point is the Marcel Granger combo.
Right.
The Golden Hour Rhapsodies, woo! That's gonna be some pretty stuff to see. But yeah, we're gonna be hopping into the second game of West Spring Secondary School against NJC, where NJC will be fighting for their lives for this one, while West Spring Secondary School is just looking to close this out.
Indeed. Already a very, very strong early game showing coming in from West Spring Secondary School, showing us that they are capable of not just winning games dominantly, but winning games cleanly. That's the key. And this is the circuit that National Junior College need to look to break going into this next series. So if that's it, welcome to the Land of Dawn. Let's jump straight into the action.
Yeah, May is showing us right now why Juicing is usually banned out, if not the first pick. And look at so much damage that our mage over here, our Valier can't really do much. And Professor trying to get some crowd control in. And Luigi!
Juice it, man.
My god! Khalid is so tanky already, and look at the amount of health he has left.
You just can't walk up. I feel like whenever you're playing a Juicin matchup, you need to just admit and just accept defeat that you're not gonna win your lane. Like no matter what, every single marksman, like even the damage marksman mages are included. All the utility mages included. Every single one of these mages will lose to Juicin in lane, and we are even seeing it here. The guy's in his tower. The guy's like halfway through the tower, and he's still getting beaten out. As it stands right now, West Spring Secondary School seems to have a very firm grip of the map in general, right? You're looking at a YSS.
Oh boy!
So
Oh
dropping
boy!
the Mountain Shocker onto Amon as soon as the level 4 comes in, and with that, that's gonna be early tempo going to the hands of WSS.
It's not only the jungle invasion though. West Spring did manage to cut the mid lane, to cut the EXP lane as well. And that's how you see Sleepy J already rotating into the mid lane. Maze cutting off the supply from our Valier. So that means no farm going to Valier as well. So as of now, the gold differential is already starting to pull itself apart. And the EXP is just gonna be it's just not looking good for NJC at this point.
Yeah, definitely, right? NGC already caught on the back foot. That's not quite what you want to see, especially when you have a comp that definitely needs to snowball. But looking at the Amon trying to farm. What if you wanted to farm, but the Juicin said, nah, nah. This is just, like, the Amon can't even walk in his own jungle. And that's how oppressive the early game of West Spring Secondary School is, and it's only gonna continue to get exponentially worse as the YSS continues to get farmed up higher and higher. But looking at the Valier already taking so much damage from the Lantern as well. Oh my goodness.
So what I'm a little bit confused about is why Luigi didn't really go in for the invasion play. Because as a Khalid, you do have that early game damage, you do have the early game bulk. And if the Juicing's in the mid lane, you probably can't do much to help your mid laner anyway. So why not just go and invade the jungle instead? like you'll be able to get out alive, that's for sure. Really nice shot coming out from Alex, but at this point I think it's kind of a given already. He's at level 7 at 3 minutes.
Yeah, definitely, right? And you have heroes like the Granger, you have heroes like the Sora, where once they are snowball out of control, the problems of their lack of burst damage really start to go away. The golden hour is gonna come out, and they're just waiting for it to end as we move into the next bout of the team fight. It looks like Amon is gonna be dropped extremely low, forced to escape, but not able to get out. Steppy J all the way from left field, dropping the shifting clouds and securing yet another kill on the National Junior College's jungler.
Really nice rotation coming out from Sleepy J, zipping in like Lightning McQueen and managing to get that knockout.
Man.
It's 4-0 now.
Man.
At 3 minutes. They're averaging like almost 1 kill per minute. That's pretty insane.
I mean, this is a whole different sort of type of game that we saw from this whole game plan that West Spring Secondary School is showing us in this match is a complete 180 of what we saw from the first game, right? Last time we saw them play a very passive game, but now aggression!
Going in with the Mountain Shocker, getting the kill on Luigi, and Stuko trying to fight for his life. But Hanabi, what can you do against 3 people? You survived way longer than I expected, and Alex nearly fell to that tower while Sleepy J taking the fight against Tiger Phaser, but Tiger Phaser just doesn't have anything to fight against him.
Yeah, all around the map, West Spring Secondary School just beating down onto the backs of NJC. They really can't seem to get any sort of grip on the scoreline as of right now. And you know, the fact that JK is so far behind isn't doing them any favors whatsoever. As it stands right now, West Spring Secondary School really just have complete and utter control over every single part of the map, to the point where Professor can go into the jungle like that and be completely unpunished.
Yeah, who needs dominant ice when you have the dominance of the entire map? You don't really need anti-heal if you kind of kill them first before they heal anyway. So yeah, so right now West Spring Secondary School will be taking that turtle and possibly a fight into the mid lane as Luigi looking to get a little bit picked up, but yeah, he just doesn't want to get picked up today. Now JK trying to farm a little bit, but West Spring is going to say no. May's going in with the Lantern Flare as the shots are going to start to land. Shots going in left, right, and center. Luigi jumping straight in, but that's not where you want to be, buddy. Now NJC will have to look to run away, but West Spring Secondary School isn't letting that happen at all. May's going in for Valir yet again. Wu Ming Xiao Sui, is that how you pronounce it? I don't know, the Chinese is my second language. He's not going to be able to do anything as NJC is just going to be starting to lose more ground as time passes.
Yeah, no, and you're looking
Stuko.
at the Hanabi being...
Oh no, Stuko!
Oh man, like everywhere, they're everywhere. Every single fight just happens. Sleepy J going to be the first kill of NJC. It looks like he unfortunately pulled off a bit too risky of an engage. But the fact of the matter is, with the scoreline being 6k or the goal lead being 6k into the hands of West Spring Secondary School, NJC really need to play a lot more patiently. Unfortunately, we're not seeing the same level of patience, the same level of care taken from NJC that we saw, as we saw from them last game, right? Last game they were very, very patient. They were always able to fall back. This time, West Spring Secondary School isn't gonna give them the opportunity to fall back.
Yeah, and it doesn't really seem that they have that much of a late game insurance as well. The only one being Stuko, but Stuko right now just being put back so far behind. And Tiger Phaser is going to get paid a visit by the entirety of West Spring Secondary School. Hello, Kampong, as everybody just piles straight onto him.
Wow.
This bot lane is definitely going to go down for sure.
Wow, what did Tiger Phaser do? What,
Man.
what did he do? What?
I think some apologies are in question.
all 5 of them coming on to Tiger Phaser as if they owed him money. Oh man, and we're looking at the same story happening onto the top side, but with NJC this time around. They're looking to sort of pincer that top lane, and it looks like Professor is going to be forced to give things up.
The next pincer is coming.
Is going to be put in such a risky position, and the next bout of team fight happens.
Yeah, going now, Stuko being caught off position. Here comes the entire squad going straight in. Luigi will just watch that and be like, you know what? Yeah, that ain't for me. And just gonna land on his sand and run away. But right now the fight is going to be slowly brought towards the mid lane. Professor looking to get another one. Sleepy J and Tiger Phaser. Tiger Phaser Oh my.
Uh,
Is it going to happen again?
No, I mean, it's like foreshadowing, right? You're looking at all the members of West Spring Secondary School, and you're seeing how they surround the
Ain't
likes
no way.
of Tiger Phaser,
Ain't no way.
Nighthawk,
Tiger
the Mountain
Phaser.
Shocker comes
Tiger
in.
Phaser!
They
No!
can't keep doing this.
Yeah, but they're going straight in. Here comes the golden hour. Smile for the camera. And they're going to have two people stuck and sent straight back to base. Now the mid lane will have their minions taken away as the bot lane will slowly get pushed in. Only Luigi and JK left. But what can they do? The minions are coming. They have no levels. They have no gold. They have nothing. As the towers will fall. And slowly but surely their hopes of winning as well.
Indeed, a 10k goal lead already going into the hands of West Spring Secondary School, and it's really, really difficult for them to get back in. That's the power of a YSS. Any sort of goal lead that you can muster is just going to be double, triple. It's going to exponentially increase just because of how fast YSS can gather gold, how fast they can clear waves, how fast they can clear objectives. That's the power of the YSS here, and that's really something that the Amon seems to lack. Unlike the last game, right, they don't have a Fredrin who's able to be stable throughout the match, even if they're caught on the back foot. This time they have an Amon who, if they lack items, isn't going to be able to put any sort of damage onto the board. Amon thrives off being able to one-shot people, but apart from the ult, after his ult is done, after his skills are being used, what is he going to do in a team fight? That's really the key here. Amon would have been a good pick considering that West Spring Secondary School has no real boss on their team, but there's nothing that you can do when Amon just isn't able to one-shot anybody onto the team. The purpose of the character is just going to be discredited, it's going to be devalued.
Yeah, JK looking to be a little bit of a pretty rough situation right now. I mean, like, endless shards has now become endless suffering. As NJC really doesn't have anything to answer against the big bad force, which is West Spring Secondary School. As the Lord is slowly going to be marching down the bot lane, and they're just going to be applying so much pressure. Like, look at the items.
Yeah.
It's like I say, West Spring Secondary School just went to Goodwill and got everything that it could. Professor going straight in, forcing out the ultimate from Luigi.
Oh!
But here comes a really nice I'm offended shot. He will go down. Maze looking to be the next one to fall. Is this the comeback that we've been looking for? Sora cannot do anything as JK finally will get the first 2 kills of his game. The Lord will be able to do some considerable damage to the towers, maybe to the base. But that is, I think, a really good turnout for the National Junior College.
So, yeah, I don't think Tiger Phaser like those those team-wide decks. What was that? A 3-man flicker set all the way to the back of the turret. What a play from Tiger Phaser, and I think it's clear to see why they've gone for the Ruby in both of these games, right? This is the level of comfort that we're talking about. The understanding of their hero is very, very clearly put on show here. But of course, Alex wants to get hungry for that response, and he's going to be locking onto JK with the Mountain Shocker to once again collect their attacks.
Man, the endless shots really isn't hitting anything so far. Well, except for those 2 kills. But yeah, so all NJC has to do is whatever they did, maybe just 3 more times, and they'll be back on the board. But what? 7 stacks. So I guess that's a really, really late Sky Piercer coming out from the Ranger, but it doesn't matter as Alex will get yet another kill. I'm offended, doesn't really catch anybody as Luigi will get caught out by Sora. Really nice suck coming straight in. And now Stuko will have to run away with his tail speed between his legs as the top tower will fall. The minions are going to be coming in right now. So much oppressive pressure coming in from Maze. The minions are that's so threatening right now. But I think NJC will be able to clear this out.
Yeah.
Stuko, he finally got the golden staff.
I mean, Stuko, yeah, indeed, he's finally found his items, but it might just be too late, you know. I think to go back to what we were talking about, I think what Tiger Phaser benefited from that was the mistakes of West Spring Secondary School. They got too close, they grouped up too closely together. That is really the only way that NJC can even begin to think about a comeback. They need to play off mistakes coming out from West Spring Secondary School. So unless we see a repeat of that happening, I really don't see a world where West Spring Secondary School can lose this, especially with their discipline, that they have exemplified throughout the first season. But that's it. The next Lord is gonna come up, and with that, I think it's just gonna be an easy burst down for them.
Yeah, I mean, NJC at this point is just playing a different game. Instead of MLBB, they're playing MLBB Tower Defense. Shout out if you know that game mode from like all those years back. Honestly, one of my favorites. But yeah, now NGC, they just have to defend one more time. They do have the Hanabi, like Hanabi kind of have the items already. I think the Trinity build should be up as of now. Yep, we do see the Trinity Rapid Boots.
Oh, Rapid Boots.
Oh, okay. I mean, if you run away from your problems faster and then they come to you, you don't really have to face them.
I mean, Rapid Boots on a marksman with no ability isn't the craziest thing, but it is definitely unique.
Yeah, so now JK also finding his items off the floor now. So now as the Lord is slowly starting to march in, we're going to see whether NJC will be able to put these newfound powers to use and stage the defense of a lifetime.
Yep. Look, but how it's not going to be easy with West Spring Secondary School
It's a
having
triple lane
all
push.
3 lanes being synced up. This is going to be the final bout of the attack. The Mountain Shocker is primed and ready as the Lord breaks in, as the mid lane breaks down. It's the final fight.
Oh, nice photo being taken by Professor, as we're going to have 3 being caught in the photo. NJC with the health looking to be going down, and up on Stuko. Manages to get 2, manages to get 3 actually. The defense is there. The defense is true. The minions are going down. NJC, yet another chance at life.
What? What? What is happening?
I thought that Golden Hour would be it.
I thought it was over, but we are still trooping. NJC vehemently declare in that triple lane Lord push that it will not be enough to topple them. As we move into yet another Lord, and we in fact move into an onslaught from NJC on the mid lane.
Okay, but honestly, I think that kind of made sense. As all the minions go in, that's where Hanabi really shines. Where you get the Pedal Barrage really just bounce everywhere. And when you pop the Golden Hour, that all those projectiles are delayed. And seeing the number of people really just gathered up in there, it's no surprise that the damage is just gonna explode all at once. So I think that's where Stuko really shined, where the Golden Hour, instead of helping West Spring, actually contributed to their demise in that team fight.
So in this sense, I think I think West Spring really need to start thinking about Stuko as a real threat. They need to be able to lock Stuko down in this juncture in their next team fight. But you might see right here.
Oh, JK gets caught out. The Endless Shard does manage to get made, so there's the crowd control being gone. As Stuko will be seeing Kimi no Naiwa being just shot straight at him. Now Valir will go. West Spring Secondary School had enough of the NJC shenanigans. We hear the shenanigans as he's going to be having the Imo Fender being called out by Tiger Face, but he will not be able to survive. Now Luigi, Immortality God. It's not going to be enough though, as West Spring Secondary School pays back NJC for that big team fight. Will be able to take down this base, finishes the series with a 2-0.
It was a very well fought fight from NJC in both series, but at the end of the day, it was not enough to topple the reigning champions in this matchup. Across the board, it definitely did seem as though NJC had their stuff covered. They understood.
Was so close.
They understood what needed to be done. In the second game, they played off mistakes. They did that phenomenally. They played off the strengths of Stuko's Hanabi and the strengths of Tiger Phaser's Ruby. But the fact of the matter is, when you're that behind on both games, there's really nothing you can do, and any sort of victory would more so be a matter of a miracle rather than something that can be preordained or planned out. And it's not just that. In the first game, we saw how well NJC were able to damage control. We saw how well they were able to control the Gold Lead from spiraling out of control. But the fact of the matter is, when things came down, when both teams went for a hit clash with no strings attached to them, the team that has a goal advantage is always going to come out 9 times out of 10. So with that, congratulations one more time to West Spring Secondary School for getting out of this first series and winning in an extremely dominant 2-0 fashion.
Yeah, as of now, I think we'll be probably seeing the last legs of the rest of the group stages being cleaned up. So now West Spring has 2 games in there. Wait, let's see whether I can get the rest of it up. Okay, it went to sleep. Never mind. While that is loading, the next one coming out will be Queenstown Secondary School versus Woodlands Ring Secondary School. So yeah, these two schools, no stranger to CLSS. I'm not sure whether they're using the same players though, because you know, like you stay in the secondary school for maybe 6-7 years at maximum, right?
Yep.
Yeah, like around there.
Yep.
So maybe during this time they might have graduated already. Like actually, this roster of players from West Wing Secondary School is a completely new roster. I think.
Oh, I
Yeah,
see.
and yet they are still this strong. So that shows you that the support and the information that you get from your seniors really does pass down. And if you do the handover correctly, you teach the new generation correctly, you're gonna get even stronger players. And hopefully that's what we can see maybe in the future versions of MPL SG. Who knows, maybe one day we'll have like a Singaporean team lifting up the crown for the M series.
Well, we can
That-
most definitely dream.
We will dream.
We can most definitely dream with Team Flash having left MPLSG. But of course, with that said, I do believe that we have a series lined up for us very very soon. I think there should be one happening right about now. In fact,
Yeah, there's gonna be Queenstown against Woodlands Ring later. Yeah.
yeah.
Wait, do I have the?
Any word from production when we're gonna see that? Because I do think in fact we should be off to the races very very soon.
Yeah, but meanwhile, while waiting, honestly, that interaction between the Marcel and the Hanabi is something that you really don't see every day.
Yeah. That's a synergy that it's all about.
It's an
Marcel.
anti-synergy at this point.
It's all about Marcel. It's all about Changa and Marcel Granger.
Mhm.
Nobody ever talks about Marcel Hanabi. So hey, we've been seeing Team Evil play a lot of Hanabi. Powerful and Ben, I think it was on the Marcel
Yeah.
Hanabi. Maybe that's a strat.
It's not a solid strat, but it's an interesting strat.
It's not a solid strat yet. Remember,
Yes.
it took TNZ to pick up the Harley and the Guinevere in order to make it popular. So be front runners.
Yeah, so I don't think we'll be seeing any Suyo today.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe if he just gets completely banned every single
Yeah,
game.
so Suyo is just gonna be put in the back pocket like probably every single game.
I wouldn't be surprised.
And after that showing of a Jusin,
yeah.
do you think we'll ever see her again?
I definitely think there will be teams that want to leave her open, and there might be teams with bigger fish to fry. But at the end of the day, we'll have to wait and see. So if that's it, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much for watching this first match of Campus Legends. But don't go just yet. We're going to be off for a quick break. But of course, we have a long list of matches lined up ahead for you guys. So do stick around to check them out. And of course, if you're currently watching at the venue, do hop on by to the corner of the booth to check out our booth from Speedy Ninja. And
I think I'm pointing the right way.
yeah,
Yes,
and
that way, yeah,
WSG as well. So yeah, do hop on or you can also hop on down to level 3 of Suntech Convention Center to see the lovely displays provided by our partners Hisense. But with that said, I think it's a good time to close out, Cake.
Yeah, we'll see you later.
Oh, okay.
It is on.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Campus Legends Secondary School Division. Once again, my name is Gamili, and joining me in the booth today is going to be the lovely Cake. Cake, today we are at the second match of the first day of Campus Legends Secondary School, and I think this one's going to be a pretty interesting one. If I believe it is Queenstown Secondary School versus Woodlands Ring Secondary School, so it's going to be an interesting one.
If the first game was anything to show for the standard of today, I think we're in for a treat.
Yep.
Yeah, so fun fact for Woodlands Ring Secondary School, they do have one returning player that actually did play in the previous year. And they do have, I think, one of their alumni or one of their seniors to actually coach them through the process. So, yeah, they do have a structure of, like, most of these schools actually do have a structure of training, a structure of information hand down. Like, they actually do know how to play the game properly. So we can expect these players to be well versed in the meta, to have at least good technical skills, and to be really, really decent players that you would be afraid of facing against in a ranked match.
Yeah, so it's not just a ranked match, It's not just a ranked match, and I think that's the key here. There's some level of structure.
Yeah. So I just received some message from the production that the team captain's name for Woodlands Ring Secondary School. You know what? Let me just show it to you.
Okay. Let's. Huh. How, yeah.
Yeah. So
yeah.
In Japanese, you say otosan. We'll figure that out later. So for Queenstown Secondary School, yeah, for Queenstown Secondary School, they actually did have their own qualifiers before coming to this one, and I've casted this team's game already when they were fighting for a place to fight today. So I can say that there's going to be some quality games coming in, and we're going to be hopping straight into the first game of this group.
Indeed, I am very excited to see the different sort of tempo that are gonna come out from both of these teams. Already, we're gonna see a first ban from Woodlands Ring Secondary School, being that Suyo, and it is gonna be responded with a Khalid ban coming in from Queenstown Secondary School. These are pretty standard bans, but what are definitely not standard bans is the Edith being the second ban coming out from Woodlands Ring Secondary School. That's an interesting one to me.
Yeah, might be a targeted.
Respect?
What's your
Yeah,
command?
might be a targeted
I
ban.
feel like this is a respect ban because Yiv is not something that you see very common. But speaking of targeted bans, we're gonna see a Fanny ban coming out of Queenstown Secondary School. Fanny is really one of those heroes where, you know, having a Fanny player on your team makes drafting around your team that little bit harder because you always need to respect a strong Fanny player. Fanny, no matter how many nerfs she might undergo, in the right hands, she can be absolutely electric. We're gonna see the next ban coming in from Woodlands Ring Secondary School, and the last ban of their first phase is gonna be the Brody. So already, these two bans really don't speak to me. You know, the Edith and Brody are interesting bans. You know, not quite
you can
what
play
I see.
against it.
You
can play around it.
Exactly.
And okay, here comes.
That was what I was worried about. Like, when you ban these out, you're giving up.
Oh,
boy. Oh, man.
Alright, so Mincitar, while in and of itself, isn't really that threatening a pick. If your Mincitar knows how to play the character, and if your team has like 1001 dashes, like in this case, the sword form from Julian, yeah, Mincitar can be a really big issue, especially once he gets farmed out with the attack speed. So Nonchalant Skylar onto that juicing, that's something that I did kind of see in the previous, during the qualifiers. So that is something we can definitely look out for.
Yeah,
oh my god.
On the right side, we see a pickup of the Leomord, and that's very expected, you know. Leomord, one of the best junglers in the meta currently because of their ability to snowball out of control and just how well they play in the turtle objective fight. So Leomord isn't really a surprise to be picked up here. We're gonna see a Hanabi being the next ban. Man, people love playing Hanabi. What can I say, man? We saw Hanabi in game 2 of last game, so you know, who's to tell us wrong? You know, who's to tell us wrong?
Yeah,
maybe
the Hanabi did kind of explode the entire team just now, so
that is true. That is true.
Maybe we'll see that again.
Yeah. In other news, in other news, we're gonna see seeing the Sicilian coming in from Woodlands Ring Secondary School tells me that they overall want to play for the late game, right? The Julian as well definitely benefits from having the late game attack speed items, having the life steal items. So pretty understandable. It's a sound game plan in that sense. On the right side, we however see a different sort of tempo. We want to see a tempo pretty similar to what West Spring was bringing in their game 1 comp previously, where they want to snowball. They want to win early, engage fights, and that's why they're bringing in Granger, Leomord, heroes that really scale well when they have a gold lead. On the side of Woodland Ring Secondary School, I love the Tigro pick. You know,
yeah, I have not seen Tigro in such a long while. It's honestly a really really good breath of fresh air.
Yeah. And overall, you can see that Woodlands Ring Secondary School are looking to play off Tigro. They have a lot of heroes that can continue the stun. They have a lot of heroes that can change the stun. You have the Sicilian, you have Fredrin, you have Sora, who can all continuously play off Tigro's set. So not just Tigro's set, right? They can definitely play for Tigro in that sense. All 3 of these heroes are initiators, and there's going to be a lot of fighting, I think, coming in from Woodlands Ring Secondary School. To round things off, it looks like we're going to see a Marcel coming in from Queenstown to round off the comp. So overall, Queenstown plays a lot more of a conventional meta draft, playing for, you know, what this meta is known for, turtle engages and snowballing. Meanwhile, it looks like, on the other hand, we're seeing Woodlands Ring go for a bit more unconventional of a comp, looking to play off a lot of CC.
Sora Gold Link. Yeah. We've seen it once. The first Savage that we've seen, the first Savage that came from a Sora back in the M series was on the Sora Gold Link. I mean,
the Innocent?
I think it was TLPH.
It was okay.
Yeah, Addison, yeah. Was it? I can't remember. But yeah, it was definitely in TLPH, and it was on the Sora Gold Lane. So maybe we'll see. We are not seeing a Sora Gold Lane, unfortunately. Osamu Dazai will be taking this into the. Will be piloting the Julian into this Gold Lane. So this first game, honestly, already off to a pretty interesting start. I can smell the Nando's cooking from here, and I am getting hungry.
Yeah, I mean, who wouldn't be? Anyways, early stages of the game, we are going to see the Julian being flexed into the goal.
Okay, an early flicker.
Which means that... Oh no, it looks like... Wait, what is happening?
Yeah, so Sora is going to be going into the EXP, Frederick into the
okay.
jungle.
Okay.
And right now, everybody's down here to give a little bit of support to Osamu. So I guess one of the things that Osamu has going for him is that Julian spikes at level 3.
Yep.
So you do hit your power spike earlier than the Granger, so that means you really can start like rotating, you can start fighting a lot faster.
Yeah.
But since Cerise is here and Julian is pretty much a melee hero, that kind of advantage that you have might not really make that much of a difference. And we're going to see Cerise going in with the frame moment, and two things can happen. One of which is you being sent back to base, my dear Tigreal.
Yep. It looks like the backup for Woodlands Ring Secondary School is here, but it's not gonna come in time. Cerise is once again going to look for some additional hook, but already we're seeing the game plan of the Queenstown Secondary School fall into order. Early stages of their game plan is already out. Julian doing a lot of damage from the Granger, but not quite able to secure anything onto the board. And once again, the snowball potential from Queenstown Secondary School is great. As I mean, try as they may, Woodlands Ring Secondary School beating down on the bot lane. It's not going to be enough.
Steed. Here comes the Phantom Steed. There goes Tigreal yet again. And right now, Frederick will be sent straight into the air. 我惨废了, or I don't know. Chinese is my second language. I can't really pronounce that. Chat, can someone help me with that? So yeah, Osamu will be left alone in this lane for now as B takes Lumi down immediately. Yep, even in the King's Calling, wow.
Yeah, I mean that is the power of the Sora, right? The thunder form of Sora is so incredibly strong, and with that, I think it's gonna be a very easy loss moving to the hands of Woodlands Ring Secondary School, as they unfortunately lack the EXP laner here. But hold up, they have other plans. They usually jump in for the attack. They're looking for more and more damage to be put on the board. But as the dust settles, it looks like they're all gonna latch on the Osamu. Everyone on the team is coming in. The Phantom Steed from Shinsu is gonna put a lot of damage numbers onto the board, taking down Osamu Dasai.
Well, Osamu nearly had enough life steal to survive that, but unfortunately, it's still the really early parts of the game. You don't really have your items yet. No life steal coming in for you, so Osamu, do that again later. We want to see you survive.
Yep, and as of right now, it's gonna be a pretty even matchup going into the later stages of this match. As of right now, the gold lead is basically non-existent, and both of these teams aren't quite able to get... There isn't any tipping of the scales at this juncture. That's what we want to see. You know, if you are a fan of Woodlands Ring Secondary School, you want to see stability going into the late game, where your Sicilian can really take advantage of the gold lead, take advantage of larger stacks. And meanwhile, Queenstown Secondary School, as long as they can be kept in the back foot, or kept on even footing, they won't be able to snowball out controls, and at some point that Granger is gonna start to fall off. King's Calling coming out from what was the name? Loom 1, but it's not gonna be quite enough.
Oh, a nice implosion coming in, but Cerise does have the Purify. It's not going to be enough though, as now two things can happen. We'll be able to take that kill. Singsu coming in, trying to clean it up. But the passive from Tigreal is just making it so much harder. Osamu, unfortunately though, will get caught out. There's the gold lane down, and Tigreal will finally fall. Waterfail with the Princess Wrath will catch Leomund out. But now it's just left Jess. Jess with the Death Sonata and the Rhapsodies on board. Will be able to survive this. Does not take that though. Now Nonchalant Skyler will try to be picking up this Tigreal. Sorry, will be picking up this Frederick, but Frederick will not be having any of that, as 叫我爸爸 will be here to save the day.
Man, I wonder what that means. Anyways, as it stands right now, in the fallout of the tussle, still only a 400 gold lead going to the hands of Queenstown Secondary School. Really negligible gold lead here. It's all going to come down to this next turtle fight. As it stands right now, it looks like every single member of both teams are going to funnel in. It looks like Julian is also going to join this fight, and Woodlands Ring Secondary School is going to get the first hit onto the turtle. But moving into the next part of the team fight, also Osamu Dazai jumps all the way into the back line. The Phantom Steed on two members of Queenstown Secondary School, but he is going to be caught as lonesome and taken out. Meanwhile, on the other side of the team fight, Tingsu is zoning out members of Woodlands Ring Secondary School, and is going to be able to get away with it. But for what it's worth,
Tigreal got the turtle! Tigreal got the turtle! Apparently, the other thing that can happen apart from Tigreal being sent back to base is Tigreal taking the turtle. Well, who thought that could have happened?
Man, what can I say, man? Maybe that's the pick. Maybe that's the pick.
Yeah, so now Cerise will have the Purify being taken away from her. Just not really something that you when you want your utility being taken away, like so. without any trades happening. So now Queenstown Secondary School a little bit on the back foot at this point. Some freak accidents being happening, some mistakes being made, but it's nothing that's unrecoverable from. But meanwhile, Loom 1 will be able to trap B finally into the King's Calling.
Indeed, you know, third try is a charm, you know, that's the third time we saw Loom 1 throughout the King's Calling, and the third time finally worked out for them. But still, a very, very even game, and in fact, a game that's currently favoring Woodlands Ring Secondary School. That's only gonna play in favor of them as they continue to be shut down, as the game plan of Queenstown Secondary School continues to be shut down.
Okay, Xiao Papa now is going to be caught into the golden hour. But unfortunately, we don't really have the follow-up as Nonchalant Skyler will be popping an ultimate really pretty down there with a nice skid. But we don't really have any follow-up potential coming in just yet. Yeah, everybody just playing so passively, not really wanting to make any more mistakes.
Yeah.
Queenstown Secondary School realizing the folly of their errors, and Woodlands Ring just really not wanting to give them any more ground.
Indeed, and that's really that's really good for Woodlands Ring. As long as they can maintain the stability, as long as they can give more time for Woodlands Ring Secondary School for themselves to get into the game, it's only gonna continue to benefit the likes of that Sicilian.
Yeah, be just missing the marks on those skills, not really able to unlock the final form of the ultimate. Loom will be able to survive to see yet another day. So now the turtle is here. The question is, will the second thing happen yet again?
Yep.
As you're going to have Woodlands Ring Secondary School take initiative onto the turtle, Sixu trying to find an angle for the Phantom Seed to come right in. As the Sanguine Claws does manage to get 3. And now here comes everybody's ultimates going in. Cerise will fall. The turtle being looking pretty low. And it's going to be Nonchalant Sky who took the turtle. Zhenghua Baba 拿走了乌龟. And now Wantan Fela will fall. Now B going straight in. Here comes the torrent. As Nonchalant Skyler will be the only one left on the board. Takes B underneath the tower. And 叫我爸爸回家去了. Balik kampong time.
And in the fallout of the fight, both mid laners stare down each other as the lone remaining members of their team in that team fight. But it does look like, overall, it did benefit the likes of Woodland Ring Secondary School. They got the turtle, and they had an overall man advantage in this junction. You're looking at the kill counter, 9 to 12. They are three kills down, and yet they are still maintaining that goal difference with Queenstown Secondary School. It really just speaks to how close both of these teams are in terms of level. And we're looking at another tussle in the bot lane. Dazai dropping all of his skills onto Jess, but not quite enough to take him out.
He wants enough to take him out.
I'm sorry, I spoke too soon.
Environmental storytelling at its finest. So yeah, B will find himself meeting 3 people from Queenstown Secondary School. But I think that pick onto Jess is probably going to be really, really important, as Jess took the Sky Piercer as the first item. Look to be able to get some more stacks, but the current scoreboard shows otherwise. Currently sitting at a really pretty 0-3-5.
Yeah.
So,
no go on.
Small from the camera, I guess.
Yeah. Indeed, we're looking at a pick coming out from
Samu!
Dazai as Nonchalant Skyler locks onto him. That's the power of the Juicin. You know, you always need to respect the Lantern.
Yeah, if you don't respect the Lantern, you're just going to be popped straight into the air, straight into air jail. And right now, Walton Fang are trying to look for a little bit of an avenue to go in, but Cerise will be popping the Purify yet again. The Purify on this Marcel honestly putting in a lot of work.
Yep. As it stands right now, it looks like the lead is slowly but surely tilting in favor of Woodlands Ring Secondary School. And this is where it gets dangerous for Queenstown, right? They don't really have a solid late game insurance with the exception of the Minsita, but Minsita needs the setup, they need the angle in order to get in. As we're moving deeper and deeper into the Lord fight, Woodlands Ring Secondary School are going to continue to maintain pressure. Look at Minsita on the bot lane, but with that, we're going to get into the next part of the fight.
Yeah, the door is going to be taken, probably going to get off screen, as Lumi will be able to take that Lord. Yeah, we take that turtle. Lord will go to Woodlands Ring Secondary School, but look at the base though. It's just going to be 1 tower left.
Yep.
A really nice macro coming in from Lumi.
Yep, and that is going to bring the scoreline closer and closer. The Shadow Arrow comes in, but the explosion brings all 3 members together. Charisse is being dropped onto her last.
Charisse
is going all the way to the back line, dropping Jess extremely low, forced to retreat at right now. But the rest of the team crumbles around him as Jazz gets taken down, but not without the Sicilian following suit.
叫我爸爸 really showing him why he's the babak of today. Taking out Cerise and just fell to the Sanguine Claws off screen. Like, he wasn't even in range and he just died.
Indeed, and
Big
with
Daddy
that,
plays right there.
and with that said, I think Queen Star is going to have a much better time trying to defend against this Lord with more members of Woodlands Ring going down. This Lord is going to be very nicely eaten up as the rest of the Team Red isn't quite, as the rest of Team Blue isn't quite able to put anything onto the board. B being forced to use Shifting Clouds to get away.
Yeah, the Phantom Sea will come out in response, but I guess we're just taking this little pony for a ride. No fight's really happening just yet. I spoke a little bit too soon as the Sanguine comes in. Nonchalant Skylar getting a lot of damage onto him. And now Osamu Dazai onto the top lane. Hello, Tower. Goodbye, Tower. But hello, the entirety of Queenstown Secondary School as we're jumping in for yet another big fight. Here comes the Bear fight. Here comes the Golden Hour. Two gets caught, but none will fall. Cerise, unfortunately, will have to pay for that little bit of improper positioning, but Singsu will be able to run away with his life. King's Calling doesn't really get anybody off the board. Now Nonchalant Skylar trying her best to get everybody down. Unfortunately, a 3v5 situation. What turned out to be such a good gank turned into an absolute tragedy at the flick of a wrist.
Yep, and with that, Woodlands Ring Secondary School have very decisively taken the upper foot. They are in the driver's seat of this matchup, finally generating a sizable goal lead against their adversary. It looks like it's about 3k at this juncture, and with that, that's going to be half an item or two. They're going to be half an item or two up against their opponents. Not to mention, the Sicilian is finally online, finishing both the Divine Glaive and the Lightning Truncheon as well. That Sicilian is going to be an extremely big threat going into these later fights, as we saw before in that earlier tussle.
Maybe, okay, Lumi, here comes the Golden Hour, but everybody's being caught in the stasis. Will they be able to follow? Osamu will go down. Two things can happen, will go down. Wait, Osamu's still alive. I was kidding, he's gone. And Xiao Baba will be able to take down the Minster, but B will fall instead. There's gonna be 3 members down from Woodlands Ring Secondary School as Queenstown will be able to mount a successful defense. EXP laner down, but we have the junglers still up. Lords coming out in 3 seconds. And we have a 250 stack Sicilian.
Yep. 250 is going to be... It's not as high as I think we saw before, but that's still going to be more than enough. That's going to be more than enough to punch some holes in the Queenstown Secondary School, and it's really going to start to hurt. But of course, Queenstown, as the matchup looks right now, it's going to be a nice 4v4, maybe 5v4 going into this next long fight, but it doesn't look like they're going to wait whatsoever. The Phantom Sea is going to come out. Xiao Baba is forced to throw out the ultimate in order to push the light.
Golden Hour! He's frozen!
Golden Hour throws onto
no
the Lord, but there's no damage onto the Lord, and it looks like all members of both sides of the team are still very afraid of going back into the fight. We're moving deeper and deeper as Queenstown Secondary School stands running for the hills as their jungler falls into the grave.
It was Xiao Baba that took down the Lord, took down Cerise. Here comes the implosion, but it's not enough as Lumi will have the first savage of today. King's Calling, showing him why he's the king of today. The strongest Minster of the match. Technically the only Minster of the match. Taking the Savage, saving the game for Queenstown Secondary School. Marching down the mid lane, taking 2 towers. The 3rd tower looks to be going down really, really soon. It's going to go down. Will they be able to finish it though? Osamu coming out. 2 things can happen coming out. Phantom Sea going in. But Xiao Baba takes down the Savage. And now, oh! Jess goes down as well. Xiao Baba saving the game for Woodlands Ring this time.
And the last hurrah of Woodlands Ring Secondary School reigns true as they declare that it is not enough. Savage be damned. Unfortunately, Queenstown Secondary School still have a whole game ahead of them, but for what it's worth, look at the goal line and it is dead even on a razor blade. Phenomenal stuff from Lumi, and you looked at that long fight. Unfortunately, we didn't quite get the capture of the camera, but the Minster was positioned in such a strategic manner while Singsu, while Jess, while Skylar were being chased back. Lumi was in the back line wrecking havoc onto all of the squishies of Woodland Ring Secondary School, and that's what gave them the angle that they needed to have the upper edge in that team fight. Phenomenal positioning, phenomenal game understanding, phenomenal game sense from Lumi, showing us why they are the main damage the main damage carry of Queenstown Secondary School. The Minsita is finally alive. The Granger might not be able to put large burst damage on the board, but it doesn't matter, you know, when you have a scaling Minsita to supplement your lack of burst.
That's true. I mean, at this point, Jess can take the support role. You already have 10 assists on the board. And okay, still holding on to the Sky Piercer. I respect that. But at this point, I think you might as well just go for a Sea Halberd. Yeah, just go for a Sea Halberd and like really full-on embrace the role of a support.
I mean, the fact of the matter is that there's not really a lot of gold on the side of Granger right now, right?
He got the Sea Halberd!
Alright, he got the Sea Halberd, never mind. So yeah, we are gonna see Granger once again reorienting himself for a bit more damage, and I think that selling of the Sky Piercer and instead specking into the Sea Halberd is definitely going to do him a lot of favors in that sense. Oh! Such a monstrous engage from Lumi, throwing out the hook, bringing them in with zero hesitation.
The Spear Calling combo, one of Minsita's signatures, and he popped it out straight on stream. Lumi, what else can't you do?
Yep, Lumi is on absolute fire right now. The playmaking from this, the playmaking is just insane. We're looking at the next bout of the Lord fight, and currently it is a 4v5 scenario. 5 going to the hands of Queenstown. Bagging up the Lumi. They're hungry for their revenge. So Reese is gonna jump straight into the back line with a golden hour, gonna freeze onto the Tigreal. But the main attraction of the fight is all happening on the backside. Nonchalant Skylar comes with the leather flare, but it is not going to be enough to hold back the onslaught. The Ring Secondary School put on show, and with that they declared that previous battle was but a fluke in the hands of Lumi,
and they're going to be able to take this Lord and possibly take this match. Zhenghua Papa saw the savage from Lumi and said, I'll raise you one better. Doesn't manage to get all the kills from that fight, but does manage to get a really pretty maniac, and with that we'll be able to take the mid tower, the bot tower, possibly the top tower, but it doesn't matter as they're going straight into the base. But Queenstown Secondary School, they're back for yet another fight.
Oh my goodness, it's just a tug of war between both of these teams. At this point, the goal lead be jammed, it doesn't matter. With every single member of both teams being fully locked and loaded, primed up for this next team fight. It looks like we're going to see a double lane pressure, double lane sync coming in from Woodlands Ring Secondary School for this engage. But where is the team? They are really just going to bag onto this Lord. We're going to have to see if it pays off for them as we move deeper and deeper to what could be the final fight of this match.
The lanes are slightly desynced right now, so Queenstown Secondary School, they still have a little bit of a chance over here. Now all Lumi has to do is land yet another nice king calling, and that might be able to save them the game. Now here comes the minions into the top lane. Lord is already gone, bot lane's coming in, mid lane's already in, but nobody's into the tower. They can't do it just yet. Lumi gets caught in the golden hour. Smile for the camera as you're going to be taking the world of hurt. Here comes the King's Calling. Walls of Valor is in. Here comes a nice hook. Everybody's just going down. Nonchalant Skyler with yet another pick. But Sing-Su cleaning it up. And Zhenghua Papa, so much damage coming in. No one can stop this man. Somebody hold him down. Jess finally gets the first kill of the game. And it's probably the most important kill of the game as well, as the minions are going to be going in. Taking down the main damage dealer, Queenstown Secondary School finds its way back into the fight.
Queenstown Secondary School once again declared that it's still not going to be enough. We've seen 3 game-ending, potentially game-ending team fights, and every single time it has struggled to be considered a full end. We're seeing another tussle happening over at the red buff, and 3 members of Queenstown Secondary School are looking to punish the likes of B. And with that, 2 kills on the side of Woodlands Ring Secondary School. They now have the numbers advantage, but the question is, what can they do with it? The next Lord is coming back in 40 seconds. B is going to be back in for that fight. So Queenstown Secondary School need to ensure that they can get as much of an advantage. They can position themselves as best as they can going into this most pivotal Lord fight. We're at 20 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, and we still don't know who has the advantage.
Zhenghua Papa really carrying the game on his back, like a true father should. Oh my goodness. With scoreline of 12, 3, and 7. Like, he's out killing every single member from the side of Queenstown Secondary School. And Woodlands Ring is not leading in terms of kills. They're in fact behind in terms of kills, but it doesn't really matter. Okay, now B is back for the fight.
Yep.
So the desync in terms of spawn timings is gone. Lumi with a nice pick onto Osamu Dazai. Osamu Dazai, will you be able to escape? Unfortunately not. But that means it's going to be a 4v4 at the Lord Pit. The main carry from Woodland, from Queenstown is not there. B spots out Singsu, forces the Phantom Steed out. Now will be seeing the retribution coming in, just being forced further and further away from the Lord.
And one by one, each and every member of Woodlands Ring Secondary School falls to the hands of Queenstown as the Yusin knocks onto the mid lane of their base. We're looking at the top side.
This might be
to
it.
take down the top lane, but look at the top. All the members of Queenstown Secondary School, or 2 members of Queenstown Secondary School, are going to be forced to recall to the back line. This is not the game-ending fight. The Lord is going to march down all the way from mid. 3 lanes synced up. They're looking to game end right here, right now.
Lumi alone at the moment. Now, not alone anymore. Now we're going to see whether Jiao or Papa can pull off yet another Maniac, maybe yet another Savage. As B is going to be coming back in 10 seconds, but it's just going to be a 4v5 at this point. Top tower is already down. Bot tower still standing. But Queenstown only has 4 members left in this fight.
Yeah, it looks like they're just too afraid. Queenstown is too afraid to push with this Lord.
Sicilian's too strong.
I mean, they're not, yeah, the clear from the Sicilian is too strong, but the Leomor is also in the back line. They are not coordinated, they are not grouped up for this fight, and it's just going to be a very easy Lord clear for Woodlands Ring Secondary School. They can't afford to take any sort of fight unless Lumi gets a lucky hook. And as it stands right now, still a stalemate going to be had for both of these teams. Lumi, oh my goodness, that Sicilian's going to be in a world of hurt.
That's
Holy
just
crap.
1 hit.
1 hit and half the HP of the Minseta is gone. I mean, that's the kind of scaling that we're talking about here.
Yeah, usually on Mincetas you'll see like a flicker, so you have the flicker forward with the Spear of Glory, and then use of King Calling backward in order to get a really
The full range.
unpredictable hook combo. So we don't really have the flicker on Lumi this time, so we don't really have that element of surprise unless you really go into the bushes. But the bushes are going to be the first thing that Jiao or Papa will shoot. So you're just gonna have to pray that he doesn't check that bush. And even so, you have the entire team. You have B, you have the Tanfeila, you have the Tigreal, 3 tanky boys that will stand right in front of the Sicilian, which is gonna make it so much harder to hit. At this point, Sicilian is just a turret in and of itself.
And at this juncture, right, the heroes of Queenstown Secondary School in their Granger and their Leomor are gonna begin to fall off. They're gonna struggle to put damage numbers on the board. Because now it's all about that burst damage. It's all about playmaking potential. And playmaking potential is what Woodlands Ring Secondary School have in hand. I think the fights that we're seeing Queenstown lose is just purely off the fact that Woodlands Ring Secondary School are just better at taking later game fights. With the exception of the Minseta, there's no one else that can really make a tussle. We're looking on the side of top lane. The juice is going to be dropped extremely low by the likes of Dazai. Skylar is going to be forced to retreat, but now it's a 4v4 in the Lord Pit, and they're trying to look for some form of angle. It looks like we're going to see a double implosion. The Phantom Steed comes in, but it's not going to be enough. So Reese comes all the way to the backline to draw the aggro. He's going to freeze one member with the glowing hour, but with the King's Calling, locking on the Jao Baba is going to be enough to take him out. And as 1, 2, 3 members of Woodlands Ring Secondary School fall to the hands of Queenstown, it looks like they're hungry to end the game as they disengage with the Lord and reorient their game plan for the base.
The boss is down. The raid boss has fallen. Jiao Papa has left and went back home. Queenstown Secondary School has all the things that they need to end the game right now. If they just go for the base, they could potentially end the game off the base right now. Looking at the respawn timing.
Oh my goodness, what is that positioning from Skylar?
Okay, big force to pop the Crimson Beacon.
Wait,
but it
they
doesn't
didn't get
matter.
the Lord.
They don't need the Lord, they're just going straight in. B can't clear it. Osamu Dazai can't clear it. The golden hour is there. B can't do anything but watch. But the minions are gone.
The next bout of the minions are coming in from the mid lane. Dazai is left on his last knees. You look at the timer.
They have to do it now. They need to do it now.
Baba is back, and they're gonna end the game. A 20-something minute-long game, and it finally goes into the hands of Queenstown Secondary School.
Jubilant screams and faces of relief are just washing over our players from Queenstown Secondary School. This was exactly the kind of game that I saw previously during the qualifiers, and they're bringing it back onto the CLSS stage, on stream nonetheless.
Phenomenal stuff from this first series. It was a tug of war, a razor blade of a difference, and even to the ending, I would think that with the composition that Queenstown Secondary School was bringing to the table, I would think that they will have the disadvantage. But it was just one fight, that zone from the Jusin, the accurate call to ignore the Lord and instantly jump to end the game right there and there was what made the difference overall for Queenstown Secondary School. So phenomenal decision making from the entire roster, and I think they can be very, very happy with that incredibly well fought victory.
Yeah, this entire match was just a farm of clips. You got the Savage from Lumi. You got the Maniac coming out from 叫我爸爸. You've got so many clutch plays happening. That 3-man implosion coming in from Two Things Can Happen. Two Things Can Happen, stealing the turtle in the early game. There was just clip after clip after clip just happening this entire match.
Indeed, it was just a highlight reel waiting to happen, right?
Definitely.
From both sides as well. I mean, look at what Zhao Bao was doing all across the board. He was throwing the bats back,
Yeah,
and it was chunking so much
yeah,
HP.
in fact, you know what? Production, show us the damage numbers. Okay, never mind, we're gone.
Unfortunately, no damage numbers will be shown, but I do think that would be an interesting statistic to have. Oh, okay, it looks like production loves us.
Yeah, thank you, production. So 43% of damage.
Yep. Yeah.
From the Sicilian.
Almost half of the damage being dealt by the Sicilian, and very understandably so. I really like what Queenstown was doing here. I think overall I was leaning towards Woodland Ring Secondary School in terms of their draft, but it just goes to show that at the end of the day, execution reigns supreme above all, and that's what Queenstown had. You know, oh man, that was such a blast to watch. And if that match, if that game sets a precedent for the rest of this series, I think we have a very, very exciting series ahead of us.
We have a long day.
But
it's going to be an interesting day, that's for sure.
It's going to be an interesting day.
So, second game coming in.
I don't know.
I don't even know what changes they can make because both sides played so well.
I think Woodlands Ring Secondary School did a very good job with their overall idea. Like, they had a very good idea that executed well-ish in the beginning, but then began to fall off. I think them losing out during that team fight was more so a byproduct of the fact that they just simply didn't have the late game stability that they needed in order to go into the late game with an advantage. And I think overall what the Minsata put on show, you know, it was sort of the hints of that late game that we needed. So going into this next series, I'm interested to see how these teams reinvent their strategies, and I'm more interested to see if Queenstown look to opt towards a more conventional, you know, meta favored playstyle, as opposed to something that I think they're a lot more comfortable with, which is this sort of layered setting, counter sets, you know, team fight taking, heavy stuns, etc., of all the like, you know.
Yeah, maybe we might see a little bit changes in the bands as well. Because we saw some really interesting bands coming out.
Ixia, Hanabi, Brody, Edith, yeah.
Edith, yeah. I mean, Edith.
A lot of meta picks were left open that I think could have definitely gotten taken. That could have definitely gotten taken out.
Like the Leomar, the Marcel.
Yeah.
The Juicing.
Yeah, a lot of stuff was open. A lot of stuff was left open. And we ultimately saw that the teams who took advantage of these meta characters, using them to great extremes, right? The Marcel going into the back line, shutting down the Team 5 with the Golden Hour. Maybe not as a playmaker, but as a disruptor that Marcel
like
was
a space
incredibly
creator as well,
space creator, exactly. It really allowed the fight to chop itself into two, and by breaking it down into smaller pieces, it gave Queenstown the necessary angle that they needed in. But that, we're going to get into the next match of this series. We're going to get into the game 2, and of course the question is going to be, will Woodlands Ring be able to tie the series up 1-1?
I don't know how this can be topped, honestly. Like that was like a really intense fight going into that.
See value
So
in
I
me?
really hope
Your
that the
team
players
You
from both
should.
sides can retain their mental, can retain their stamina and their focus, especially after such a long game and being thrust straight into yet another game. So the Jusing being banned out already, Fredrin being banned out. So, I mean, these two, understandable.
Finally,
You
yeah,
have
this,
that really stable jungler,
Hello,
and you
G
have
is my
the
crowd.
annoying
Diggy
Jusing
is my
being
name.
banned out, and now Diggy being banned
Valor
out.
and
ranking ban,
royalty
you
in
love
a
to see it.
dead
Okay,
body.
but again,
Is
a lot of
picking.
these bans look a lot more conventional, right? You're seeing all the meta picks, with the exception of maybe the Diggy being taken out. So, I'm liking how this match is going a lot more. And, you know, it's a lot more easy to predict what
Crowned
these teams
by
are gonna go
heaven's
for.
mandate,
We're gonna see a full
my
pick come
legacy
out in the
shall
name of the
endure.
Zetian.
What's the tier?
That's pretty interesting to me.
May the blood of my
Zetian's not
enemies
usually what you
flow
would
from
see
my
in a first
spear.
pick, but I do see the value in it, right? Having that global vision just overall lubricates a lot of these team fights, makes it a lot easier for you to play into your
Yep.
opponents. And on the other side, we're gonna see Minsata this time round, so taking it off the hands of Lumi.
Need
And
some
she has,
stitches? I
like,
can
Your
help.
team is
picking.
Zetian has what I like to call this anti-fanny bubble.
Ah,
Yeah, so I guess it's really great, especially when you're playing against a Marcel that really just wants to dash in. So instead of allowing the Marcel to come in, just walk towards him,
that's true.
push him back, and then you can really
True
disrupt the
love
placement of the golden hour
It's
like
like
that.
blood.
So now Cerise onto that Carmilla.
Okay.
Lumi?
clouds are ever
Roll
shifting,
reversal.
but this heart
Your
remains
team
Okay,
steadfast.
so we're seeing a swap in the EXP lanes. It's rather interesting, but I want to talk a little bit about this Carmilla, right? I think this Carmilla is coming in as a counter,
Your
as a counter
team
set,
is
or
banning.
no counter set, or complementary set to what the Zetian is doing. It's pretty similar to what we saw from the Zetian Grok combo that we saw a lot of in M7, where you use Zetian to give you the vision, you use Zetian to set up the foundations of your fight, and then throw the Carmilla in to really multiply it, to act as a force multiplier for the set that you put on show. So I think this Carmilla pick is very interesting in that sense. On the other hand, we're gonna see the return of the Tigreal coming in on the side of two things can happen. Again,
The
I,
Turtle Stealer.
I think this
saved my nation
this
from
guy's
falling
Tigreal is
apart.
pretty impressive. So I'm not too opposed to this Tigreal pick. It has shown itself, it has proven itself
Definitely.
to be a capable pick.
So now the Yushu being banned out from the side of Queenstown Secondary School. Solid jungler.
Welcome to the greatest
And
mag
we don't
show
really have
of
the
all
jungler
time.
being
Is
exposed from
banning.
both sides yet. So a lot of the jungle picks are going to be taken away. We might see the Sora into the gold lane again, maybe.
That could
Sir,
be interesting.
It's a
What's your
possibility.
command?
And Fanny
Your
being banned
team
out,
is picking.
even though they have an anti-Fanny bubble.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that we didn't see a Freya getting picked out in that first phase, right? Freya, one of the hottest picks in the current meta for her ability to break down team fights, for her adaptability through all stages of the game. But looks like this is gonna be a no Freya game, as Freya
Time
does
to
get
go to
taken
the
out by
Harmony
Woodlands
show.
Ring
Your
Secondary
team
School.
is
We're gonna see a Lilia come out on the side of WRSS, and I like,
Papa.
I really like this Lilia pick. With this Lilia pick, it does tell us that the emphasis is not going to be on Xiao Baba. This time it's going to be more so on Dazai.
And not a single
With that said,
worthy foe.
I think this Lilia is still going to be very strong in terms of, you know, overall being able to chunk out a lot of damage and put some damage numbers on show when it comes to, you know, the likes of the slightly tankier heroes featured in Queenstown Secondary School's lineup. The name of both the Sora, Martis, and Carmilla. So this Lilia is going to be a pretty good pick going in. Well, we're hovering the alpha. Are we going to do the alpha?
Do it.
Are we going to do the alpha?
Do it. It's good.
That,
I don't think it's good in this situation.
it wouldn't be horrible, but you would really get a hard time going into like the likes of Carmilla, right?
Oh,
If
that's
she
true.
find-
That's true. Yeah.
If she does find the shutdown on you, but I do see some value going to this alpha, and it looks like they will be committing to it. So, Woodlands Ring Secondary School are gonna play for the team fight. They have a lot of heroes that put a lot of AOE on the board. You have, of course, the Tigreal being the main playmaker, but you have the secondary playmaker in the name of the Minsita. On the other hand, you have Queenstown Secondary School looking to play playing a game plan that's rather similar to the likes of them, but with a lot less explosive damage potential. Of course, on the side of Queenstown, you have Minsita who can output a lot of damage, especially in late game. You have Lilia who gives you that early game security, and of course you have Melissa. So you have three big damage profiles on the side of Queenstown. But of course, on the side of Woodlands Ring Secondary School, you are looking at a team composition that is a little bit more balanced when it comes to the defensive profiles and the offensive profiles. So with that said, welcome to the Land of Dawn. Let's see if Woodlands Ring Secondary School are able to redeem themselves in this series and take it 1-1.
I must say, this is going to be a really interesting level 1 phase. 叫爸爸. I really should be adding like an extra word in there, but you know what? Doesn't matter. So we know that Lilia has a really strong early game potential in the fact that right off the bat you have 2 skills. So that means early game ganks, early game pressure is just going to be really powerful, and we might see that come into action really soon. Just gonna see Lumi and B just posturing each other off.
Yeah, I think if Woodlands Ring really wants to take advantage of their comp, they need to play more aggressive early game. They need to make use of that Lilia in order to win early lanes and gain early tempo, right? We see a little bit of that with Lilia visiting the bot side, but as you see, we are looking to go into another EXP tussle. The Lilia is instantly gonna circle back, was rotating the mid, but is gonna circle back to claim the first blood for the hands of Woodlands Ring Secondary School. But we're looking at the reversal of what's happening in the top side.
Yeah, just undergoing a little bit of pressure right here, being forced to use that flicker to avoid Muddles piercing him yet again. So that's a lot of pressure going on into the gold lane, but that pressure into the EXP lane kind of gives Queenstown Secondary School, Woodlands Ring Secondary School a little bit more space to work with in terms of the turtle.
Yep, as it stands right now, we are still pretty even, but it is going to be a 1k early gold lead going in favor of Woodlands Ring Secondary School. Not the worst, considering that we are still early game and the first turtle hasn't even spawned, but one thing to note is, you know, of course it's going to be a bit more difficult for them to, for Queenstown to play for this first turtle, especially considering how Lumi hasn't gotten that level 4. We're looking at another tussle happening in the bot side. Lumi's going to drop extremely low, so is looking for the risk recall, but they're going to jump all the way back as the support from Woodlands Ring Secondary School reigns true and takes down the likes of Shinsu.
Singsu just barely hit the threshold for the decimate. If that ultimate had gone off, that would have been an easy triple kill for the side of Singsu. But now Osamu Dazai will take down the Nolan for the top lane, so that means the gold lane's going to suffer even more.
Yep, that's right. It's going to be very nice for Woodlands Ring Secondary School, especially given how the next turtle is up and it's going to be conceded very nicely towards their hands. So once again, that goalie is just going to continue to snowball in favor of WRSS, and with that, they're going to be generating a very early 200k gold lead. It's not going to do them any favors, especially considering all the damage profiles are on their side, right? They have the Minsita, they have the Melissa, and with a fed Alpha, Alpha can just take any fight that they want and instantly shred any member of Queenstown Secondary School. So already, things are not looking good for Queenstown, and they really need to play a more defensive game if they want to try to equalize things.
Yeah, right now, the gold lead, as you said, not looking too hot for Queenstown Secondary School. Next turtle is probably coming in the middle. So what is going on in the bot lane?
The bot lane is just constantly at a war. I feel like B and Lumi are constantly bickering with each other in the bot lane.
And they even have the hero swap as well.
They even have the hero swap.
Oh yeah, so Lumi going straight in with the ultimate pushes. That's going to be B going down. The King's Calling coming out just a little too late. Now Singsu does have the Sky Piercer. Black shoes already?
Yeah, very early black shoes to bring him into the fight. Zhao Baba is going to be taking that kill onto the Sora, but he is going to pay with his own life. We're moving into the top side. Another tussle happens. And it's going to be a kill for Woodlands Ring Secondary School. That was a very nice attempt from Jess and Cerise, right? Especially Jess going all the way into the back line to try to find any sort of kill. But at the end of the day, it just was not enough. The teamwork from that Tigro and the Melissa was just too much for them to handle.
Yeah, it seems that the gold lane is going to be suffering a little bit from the side of Queenstown Secondary School, with Woodlands Ring Secondary School having that, I would say, stronger early game, since as a Melissa, you're pretty much fighting a 2v1. So right now, Woodlands Ring really has to play on their advantage in order to really build up that damage for the gold lane. And at this point, I don't think they're going to have to rely on the Melissa to end it.
Yeah, definitely, right? I think this Melissa is just gonna start being a problem very, very soon, especially considering that this Melissa is running an Inspire, so that's an additional element that you need to start thinking about. But this Melissa is caught in between a rock and a hard place as the Martis crashes in, as the Natan crashes in. It's gonna be decimation for the gold laner, and yet another kill put onto the board. But in that tussle, it looks like B got a triple kill. I don't quite know how that happened, but it happened.
It's just Minsita things at this point, honestly.
Do we love Minsita? Do we just love Minsita?
I guess we do now.
I guess we really just do.
Yeah, so right now B going down for the tower. Hopefully gonna get that bot tower. Not if Singsu has anything to say about it though. Okay, we'll find out what happens later on as he probably gets off screen. But Cerise forcing the Black Shoes out from Zhao Papa. As now the mid lane for Queenstown will go down.
Yep, that's right. One by one, like dominoes, Queenstown Secondary School are losing their turtles. I mean, not losing their turtles, sorry, losing their turrets. And Jess is not going to be any different as 3 members of Woodlands Ring Secondary School close onto the top side and take out the gold lane of Queenstown. Oh my goodness, there's just so much happening. They push it onto Cerise. Saizu, anti-May. It's not going to be enough as one by one they continue to fall. Queenstown Secondary School are currently down a whole 9-kill differential against their adversaries.
Oh my god.
And Skylar is going to be another one to the toll. 10 kills. 10-kill lead going in favor of Woodlands Ring Secondary School. They are snowballing, and they're snowballing out of control.
10-kill lead with a 2-tower lead as well. They really have to play for this late game now, since a snowball from the side of Queenstown has probably melted at this point. Singsu can't really find his way in. As look at the amount of damage that Xiao Papa is doing. That's probably a deja vu.
It is so difficult. If you are in the position of Queenstown Secondary School, you are sweating, right? It's only been 7 minutes and that goal lead is already a massive, what, 7k? Oh boy, they really need to play defensive, but how can you play defensive when B can just walk into the back line, pull out a hook like that, and just get away completely scot-free? Jet is trying to make the play here, and it's gonna be enough! That's good! On a slither, Dazai unfortunately loses in that matchup. Yes, there was a Fury of the Phoenix for the assistance, but even then, what a play from Jess, explosive!
Okay, a nice counter blast coming right in, but nobody's really there to do the damage yet. Singsu's time. Ashura Aura going in. Decimation, not just yet. King's calling. He's not gonna let that happen. Bow before the king. As B chosen the toothpick yet again. Jess going in with the entropy. Gets one. Doesn't manage to get the other one. But that's enough. That's enough damage that he can do. And that's a lot of things that he can gain from that already.
Jess is doing God's work when it comes to equaling the scoreline. Last time it was Lumi, this time it was Jess. When it comes to trying to make these plays to bring the team back, it's these 2 players that reign true. I really love it. I really love it. Even when they're backed into a corner, you saw how Jess was willing to take that fight. You saw how they were willing to take the risk all the way into the back line. I love that from Jazz. Unfortunately, it does get taken out here, but it doesn't detract from how amazing that was. Again, another bout of the fight coming in as the implosion locks onto Lumi. The Alpha is not going to let him get away, but the flicker is. But, of course, Lilia at the very end is going to be putting a stop, putting a dead end to the likes of Lumi's shenanigans.
Really nice synchronized play coming right there. Baiting out, really just timing the utilities just right so that our Sora just really cannot escape. And now Singsu trying to clear the lane, preventing the holy defense from popping right now. He's playing with fire at this point.
I see B like aiming the hook as we speak. Like, I feel it. Jazz caught in a pretty rough position, but is able to get away very nicely. Yeah. As it stands right now, Woodlands Ring Secondary School are holding not just a micro, but a macro lead. They're holding the gold lead and the tower lead, and with Law only 10 seconds away, it's going to be a very easy segue for them going into the late game.
Yeah, Queenstown Secondary School, they really, like you said, they really have to depend on Jess. They have to keep Jess alive. Wait, Singsu going in, B looking to be pretty low, but 2 things can happen. He's doing a really, really good job at preventing the decimation chain from landing. As Alpha will take that Lord. Woodlands Ring Secondary School putting yet another foot in the door, 1 step closer to victory.
Yep. One step closer indeed. The Lord is crashing down mid. Not quite the best case scenario, but still more than sufficient for them to make a solid push. Unfortunately, we're not seeing any syncing of the lanes, or maybe okay, it looks like the bot lane is going to be synced up for the Misata. But now the question of this game is going to lie on the backs of Queenstown Secondary School and how well they're able to defend this Lord. The Sora is going to jump all the way into the back line. The Fury, the Phoenix for the additional
Curse of Blood!
The Curse of Blood is going to continue to put damage numbers on the board.
Whoa!
The damage being put on show. And with that, it's going to be a 3-3 loss for
King's
both
calling!
teams. B is not
King's
over
calling!
yet. He jumps all the way into the back
Yes!
line, looking for that. It's going to be a trade 1-for-1 on both sides as the mid lane of Queenstown and the jungler of Woodlands Ring Secondary School remain as the last standing bastions of hope for their respective teams.
Nonchalant Skylar has to clear this lane, but what's unfair? Can just jump in with the Spear of Alpha. It's going to be a matter of will he be able to save this tower? This turret will go down and the Spear of Alpha will be used to get out instead. That's a really big win for Woodlands Secondary School, but that's also lots of progress being made for Queenstown Secondary School.
Could have definitely been a engage from that Spear of Alpha. I definitely saw another universe where the Alpha, you know, just jumped in. I think that could have been possible, right? Because okay, I guess the 13 had the flicker. So
But the
at the end of
moment was gone.
At the end of the day, it was a good play to back off. But you know, me being the Singaporean I am, me watching FBI, I definitely would have liked to see the Alpha at least try. But of course, let's play the game the right way. We're moving into the next bout of the fight right now, and of course with the Lord neutralized, it's gonna be nice. But as I'm talking, Jess is gonna be caught off, but not without bringing down the opposing gold lane on the other side of the map as well.
But that's the damage from Queenstown Secondary School out for the count. Minions are slowly going to come in. Here comes the Implosion. Implosion catches one. We don't have the Curse of Blood yet, but here comes yet another King calling and Gloomy. Curse of Blood goes in, but here comes the Spear of Alpha as well. Lots of damage going in. They're all linked, but there's nobody to dish it out. Just coming back in 5 seconds. Will he be able to come back in time for the minion wave?
I think you will.
That top lane though is going to be taking a lot of damage as Singsu trying to catch
Yo.
There's no King's Calling, so that means the decimation chain is right for the taking.
I think it's time to get out. I think it's time to get out. There is absolutely nothing to be had here. With Lord spawning in 20 seconds, just stick to your guns. It looks like they finally got the memo, and with that, they're going to be regrouping on the Lord. Queenstown are going to bring all 5 members down. But for what it's worth, I still don't think this is an advantageous position. I just simply don't think they can take this fight. They need to continue to play catch up. But for what it's worth, they're doing a good job bringing the gold lead closer and closer, one step at a time. The Lord is going to come out. It's going to be very easily bursted out. So that's not what we're here to talk about. I am very interested to see to know why Cerise decided to go for the Vengeance instead of Flicker. Vengeance is like if you're Cerise here, you're going for the Vengeance as like an offensive play, right?
Yeah.
But with the Vengeance, you're not quite able to make that gate. You're not able to take as many risks without the Flicker, right? When you Flicker, you have the Flicker, you're able to go in, you're able to play aggressive. You're also able to play more aggressive because you have the safety net of being able to Flicker out. So not having the Flicker is it's sort of a, like, in my opinion, you know, it does seem like a misplay to me. But for what it's worth,
I could see where the angle is coming from.
The Vengeance is still good because you're still able to soak up a lot of damage, especially considering the fact that I think Singsu and Lumi are gearing towards a more damage-oriented build overall. But with that said, the last law is crashing down mid. Unfortunately, no synchronization coming in from the rest of the lanes from Woodlands Ring Secondary School. And they slowly but surely crash in. The Shifting Clouds for the counter. But look at the backside!
Here comes the decimation!
Tracking Havoc all the way to the backside. King's Calling, be damned! It's gonna be futile! But as the dust
Wait a minute!
Singsu try as he may, it will not be enough to topple the likes of the Alpha as Alpha walks in and the base goes down. 1-1 will be the name of the series at hand. We're going to Game 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, the first Game 3 of today on stream. What an amazing team fight that was, where everybody failed except for the last Alpha. The King's Calling really putting in the work, preventing the decimation chain from reaching its full potential. Queenstown Secondary School nearly brought it back from the brink, but now they're gonna have to fight one last time to keep their hopes alive.
Oh man, I mean, it was definitely a very well fought battle. That angle, the angle from Martis was explosive. But at the end of the day, the problem didn't lie in their execution. The problem lied in the fact that they just didn't have a goalie. They were losing too many fights too early.
That's
that
true,
even
yes.
these effective plays were just not able to come true, even if they did everything right. When you are at a head-to-head clash with no strings attached, the team with the goalie is always going to come out on top. And that just seemed to be the case of Queenstown. Unfortunately, you know, it was a well-fought game at the very end, but it just simply was not enough.
Well, just look at these items. Man.
Yeah. Yeah, it just goes to show the snowball effect. The snowball effect of Woodlands Ring Secondary School completely overpower anything that Queenstown had on show, and especially when you're bringing characters like the Martyrs, bring characters like the Nathan, who really like their attack speed, really like having those items so they can put up sustained damage all across the board. Being put on the back foot is not going to do you any favors, especially when you look on the other side of the team for like 3 big damage profiles and the Alpha to shred basically any tanks that are trying to put a stop to the onslaught.
Yeah, honestly, Xiao Papa really putting in so much work in the early game, in the mid game, and in the late game as well. So, what's the next mage coming up?
Yeah, no,
We've seen the long range.
it's Eudora. It's Eudora.
It better be.
It's Eudora.
Wait, I'll raise you one better. Cyclops.
Yep.
Yep.
We see
Yep.
Cyclops, but in the gold lane. That is powerful.
Woo.
You know Lunox Go. You haven't heard of Cyclops Go. Anyways, I think going into this next team, going to this next draft is gonna be very interesting. As I think both these teams have made it very clear that they're not looking to play to the conventional meta. I think it was it Queenstown who tried the Leo mod last time.
Yes.
Yeah. It was Queenstown who tried for the meta last time and it just didn't work out. So in that sense,
No, wait, they won.
it was. Wait, no. Wait, it was the crap.
Woodlands Ring went for the
Yes,
Sora.
yes. Okay.
Honestly, for that first draft, the only change I would have made was to swap the Julian for a Freya.
Yeah.
That would have sealed them the game.
Yeah, definitely. And but with that said, I think the point that I'm trying to make here is that both teams don't like the meta.
They're giving us interesting games.
So yeah, and I think both teams really want to gear themselves towards playmaking. We saw this in the likes of the Tigro, we see this in the Minsata, we see this in the Sora. They want to play heroes that can take big team fights, can make big plays. So I'm very interested to see what they bring to the table next. I'm interested to see if the Tigro still gets left open, right? Because Tigro has been a constant factor in both of these games.
That's true.
A constant factor that nothing has been using to a very, very punishing degree. So this Tigro will be an interesting point of contention to talk about. Maybe we also see the introduction of a new set tank. Maybe we see an introduction of a new playmaker. Maybe even a Fasha to act as a supplementary additional damage dealer for either one of these teams.
Maybe we might see a Minsita ban.
Yeah, I feel like we have to at this point. The Minsita, always in the hands of the Minsita. It's always in the hands of the Minsita.
It's always the Minsita.
It's always the Minsita.
So yeah, as usual, Suyo will be going down, and yep, there we go. Minsita's gone.
Yep, the Minsita being taken out, finally learning from the past mistakes. It's just not worth leaving in this series when both sides have very capable Minsita players.
Yeah, so with Minsita gone, you also want to get rid of the Leo Mort. For some reason, these two schools really do not like Diggy.
I mean, fair enough. You know, Diggy is a... Actually, I feel like the Diggy comes as a result of the sort of
Tigro,
game
right?
plan. It's the game plan that they want to go for, right? They want to play for sets. And so I think the Diggy being banned out for this team call in particular is honestly pretty valid. We're seeing on the other side a Suyo, Leomord, and Jusin ban, 3 very high priority meta bans being taken out for the likes of Woodlands Ring Secondary School. So I think of the two, Woodlands Ring Secondary School definitely play a bit more by the book. You know, they stick to their guns, they know what's up, and we're gonna see the Fasha come in. Oh, I am so excited.
Here comes the artillery mage.
Yep, here comes the artillery mage indeed.
Okay.
But on the right side, we're seeing a very aggressive pick. 2 things can happen. Picking out the Tigro very early on. And
it's not 2 things can happen.
Yeah, it's not gonna be 2 things can happen.
It's
They're looking to
Queenstown
shut down the likes of 2 things can happen.
Okay. Picking out an Aurora this time.
Okay, with the Tigro, I could see that working out. But on the other side, we're seeing Dazai stick to the Melissa. And so, in that sense, again, both teams looking for the team fight. They're looking for the AoE. But without the Tigro in the hands of two things can happen, they need to look for a different roamer to act as the playmaker.
Mayhaps an Atlas?
Yeah, maybe an Atlas. I'm praying. I'm an Atlas.
I want to
Do it
see
for me.
Atlas.
Do
I
it
want to
for
see
me.
Atlas.
Your team is
Yeah.
So Wild Fela going back into the Alpha.
Yep.
This time was it the Alpha jungle previously?
Yep. The Alpha
my
was jungle.
pleasure.
Oh,
Your
Oh,
team
we're seeing a
is better.
Karina being brought in, probably as a Melissa counter. Usually we see them being brought in as a YSS counter, but this time they are looking to respect Dazai and bring in the Karina specifically for that purpose. We're seeing a Belleric ban being doing the next thing on the chopping block for Queenstown Secondary School, and I'm definitely expecting Queenstown Secondary School to ban out more set tanks moving forward in the ban phase. We're seeing Yu Zhong being banned out. Not too sure how good I feel about that. Yu Zhong is really one of those heroes that are amplified by the skill of the character, but I do think that it comes from a place of they're trying to defend the likes of the Fasha. They want to protect and safeguard the Fasha. But of course, there are a lot of heroes that are capable of doing such. I'm looking at the Freya still being left open for both of these teams. We're seeing a double roam ban coming out for the side of Queenstown Secondary School. So yeah, again, both setters are being taken out. They really want to try to limit the options of Woodlands Ring Secondary School in terms of allowing their game plan to come to fruition. The last ban is coming in. I'm expecting a Freya here, but it's not going to be a Freya, and it's in fact going to be a Sora. So Freya, I'm expecting it now. Like, it has to happen now, but instead we're seeing a Ixia.
Follow the
So an
barrel
Ixia
across
Tigro.
Not bad,
the river
yeah.
of oblivion.
Yeah,
So
it-
we do have Ixia with the full barrage.
It's not bad, but I feel like there's an opportunity cost
My
incurred when you
kiss
go for the Ixia.
will
Yeah, you're gonna have to wait like a really,
Immortality?
really, really long time.
Yeah,
Or
I mean,
death.
it's not just that, but it's also like you're leaving the Freya up for grabs for the opponent. And if I had to choose, I would go for it. But it looks like both lanes are going to be covered up by the Melissa and the Alice. So we are just going to be waiting on the Roma. And
Atlas!
it's gonna be the Atlas.
Let's go!
That's what I'm talking about. Woodlands Ring, you know, I'm an unbiased commentator, but every time I see an Atlas, I can't help but help but root for the Atlas team.
Yeah, we're gonna see so many fatal links being dropped today.
So many purifies being put on the
Oh
board
my
today.
god. Queenstown Secondary School can do the funniest thing now and pick no purifies.
The last pick on the side of Queenstown Secondary School is going to be the Xbox. I was under the impression that it was going to be the Uranus, but I think when you're looking at the overall team comp, you see a lot of burst. You don't want to go for the Uranus. So we are going to see this Xbox coming in. I think it's probably a byproduct of the fact that you have an Atlas and you have an Alice. These two heroes don't really like building HP, and their base HP is quite a lot lower than, you know, conventional phase tanks such as your Belleric, such as your Hylos. So this Xbox is likely gonna be here for the additional layer of shred. But of course, the main damage dealer is gonna be Ixia, and as per any composition that features Ixia, it's all gonna be about protect the president. It's all gonna be about artillery. Going into this matchup, it's sort of a mirror matchup when you look at the team compositions, right? Both of these teams want to play long-range artillery with with close-range playmaking. But the difference here is that Queenstown is bringing in the Karina for the additional pick-off potential. So with that said, welcome back to
Welcome back to us.
Welcome back to us.
Yeah.
Hello. I was not expecting that whatsoever.
Wait,
but
let me be the minion. I'm walking down the minion.
oh yeah. Okay. Anyways. I'm the blue buff. I'm the blue buff.
Jungle time. So yeah, I think we might see. Sorry, we might probably see like what you said, the protect the president kind of
Yeah.
composition. But what I would really like to point out is that we do have an interesting role swap, in the sense that Xiao Papa is now on the EXP lane.
Oh.
Yeah, and B is on the mid lane now.
Oh.
So it's going to be B on the Farsa and Xiao Papa on the Alice.
Ah, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
so we might probably see a really aggressive playstyle coming in from the Woodlands Ring Secondary School.
Yeah.
So that is something to look out for. So like just looking at their team composition, we're hopping straight back into the Land of Dawn for the final game of this group.
Yep. And as you mentioned, I'm very interested to see how this role swap works out for the likes of Woodlands Ring Secondary School. As you mentioned before, right, we're expecting to see a lot more aggression coming out with B being placed into the hands of the Fasha. Xiao Baba, this time playing a different flavor of the EXP lane. Before we saw the Sora, we saw the Minsita, very aggressive and proactive EXP laners. But this time we're seeing an Alice who prefers to take the back seat, prefers to be the one appealing for that vision. But that's it, already a lot of early game fights being taken. 3 members all jumping onto the lights of Pride. But with that said, the rest of the members are all clashing in. And as the dust settles, it looks like it's going to be 2-2. But it's not over yet. The next round of team fight is happening as Vin runs circles around the remaining members of Woodlands Ring Secondary School, taking down Dazai and what a failure. Wow, what an early tussle. This is the Singaporean game, and it's not even over as the Atlas jumps all the way into the back line. Vin gonna be taken out right by the turtle. Xbox jumping in for the last insanity, but not quite able to put any damage numbers onto the board. Queenstown Secondary School are forced on the retreat at this juncture, but Lumi, he may run, but he will not get far as he gets taken out. As of right now, 4-4 is the scoreline. We have a game on our hands.
That was just 2 minutes, and 8 kills in total have already been placed. It's just insane. Like it goes to show that both teams are really just upping the ante, really just pushing the tempo all the way up, sending it to a 500 BPM this time. Just taking this game so fast. We might see it end in probably 12 minutes.
Oh, I don't know if we're seeing it end in 12 minutes if both of these teams are going to be playing as evenly as they are. Every single time it seems as though Queenstown Secondary School has an advantage. They just lose it with Woodlands Ring Secondary School playing with the aggression, knowing that, you know, they're not going to recall if we just jump in for another fight. And we're looking for yet another tussle here as a lot of damage numbers are going to be put. The spear on Alpha from What's a failure is going to come out and lock onto Jess. There's going to be yet another kill put onto the likes of this Ixia. Oh my god, the feathered airstrike. But look in the middle, Vin jumping in the midst of 3 people. What are we doing? The Fasha is going to be forced onto the retreat. The explosion comes in to counter the likes of the Alpha, and it's just a complete slaughterfest as we see so many bodies drop onto the field. 7-5 is the kill score right now, with Queenstown Secondary School getting the shorter end of the stick.
What's a failure really making full use of the early game potential of Alpha, really just abusing the spear of Alpha, the force swing, all the sustain, getting another kill off the board, and Lumi just dancing round around the airstrike, but will not be able to dance for longer. And Xiao Papa does not manage to get the ball out of it. Oh, that's just
I've lost my words. There are just so many things to be said on screen right now with Watapela jumping onto Shinsu, putting so much damage in a matter of seconds. And you look at the top side, there is no time to breathe whatsoever as a short skirmish is going to put the second kill of Jess on screen. With that, Woodlands Ring Secondary School are going to be 4 kills up on Queenstown Secondary School. Going to this next turtle, they will have the advantage.
Yeah, just as you said, you're going to be taking on the turtle. Here comes Atlas, threatening the fatal links. Doesn't really find anybody yet, but he's going in for the implosion. Balsamu will be the one to take the turtle. Singsu will be caught in the midst of everything. Here comes the full barrage. Wanton Fela does not care. Stands right in front of the Ixia and slaps her straight across the face. There's going to be 3 members down from Queenstown Secondary School already. 13-7 in 5 minutes. What is going on?
It seems like in the aftermath of the struggle, Woodlands Ring Secondary School will be taking the advantage, taking the 3k gold lead very firmly into their hands. And with that, the tempo is going to be very clearly in favor of the left side. They might try, but for what it's worth, at this juncture, the Alpha is going to start being very, very scary. We are seeing a repeat of what we saw before, where the Alpha comes in, locks onto anybody with the Spear of Alpha, and instantly secures the kill. So with that said, Queenstown Secondary School really need to start playing a lot more defensive, and they need to start playing for Jess. Jess is 3 kills down. And as an Ixia, you need 6 items to get ready. You need 6 items to be online. So with that said, we need to see a lot more defense. We need to see a more defensive attitude coming in from Queenstown Secondary School.
Yeah, they may adopt that defensive attitude, but will Woodlands Ring allow it? We might see a fatal link coming in. Here it comes. RKO out of nowhere, but here comes the full barrage.
Oh, and the flicker!
Sings to doesn't get the implosion, but it doesn't matter. Onward he goes as the attack wave will secure the kill.
So much blood is spilling on screen. Phenomenal play from Jazz as well with the flicker, the look that equalize things just that little bit. And with that said, even when they're caught on their back foot, Queenstown Secondary School are continuing the challenge. They're continuing the push against the backs of Woodland Ring Secondary School. They are not letting it get to their head. And that's something that we see in every single series coming in from Queenstown. They were on the back foot of game 1 and they still managed to bring it back overall. So they're still not out of the game yet. The attitude is there. But Jazz, a very, very risky positioning. Osamu Dazai is going to look to rain hell. But it's not going to be enough as the Aurora manages to neutralize the threat. And they send the likes of Queenstown Secondary School running for the hills.
The Frigid Glacier really came in clutch right there. But they're not going to be able to contest this turtle. The level differential is just a little bit too high. But Singsu is trying to make the most of it. And the turtle, all 3 of it, will go to Woodland Ring Secondary School. Queenstown Secondary School, they found a little bit of footing, but will they be able to keep standing for much longer?
I don't know. I mean, they are, for what it's worth, Queenstown is bringing the score gap closer and closer. That risky play from Dazai had the right concept, but poor execution. Cerise instantly clocked it, instantly knocked it down. B is going to be the next one on the chopping block for Queenstown Secondary School as the goal lead becomes thinner and thinner. It was what was once 3K. A 3K lead for Woodlands Ring Secondary School has now been reduced slowly but surely to a 2K lead. And with that, things are getting dangerous. I also like to mention, you know, we were talking about Rose Swords before, but Cerise is actually going to be put onto the mid lane this time. Lumi is going to still be on the EXP lane. And we're seeing a roster swap. We're seeing Vin in for the jungle instead of Singsu being put onto Rogue this time round.
Oh my god. Both teams really just experimenting with changes now.
Hey, but it's a different flavor. It's a different flavor of these 2 teams.
And with both changes, everybody's just going all in. 3 Sky Piercers on Queenstown Secondary School.
Chat, wait. Can we get a rerun on that? 3 Sky Piercers for Queenstown. I'm
they
not sure.
really want those kills.
Hey, you know what? For the love of the game, man. For the love of the game.
I mean, at this point, with the way they're playing, it just seems that there are enough kills to go around.
We play like Indo, you know, we play like Indo. The first few
Run
games
forward.
were defensive, the next few games will be aggressive, and aggressive is the name of the game of this next team. The flicker onto the full barrage comes in, and it rains hell. The Fatal Link's coming in, looking for the equalization, but Luby with the flicker lost insanity is looking to sweep and clean things up without leaving any crumbs behind, as the Atlas is going to be the last one on the dropping block, is able to get away, and in the fallout of the team fight, it's going to be 3 deaths on the side of Woodlands Ring Secondary School and 2 the Queenstown. The lead is getting thinner and thinner, Cake.
Oh my god. Karina, Vin, using the Dance of Death, the immunity to the basic attacks just to weave in between the Melissa and just wait for her to finish her combo before he goes in for the kill, keeping him alive just enough.
Oh, Lumi.
Oh no, he's good. He's good. He can run away, but Cerise ain't running for that even with the Pride of Ice. Now Queenstown, they're kind of 1 member down. Here comes Xiao Papa, but Singsu's already on the case. The Lord is already up, but Queenstown is on 1 man down. What will happen now?
Yeah. Oh, I really cannot say. The goal lead is still in favor of Woodlands Ring Secondary School, but Queenstown has shown time and time again that they are more than capable of making things work. This lot fight comes in, the concealed play from the Atlas is coming in, the Fatal Links all the way to the back line is going to lock onto 2, comboed up with the Throne of Wood. It's going to be met with a full barrage as a response. Xiao Bao is going to go down alongside 2 things can happen that way, and with that, Singsu is going to be the only trade going to the hands of Queenstown Secondary School. Once again, in a matter of trades, as the dust settles, the kill lead goes slowly in favor of Queenstown Secondary School. But they have yet another loss to contest, as Vin is going to look for another cheeky pickoff onto B, taking the kill score 18-17.
At this point, you really don't want to be walking alone in the streets. There is Vin out for the hunt. If you're alone, he's gonna come and send you straight back to base. You're way past your curfew, my guy. So right now, Queenstown Secondary School is going to be coming back straight, step by step. We saw them struggle so much earlier on, but right now, Jess is slowly building up her items. Vin is already online. Fatal Links are just going to be launched straight into a Frigid Glacier and a full barrage, and that's not really what you want happening to you.
Oh, and now we are zoning around a team fight. Both teams walking circles around each other, knowing that this next Lord is going to be pivotal for the victory. At this juncture, imagine you're a player in this series. You come out of an incredibly close game one, a game one that could have swung either way into Woodlands Ring Secondary School taking a firm grasp of their dominance in the game two. Now we are at game 3. Woodlands Ring Secondary School might have the advantage on paper, but they have shown time and time again that they are in the clear. The implosion into the full barrage in order to take out the light of nothing can happen. But the second round, the team fight is going to come in. Lumi's going to be the first one on the chopping block. Down goes Singsu and down goes Vin. 1, 2, 3, 4 members of Queenstown Secondary School will be taken out. It is a slaughterhouse with Woodlands Ring Secondary School as the executioners as they march forth in the top lane. As Cerise can only watch as the feathered airstrike drops down onto her and they walk into the top lane of their base.
They're gonna be back soon though. They may have not had the best engage in that fight, but they sure as heck can put up a nice defense. As right now here comes the full barrage yet again, but B's not gonna go down. That's gonna be a flicker already committed.
Watch!
Jess really needs those battle spells on their hands. They don't have any purifies. They don't have anything against Atlas. And so far, they've just been fighting against that with stellar positioning and timing. With Singsu just peeling them for what's worth of it. I think the triple Sky Piercers are starting to rear its ugly head. As we're gonna have Cerise already selling her Sky Piercer out.
Yeah, they need to rethink their strategy. They need to rethink their items going into this next bout. But for what it's worth, Woodlands Ring Secondary School are going to take a very, very comfortable Lord into their hands. We're moving deeper and deeper into this match. Already 14 minutes on the clock. We're getting to that point of the game where teams are beginning to equalize. So, with a 6K, even with a 6K goal lead in the hands of Woodlands Ring Secondary School, the technology gap is narrowing closer and closer. We've already seen how the tables can be turned in a matter of seconds going into Lord engages. So the question is, will we see a repeat of history?
Oh my god, okay, so in the previous engage, Queenstown Secondary School, they managed to catch the tank and the front line, but they didn't manage to scout out Osamu and B. So in the next team fight to come, they really have to find the locations at least of these two damage dealers. If not, there's going to be a repeat of what happened. Warsan Failure will just jump straight into Jess, and Osamu and B will just be able to do the damage for free. So that's one thing that Woodlands Ring can do as well, since the only form of damage that Queenstown really has is stationary. That's just a specific target for them to hit.
Yeah, it's all about artillery here, and it's all about protecting your damage dealers. For both of these teams, in fact, right? Both of these teams are very contingent on their damage carries. For Queenstown, it is Jess on the Ixia. On the side of Woodlands Ring, it is Dazai on the Melissa. All about the marksmen going into both of these compositions. But the interesting thing to note is that if you look at the tanking profiles from Woodlands Ring Secondary School, you see an Alice and an Atlas. Both of these heroes are playmaking heroes. They are not healing heroes. But we're seeing the next play coming out as Fatal Link gets dropped.
Let's go!
A barrage of skills all hit the field as the Ixia looks to put as much damage as she can muster. Jess is still at full HP. The Alfia and the Alice is all in the middle of the mid lane turret. But it's a maniac going into the hands of the Ixia as the Fasha is going to be the last one to get a kill on. With that, Watamfela has to watch as the rest of his team crumbles to the hands of Queenstown Secondary School as they declare, I mean, they're hungry. They saw they got wiped out the last time, and this time they're looking for the slice of that pie that they had to forgo.
Even the Nandos and the Mommy Move can't sate their hunger, and they're just going to be straight in. And the Spirit Bell follow to Jess, threatening to take her out. It's not enough though, as Jess, with the Unstoppable, takes out yet another. The turret goes down. Osamu trying to make the most of it with Models, but Models can only do so much. You only have so much range. Minions are no longer in play as of yet, but Queenstown Secondary School, they're posturing up to take the next Lord in 20 seconds. Warsan Failure is not available. No retribution down for the side of Woodlands Wing Secondary School, so they can only play the macro at this point.
Yeah. At this juncture, we are at a dead even in terms of the goal lead.
Oh,
And for what it's worth, it is dead even for both of these teams going to the fight. Xiao Baba is going to try their best to do something in the team fight, but he is going to be taken out. Dazai is going to be brought in for the next part of the team fight, jumping all the way into the back line, taking out Cerise, but he is going to pay with his life, and that's going to be a significant death as the last Insanity is going to be locked on the B.
Oh,
B is going to slowly but surely get taken out with the guillotine lowered onto his head by the likes of Ixia. The Atlas caught on his lonesome right now alongside the Alpha. This is a dynamic duo. Things can happen here, but with the Lord spawning, Queenstown Secondary School is looking to go back. I don't think the base is gonna be
okay.
enough.
The minions are there. The minions are there.
Yeah. Oh wait, are they looking for the 5 phase?
Oh,
Link
here
comes in! The Spear of Alpha looking to put additional damage onto the board, but in a matter of seconds, Jazz will look to take both of them out. Lumi being sent in the back line, looking to be sent back into the base to clear, and with that, who did the Lord go to?
I think this might be it.
Who did the
Queenstown Secondary School managed to take the Lord. Wait. Minions?
Wait, what is... What? I'm just lost. I'm just
Okay,
absolutely
wait.
lost.
The
for
Lord
words.
should be on this. Ah, yeah, okay, on the side of Queenstown. Since Vin kind of absolutely slaughtered the Alpha and the Atlas, the dynamic AA duo, just going down. AA run not in play today. So right now we're looking at a possible sync of the triple link sync probably. Nope, no triple link sync. We're just sending the Lord straight down.
This I'm not sure if this is an enhanced law. I'm not sure if they can do this at this juncture. It looks like Daza is going to be locking onto the Lord and lasering it down extremely quickly. There is no pick-off to be had, and with that, with the Lord being taken out, there is no Lord push to be had, and we are still at a standstill, as both teams are too afraid to commit, and who can blame them for being too afraid to commit?
Oh my goodness, Queenstown Secondary School and Woodlands Wing Secondary School starting the game fast, playing the game fast all the way through, the tempo not letting down for even one moment.
Oh my goodness, idiot. The tension is building. The tension is rising for both of these players as the stakes get taken higher and higher. Slowly but surely, 3 members of Queenstown Secondary School look to equalize the tower gap between both of their teams. It's only the mid lane. It's only the mid lane tier 1 and the bot lane tier 1 left in the hands of Woodlands Ring Secondary School. But we all know in our heads that Queenstown are back. Their heroes are online and they are ready to fight. You look at the goal lead, and for the first time this game, it is 4K into their hands. So if anything has to matter right now, if anything matters, it's going to be this final Lord engage in 60 seconds. Maybe not so for the Lord itself, but the fight, the blood that ensues is going to be massive, and it's gonna be game-changing.
Alright, massive items. Everybody's already on their full build. Well, almost everybody's already going to be on their full builds as we speak. So that's going to be a really, really heavy and electric team fight that we're going to see pretty soon. But just as we said, Queenstown Secondary School, they really have to protect Jess. Woodlands Wing Secondary School, they have to kill Jess. And they can just send in, they have like 2 people that can go in and just like eliminate Jess from the board, but in doing so they risk of leaving themselves wide open as well. Woodlands Wing Secondary School.
Jess.
That's 80 stacks on a
Jess
Skypiercer.
is public enemy number 1 at this juncture. As you mentioned before, right? Queenstown Secondary School need to protect Jess at all costs, but in similar fashion, Woodlands Ring Secondary School need to protect D and Dazai as much as possible, because that's where all the damage comes from. And with the Fatal Link locking onto 2 members of Full Barrage for the additional damage, we're looking at so much blood being spilled.
Going in.
Xiao Baba trying their best to get something with the Throne of Wurin, but it is futile as Jess continues the free hit on every single member of Woodlands Ring Secondary School, and it is going to be a wipeout for Queenstown Secondary School. They march into the base through the mid lane, just holding their head held high as they saunter in without any contention. Put your hands together for the winner of the second streamed game of today, as Queenstown Secondary School on a well-fought Game 3 victory!
An electric fight going straight through. The throttle pushed to the maximum, pedal to the metal and never left. Full tempo, full steam ahead. High energy gameplay from both sides where we thought it could go either way. Both sides played so well, and at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if any of them did manage to make it today too.
Wow. That's all I can say. Wow. We just watched possibly the closest match of today. I mean, my voice can't even handle this. I need to take 3 gallons of water after this, but what a game that we had just witnessed. It was so close at every point till the very end. And in fact, it was a comeback from Queenstown Secondary School. They were on the back pedal for most of that game. And it was only in the ending when the Ixia came online, when the Ixia got that 6-item power spike.
80 stack Sky Piercer.
That they just beat. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Try as they may, it is not enough to topple the likes of Ixia. All in all, a phenomenal game played from Queenstown Secondary School. The tenacity of their roster to continue fighting even in the face of adversity is something so incredibly admirable.
Whoa. I don't know about you, but that game just made me fired up for the rest of the day. I really can't wait to see what's going to happen for the next one.
Hey,
but
the first game didn't quite give us that, but this second game was like a 180.
and then the last one.
How close it was. Indeed, Cake. But hey, this is what we come to Campus Legends for. This is the future of Singaporean esports, and you know, I think we have a pretty bright future ahead of us if this is the competition that is being put on show.
Yeah, it's really nice to see like more support being given to these students and to be given to esports in general.
Definitely.
So yeah, let's just I don't know. I am hungry for more games, but most importantly, I am hungry for lunch. Are you hungry for
I am
lunch?
indeed hungry for lunch. But before we go, speaking of food, of course, do head on over to our various booths at our venue. We have so many things lined up for you. In particular, the booths at Speedy Ninja and WSG are just around the corner, so do hop on by and give some lovely support to our partners for Campus Legends Secondary School Division.
That's right.
But with that said, I need a break. I need a breather. I need some food in my system to recover from what just happened. So, with that said, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much for watching this segment of Campus Legends Secondary School. We'll be taking a quick lunch break for about an hour or so. But of course, we will be back when we are. And hey, that match was insane. Come back for more. Bye-bye.
We just want to thank all our amazing sponsors, partners, and supporters for making today's event possible, including AOC, Austin, Speedy Ninja, Workforce Singapore, Mami Monster, Nando's, C2E4, SGEA, Skoga, Comic Society, Shady Care, Shady.Care, CEE, Singapore Tourism Board, Singaporean Streamers, and Timo. Thank you once again for supporting gaming, the youth development, and the SG Game Fest community. So now if everyone's ready, let's get the energy back up because we have the next game up and ready. Let's take it and go!
Yeah, with that, welcome back from lunch, everybody, to Campus Legends Secondary School, organized by Skoga and the Esports Academy, supported by SG, EA, and Moonton, and produced by C2E4. My name is Cake, and with me I have...
Hello, my name is Gamili, and I'm so happy to be here once again, be back at Campus Legends Secondary School Division after our lunch break. We came back from two very, very hyped matchups, two very different kinds of hyped. You know, one was showing the power of the reigning champions, and the other was an incredibly nail-biting tug of war between two very competent teams. So, with that said, we still have about 4 matches. Was it 4 matches? 3 or 4 matches left in store for you today.
Yep,
so
around there, yeah.
So with that said, I am so excited to introduce the 2 teams that we have next on the chopping block.
Alright, so next up we have Bukit Panjang Government School versus Swiss Cottage Secondary School. So now let's just take a quick look at the brackets to see how they're doing. Yeah, I think like most of the schools should have played like most of the games already. So let's see if theirs is updated.
Let's see if we got some records here.
Yeah, but while this is going, are you guys hungry?
Oh, I sure am.
Because if you guys are hungry, and if you're a student, you can head over to the Nando's booth for a 30% discount off any purchase, no minimum purchase required.
Wait, that's me.
Yeah, only you just have to be a student.
That's me. That's
Yes,
me. So
student in school.
unfortunately, lunch just finished. But I mean, if you're still hungry for an extra bite or two,
Yep.
do hop on down to the Nando's booth. That's right, behind us, in fact.
Yeah, never
And
too late for lunch.
enjoy
honestly.
a 30% discount if you are a student. That's very exciting stuff. But in addition to that, huge shout outs to our other two sponsors that you can find over here at the venue right here. Huge shouts to Speedy Ninja. They are currently having a booth over there. So if you're interested in checking out what they have there, do go hop on by. And then in addition to that, Workforce Singapore is also organizing their very own career finding booth. So if you do happen to be interested in that, you can also move over to their booth right beside the one at Speedy Ninja.
Do you like Mommy Noodle?
Who doesn't like mommy noodles?
That's right. Like, and if you are a fan of Mommy Noodle, you would know that their noodles can crunch really, really loudly. Though. So
oh,
I don't know, you know, if you
have my
can
own.
crunch more than 90 decibels, you can get this.
a free family pack. I believe there are eight. There are 8 small packets inside one family pack, and all you need to do is hop on by to the Mummy Monster booth and try to crunch louder than 90 decibels. I can't help but feel that they were being nice to me. Like, I'm a caster, my bite strength is not that tough.
That's true. Yeah.
But with that said, let's jump straight into the first draft of Bukit Panjang. Bukit Panjang. Wait, no.
Yeah,
Bukit Panjang Government
High.
High School and Swiss Cottage Secondary School. I'm pretty sure I'm actually familiar with the Swiss Cottage Secondary School coach, so I'm excited to see what they cook up, what they cook up in the draft here. Let's jump straight into the action.
Yep.
And already we see the first band coming in from Bukit Panjang High School, and it's gonna be the fabled Marcel, the first Marcel that we've seen get banned on stream today.
Yeah, Swiss Cottage getting their Guinevere out of the picture. Now these two teams, they seem to know what they're doing, because as of the latest results, they have won both of their games so far. Neither school dropping a game yet.
Yep.
So we're now looking at a 1-0 record for both sides. So this is probably going to be the first loss for each school in this bracket.
Yep. So, I mean, the stakes are the stakes are definitely there, right? It's definitely not just the first match or whatever. So some stakes are gonna go into both of these teams. But with that said, we're going into the next bout of bands, and it looks like we're gonna see a Glue and a Harley both being picked out. So it looks like Bukit Panjang Bukit Panjang Government High School want to avoid playing into these tanky heroes, and they also want to play away from the pickoff. It was we were hovering over the Seer there, but it looked like they didn't quite commit to it. I'm kind of interested to see why they didn't commit to the Seer pick, but because it's usually a very, very hot pick, especially when it isn't bad. Meanwhile, on the side of Swiss Cottage Secondary School, they're going to be taking out the Yusin, Lancelot, and Guinevere. Very, very understandable stuff.
Yeah,
Lancelot is sort of fallen off the meta, but then again, it's not something that you really want left open, especially if you are looking for a late game artillery mage or marksman.
Yeah, banning the juicing off, we've seen the amount of damage that juicing can do already. So I guess it's great that they're just getting rid of it, and okay, they get the Suyo anyway.
Yep.
Sand
a
rises
little bit-
when I give the word.
Maybe the side of Swiss Cottage didn't really want the Suyo into their draft. Like, you don't really have to pick it if you don't want to use it, or if you can't, if you don't feel comfortable using it. But just by looking at the draft for Bukit Panjang Government High, it's looking to be a little bit of a snowballing composition.
Yep.
Yeah, so the Sky Piercer on Suyo first item, and you're just gonna feed all the kills into that one big menacing ball of damage.
Yep. To me, it's less so that's like a snowbally comp, right? To me, it's about the Suyo here. The Suyo and the Khalid give a lot of early game pressure, and I think they're looking to control early game tempo of the match. I think that's the key here. Meanwhile, on the right side, we have the Zetian, we have the Phobia, so a lot of teamfight is going to be desired. You also have the Gatot to try to either neutralize or counter set. So I think Swiss Cottage are definitely gearing to sort of an M7 style game plan where it's not M7 actually, MSC 2025 game plan where it's all about these big overarching team fights, and it looks like
I mean, I would say that a Claude would be a really good pick here, but Claude is banned out. A Moskov could be an interesting pick, but it looks like they're hovering
Moskov
over
is
the
banned out as
Freya.
well.
Oh, Moskov is banned. Carry is banned out as well. So,
Oh my,
but you know who
okay.
isn't banned? But you know who isn't banned? It's gonna be the first Freya that we're gonna be seeing today. Freya, very, very good hero. I am so surprised that we haven't seen more Freya come out from the teams that we have had today. Freya just gives so much diversity and so much flexibility to a team, right? Freya is good at all stages of games, able to output damage, has good sustain, and has very good cutting ability. So again, Swiss Cottage Secondary School has a team geared for team fights. But we're looking at over that side for the response, and I really like these picks coming out from them. They pick a Uranus and the Lunox. Let's talk about the Lunox. Lunox into Phoveus, Gatot, and Freya is going to be very, very strong, able to melt down these fighters. I am interested to see what the last pick from Swiss Cottage is. I think, yeah, they're looking for a jungler here, and with a lot of the junglers being picked out,
Okay, why is this?
it's a match. I'm not the most convinced of this YSS pick because I think in the past, right, Suyo first started coming back into the meta as they counterpicked the YSS. YSS thrives off fast rotations. Oh, the retribution. Hold up, guys.
Okay.
The YSS really profits off fast jungling, and Suyo is one of the few heroes in the game that can keep up with YSS. So that's why Suyo was first brought back into the meta as a counter to what YSS was trying to put on show. And YSS at the Uranus is a bit skeptical to me because as it stands now, Uranus sits completely uncontested with the exception of maybe the Freya on this team. So I definitely would have thought that something more bursty or maybe something even more sustain heavy so that you can look to stun out the Uranus instead of trying to beat it down would have been more effective for Swiss Cottage Secondary School's draft. But that's it. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the third game that we're going to be seeing here on the first day of the secondary school division of Campus Legends. Welcome to the Land of Dawn. Let's jump straight into it, Cake.
Yeah, Bukit Panjang Government High against Swiss Cottage Secondary School. Like a little bit of the early game pressure coming in from this Khalid. But otherwise, I guess it's a pretty standard composition. Like where we have the Freya and the Sora fighting against each other in the gold lane. So you know, usually you see marksman here, but you know what? Who needs marksman? Marksman is kind of out of fashion
M7
now.
again. It's all M7 again, boys. I will expect to see Bukit Panjang Government High look to play a bit more aggressive in the early game, right? You have a Suyo, you have a Khalid, a lot of early game pressure, so I'm expecting to see some invades. That's the best way to make full use of the aggressive nature of their comp. They're not quite doing it right here, so I do hope that they do opt to do it. But Imoken is going to be the first one to go down, and that's going to be the first kill being conceded to Bukit Panjang Gov High.
And just as you say, Bukit Panjang Government High really playing with that fast aggression, homesick.
Yeah.
Now the Freya is looking to be pretty low. And that's something you don't really see very often, but right now, in a little bit of a pickle, it's going to be the Yishunshin that finds himself in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, and he is in for round 2. The Khalid is going to lock onto the
One,
use
two! Oh!
Unfortunately, getting out by the skin of his teeth. He might be beating himself up for that, but for what it's worth, the early game pressure is immaculate. But Homesick is going to look to try to even things up, but not quite able to secure the kill. But still at bot lane, it's another bout of the fight if guilty coming in. But still, again, just a lot of blows traded with no end result.
Yeah, right now the scoreline sitting at 2-0 with the advantage towards Bukit Panjang Government High. Now we did mention that Yishunshin really likes those fast rotates, likes those fast jungle clears, but it seems as of now it's a little bit back in tempo, where now Airborne will get the kill onto the turtle. This illusion looking to be pretty low. Here comes the Fury of the Phoenix, but it's not going to be enough. But Imoken trying to put the damage onto that Uranus, but that's the Uranus we're talking about. Now here comes Silo David Kushner, going in, jumps with 1, jumps with 2, jumps with 3, here's the number 4, and going to number 5. Will it be enough? No, it will not, as Airborne will be able to finish him off instead.
Again, very nice engages coming in from Swiss Cottage. They know, I mean, the fact of the matter is they know how to use their heroes, but on the other side, the bot side, Homesick is going to be taken out by CC Immune. Oh my goodness. All across the board, Swiss Cottage isn't necessarily doing a bad job at taking these fights, right? These are decent fights that they're taking, but it just seems as though the slight the minor micro leads that Bukit Panjang Gov can put on show is just outweighing them. They are going to look to equalize things with the Mountain Shocker being locked onto the Sora. They are going to take down the Sora. But still, it's a 4-kill lead going in favor of Bukit Panjang right now.
Yeah, you gotta take what you can get, baby. Now, while that fight was happening at the turtle just now, Soul P did take the executive decision to rotate into the jungle.
Oh my goodness,
Okay.
fights are just being had everywhere. And still, Bukit Panjang are just finding all of these good fights. They're finding all the good fights here. And now we're seeing the aggression
Wait,
come
where'd you go in?
Disillusion is all the way in the mid lane, trying to get out of there with the AOG. But it is futile as they circle the mid lane tower like
Here comes
sharks.
Homesick going in, but meanwhile, I love David Kushner trying to get a little bit of damage on, but Uranus is just going to shrug it
look
off.
at the
Well,
bot lane.
Homesick with the vengeance out, will you be able to survive? Sora going in with the damage, and it's going to be Lunox that cleans it up instead.
Indeed. Again, the aggression from Bukit Panjang here is incredible. They know exactly how to use their comp, and it looks like Lunox is going to be the next one on the chopping block as he goes down.
Airborne.
Now Swiss Cottage are on the pursuit. They are looking for more, but they're not quite able to get anything. The turtle is going to come in, and now it's a 4v4. The Freya is trying to make their way all the way from top,
Sophie's
but the
gonna be
YSS
low.
is thrown extremely low. The Yuri is jumping all the way into the back line to secure the deal and secure the back, but Airborne is going to be traded up.
Both
And
junglers.
with that, both junglers are going to go down. It's still a 4v4. The Phobius next power of the teamfight comes in, the Uranus comes in, and the shifting
AOG!
AOG onto so many members. And as the dust settles, it seems as though Homesick is caught out.
He's alive.
He's still alive, however. Imoken as well, looking to push back, but hold up, the Uranus is sneaking. He's not gonna take that risk for the recall, but the same cannot be said for Homesick, and he's caught out and forced to go home.
Really nice team fight going there. Both schools actually opting to target the junglers first to ensure that the turtle fight will be that much more difficult. And once both junglers are down, it was just a free-for-all brawl. And speaking of a free-for-all brawl, Lunos is looking pretty low here. Airborne will take the turtle. Disillusion not able to defend that turret, and that's going to be a lot of gold headed towards the side of BPGH.
Indeed. Oh, so it's good to see that these two teams really like the fights, right? And speaking of the fights, right in the break, right in the next one, Sora jumping all the way into the bag, Kate catching Soul off guard. Disillusion is trying to help his jungler, but it's already a lost cause. But hold up, Homesick all the way from the back is gonna look to pinch the likes of Guilty, FaZe, and CC Immune. Imoken is unfortunately gonna go down. Disillusion being the last one in, and on his last knees, he manages to take down the likes of the Lunox. Currently, David Kushner is caught in between a rock and a hard place, and CC Immune and Crybaby are looking to pinch him out. The question is how long, how much time can he buy? It's already a dead horse, and they're just continuing to beat on it. But the Roamer of Swiss Cottage is coming in for assistance, but it's too late to even begin to matter. And in fact, he's going to be punished for trying, but not without taking down CC Immune with him.
They were down for the count, but not going down without a fight. Bukit Panjang Government High School. They had a numbers advantage, but I love David Kushner. I think this is like a sign of things to come.
Yeah.
Like if he can already do this much at this early on in the game, imagine what could happen once he gets more items in and once the level differential goes a little bit higher. But as things stand, Swiss Cottage Secondary School are dropping in terms of turrets. And here they go! Guilty all the way in, and Lunox forced to pop through all their brilliance. But now here he goes. Guilty is still alive. The Homesick winning the battle of attrition. And right now, Disillusion with the Revitalize won't be able to keep himself alive. And here, he's just jumping in.
Disillusion, what was happening? And he has to watch the rest of his team fall beneath him. But it is futile as Bukit Panjang High School actually lose in that engagement.
Yeah, all thanks to I Love David Kushner and Disillusion's really beautiful AOG. We just had two really big guys just jumping onto the entire team of BBGH, and there was really nothing much that they could have done. Turret right now looking to be threatened a little bit, but Guilty is going to make short work of these minions as the turtle is going to be up. Swiss Cottage posturing for it. Bukit Panjang High also responding to the threat as well, as we're probably going to see yet another big skirmish happen.
Yeah, that's right. We're moving into the next part of the team fight. The turtle is being dropped lower and lower on the shifting clouds from the Sora.
AOG!
AOG comes in. The YSS has the Mountain Shocker primed and ready. Is he going to be able to use it? He locks onto the Lunox. Down goes the Lunox. Face goes down. Guilty is now being chased by the likes of Homestay and David Kushner. But look at Emo Ken caught out by 3 members of Bukit Panjang Gov High. And David Kushner is the next one on the jumping block. That's going to be 3 deaths on the side of Swiss Cottage. Traded out by one, only one from Bukit Panjang Gov High.
Yeah, I have no idea where that turtle went, but that fight sure as heck went towards the side of BPGH. Now, while David Kushner was just hailing onto the backline of Bukit Panjang Government High, we had Airborne and Guilty probably just tearing their entire team apart at the seams at the back.
Indeed. And oh man, Bukit Panjang Gov is just going to continue to skyrocket up, and with that, the jungle of Sis is being caught between a rock and a hard place. Disillusion once again trying their best to help the team, but hold up, the rest of the cavalry is back in. Evo MP is being chased all the way back, and he's gonna be the first one to go down, and down follows Disillusion and David Kushner into the grave.
Yeah, this game is definitely going to be swung towards the side of BPGHS. The goal difference is already extending by so much. Like, look at the items. 2 Sky Piercers, 1 for Lunox, 1 for Suyo. If we could see the number of stacks on the Suyo, I think it'll be pretty much. He already has 10 kills. 10 kills at the 9-minute mark. Probably an 11th coming right now. As Homesick will be fighting his 1v1. A level 14 against level 10. There's nobody want to beat, buddy!
Oh my goodness, these fights just can't be taken. These fights just can't be taken by Swiss Cottage right now. They really need to play defensive. They need to play on the back foot. The Mountain Shocker already has been used by SoP, which means that it's going to be out of commission for this next battle. But we're looking at that next battle right now as the flicker on the Raging Sandstorm comes in. Disillusion, AOG's all the way into the back line, but there is nobody there. And Airborne all the way from that field looks for more. We are looking at a complete tussle with a whole pandemonium all the way in the middle. But as it stands, Soul is going to be the one to go down, following David Kushner's fall. And down goes 2 more members. Homesick left on his lonesome to be devoured by the remaining members of Bukit Panjang Government High as they march through the top lane and into the base.
A dominating team fight is a result of that skirmish. Now Bukit Panjang Government High will be pushing these minions in 2 seconds till David Kushner spawns. But will it be enough though? Now he's going to have the school knocking onto the base. But Swiss Cottage is going to be coming back bit by bit, yet to live another day. Here comes the Lord though. Bukit Panjang Government High in a really, really good position. 80 stacks onto that Sky Piercer. That's not what you want to see if you're Swiss Cottage Secondary School. It seems that we're going to have CC Immune trying to go in, looking for a really nice engage. But everyone will take the Lord, and now it's just a matter of time.
The clock is ticking. I think the kill onto the Lunox was definitely what they needed, right? That's definitely what they needed. And I think Bukit Panjang is right in wanting to play a bit safe. I feel as though the CEO could have been enough for the end, but with 5 seconds on the clock on the timers of Swiss Cottage, I do understand why they wanted to back down. And, you know, you can't blame them for trying to play safe, especially with a lot crashing in from top side. We've seen a lot of teams hold advantageous positions with the Lord before in the past. So the question is whether Bukit Panjang can look to convert this Lord in a way that we haven't yet seen before from another team. But you're looking at the bot side, and Homesick is going to be taking a lot of damage, forced to run all the way back, and he's not going to be able to. He's not going to be able to get back. The Lord is crashing all the way in from top lane. Mid lane is going to be taken out. And the Raging Sandstorm all the way to the locking onto the Sun Yen. The Fear of the Phoenix comes out. Soul P trying their best to hold back the cavalry, but it is futile. Disillusion drops on the AOG, but again, there's just nobody there. The Lord is knocking on their base, and the first game of this series is gonna go to Bukit Panjang Government High School.
Really nice gameplay coming out from both sides, but it's gonna be the more bursty brawl coming out from the side of Bukit Panjang Government High School that manages to take the cake this time. Woo. So much burst damage coming out from Lunox, and when you had the Suyo with an 80 stack Sky Piercer at the 10-minute mark at level 15. There's not much you can do about that.
Indeed, you really gotta think about that Suyo and how much that how well that Suyo was able to scale at every single stage of the game. Of course, the MVP has to go to Airborne in this sense, right? Constantly just forcing people out, and I mean, I mean, just to flex the rank, just to flex the rank. It's very understandably so. This Suyo was electric this game, and you saw it in every part of the game plan. The YSS might be able to outpace Suyo on paper, but you can't outpace Suyo when you have a Suyo and a Khalid constantly knocking at your jungle, interrupting your farm, and continuously limiting your ability to scale up.
Credit where credit's due. I love David Kushner did put on an amazing show back there, just jumping straight in again and again and again with the Infernal Pursuit, just keeping himself alive and buying a lot of time for his team to come in. Although unfortunately it wasn't able to keep the team together long enough for them to hit their spikes before Suyo could tear them all apart to shreds.
Yeah.
So I guess in this sense, well played to Bukit Panjang Government High.
Yeah. And I mean, it's not just that, right? If you're talking about shout outs, right? Disillusion was extremely strong that game. Disillusion, like this guy will always be there for his teammates. As a role player, I feel this, man. Like, you're seeing your teammates getting caught out all the way in top lane. I will protect you no matter what. I really like the commitment of Disillusion to, helping his teammates out even in risky positions. But of course, at the end of the day, there's very little you can do when you are going on a Suyo fright, when your opponent is going on the Suyo fright train.
Yeah, that's kind of the reason why we have like these heroes are banned. Like, that's why we saw why Juicing was banned.
Yep.
Now we're going to see why Suyo's banned.
Yeah, we're probably going to see Suyo back, especially given how strong Airborne was on the Suyo. Come on, number 78 Singapore Suyo, you gotta kill it. Guys, you gotta pull the plug. It has to happen now.
Ever since Suyo got rebuffed, I feel like he's just been popping up almost everywhere. Like, people has found the light back in his eyes, found ways to just really give him all the snowballs that he needs in order to really just become the monster that he is.
I mean, it's not just that, right? People just realize that Suyo never really fell out of the meta.
Yeah.
Like, Suyo, all of Suyo's meta counters really started to fall off, which is funny when you think about the rise of Guinevere, the rise of TNZ's junglers, right? Guinevere, Harley, they should be disadvantageous to Suyo, but people started realizing that, hey, Suyo is still like the fastest jungler available, and I don't know if I don't want to use YSS. If I want the burst damage, I'm gonna pick Suyo. So
I mean, a level 3 spike.
Yeah, level 3 spike, instant. We see so much high level Suyo being played in the hands of like King Kong, in the hands of Kyrie, and we're seeing traces of that here in the dominant victories of the Suyo games that we've seen thus far at the back.
So I'm pretty interested to see how they're gonna like turn things around. Like, let's see whether Swiss Cottage has like a different strategy up the sleeves, or whether Bukit Panjang Government High is just gonna come out with some interesting stuff yet again.
Yeah, because like I like how you said that, because on paper I'm looking at the compositions that we have right now, or that we saw from last time, and both of these teams have very solid drafts overall.
Yeah,
right? I think Bukit Panjang just overall had a more solid game plan going into it, and they had a game plan that favored the meta more. That's why you saw the likes of Khalid. That's why you saw Suyo. Early game pressure was the name of the game, and early game pressure is something that they exerted very hard.
Yep.
Especially when you take into consideration, on the other hand, you have a Fulvius on the team who needs to snowball. You have a YSS on the opposing team who needs to snowball. You have Freya who can function without a snowball. We saw traces of that, but do a lot better with the snowball. So overall, it just seemed as though in this draft, both teams had ideas. They had solid ideas, and the drafts reflected the ideas. It's just a cat and mouse situation where Bukit Panjang's comp just outweighed, or the team archetype basically outweighed what Swiss Cottage had to bring to the table.
Yeah, so now we're going to be hopping straight into the second game.
Valor and royalty in a dead
A Hilda and a Leomore ban is going to be coming
early
now.
game.
Yeah, so we all know that Hilda in the right hands can be really, really, really disruptive in the early game, especially if your jungle's like a Amon,
YSS, yeah. Any assassin's worst nightmare is a Hilda. I'm a jungle and a roam player. I've been the Hilda and I've been Hilda. So
getting Hilda as well.
Yeah, I'm expecting to see a Khalid ban from the side of Swiss Cottage if they are willing to take out the Hilda in this sense. But no, they're gonna instead take out the Lunox as a respect ban of Grin. So yeah. Overall, we see the likes of Guinevere, Lunox, and Hilda being banned. Hilda means that they likely want to go for like an assassin jungler, an aggressive assassin jungler. But I'm a bit more interested to see what they are planning
Suyo's open
with
again.
the Guinevere and Lunox. Yeah, you mentioned. I think they have to take Suyo. I don't think there is a world where they are capable of letting Airborne retake the Suyo, and Sophie is going to do just
Yeah,
that.
but that means that their Marcel's open now.
Yeah.
So I mean, if you time it right, technically, as a Suyo, once you use your, I think it was the one of the skills, the Blade Surge. Yeah.
Yeah.
There will be a period of time where you'll be invisible, and if you get caught in the golden hour while invisible, you're just gone. Like,
Is that real?
yeah, it's real. I've been
Wait.
there. I froze a Suyo mid dash, and the Suyo just disappeared from the map.
Well, I guess, man.
So yeah.
I guess, man. But yeah, we're seeing the glue come out next from Swiss Cottage. So this, in fact, these two heroes, the Suyo and the glue, tell me that Swiss Cottage want to now be the ones taking the proactive early game, and I like this. I really like this. It's too early to say what Bukit Panjang want to go for here, but
Faramis.
it's looking like a team fight called Faramis. It might be it. But
Okay.
Kimi in the big 26. This is not something that I expected to see.
Really a big force to be reckoned with back then.
Perhaps this is suggesting a Sora Gold. I think it might be suggesting a Sora Gold where you have where you have your main damage being pushed by the marksman mid lane. But we'll have to wait and see. But that's the inkling that I'm having.
Yeah, we could see a Kimi Gold. It's not replayed very often, but it's still kind of possible.
Yeah.
I mean, this kind of gives you like a really ambiguous pick. Like, am I going to have the Sora in the gold lane, or is my Kimi going to be a gold lane?
Yeah.
So maybe they might still have options for like high CC, high CC mages.
Yeah, but we'll have to wait and see for that one,
And
especially
they don't have the
because
jungler either.
yeah, we don't have a jungler coming in, but it looks like we're gonna see a Freya and Claw ban, so a double gold lane ban coming in from Bukit Panjang. Probably because they don't want to pick into the Freya, and it's also I'm really calling the Sora goal here. I'm really calling the Sora goal because I do think Bukit Panjang can definitely benefit from something like a Lapu, something like a Phoveus especially, who can find the Suyo and really track down the Suyo because of the amount of stuns that Suyo has. So I like this Phoveus pick coming in. On the flip side, we are going to see we're gonna look to see a marksman. This is a marksman pick and a roam pick, if I'm not mistaken. We will probably see glue roam actually. So we're looking for the lanes.
Yeah, glue roam kind of makes sense.
Oh no! It is gonna be Belleric roam. Okay, so we're gonna see a carry. Okay, wait. We've kind of been all over the place.
Hold up. Carry kind of needs to dash. With a Phoveus, that's kind of what you don't want to do.
Yeah.
So there's gonna be like 5,000 dashes from Swiss Cottage being fed to Bukit Panjang Government High, which is just gonna send Phoveus on an eternal infernal pursuit.
Yeah, and on the other hand, I'm also not really sure about what.
Is that Lance?
Yeah, that is Lancelot, but I'm not really sure what the Belleric does in this scenario. I do like the Lance pick to some extent, right? Because Lance is good in the carry. Lance can really look for the carry, and I think the dive heavy comp or the Bukit Panjang want to play a very dive heavy game overall with the Phoveus, with the Sora, with the Lancelot. I think dive is gonna be the name of that game. But I think going into this comp, I'm not sure what Belleric does. I think Belleric is good as a counter setter, and I think that's what he's mainly going to. That's how he's mainly gonna function in this match. But the thing is, you already have a counter engager in the Valier, so I can't help but feel as though there might have been a better option than the Belleric. Maybe something like a Hylos.
Patrick Star.
But of course, we got Patrick Star in the
let's
EX.
go.
Yeah, they're in the EXP lane. You love to see it.
It's goofy looking.
Yeah, I mean, one of my the biggest reason why I don't do EXP or don't play EXP is because imagine the ignominy of having lose in lane the Patrick Star.
I will cry.
I will cry. I will instantly
that's why
quit.
that's why you just don't lose to it.
That's true. That's true.
Just win.
All right. So that's it. Welcome back to the Land of Dawn. Welcome to the second game of this series between Swiss Cottage Secondary School and Bukit Panjang Government High School. early game, an early evaluation of these two compositions will likely tell us that Swiss Cottage want to play an aggressive early, right? They want to be able to play an aggressive early so that they can escort their carry to a late game, and it's especially the case with Bukit Panjang Government High School, as they need to try to limit the Kimmy's ability to scale, because other than that, they don't really have any sort of early game insurance, or they don't have like a Khalid or something who can that can exist even without the gold lead.
To be fair, I think I can kind of see the angle of why this solution wanted to pick the Belleric, because since they do have a Kimmy, they can just place the Belleric in front of the Kimmy, and as you can see, the Deadly Thorns are just going to be coming out and possibly damaging the entire enemy team. So okay, a really nice engage coming in from Soul P, wants to dash away, but now Guilty. Oh, Guilty with a nice frame moment right there, but unfortunately there's just not going to be enough follow-up on that.
Yep. So right now, it's really just a trade between both of the teams here, and it's all gonna come down to this first turtle to decide how the further tempo of this match goes. If Bukit Panjang Government High win this turtle, right, they put the Phoveus online, they activate the Sora. That's not something that you want to do. If Swiss Cottage win this, I do still think that they're in a better position overall, and for what it's worth, Swiss Cottage have a better turtle contest with the Suyo in hand, but Suyo's at low HP at this juncture, so it's gonna be a 50-50 retreat battle. It's gonna go to the Suyo in this juncture, but this illusion is going to be paying for that. Crybaby right now locking onto the Sugo, but moving into the second part of the team fight. The glue is going to grab onto Kimmy, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to secure the kill. It is going to be enough to secure the kill and Grid. And David Kushner, Patrick Star is going to be running away. Scot free, but why did they go back in for the team fight? The Zora is going to come in onto Imogen B, but he's not able to get anything more done as they get disengaged on. David Kushner, however, being caught in the midst of some attack, but of course with this illusion here to ensure the security of his team, we are going to see a 1-to-1 kill score with a total lead going into the hands of Swiss Cottage.
And that's a really nice play over there. They kind of lost, they kind of did lose the turtle, but just swung around and took whatever they could left. And taking down, I guess, what did they found? This illusion back there did give them a little bit of EXP. And okay, look at the amount of damage that Grid has right onto their faces. Looks like the Deadly Thorns aren't going to be a deterrent enough for this Kimmy to just launch all those bullets into their team.
Yeah. Whatever lead that Swiss Cottage Secondary School could have gotten with that turtle has now been neutralized with that double kill coming in from Bukit Panjang, unfortunately. But of course, it's not the end of the world. They still do have a Suyo. They still have a character that can battery the team's gold lead extremely quickly. But looking at the top side, we are really seeing how good this Sora pick is in the light of focusing, right? The power of having a fighter gold lane is just the lane matchup, and it's not just that. It gives you a lot of stability going into the late game because you always have that secondary playmaker. We're looking for the bait, and Sora is going to come in with the Thunderform locked on the homesick. Lancelot right behind them to back him up. He is not going to get punished by the tower, and with that, it's going to be +1 for the Sora. Soul trying to look to equalize, but he is going to flicker out.
In a blink and you'll miss it kind of situation, they forced the flicker out of carry. They forced a dash as well. So that means Homesick is now going to be down a flicker, down some levels, down some gold, while the turtle is going to be looking a little bit comfortably taken by Bukit Panjang Government High. Swiss Cottage ain't going down without a fight though. Here comes the golden hour. Who's going to be in there? It's definitely not going to be the turtle, as Airwell will take that. Will take Suyo down as well, as this solution will fall. David Kushner looking to be with Dawn Rolls coming out right now, as Airwell will take yet another kill. Now Emo can sitting in the bunch of minions.
Homesick though.
Oh, Homesick
being taken out by the Sora, and that's going to be 4 bodies for Swiss Cottage Secondary School into the grave. Woo! This is rough again. We're seeing history repeat itself, where Bukit Panjang have the comp that favors scaling. The Phoveus is now online. The Lancelot is now chunking HP, which is not something that you want to see from a Lancelot, right?
Oh
and
boy.
now the Kimmy is slowly but surely really becoming difficult for the Suyo to handle, especially given how Suyo needs to think twice about the engagements that he creates. But moving into the next part of the fight, the ultimate from the Belleric comes out. I mean, the Suyo, try as he made the lock on, it's still not going to be enough, as Airborne is taking nothing in terms of damage. Zora is going to come in for the next part of the team fight. CC Immune, unfortunately, is going to be the one to go, so it is still 1-to-1 if Guilty right there to prevent any further casualties.
I guess Swiss Cottage just got to do what they got to do, but that Blade Surge unfortunately hit the edge of the wall. It wasn't enough for Misuyu to really just dash through, so that's how he got stuck. So I guess this is just a little unfortunate misplay coming out from there, but Bukit Panjang were really quick on the feet to really just get it out. Here comes the Phantom Execution, another triangle going in, but Homesick, he wants him to come in. Wants him to come in, but Bukit Panjang also wants that fight to be taken. Now Crybaby on the 1v2. Will he be able to take it? I think he will. Jumping comfortably while David Kushner already has full stacks on him, but he doesn't care. This top lane looks to be in a pretty big party.
Yeah, that's right. It looks like it's going to be a 4v3 and Bukit Panjang want to take this fight. Coming in, the Shifting Clouds is going to take down 1, 2, and with the Golden Hour, unfortunately Homesick is not going to be able to, they're not going to be able to pursue Homesick, but it looks like they might still be hungry for a battle. Still, the XP lanes on the bot side are just having a conversation.
Yeah, now Bukit Panjang Government High. I don't think they really want this turtle yet. Okay, never mind. They do want this turtle. So there's going to be yet another turtle going towards them, lengthening that gold lead, making that EXP lead just a little bit harder to just cross over. While Crybaby now being caught out, the grab will stick, but how much can it do? Sent straight into the tower, he's still alive! How is he still alive? Jumping in, and again, Crybaby! Traction bounce going in, Crybaby finally will fall, but at what cost? Bravo Direct manages to catch them all out. That's a lot. Trying to come in from the backline, as you say, but this is going to be disillusion, and then Vikushan greets him instead. Emoken putting some really nice distance between all of them, preventing the dashes from happening. Really nice play coming in, but is it going to be enough to keep this tower alive? As of now, it is. And Swiss Cottage will be able to live to tell another day.
I don't know how Bukit Panjang, despite losing 2 members, still looked like the teams with the advantage in that scenario, right? They were circling 4 members of Swiss Cottage like sharks, right? And the fact of the matter is they were 2 players down. They were at a man disadvantage, and still Swiss Cottage is forced to respect the likes of Bukit Panjang. This gold lead is just incredibly huge right now. The Sora trying to make something. It's going to be destroyed by the Phantom Execution. We're looking at the mid lane, and a taunt is going to be locked onto CC Immune. He is going to be taken out by the tower, but we're moving into the next part of the fight. The Golden Hour comes in. It does freeze 2 people, but it's not quite able to get anything done. Second round of the fight. Moving all the way into the back line. The Dark Wave locks onto Homesick, but he's not quite able to get any sort of value out of it. But moving for the push, Imoken P doesn't manage to lock on the Crybaby, giving a kill to Homesick. And in this interaction, Bukit Panjang actually get the shorter end of the stick. But we're moving into the second battle of the fight. Again, Airborne is looking for another angle in, but it looks like Imoken is going to be able to dissuade any further attempts.
The frame movement placements from Guilty is proving to be a huge thorn in Swiss Cottage's side, really giving so much space to Bukit Panjang Government High and preventing Swiss Cottage from making any meaningful follow-ups. Well, this is going to be a really big back and forth, but I think Homesick is slowly starting to get the builds up. If I'm not wrong, the Trinity build should be slowly coming to completion. Yep, just one Demon Hunter Sword left on the build. But it's just a matter of time. If Swiss Cottage can get the carry online, that means Crybaby's effectiveness is pretty much going to be reduced to a fraction of what it is right now.
Yeah, but of course it's going to be a lot easier said than done. Bukit Panjang are not going to make that history, that reality easy as they secure the Lord. So taking a very risky recall, but as it stands now, the fact of the matter is Swiss Cottage need the outlast. They need to be able to take good fights, and they need to know how to play off Bukit Panjang's mistakes. And we have actually been seeing a lot of mistakes coming out from them. In particular, CC Immune has been taking very risky fights and getting caught out by the Bellering. But we're moving into the next bout of that fight. The Golden Hour features the likes of David Kushner and the Zora and CC Immune, but Delusion is caught all the way into the back line, all on his lonesome, but same can be said for Airborne as he gets taken out. Into the second round team fight and takes out Grid. So 1 by 1, Swiss Cottage are slowly but surely, decisively running a clinic on the members of Bukit Panjang Government High and taking them out 1 by 1. These are the exploitation of mistakes that we need to see them in order for them to get back into the game.
Homesick and Imoken P really having a super nice positioning right there with David Kushner with a really great engage. Now threatening to put that kind of engage onto Guilty, but Guilty being a Marcel that he is, will be able to run away with the tracking shot. But for how long though, you're gonna have a Homesick and Disillusion on his case.
That's right. Now Sis Cottage are feeling a lot more confident about themselves, right? You see them pushing into these fights that they probably wouldn't have been able to push into before, but they cannot get complacent. It's important to remember that they are still 3k gold behind, and any sort of team fight that they can take has to be playing off a mistake that they catch from Bukit Panjang.
Yeah, this carry is going to be a big issue really soon. As a Sora and a Phobius, that's kind of the thing that you don't really want to face, a fed carry. You will shred in a matter of seconds. And as the frontliners and the bruisers, that's really not what you want to do. But here comes the torrent, as we're going to have Sora go in, but he's going to have the glue with the counter engage of his own. Golden Hour goes in, but doesn't really catch anybody. No one in the selfie, but the run from Tyra with a really nice taunt. HP bars are going down. This illusion is the first fall with Grin picking up the next one as Soapy. Put an end to Crybaby's raid. Now we're gonna have Bukit Panjang Government School with the minions slowly pushing in. Homesick, Imocam P, and Soapy are the last ones left to defend this middle turret.
Yeah.
So it's going, but Sora going in yet again. A really beautiful set coming in. A team wipe, a near team wipe coming right in. But Soapy versus the world now. Is Guilty. He'll be forced to recall. And now Airborne clearing out the jungle for himself. 14 seconds to the Lord spawns. I don't know, man.
40 seconds to the Lord spawn, and still, you know, very few members are alive. They are all gonna be, they're all gonna be back, but they're gonna be about 10 seconds late. And right now we're seeing a 1v1, a 2v1 between Airborne and Soapy. Guilty are looking for this kill. Take down the jungle of Sis Cottage. That's not gonna be good, especially given how the Lord is spawning in right here, right now. Airborne, if I were Bukit Panjang, I would just take the Lord right here.
And I think that's exactly what they're going to do. Now Airborne and Guilty. Guilty on the Vanguard, trying to prevent Swiss Cottage from coming in. But there's always that one Homesick trying to put a wrench in their plans. They're not going to be able to take the Lord, but will they be able to take a fight?
That is the question. That is the question. Right now, we are still looking at a 3k gold difference between both of these teams. So in a head-to-head clash, Bukit Panjang definitely win 9 times out of 10. Again, with the Lord crashing in, we need to see if Bukit Panjang is able to convert. We saw them do just that last time, and it looks like they know how to sing the waves. All 3 lanes are going to cut in at the exact same time, so it is going to be difficult for Sis Cottage to try to find the defense here. But the mid lane is going to be the first conflict. The Sora coming in, CC Immune looking to put more chip damage on the board, but still, no progress has been made. Grin throws out the blast, and it locks onto Kushner, but Kushner grabs all the way into the back line. Airborne looking to push everyone back, but he is not going to succeed as David Kushner, Brax having in the backline, pulls them away and gets away with it. Golden Hour comes in, and both members of Sis Cottage, Emo-Ken and Soapy, die at the exact same time, with Disillusion joining them in the grave. Mid lane is crashing in, and Homesick is now caught on his lonesome. David Kushner is forced to go back. If I were Bukit Panjang, jump in for Homesick, but it looks like they're going to play the patient game and look to take that bot lane.
Oh, the flicker!
Flickering in, very aggressive, trying to look for the kill. But
that's not what you want to do.
As the Phobius comes in and gives him payback for trying, but he goes down with Grin in his hands. We're moving into the mid lane right now, and the mid lane tower is slowly but surely getting whittled down, and there are not many bodies left on the battlefield.
Top lane will be falling as well, as David Kushner is trying his best to stay the defense. Now the members of Swiss Cottage are slowly starting to come back. 80 seconds till the next Lord spawns, as the minions are slowly starting to relieve the pressure that they're putting onto the base. Bukit Panjang Government High has yet another chance to put an end to this hubris.
Oh, again, every single fight that Sis Cottage takes, I mean, they have the right idea. They just don't have the goal lead, right? And I mean, not just that, Guilty, that phenomenal Golden Hour locking onto Soapy and Emo-Ken. Both of the main damage carries for Sis Cottage, instantly neutralizing the threat, instantly making winning any sort of fight all the more difficult. Really, it's all the hopes of Sis Cottage lie on the back of Homesick right now. Homesick needs to make the play, and you saw him try to make the play. We're moving into the next part of the fight. Soapy jumps onto Guilty, but still, still, both teams are looking to zone each other out, not quite wanting to commit just yet for a fight.
Yeah, this illusion right now actually has a really pivotal role to play, both with the Wrath of Dyrad and Ancient Seed. Now these taunts are so critical in ensuring that any form of engages that Bukit Panjang Government High uses to go in is immediately nullified. We saw that just now as Airborne tried to get the jump onto Homesick, but was immediately taunted by this illusion. So if this illusion can get yet another great counter engage, this might be it, but we don't see that yet. Wrath of Dyrad coming straight out, here comes the taunt, but is it going to be enough though? As Airborne will not get caught, will wreak havoc into the backlines as bodies are falling left, right and center. Who is that going on in Avenger? It's going to be I Love David Kushner, but does he really know? He's going to fall as well. Now left Solby as a sole member of Swiss Cottage Secondary School in this fight. The turret is going to go down. He isn't going down yet though. He does manage to take one with him.
Yeah, and as the last 3 remaining members of Bukit Panjang will slowly but surely march, they will eliminate every single member in their way. But there are no minions. The minions are slowly but surely marching in, and it's gonna give enough time for Imokempi and Homesick to make it back. Do they want this back? Imokempi, Disillusion, and Homesick, the trio, are looking to defend as best as they can, but it is futile in the hands of Bukit Panjang Government High School, taking the series in a dominant 2-0.
So close, but just no cigar. Bukit Panjang Government High, as you say, put on such a masterclass in aggression, in team fights, in positioning, managing to take away so many critical kills from Swiss Cottage Secondary School, and ultimately take this series in a really nice 2-0 fashion.
In a really dominant 2-0 fashion as well, I must say. Every single one of those games were decisive from Bukit Panjang. They knew what they wanted to do. They played a snowball comp. They neutralized the opponent's ability to snowball, and that's just what caused them to turn a snowball into an avalanche every single time. Phenomenal games from Bukit Panjang, and I think they're definitely going to be a pretty scary team to look at moving forward in this group stage.
Definitely, yes. Well, I kind of do want to see the amount of damage that this Suyo did, so I can, make some comparisons.
It's always the Suyo, man.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, this meta is riddled with Suyo. And it's crazy to think that a few metas ago, this guy was obsolete.
Singapore number 12, Lancelot. I guess that's why, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Suyo, man. I mean, the comfort speaks for itself, right? Lancelot was jumping into the back line, and normally you think of Lancelot as an assassin, but this Lancelot was zipping in and out, drawing a lot of aggro, and in that sense, doing a lot of what a tank does, but as an assassin while putting up big damage numbers on the board, while diving for all the damage profiles, not just Homesick, but the likes of Imo P and Soul P.
Yeah, forcing out so much utility that could be used for something else. Like for example, the Wrath of Dyrad, the Searing Torrent, these are two really strong anti-engages that are used to prevent like those sets from Sora, the sets from who else do we have? Yeah, the sets from Sora, the sets from Phoveus, like this kind of stuff is the things that you need these skills for. But if you have a Lancelot added into the mix, that's just something else that you have to ration these resources. And if there's too many of that to worry about, you just run out.
Yeah, I mean that's the power of the Lancelot, right? Being able to zip in, zip out in a moment's notice and bait out so many skills, so much utility as well. So overall, congratulations once again to Bukit Panjang for a phenomenal performance this series, and unfortunately, commiserations to Swiss Cottage for taking this loss. But I hope they can take it.
It's not over though.
It's not over.
Still the group stage.
Still the group stage.
All you have to do is just win the rest.
Anything can happen indeed. But that's it.
We'll be going for a short break, I guess.
I think we have a short break soon. So with that said, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna be taking about a 5 to 10 minute break. Don't go anywhere too quickly. Before we go, of course, at the end of the game, you have to shout out the 30% special, the 30% off for all students at the Nando's booth. You can find right behind us. But with that said, we're gonna be signing out for a bit. But don't go too far away, as we'll be right back in 10.
Flame grilled peri-peri chicken. That's a Nando's thing.
Some habits keep us in a loop. Want to rise towards better career health? Pick up the habits that move you ahead. Discover your values, interests, personality, and skills. Decide your career pathways and take actionable steps. And deepen your knowledge of industry trends and upgrade your skills. Making a change doesn't have to take big leaps. It just takes 3 simple habits. Rise to better career health. Get career planning support with Workforce Singapore today.
Flame grilled peri peri chicken. That's a Nando's thing. Flame grilled peri peri chicken. That's a Nando's thing.
Some habits keep us in a loop. Want to rise towards better career health? Pick up the habits that move you ahead. Discover your values, interests, personality, and skills. Decide your career pathways and take actionable steps. And deepen your knowledge of industry trends and upgrade your skills. Making a change doesn't have to take big leaps. It just takes 3 simple habits. Rise to better career health. Get career planning support with Workforce Singapore today.
Flame grilled peri peri chicken. That's a Nando's thing. Flame grilled peri peri chicken. That's a Nando's thing.
Some habits keep us in a loop. Want to rise towards better career health? Pick up the habits that move you ahead. Discover your values, interests, personality, and skills. Decide your career pathways and take actionable steps. And deepen your knowledge of industry trends and upgrade your skills. Making a change doesn't have to take big leaps. It just takes 3 simple habits. Rise to better career health. Get career planning support with Workforce Singapore today.
Flame grilled peri peri chicken. That's a Nando's thing. Flame grilled peri peri chicken. That's a Nando's thing.
Some habits keep us in a loop. Want to rise towards better career health? Pick up the habits that move you ahead. Discover your values, interests, personality, and skills. Decide your career pathways and take actionable steps. And deepen your knowledge of industry trends and upgrade your skills. Making a change doesn't have to take big leaps. It just takes 3 simple habits. Rise to better career health. Get career planning support with Workforce Singapore today.
Flame grilled peri peri chicken. That's a Nando's thing. Flame grilled peri peri chicken. That's a Nando's thing.
Some habits keep us in a loop. Want to rise towards better career health? Pick up the habits that move you ahead. Discover your values, interests, personality, and skills. Decide your career pathways and take actionable steps. And deepen your knowledge of industry trends and upgrade your skills. Making a change doesn't have to take big leaps. It just takes 3 simple habits. Rise to better career health. Get career planning support with Workforce Singapore today.
Flame grilled peri peri chicken. That's a Nando's thing. Flame grilled peri peri chicken. That's a Nando's thing.
Some habits keep us in a loop. Want to rise towards better career health? Pick up the habits that move you ahead. Discover your values, interests, personality, and skills. Decide your career pathways and take actionable steps. And deepen your knowledge of industry trends and upgrade your skills. Making a change doesn't have to take big leaps. It just takes 3 simple habits. Rise to better career health. Get career planning support with Workforce Singapore today.
Flame grilled peri peri chicken. That's a Nando's thing. Flame grilled peri peri chicken. That's a Nando's thing.
Some habits keep us in a loop. Want to rise towards better career health? Pick up the habits that move you ahead. Discover your values, interests, personality, and skills. Decide your career pathways and take actionable steps. And deepen your knowledge of industry trends and upgrade your skills. Making a change doesn't have to take big leaps. It just takes 3 simple habits. Rise to better career health. Get career planning support with Workforce Singapore today.
Flame grilled peri peri chicken. That's a Nando's thing. Flame grilled peri peri chicken. That's a Nando's thing.
Some habits keep us in a loop. Want to rise towards better career health? Pick up the habits that move you ahead. Discover your values, interests, personality, and skills. Decide your career pathways and take actionable steps. And deepen your knowledge of industry trends and upgrade your skills. Making a change doesn't have to take big leaps. It just takes 3 simple habits. Rise to better career health. Get career planning support with Workforce Singapore today.
Flame grilled peri peri chicken. That's a Nando's thing. Flame grilled peri peri chicken. That's a Nando's thing.
Some habits keep us in a loop. Want to rise towards better career health? Pick up the habits that move you ahead. Discover your values, interests, personality, and skills. Decide your career pathways and take actionable steps. And deepen your knowledge of industry trends and upgrade your skills. Making a change doesn't have to take big leaps. It just takes 3 simple habits. Rise to better career health. Get career planning support with Workforce Singapore today.
Flame grilled peri peri chicken. That's a Nando's thing. Flame grilled peri peri chicken. That's a Nando's thing.
Some habits keep us in a loop. Want to rise towards better career health? Pick up the habits that move you ahead. Discover your values, interests, personality, and skills. Decide your career pathways and take actionable steps. And deepen your knowledge of industry trends and upgrade your skills. Making a change doesn't have to take big leaps. It just takes 3 simple habits. Rise to better career health. Get career planning support with Workforce Singapore today.
Flame grilled peri peri chicken. That's a Nando's thing. Flame grilled peri peri chicken. That's a Nando's thing.
Some habits keep us in a loop. Want to rise towards better career health? Pick up the habits that move you ahead. Discover your values, interests, personality, and skills. Decide your career pathways and take actionable steps. And deepen your knowledge of industry trends and upgrade your skills. Making a change doesn't have to take big leaps. It just takes 3 simple habits. Rise to better career health. Get career planning support with Workforce Singapore today.
Flame grilled peri peri chicken. That's a Nando's thing.
Hi guys, just a quick announcement. The Night Star gaming activity is going to happen soon. So for those of you who are not playing, head down to the front. Right, do it right now guys. We're going to start real soon.
Flame grilled peri peri chicken. That's a Nando's thing.
Some habits keep us in a loop. Want to rise towards better career health? Pick up the habits that move you ahead. Discover your values, interests, personality, and skills. Decide your career pathways and take actionable steps. And deepen your knowledge of industry trends and upgrade your skills. Making a change doesn't have to take big leaps. It just takes 3 simple habits. Rise to better career health. Get career planning support with Workforce Singapore today.
Flame grilled peri peri chicken. That's a Nando's thing. Flame grilled peri peri chicken. That's a Nando's thing.
Some habits keep us in a loop.
All right, everyone. Right now, we
Want to
have
rise?
a very special segment going on. Right, amongst us today, we have a true living legend, the one and only Night Star. Round of applause for him, guys. This is a true legend. He's a 1v1 specialist with more than 12K followers. He has an impressive record of 55 wins and 20 losses. This is a person who has taken down globally ranked Alucard, Solo, and Freya specialists. And today, he is here to put his reputation on the line because he is looking for a challenger. All right, so we're going to let the audience, volunteers in the audience, to come up and have the opportunity to challenge him. All right, I'll just give you the ground rules first. First player to score 3 kills or destroy a turret wins the game, wins the match. There are no hero bans. Any hero is allowed. However, there's one important house rule. No tank builds. Any item from the defense category is prohibited, including items such as the Dominance Eyes and Athena's Shield. All right, let's talk about the price. If you beat Night Star, you walk away with 400 Mobile Legend Diamonds. But if Night Star wins, okay lah, nothing lah. Maybe you take a photo of him lah. All right, so any volunteers? Okay, I'm going to choose 3 people lah. Maybe make some noise lah, then I'll choose you. Who really wants? Who thinks you can beat him, man? Who thinks you really got a chance? Okay, I'll choose the people. Okay, the guy with the Bukit Panjang pink shirt. Right, we got one West Spring, the Bukit Panjang boy, come. Right, okay, the white t-shirt. All right, so we got 3 guys. Come on stage. Don't be shy, be confident. You're challenging your legend. Okay, quick one. Your name, bro?
I'm Max. I'm Max.
What school are you from?
St. Andrew.
St. Andrew's boy, up and on. All right, what hero are you going to choose?
Gujan.
Okay, next up, West Spring, right? What's your name, bro?
Kieran. Kieran.
Kieran, okay, what hero are you going to choose?
Cannot say.
Cannot say, later you know what?
I also don't know.
Okay, he hasn't decided yet. Okay, lastly, Bukit Panjang Women High.
My name is Matthias.
Matthias, any idea? Hero secret or choose already? Secret, okay. Who thinks you got a chance? You're confident you can win him or not? Maybe. Where's the confidence, man? Hey, make some noise for the challengers! Right, you guys got to set up. I'll give you a few minutes. Where's Ryan? All right, he's here. Okay, bro. Go to the guy there. He'll sort you out. Meanwhile, there's a Cake on stage. Cake, come, Mr. Cake. Right, while they set up, we have a few questions for the legend amongst us.
Okay. Testing. Hello.
Hello, man. Nice to meet you.
All right, nice to meet you too. So, according to here, you have fought 55 wins and 20 losses so far. So,
yes, sir.
Yeah, so that's a really, really impressive win record. So, what was your most memorable game?
I think my most memorable game was versus global ranked Freya. I think ranked number 23, Freya.
Oh.
Super tough, man, because it's all about micro in 1v1s. Not really about high-level strategy. It's pure micro and positioning.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want to give too much away, but the early game decides everything when you're playing against a Freya.
Is it in the new 1v1 lobby mode?
Yeah, so Mobile Legends released the 1v1 lobby mode. And like, I used to, you know, like when you play ranked, then the opponent's being toxic and you're like, 1v1 me, bro. Custom.
by one.
Yeah, then like, custom is like, no, it's a full match. Now they have a 1v1 lobby, so we can finally settle our grievances, man.
Mm-hmm. All right, so among those 20 losses, which one was the closest you feel?
Ooh, like the closest match for me. Like,
yeah.
Oh, okay. So basically, I did a 1v1 tournament. I hosted a 1v1 tournament on Sunday. 1,000 diamonds to the winner. And
1,000 though?
1,000 diamonds, yeah, from my own money. And then
Respect.
Oh, actually no, he's a partner. But anyway, I 1v1 the winner of that match. He was from India. He was global ranked number 1 Dairov. And that was the hardest match I ever faced, and he beat me 3-1.
Whoa, global rank Dairov.
Number 1.
Oh, that is something you really don't see every day.
No, you don't. It was so hard, really. Sorry.
Yeah, so currently for these house rules, we do have the house rules of no tank items. So how would you say that will affect today's gameplay? Because like you know how there are some of the micros of like the immortality to Winter Crown to Rose Gold tech. So we can't really do that tech anymore because of like no more immortality. So how do you think it will affect today?
Actually, there is still tech. So any item in the defense category is not allowed. And the reason why is because if you build tank, I'll just build tank, and then the game will be 15 to 20 minutes, and we don't have that long. Yeah, we just wait for the turret to be destroyed. But there's still tech because you can still swap your Winter Crown, because Winter Crown is not in defense technically, it's in attack and magic. And you can still build your Rose Gold, your Blood Wings, and you also can, I guess you can put the swap mode on that. Yeah,
so it's just maybe just minus 1 step, but otherwise not much difference?
Not much difference, but it's really to... Okay, so the couple of heroes like Sora, Lapu, Thamus, Yuzhong, the moment they build defense, there's like no point. So the other opponent has to just build defense as well. So I want to avoid that deadlock because it's not fun. We want to keep the game very high intensity.
Yeah, it just become like a wet noodle fight at that point.
Exactly, you know what it means.
Yep. So, coming as a support player, because I usually just play Rafaela.
Oh, dude, you're the goat, man. We need you.
More support players, please. Sometimes I also get tired of playing support in rank. Oh my god. So, as someone who probably hasn't touched 1v1s before, what would you say is like some tips and tricks that we can use to like really get into it?
So I think I will give 3 tips. The first tip, laning is the most important at the early game. Try and zone the opponent out early level so they don't get EXP. They can't farm. Get the level 2 early is my second tip.
Level 2?
Yeah, because you get your more skills and more damage output on the last person. And I think my last tip is emblems. Emblems are the most important. If you're not putting Master Assassin in your Suyo build, for example, you're really missing out on the full potential of your emblems.
Alright, so I think our challengers are ready. So are you ready?
Bro, I was born ready.
Alright, audience, are you ready to see some 1v1 magic? If you're ready, make some noise.
Alright guys, we're going to start the game. For those of you who want to watch, come up to the front and enjoy the action up close. So it's our first challenger.
Bruce, are you excited?
I am. This is going to be fun, man.
Yeah. So we know that there is one Gushin player, one mystery player.
This way.
This guy? Okay. One mystery player. Actually, no, 2 mystery players that we don't know the heroes that they're gonna pick.
So do you think that the challengers have a real shot at this?
I have no clue. So when it comes to 1v1s, at least from what I've seen, is that even tiny mistakes can really snowball into devastating consequences. So even though you're the best out there, if you do make a mistake and you can't recover from that, that might lead to a major upset.
How different is it when you play as a team? Because just now the schools were playing in a team of 4, right? 4 or 5, right? And right now they're playing alone, right? Does the game dynamics change?
Well, it changes in the sense that you're down 4 players. You only have yourself to depend on. So that means like your macro, not your macro anymore, your micro. So that means your individual skill and especially like how you use the hero is going to play a really, really big part.
So now that they're playing next to each other, are they going to trash talk or is that allowed?
Are you guys going to trash talk? Yeah, it seems.
So the mental element will also come in play in this, huh?
Alright, so now let's take a look at this. We're going to have Nightstar on Suyo and CC Immune. Well, what's he going to pick? So previously, CC Immune, when he was playing in the matches, he did pick up the Sora, which is this hero, and pulled up some really, really immaculate sets that eventually helped them to win the game. So right now, we're going to be taking a look at Suyo versus Sora.
Yeah, your prediction, if you have.
For 1v1s, I think in the early game, Suyo Nightstar will probably have the advantage because Sora did have a little bit of nerfs to his early game, so he can't really output that much damage as much as he used to. But then again, Sora also needs that level 4, while Suyo can spike at level 3.
I see, I
so
see.
that means Suyo is probably going to come online a little bit faster.
5 seconds.
So yeah, let's see. 3 kills or 1 turret down.
Alright, let's go!
So Bruce, what do you think? What do you think of the skills they look like? Nice or not?
Bro, they look amazing, man.
Oh yeah, so yeah, that's Sasuke from Naruto. Yeah, they did have a collab with the skin. So right now, Nightstar is looking to have a little bit of lane pressure right here, forcing CC Immune away from the minions. So that means he will not have that level 2 as fast as he would like. While Nightstar is already putting on a lot of pressure. CC Immune going straight in, left with a sliver of health. Yeah,
That's an early damage, yeah?
Yeah, he could have died right there.
Yeah, that was close.
Yeah, so now just waiting for the soul server to come in. So that's one of Suyo's second skill, in which he just does a tap, and that will deal damage based on the amount of damage you've already taken. So depending on how much health you have left, that will either do a lot more or a lot less. But it doesn't matter as CC Immune will fall for the first time. That will be 1-0 to Nightstar.
So that's the first kill.
Yeah, so as we said just now, Suyo does have that level 3 spike. And okay, a homie stock. Okay, but the homie stock doesn't really count to the kills though, as we see in the leaderboard up there.
Yep, it's still 1-0.
Yeah, it doesn't really count to any of the scores. So I guess that's one of the strategies that you can use to just instantly replenish all your health.
So that considers a smart move, is it?
I guess so, yeah. So now at that level 4, Sora becomes slightly more threatening, especially with the shifting skies. In the Thunder form, you're going to see a lot of damage going in. But Sora's damage kind of scales with the amount of HP defense items that he has. So since we are not having any defense items,
It might not be that effective.
yeah, you might not have as much damage as you would like. So that means you probably have to settle for the Torrent form, in which it doesn't do as much damage, but does a lot more crowd control.
Okay.
Yeah, but up against a Suyo of this caliber, yeah, oh! CC Immune with 1 kill.
And the challenger strikes back.
Yeah, so that's the Thunder form we were talking about, and I guess it doesn't matter that you don't have the HP defense items, as long as you do have the timing, you can bait out the immunity skills that Suyo has. Yeah, that's gonna be a 1-1 right now.
Yep, we are all equal.
So right now CC Immune does have a slight level advantage. But Nightstar holding the minions out from him. 400 diamonds on the line.
How big is 400 diamonds, bro? Is it worth a lot?
Yeah, 400 diamonds can give you some pulls for gacha. Or it can get you some skins as well. Like every little diamond counts, honestly.
That's true, that's true.
Yeah, so now looking at the items, we do have the War Axe and the Hunter's Strike already onto CC Immune. So that means the chase capability and the sustain is going to be coming out. So the longer CC Immune stays in the fight, the more effective he is going to be. Nightstar is what he's going for. Okay. Oh, CC Immune gets the second.
Oh, the underdog strikes.
Scores now 1-2. If this tower goes down, it's going to be GG. But CC Immune, yeah, dragging it out just a little bit more.
Let's see if Nightstar can bounce back.
Yeah, because as of now, Nightstar is really going for like probably a full damage build. I mean, you can't hold any defense items on him. So that means you're gonna have to go in, and here comes Thunder again! There we go!
Victory!
GG to our challenger.
Right, man. That happened very quickly.
Yeah, Suyo picking up So you're picking up those damages in the level 4 with the ultimate.
Alright, let's give it up for Night Star, guys.
Everyone give a round of applause.
Alright, round of applause to the challenger from Bukit Panjang Government High School.
So coming out for the next one, from which school do you hail from, sir?
That's St. Andrew's boy, right?
All right, our next challenger up on the block. So while they are setting up, shall we do like a winner's interview, like a real quick one?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, hi sir. Let's just do a real quick winner's interview with you. So what's your name, good sir?
My name is Matthias.
Okay, so Matthias, you kind of fell in the first part. So after the first kill, you managed to bounce back with all the Thunder Forms to your ultimates. So how did it feel like winning 400 diamonds?
Nice lah, cause it's like free, so it's good.
Understandable. Good things are better, especially when it's free. So what's your thought process like after the first kill? Like what went through your mind to help you to bounce back?
I just thought like if I get level 4, then I can start winning already. Cause Zhenghua has like a level 3 power spike, so it's harder.
Oh, so you're just playing to your win condition, waiting for the level 4 to really pop out. All right, so yeah, thank you so much, Matthias. So you have a few more games left to play today, right? One more game. All right, so good luck into your game, and congratulations. Yeah, so next up, we have no idea which hero he's gonna pick.
Oh yeah, he was the one who said he wanted to keep it a secret.
Team secret?
Or
was he the Gushian guy? I think he was the Gushian guy. Yeah, he was the Gushian guy. Alright, so Night Star with the Suyo once again. And now Yogurt popping out that Gushian. So Gushian is probably the epitome of fast hands back in the day.
Okay.
Where you really just want to combo your daggers, all your daggers, your blinks, just ensuring that you can kite out your opponent and deal as much damage as possible. I guess one of the things for Gushian is that you really have to hit your skills. And the knife has to land onto your target in order for you to do anything. And if Night Star can dodge any one of those daggers that comes in, that means the Gushian combo is probably just going to disappear.
Okay, let's see.
So Bruce, do you think Night Star can come back from this?
Well, I love the underdog story, man. So I'm hoping to see a challenger take it.
Alright, so yeah, Night Star taking a little bit of damage right there, but the minions are going to get zoned out. Yeah, Yogurt does have a little bit of range when it comes to the daggers. But currently, as it stands, Night Star is just a little bit closer to his power spike. Yeah, Gushian is one of those heroes where you can pretty much do a lot of stuff at level 2, since you do have the dagger combo of the 1+2+2.
So does that make it a better hero to challenge Suyo?
It really depends, because you have to first of all hit the dagger. And if you miss the dagger, then yeah, your combo's gone. One other thing that can happen though is the dagger hits, but then Night Star just dashes away the moment Yogurt teleports in.
Okay.
Yeah, so it comes down to, as they mentioned before, the micro, and the timing of how you use your hero skills. So now Yogurt looking to have a little less than a third of his health left. Night Star's already onto level 4, diving straight in with the Soul Sever, and that's going to be the first kill.
Night Star draws first blood.
So yeah, doing the homie play and not really taking away. Oh, going straight into the base with the Vengeance already active. Now Yogurt has the level 4, but unfortunately ultimate has been popped already, so we don't have. Oh, okay, recall. Here comes the dance. This is the first dagger. Here comes the rest of it. Night Star goes straight in.
All right, we got the equalizing point.
Incandences from Gushian does manage to heal him up just enough. keep his skin in the game. 1-1. You know, both of them seem to be roughly even in terms of gold and levels. So I guess one of the main factors that really helped Yogurt to take that fight was the Vengeance. Since Vengeance reduces the amount of damage you take and also reflects a portion of the damage you take back to the attacker. So that means the faster Nightstar deals damage to Yogurt while Vengeance is active, that means she's going to be taking a lot more damage as well.
Alright, that's a very unique skill.
Yeah, but as it stands, the Vengeance, I think, okay, yeah, it's probably off cooldown already. Oh, no, here it comes. Yogurt Gold pops in with the damage. The second kill. Fast hands coming out from Yogurt.
Alright, so Yogurt has the upper hand now, right?
Yep. But I guess it ain't over yet because Nightstar just bought the Winter Crown. So what the Winter Crown does is that once active, it will render you immune to damage for a short period of time.
Okay.
But the only downside is you won't be able to cast any skills, you won't be able to move.
So it's purely a defense tactic.
Purely a defensive, it's a defensive skill.
Alright.
That can be used to go up against high burst. And speaking of a burst,
Whoa.
that's going to be Nightstar with the Winter Crown freestyle. As the score sits at a really pretty 2-2.
It's getting close. It's neck and neck.
It's not going to be easy to take down these turrets. But right now, Yogurt does have the health advantage though. And Nightstar has to play really, really carefully. Regen's coming up. Yogurt taking pot shots after pot shots. One quick combo from Yogurt could probably call an end to this, but right now, the second item coming in, Rose Gold Meteor, it's going to give Nightstar a little bit more survivability and lifesteal.
Okay, Yogurt's back to full.
Yeah, full HP. So the nice combos that you usually see from Gushans are the second skill out, then you're going to ulti to reset the second skill so you can have 10 daggers out, just like that. But unfortunately, he doesn't manage to get the first skill up. So the first skill is what locks Gushan onto your target, and that allows you to fly straight to him and drag all your daggers along as well.
Alright.
So that's the one that deals all the damage. That will probably take Nightstar out if it hits. But that's the thing, if it hits, and now, right now, that's gonna be so threatening. Nightstar just barely manages to avoid the combo. Yogurt back at full health yet again.
Yep, it's a high protein player.
Truly high protein. Low cortisol, high protein. More damage coming in. No defense items, so that means everybody's just going to be taking a lot more damage than they usually would. Yogurt down to half. A little of a burn coming out. Vengeance still active. Execution also still active. Now the minions are slowly starting to deal even more damage as we speak. It's going to be Nightstar's turn to be zoned out. Now the thing is, every time Yogurt casts a skill, he does get a stack, in which the next basic attack will heal him for like a portion of his health. So this mechanic alone is giving Yogurt so much more sustain.
Did you expect this game to be this close between the two of them?
Honestly, I had no idea what to expect going into this, but it's looking to be a good show.
Definitely, man. Good entertainment.
Yeah, so the thing is, I think both sides is going to be slowly onto full build already. They're trying to find his way in. Nightstar dashes out into safety. Quick hands coming off from Yogurt, but even quicker reactions coming out from Nightstar, keeping him alive. Yogurt trying to find his way in. There's only so many bushes available in this lane. Yogurt goes in yet again. First set of knives come out, but it's going to be Nightstar that takes a really, really close match.
Once again, the legend wins.
Really great Really great attempt for our challenger.
Yeah, give it up for Robert, guys. A round of applause for him. And of course, the legend once again, Nightstar taking it. Second challenger in a row.
Now just one last challenger for the day from West Spring Secondary.
Right, I got a good feeling for the West Spring boy, because West Spring is in Bukit Panjang. So I think he will do it. What do you think?
You know, at this point, the games have been close. Like, really close.
Yeah, especially the last one. It was too old already.
That was one basic attack from victory, by the way.
But
He was just one basic attack away, and I don't think...
where was the second player? Where's the second challenger?
He's right there. He has escaped. He has escaped the final interview. Oh well, never mind, it's alright. So I guess we really won't know his game plan going into this. But obviously it was a really, really solid one. So now the last one's coming in for today. If you think Nightstar will win, make some noise.
Right, guys, which of you think Nightstar is going to win 3 games in a row? Anyone? Right, no one's rooting for the challenger.
Alright, so for our challenger from West Spring, if you think that he will take home 400 diamonds today, make some noise.
Alright, the 5 guys from West Spring there, come to the front, support your friend. Come to the front, you can trash talk Nightstar.
You cheer your friend on, and if he makes mistakes, right, that's when you rag on him. Alright, so now we're going to be hopping straight for the last one. Okay, K picking up that Suyo.
Alright, but this time the Suyo is with the challenger, right?
The Suyo is going to be on the challenger, so that means we're going to see a different pilot. Unless maybe a Suyo mirror matchup.
What's the other character? Oh, it is!
Sasuke versus Sasuke! Naruto! You're probably going to see the Great Ninja War Part 2.
So how does this pan out in the game? Does it make it more interesting, or because it's going to be the same character, right?
At this point, it's going to be down to resource management, individual micro, and decision making. So there's also a difference in the battle spell that they are choosing. So Nightstar is opting to go for the execute, which I'm gonna think is probably what won him the game just now. K is going to be going for the Aegis.
Alright.
So what the Aegis does is it gives you a temporary shield
Okay.
that can probably save you in a pinch. While the execute shoots you, basically deals more damage the lower the health you are. And at a certain threshold, it can immediately knock you out.
Okay.
So it's just going to be arrows versus arrows, as we're going to be seeing 2 Susanus fighting against each other. Madara Uchiha versus Sasuke Uchiha, it seems.
I guess having both the same characters is the truest test, right?
Yeah, this
in
is
terms
going to
of
be
your skill level.
Yep. This is going to be down to who can pilot the Suyo the best in this 1v1 situation. So Nightstar taking serious damage right now, healing it back up, no problem. But K will be forced away from his minions, unfortunately. Yeah, that means the levels aren't gonna be really healthy for K. Now on to level 3, that means Nightstar does have his full combo in his pocket. K sitting at just below half his health. Has to be playing really, really carefully right now. Yeah, both sides just taking pot shots at each other. One more arrow. Oh, and that's gonna be a really quick dash straight in. So that's kind of the combo that we want to see. A blade surge to a soul sever to an execute.
All right.
So that basically gives you the blade surge and the soul sever will give you enough to basically drop your opponent down to the threshold that you need for the execute to be an immediate KO. And since K has the Aegis on him, it doesn't really do much against it actually, because the execute does go through shields.
So it's, so what you think K can come back in this match?
Oh, this I would say it's going to be a little bit hard right now, because as it stands, if you were to use your Aegis, you have to pop it preemptively, and you can't really pop it reactively against the speed at which Nightstar is coming straight at you. So yeah, both sides just sending it straight in, dashing with the mortal form. So both sides showing some degree of competency with their skills. But as it stands, Nightstar fully in control of the driver's seat, fully in control of that early game. Well, K is still at level 4, Nightstar's already at level 6. They're trying to look to get another kill in, but here comes the Aegis. Execute is popped as well, but unfortunately the health just wasn't at the threshold required. Nightstar, however, can jump straight in, looking for a shot, and lands it bullseye from downtown.
Yeah, it's 2-0.
Now, I think Nightstar probably has enough damage to go for that base finish. But K is going to be back. While will he be back in time? Okay, yet another slash is going straight in. The Soul Sever doing so much damage to Nightstar. But Nightstar will just take the basic attacks onto the tower and win this 2-0.
Alright, the legend takes it all.
With a record today of 57 wins and 21 losses. From the right corner in the gray chair, everybody give it up for Nightstar.
Right, guys, a round of applause on Nightstar!
And also a round of applause for our challenger as well.
Right, I'd like to call Nightstar on stage to say some parting words. Nightstar, few words, man, for the next generation of gamers.
Actually, y'all are really good. I can't lie. I played with a lot of people from Southeast Asia to India to even the US. I think Singapore has the highest IQ standard for mobile gaming, man. So shout out to you guys. And if you guys want to 1v1 me and win 400 diamonds, I also do it on social media. Every day I 1v1 somebody. So if you think you got what it takes, come at me, bro. You won't win.
All right. Brave words from Nightstar. Thank you for taking part in this. All right, guys, just a quick shout out to our sponsors again. Our amazing event partners, SGEA, Skoga, and Comic Society, together with our official partner, Singapore Tourism Board, as well as our wellness partner, Shady.care, our co-location partner, CEE, and our sponsors, AOC and OSIM. Big shout out to our supporting partners, Speedy Ninja, WSG, and Nando's. And our supporters, Mummy Monster, Hisense, Steed, and PaperX, and our community partners, Singaporean streamers, and Timo. Right, guys, the next match will be starting soon, so just stay tight. Oh, one last thing.
By the way, guys, check me out on Instagram and TikTok, Nightstar Gaming. Okay, see ya.
Right, guys, you heard it, Nightstar Gaming. Check him out. Thank you.
Flame grilled peri-peri chicken. That's a Nando's thing.
Some habits keep us in a loop. Want to rise towards better career health? Pick up the habits that move you ahead. Discover your values, interests, personality, and skills. Decide your career pathways and take actionable steps. And deepen your knowledge of industry trends and upgrade your skills. Making a change doesn't have to take big leaps. It just takes 3 simple habits. Rise to better career health. Get career planning support with Workforce Singapore today.
Flame grilled peri peri chicken. That's a Nando's thing. Flame grilled peri peri chicken. That's a Nando's thing.
Some habits keep us in a loop. Want to rise towards better career health? Pick up the habits that move you ahead. Discover your values, interests, personality, and skills. Decide your career pathways and take actionable steps. And deepen your knowledge of industry trends and upgrade your skills. Making a change doesn't have to take big leaps. It just takes 3 simple habits. Rise to better career health. Get career planning support with Workforce Singapore today.
Flame grilled peri peri chicken. That's a Nando's thing. Flame grilled peri peri chicken. That's a Nando's thing.
Some habits keep us in a loop. Want to rise towards better career health? Pick up the habits that move you ahead. Discover your values, interests, personality, and skills. Decide your career pathways and take actionable steps. And deepen your knowledge of industry trends and upgrade your skills. Making a change doesn't have to take big leaps. It just takes 3 simple habits. Rise to better career health. Get career planning support with Workforce Singapore today.
Flame grilled peri peri chicken. That's a Nando's thing. Flame grilled peri peri chicken. That's a Nando's thing.
Some habits keep us in a loop.
And we're finally back for the gameplay stage of Campus Legends Secondary School Division. My name, again, is Gamili, and joining me on the cast is the lovely Cake. And we're back with the 4th matchup that we have, the second to last matchup that we have of the first day of this tournament. This one is going to be another interesting one. It's going to be Cat High versus Bukit Merah Secondary School. So me personally, I am very, very excited to see, especially Cat High play, because me personally, I live very close to them. I'm a Bishan Hood kind of guy. But with that said, I'm going to be very interested to see how they have been doing. Do we have the statistics pulled up?
Yes, actually. Hold on, it's right here. Okay, so yeah, so okay, we don't really have everything updated just yet.
Oh, lovely. Well,
yeah, but yeah,
it is what it is.
Yeah,
it is what it is.
We'll
But
see,
this is the important match. Unfortunately, we won't be able to go through the stakes right here. But enough about that. Enough fluff. Let's jump straight into the draft at hand. Here we go.
Yes, sir.
I do believe that they are just gonna jump straight into the action, and yeah, it looks like we're not wasting any time whatsoever. The first ban is gonna be the YSS coming in from Cat High School.
Alright, so yes, I guess that's like, you know, standard ban, but what I do really want to see ban.
I am a daughter of
well,
Northern
yes,
Vale.
Freya, yes.
I swear
But
to
also
protect it till my last breath.
So, yes, okay, Suyo, yep, there we go. Yes, also Juicin.
They're giving it to us. They're giving it to us.
Okay, oh, Granger, okay.
Okay, Granger ban is not something that you expect to see. Or no, it's not something that you see very often in this current meta. Because, you know, Granger doesn't have the same explosive power that we know him for in previous metas. But on the side of Cat High, the final ban is going to be the Marcel. And meanwhile, they're going to look to take out the Harley. So Yusin is still very much open. And it looks like Cat High are going to gear towards taking it as their first pick. very understandable. I think Jusin is one of the best characters in the current meta. Just not just because of what she can do as a character, but because of how well she meshes into so many different team comps. Meanwhile, it looks like Bukit Mira will be looking to pick up the Zhenghua and the Blue. So a very team fight heavy comp that we're seeing.
Alright, so right now, Ikoi on that Jusing already locked in. Are we gonna see an Alucard? I really do hope we see an Alucard.
Oh, that's what we're here to. That's what we're here to watch.
Exactly, but
Royalty in a dead body.
I guess.
What do you mean you picked the? What do you mean you picked the second best jungler in the meta right now? What? How can we do that?
Yeah, the best is obviously Alucard.
Yeah. Oh, crap, man. Crap. Someone side this guy. But yeah. Just based off the battle spell coming from Glue, I'm assuming I'm assuming that this
in their blood.
All right.
Okay, yeah, there we go. CC Immune onto the Alucard.
All right.
You know, previously in the previous seasons of CLSS, we did see Alucard set will absolutely steamroll an entire map, only to be at respect band out the second round.
Hey, maybe we'll see something like that happen this time.
Yeah, but they did get shut down the moment the enemy team realized that, okay, you know what, that's an Alucard, level 1, not that strong, let's just send everybody to destroy him.
Well,
so yeah, that happened the previous time as well.
Yeah, it's so difficult. It's so difficult seeing these off-meta picks coming in from Bukit Mira because, like, what do you even say about a comp like this, right? It's very easy to say, okay, the game plan for Leomord is definitely shut him down early, don't let him power spike. But the thing about Alucard is, he's different, right? I think the main way to play around Alucard is going to be the CC, and so I think the Juicing is going to be a big part of shutting this Alu down.
Okay, Iritel banned out.
That's interesting to me as well. Like Irtel and Beatrix,
So
this double ban is
maybe we'll
probably-
see Ixia coming out.
I mean, the Claude is still very much open and available, right? It looks like
For both sides, yeah.
Yeah, for both sides. But it looks like we're gonna see an Alice coming in. Also, the Glue is going to be flexed over to the rope. It looks like it's gonna be a Yuzhong coming out. This Yuzhong pick is interesting to me because Yuzhong is typically a character that wants to find the backline heroes, and and I think going into this next draft, it's gonna be pretty easy playing around this Yuzhong, I feel. And Yuzhong is also one of those characters that are that success is very determinant on skill, right? He's one of the harder EXP laners to learn, and the difference between a good Yuzhong and a bad Yuzhong is night and day.
Yeah, you really just want to have that positioning to really get your first skill, having to hit the optimum range. But now looking at the first team, there's going to be a Florin with a Sora and a Leoma behind them.
Yeah.
Hello,
Leslie. It's gonna be a Leslie being the last pick coming in from Bukit Mira. Again, I think a lot of the picks coming in from Bukit Mira is sort of a comfort pick, or comes in from a place of comfort. I'm especially looking at the Alu and the Leslie, right? Both these off-meta picks. I honestly don't hate the Leslie so much in this, but I definitely would have preferred something like a Bruno or whatnot if we were
Okay, but to
talking
be
about
fair,
true
it's against a
damage.
Claude.
But yeah, it is into a Claude, so I do see the value.
It kind of checks out, yeah.
Yeah, I think early game pressure is gonna be the name of the game for Bukit Mira, right? You have the Glue, you have the Leslie, so winning early game is going to be key, and especially key given how you have an Alucard who needs some time to get going. Meanwhile, on the side of Cat High, their comp is a lot more conventional. I will say this Florin does slot itself in a pretty awkward position overall because of the fact that you don't have a tanky frontliner, you don't have like a super skinny assassin for this Florin to heal, and you have more sort of this middle ground. So I'm excited to see how much work Florin actually puts out going into the team comp of this matchup. But with that said, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the penultimate series of the first day of Campus Legends Secondary School. It's gonna be between Catholic High School and Bukit Mira Secondary School. Let's get into the land of the dawn. Let's jump straight into the action.
Yeah, so right now looking at both junglers, they both seem to be having a pretty good time now. Abyssinian, sorry, forced to pop that flicker away after being jump scared from the bush. So now looking at both junglers, they're kind of like really able to just take their jungles uncontested as of now. So that means Alucard is going to have some space to farm. Leorma also has space to farm. So that means both sides are probably going to be able to get their level 4 by the time turtle spawns, as they should.
Yep.
But meanwhile, this little wonder right now will just be free for Tabby to take.
Yep. As it stands right now, it's a rather calm early game. It seems as though both teams don't necessarily want to play too aggressive, which I do think is a fault of Bukit Merah here. Having the glue in hand, having the Leslie in hand, I think they need to start making big plays, and I think that's what they're trying to do with this aggressive angle from Tech Main. But it does look like they're gonna play just safe enough that they won't overextend for anything just yet. With 10 seconds on the turtle timer, anyways, it doesn't look like any of them want to take an early engage, but with Tech Main jumping on the Vicinian, a bit of chip damage is going to be put on the board.
Yeah, the Phantom Seed already popped out as well as Tabby kind of failed to get that gank onto the Leslie, so that means you have the ultimate from the Leomon already out of the picture, so that means less oppression for Bukit Merah to take the turtle for free. And that's exactly what's going to happen right here.
Yeah, the CC Immune is going to have a very free time taking this turtle. But the question is, will more impact hit the screen? The Grab Grab's going to come out. Fury the Phoenix going to stun the rest of the support.
Nice
coming in for Tabby. And with the Yuzhong coming in the Black Dragon, there's going to be a lot of damage. But look at the Sora on the top side, taking out two members, CC Immune and Banana, and continuing to wreak havoc all across the map. Tech Main and Gojosai try as they may to bring them back. It will not be enough. Finally, British Hair gets taken out, but not without losing two of their valuable members.
It's just going to be these two scary, chunky men. Tank Patrick, Starfish, and Yuzhong just really wrecking havoc onto the backline. So Blue on that level 4 at this early part of the game is going to pretty much tear apart your backline so easily. Especially once you get all these stacks being put onto you, that's going to give you access to grab, get a kill. 5 seconds later, Glue's on you yet again.
Yeah.
So the amount of disruption that Tank Main is doing is really giving Cannily High a hard run for their money.
I mean, the thing is, we've seen Glue become very popular in the more aggressive leagues, especially MPL ID, right? It was pioneered in ID, where you just see Glue hit all parts of the map extremely early, be a very, very good disruptor across the map, in similar fashion to how Freya was doing when she was still available to be picked in gold lane before she was perma-banned. And we're seeing this exact game plan being carried out by Tech Main right here. The disruptive nature of the Glue is something very impressive, and it breaks up the team fight structure that Cat High might be trying to put on show with their standard front to back.
Man, you know what I'm really looking forward to?
Yeah.
The one-shots from Leslie.
Right.
Like when you see Claude appear on the screen and then suddenly he's just gone.
Yeah, it's especially the case because there isn't really any hard tank. There's not a Hylos, there's not a Belleric.
Yeah, it's just all held together by Florian.
Yes. So a lot of hard true damage is going to be thrown out.
Yep, and now the turtle will be possibly comfortably taken by Bukit Merah yet again.
Oh, but it just looks like they want to contest. Phantom Team from Tabby is going to come out, this time being used for the turtle. The Retro Battle is going to come in and Tabby is going to win it out. Gojosai is trying to look for the punish. The Fury of the Phoenix comes in. Sora is gonna push back any sort of support that they can muster. And in fact, lock onto Alonso. Abyssinian is gonna be the first one to go down. British Shorthair being taken down, being following suit. Gojosai is gonna be the next one to succumb. And with that 1-to-1 losses on both sides, Tag Main is caught in between a rock and a hard place though, and they are hungry for that kill. The Lantern Flare comes in, and they are really not letting this guy get away. Marine Kun on the top side looking to beat down Alesto, and it looks like it's barely not going to be enough to secure that kill on the gold laner.
Yeah, turret is going down, but is he going to go for an aggressive peek? I guess not. So that pushback for how do you pronounce that? Elstono? Elstono. Yeah, that pushback on Elstono really gave Main Kun so much space. So that's towered down. That's a lot more vision being given to him, a lot more gold being given to him as well. So we have these. Okay, Windtalker, first item for Claude. Going straight into Banana. Banana not able to run away. That's a lot of damage coming straight in. The movement speed allowing him to really keep track.
Oh, the punishment from Main Kun was active, but it just wasn't enough And with that, they will be disengaging very nicely with a kill in their hands. Cat High are looking to bring the scoreline closer and closer, especially if this next team fight. Tabby going in for the attack. Brazilian instantly gonna get eviscerated, caught in an awkward position with the short hair. And Tabby are being caught together. The Fury of the Phoenix is gonna come in, and with the jungler in play, there's gonna be so much blood spilled. In the name of Catholic High, Gojo side eye looking for the
he's still alive,
but Likoi just isn't able to get the lantern stacks fast enough.
The spell vamp onto the minion just gave him enough health, and with a little bit of assistance from the Shah residue, kept Gojo's side eye alive. Just to tank that little turret hit, and Banana finds himself with the victim of Main Kun yet again. But now Bukit Merah Secondary School will be able to take the turtle for real this time.
Yeah, about a 500 gold lead going into the hands of Bukit Merah, but for what it's worth, Cat High is doing a very good job of responding to the turtles that are being born on the right side, basically neutralizing any sort of lead here.
Yeah, Gojo's side eye really carrying the game on the early part of the game on his back right now.
Yeah, this is the skill that we're talking about, right? A good Yuzhong. The difference between a good Yuzhong and a bad Yuzhong is just night and day. Moving into sort of an interesting tussle here. Tabby forced to use his Phantom Steed out, so he won't necessarily have it for next bit. We shouldn't be seeing much fighting, however, moving forward.
Yeah, there really isn't any major objectives to contest for, so taking unnecessary team fights is probably not on the priority list for either one of these schools. And then, as that could just give away some valuable EXP and gold. Things that you really do not want your carries like Main Kun on that Claude to have if you're on the side of Bukit Merah Secondary School. Tank Main though, he's a tanky boy.
Blue team turret has been
Yeah, he ain't going down anytime soon, so he has the ability to just go in and just wreak some havoc at the back.
Yeah, that's the power of the glue, you know, just a lot of free vision being able to gather for you. I am still waiting for the Florin's colors to show, because I don't think we've really seen the power of the Florin ultimate coming out yet. So I am waiting to see this impact from the Florin, but as it stands now, really not much is being done by this Florin.
Yeah, we don't really have a lot of BOT from Bukit Merah Secondary School. It's more burst. So, when speaking of burst, here's some grabs onto you, British short hair. Tank main, Patrick Starfish poses for the camera as he manages to take that kill onto the Sora. But I don't think they want to push the issue any further though.
Yeah, understandably so. This Sora has really been a pain in the butt throughout the entirety of this match, right? Not to say that the glue, not to say that the glue or the Yuzhong haven't been for the side of Catholic High, but yeah, this Sora has been making very big plays. And the fact that this Sora will be a bit late to this next contest could be something that Bukit Merah look to play off of. They are looking to start the engage with the Fantasy used up for Tabby. They'll have a difficult time getting back into the fight. But the Fury, the Phoenix is coming in. Black Dragon all the way into the back line, but isn't quite able to find anything. All of the movement skills, the flicker from Abyssinian and the Lantern Flare from the Yusin all being popped. But for what it's worth, I think this is a dead Lord for the side of Catholic High. If they want to try it, it will be a dangerous, and it looks like they don't want to push the matter any further. But Tabby is being caught out by the likes of Tankmaid. Is it going to be enough? Gojo Sada is here to support his teammate, but he will be punished. British Shorthair is not going to let Tankmaid go so easily, as CC Immune is next on the chopping block. Banana and Alastono are just too far for any sort of response to be had, and with that, mid lane will be secured. Despite the fact that the Lord is going into the hands of Bukit Merah, Cat High still have the kill lead. They are still very, very close to their adversaries when it comes to the gold lead.
Now let's take a look at the items right now. We have Claude already on the way to finishing the Trinity build. I guess that's the Trinity build plus EX, since you have a Windtalker right there. While meanwhile, Leslie does have the Berserker Fury, does have the Malefic Gun, and the Sky Piercer, but no kills yet.
Yeah. Still no blood has spilled, and we're really just in a tug of war between both of these teams. Currently the top lane does seem to prioritize Catholic High, so no, it's gonna say no. Yeah, the opposite. In fact, Bukit Merah gonna force that Sora to go over and clear the wave. They might look to take an aggressive engage just upon seeing two members of Cat High go up the top lane, but
it doesn't look like they're just looking to play the patient long game. Understandable, you know, there's still there's still 100 seconds till Lord. There's still quite a bit. Very aggressive positioning being had by Gojo Sana. They're looking to all full on the main Bloom. The Bloom comes in. The Bloom comes in, but it's still not going to be enough to defend his mid lane from certain depth. The Black Dragon form to escape. Phenomenal stuff. Not to mention British Shorthair in the mist, trying their best to equalize somewhere else around the map, but unfortunately not quite able to get any progress made.
First kill on the board for Elstono. That's going to be for the first 10 Sky Piercer stacks of many. Now we thought that the Bloom would be able to keep Main Kun alive. Unfortunately, the Sha residue from the Gojo side eye was just a little bit too much. His level is a little bit too high. When compared to Main Kun, that's a 1 level differential. But that difference in level makes all the difference.
Yeah. Right now, you know, it's clear to see that the tempo is clearly in the hands of Bukit Merah Secondary School here. And this is a problem for Catholic High because of the team comp that they're running. You know, they're running, I always go back to the Leo mod. Leo mod under no snowball is something very, very difficult to work with because Leo mod is not a hero that excels in burst damage. He's a hero that excels in his ability to disrupt team fights. But how can you disrupt team fights when you're basically just tickling the opponent, right? It's very difficult for Leo mod to function. And as it's and currently this Florin just isn't putting up enough healing onto the board, or or this Florin just isn't able to heal. There is no meaning towards the heal because there's no defense. The damage on the side of Bukit Merah is just too high. Exactly. So this Florin's ability is getting limited. So it's not like you even have a stable tanky rogue to escort your team into these fights, right? You have a Florin, so you need to rely on the likes of your Sora and Leomord for these fights. The Black Dragon form is coming in, is chasing Tabby all the way back, and 3 members are all seconding to Tabby. You look at the backline, and the glue is wreaking havoc, preventing any form of support onto their jungler, and all of the support coming in from Bukit Merah are back and active. With that, it's gonna be yet another objective conceded to the side of Bukit Merah Secondary School.
20 Sky Piercer stacks for our dear Leslie. That's gonna be a few steps closer to the one-shots that we've all been waiting for. Catholic High, they look to be so strong in the earlier parts of the game, but they are now starting to fall apart at the seams. Here comes Gojo Side-Eye taking barely any damage from their blazing duets.
Oh, and with more and more towers falling, with the Lord coming down all the way from bottom, we are looking at an almost perfect three-way synced up push going into their base. They're looking and hungry for this win. The Phantom Steed from Tabby opens up, and they're all just knocking out of the nothing is happening for both of these teams as it stands right now. Gojo's taking a lot of damage, but again, he still has the Black Dragon form. He's still not out of the fight just yet. But for what it's worth, Catholic High is going to be able to neutralize the Lord threat.
Yeah, the minions are slowly starting to come down as well. The damage from Elstono is starting to be a little bit too much to not be ignored. Now Gojo Side-Eye already doing so much, and yet he somehow finds a way to do even more. Now Main Kun has to clear these lanes, but look at that shot coming in. Tabby with the Uma Musume cosplay going in, but unfortunately will not be able to find anybody as he just runs around. Now Bukit Merah Secondary School knows that utility is gone. They are able to slowly but surely step their way through.
But it looks like they are going to take a step back at this juncture. They're not trying to force anything. Similar to their previous fight. They weren't quite able to do anything with this Lord. And it looks like, you know, they want to play the safe game. They are not looking to overextend whatsoever. I say that.
Yeah, they have time.
Of course, Patrick Star is just staring down. That's terrifying. That's absolutely terrifying. But we're looking at an angle trying to be had by Main Kun, but instantly gets neutralized by the likes of the Leslie. And with that, it's a 5v4 battle. They can play this fight if they wanted to, and it looks like that's exactly what they'll do. Tagman jumping in with the grab, the Fury of the Phoenix, and the Black Dragon. 3 ultimates from the side of Bukit Merah Secondary School being committed, and with CC Immune back and active back into the fight, it might be an attempt at the end. We look at a double engage onto Likoi, and Tabby tries he may on the Phantom Steed. He's gonna chase Alonso all the way back. He is gonna secure that kill, and with that, Likoi on the other side is also winning his own battles, bringing the Yuzhong into the fountain. Tagman having 3 members of dogging onto him finally gets taken out, finally pays for his crimes, and that is going to be an end attempt being neutralized, being
shut down by the likes of Cat High.
Yeah, that's not really what you want to get, even though you are so many towers ahead. The Lord has 4 seconds left to spawn. Half your team is dead. Bukit Merah Secondary School is going to be looking into a pretty precarious situation right now. And if Catholic High can take this Lord before the 10-second mark, they might be able to get a really quick Lord spawn coming in. Now Tabby able to finally get the pick. What is that damage going in? Main Kun completely eviscerates our Alucard right now. And the Lord is going to appear really soon.
Yeah, and that was the Lord that you were talking about. What a I mean, I didn't even expect that. I think our observers didn't even expect that. But Main Kun jumping in for CC Immune, in and out, getting that kill on the Alucard. Now we are looking at a scenario where both teams are equal in gold. But Cat High has a one-player advantage. We're looking at Tabby jumping onto Astono, make that a 5-3 manpower lead. Tangmain is the next one on the chopping block. Gojo Sai in to support his teammate, but Banana and himself are just forced to watch as Tangmain tries to get out of this alive. But I don't think that's a scenario that's going to happen, as he is going to get punished by 4 members of Cat High. As you look at the bot side, Sora slowly but surely pushing down the bot lane.
Yeah, the Lord is going to be hammering down into the mid lane. Unfortunately, will disappear this time. Bukit Merah Secondary School trying to keep the Alucard dream alive, as we're going to have a 1v1 between British Shorthair and our Alucard right now. Now CC Mew going straight in, but now we have this Heaven's Wrath going in, and now it's a 2v1. CC Mew manages to escape, but British Shorthair isn't over yet. Banana Egg with the support manages to keep it alive, but Gojo side-eye with the knock-up going straight in. The spell vamp keeping him up, but the Blazing Duet is gonna make sure that he falls. Ikoi will take down the Yuzhong, but meanwhile off screen we have Alstono with the shot onto the Florian. That means your healer is gone. Calling for medic, more like calling for help, as we're going to see both sides just back off as there's nothing else to fight for.
A lot of skirmishes from both of these teams, and that's not what you want to see, especially from the side of Cat High, who have a team comp that's built and ready for these team fights. You don't want to be taking these smaller engages. And in similar fashion to Bukit Merah, you need your team to be together, because when Cat High have a man advantage over you, that's when things get dangerous, right? When Tank Main is caught in between 4 members, when Gojo Sai gets a bad Black Dragon and ends up in a disadvantageous position surrounded by the ranks of Cat High, that's where it begins to get dangerous. Bukit Merah cannot afford to let Cat High group up in this scenario if they want to take these smaller pick-off team fights.
Now right now, we have roughly 35 seconds left before the Lord spawns. Bukit Merah trying to find a way to manage the lane to keep it safe. Now Gojo side-eye trying to look for that 1v1. Elstono with that Blade of Despair. Ladies and gentlemen, we might be seeing some really scary stuff right now, as Gojo side-eye unfortunately will have to use his big Black Dragon to run away. But run as he might, he just cannot escape the Tabby. But Tabby will be scared away by a banana, just as some cats are. Ikoi though will pick him up, tap out him for lunch, places him down, packs him up, and sends him back home. And meanwhile at the base though, Main Kun, forced to pop the Winter Crown, and here comes the Blazing Duet, sings to nobody though. Elstono with a shot, not enough. It's gonna be a trade. It's gonna be Elstono being taken out, and now Tangmain is then running for the hills. CC Immune is trying their best to clear the Lord, but not if Cat High have something they want to say about it. 4 members all funneling into the Lord Pit, or flooding into the Lord Pit, hungry to take this contest. They don't want to give it up this time. Main Crew jumping all the way into the back line, looking to burst down the lights of CC Immune, and the same can be said for Tangmain as both of them fall at the exact same time. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Main Crew isn't done with Banana just yet. He goes all around the map and takes down 5 members of Bukit Merah, putting them in the grave and putting Cat High back on the map. This might be the end of the Alucard dream, as now Bukit Merah Secondary School only has Gojo side-eye, but Catholic High has no minions as of yet. And these are all enhanced minions thanks to the lack of inhibitor turrets. But just in maybe like 4 seconds or so, we're going to have the Lord marching down the top lane of Bukit Merah Secondary School. What can they do to hold them off?
It is really do or die for Cat High right now. This is their best opportunity to get back into the game. They might have a 7k gold lead, yes, but they are losing all their inhibitor towers. This is their golden opportunity to take the match right here, right now. So they cannot give up on it. They're gonna let the Lord slow push onto the top side and hopefully be able to sink their mid lane in. It's gonna be a pretty solid attack, but it is gonna be a delayed Lord crash. So they really need to play with Lord if they want to be able to get back into this game. Currently, as it stands, it is 5v5 between both of these teammates. So we'll have to see how this engage comes out. I'm looking at British Shorthair for being the main playmaker, the main setter, and I think Main Kun really needs to get online, really needs to find that angle in the Phantom Steed. On Tabby is going to kickstart the entire fight. The Fury of the Phoenix is going to be already procced out, so there is going to be a lack of utility. Here comes the Sora in, but not quite able to get any work done. Main Kun jumping all the way into the backline with the blazing duet, but not enough damage is being done. He is forced to zip out and he's forced to get out, but Gojo Side-Eye is going to be delivering him punishment for what he's done before. But on the other side of the fight, CC Immune is going to be looking to go down. 4v4 is the scoreline right now, is now a 4v3 as Gojo Side-Eye is the next one to fall into the grave. The ultimate snipe comes in!
Oh, it's good!
It's good. A second chance of life with the immortality is still going to keep him in the game. But Bukit Merah Secondary School say, if you guys can defend forever, we can defend forever. We are still at equilibrium.
Oh my god, that was such a good fight from Bukit Merah Secondary School. Although they did lose Gojo Saya and CC Immune, they managed to take down Main Kun, which was the main source of their problems, no pun intended. Now with just 8 seconds left until the Lord spawns, they do have Cat High does have their jungler. Bukit Merah does not. So that means that's yet another strong Lord going in for Cat High. They do get spotted out, but does it really matter though? You can know that we're taking the Lord, but you can't take the Lord for yourself. Ikoi knows that Elstono is there, going straight for it. But Elstono might be able to get this steal.
Yeah. I mean, Elstono, it's definitely an ideal world, right? But Cat High is currently in the zone and they have a very firm grip on this turtle. In fact, they'd be throwing out the Phantom Steed just to make it doubly sure. Now, we are at pure Equinox, right? There is no advantage for both sides. All of these players, their items have been finished. Really, the only thing that you can do with the gold lead is a cheeky buy on sell here or there, but every single hero's items have been finished. The immortalities are procced. The Winter Truncheon is available. It's online for the purchase. The Rose Gold Meteor is active. So there is potential for buy and sell if these players are capable of making that play. With the Lord crashing in, Cat High really need to look to sink these waves, but it looks like they'll only be able to get 2 on their hands, it does seem, as the top lane gets shoved by Banana.
Yeah, if Bukit Merah has if there's any time for Bukit Merah to take a fight, it will have to be now. Main Kun's immortality is gone, so that means you only have the Winter Crown Rose Gold combo to go, but Fantasy coming away. Elstono gets caught in the storm bind. There goes the Mars Pen, there goes our one shot. Here comes the Blazing Duet. No damage being done as of yet though. It's Gojo Side-Eye goes in. Immortality is already being popped. Here comes British Shorthair with yet another kill. Tank Bane unfortunately can't hold his ground. The Lord is going to be stay. The Lord is alive. The minions are here. CC Immune trying to keep his Alucard dreams alive. But it's not going to happen as Cat High takes the first game of this best of 3.
So we all thought Cat High was going to lose that. We all thought Cat High was going to lose that at some point. Bukit Merah was knocking on their door throughout the entirety of that mid to late game. But Cat High said no. And they allowed the strengths of their comms to really carry them through the late game. In particular, it was definitely Main Kun on that Claude, right? We have to talk about Main Kun on that Claude. The late game insurance for Cat High spoke true, and it allowed them to win fights that got them back. They didn't even win fights. They didn't even have to win fights, right? They punished the over-complacency of Tank Main, the over-complacency of Gojo Side-Eye, and it allowed it gave the Claude the angle, it gave the Claude the gold to, in the future, be a big threat in these team fights. Overall, fantastic understanding of the Claude, fantastic use of the Claude, and fantastic execution of their late game.
And not to mention the healing from Florin actually did come true in the later parts of the game, where her ultimate did manage to place all the effects of the photo onto like all the members from the side of Cat High. And that kept them alive enough such that they can survive the attempts from Gojo Side-Eye, they can survive the shots from Elstono. and that gave them enough agency to just rush in and complete the fight. And not to mention the buffs that Claude received from Dew. That little bit of, I think it was lifesteal?
Yeah.
Lifesteal and extra damage really did come true. Kept him alive, gave him enough damage to just really go to town, I guess.
Yeah. And I think we should speak a little bit about how Cat High's overall comp stood the test of time even when they were behind. That's where you see you're seeing Likoi on the Yusin. Might not have made the biggest impact, might not have made the biggest splash, but silently, right, the stability of Likoi was what allowed Cat High to slowly but surely work their way back into the game. It allowed opportunities for this Claude to continue to scale, to slowly scale up to the point where it began to be a threat. The early game was fantastically played from Bukit Merah, right? The glue and the combined efforts of the glue and the Yuzhong was constantly beating down on every single member of Cat High's roster, especially when you take into account that they don't have a hard tank, they don't have a hard disengage. In fact, they, with the exception of Yusin, I would even say that they lack a lot of hard CC in that sense. So, a very, very well-played game from Bukit Merah and a very well-played game from Cat High. But I do think that the failure of Bukit Merah in this scenario was letting Cat High get to that point, and perhaps a little bit of complacency when it came to dealing with the Claude.
Well, I mean, there's just one game.
Yeah, that is true.
There is still 2 more.
Yeah. I mean,
it might be a 2-0. It might be a 2-1.
Hey, we saw this exact same scenario come true. What was it? River. Oh crap! It was the second game. Queenstown. Yes.
Queenstown versus Woodlands.
Yeah. Queenstown versus Woodlands. It was the exact same scenario where Queenstown, I believe, came back at the very last second. The next game, of course, was Woodlands. Woodlands going for the sweep. But the game 3 was where things really got crazy. So I mean, perhaps that is foreshadowing for what's to come here.
Yeah,
we'll have to wait and see.
How about we skip to the last part and just have everybody play the blitz compositions like straight away? Like, forget the slow and steady, forget the discipline comp, just be the kampong.
Just bro.
Run!
Run! We played this game like Indo, you know. They call Singapore the Indo Junior in the MPLC.
Indo Juniors, wow.
You know, we have the mix. We're like as afraid of the Filipinos to fight, but we're as aggressive as the Indonesians when it comes to our skirmishes. But of course, with that said, going into this next game, I don't know how these players will play differently. I frankly could not predict. I frankly could not predict how we're expecting to see these players play differently, especially given how unorthodox a lot of their team compositions were. Especially, you know, CC Immune on the Alucard. I think going into this late game, I think Bukit Merah need to rethink their choice in jungler and look for something that synergizes a little bit better. If Bukit Merah were the ones with the Leomort in their hands during that game, being able to benefit heavily off the early game momentum that the glue and the glue and the Yuzhong generated for them, I think that game was looking a lot more would have looked a lot more comfortable for Bukit Merah, especially given how good CC Immune was on the Alucard in that matchup. So I do hope that Bukit Merah finds heroes that mesh a little bit better with the particular game strategy that they were going for.
So right now we're gonna have Cat High banned out the glue and Bukit Merah banned out the juicing. So yeah, evil juicing, get out of here. So right now we're gonna get probably maybe
Come on, Dexter.
okay, the claw being banned out, so we don't want that late game insurance, that kind of mobility that you have from Claude. Now Yushin also gets banned out as well. That means we have Suyo, Freya, Harley, Marcel still open. Leomot also open for the picking. A lot of really juicy picks.
Yeah.
Right for the grabbing.
Yeah, that's right. But we, in particular, in this tournament,
Welcome to the
I've seen a lot of Zetian being picked out, so I am interested to see if they decide to double down into the Zetian. The Harley is going to be the last ban on the side of Bukit Merah Secondary School. And I'm assuming that we're probably going to see something like a Suyo being taken out. And as expected, Cat High are going to look to do just that. Holy crap, that MPL? That's MPL PH in the background. That's EBK. That's EBK. I'm not too sure what that school is, but they know what's up.
They know their stuff.
They know
So
what's
right
up.
now, Fredrin and the Freya being picked up by Cat High, and
I've
here
known you
immediately,
long.
Carry comes in. Fredrin might have a hard time.
That's right. Carry coming in with the tank shredder as the tank shredder. Gonna be an interesting dynamic to see, but I would definitely expect to see something like a Kalea. I would love to see a Kalea carry combo with what Elstono is putting forth with this carry, especially given the fact that Leomord does tend to fall slightly behind other junglers when it comes to jungle speed, when it comes down to it, and I think Kalea can definitely help battery the likes of Bukit Mirror. And in fact, if I were Cat High here, I would probably look to take out the Kalea in that sense for that exact same reason.
Yasuo the Granger being picked up by Main Kun. Well, previously Bukit Merah did ban it out, so it might have been a respect ban. So maybe Main Kun is probably one of the most cracked Grangers we'll probably see later on. So now let's see for the next ban, Marcel being banned out. No ban coming out from Bukit Merah.
Alright.
Very brave.
Alright.
They banned Natalia.
The double Natalia ban.
Yeah, we just can't see it.
You ain't never heard something like this. That is aura. Gotta respect that, honestly. No ban strats.
Okay, so an Akai coming out from the side of Cat High. Interesting ban, I would say. Like, what are you scared of that Akai can?
I mean, I think it.
I mean, in general, I guess.
For the Freya maybe. For the Freya. But then again, I feel as though there were probably better picks to be had. Obsidian is gonna come in with the Estes pick, so you have the Estes Frederick combo. I like this. I like this a lot more than the Florian that we saw before, because I think Estes. This is like VYs. This is Blacklist.
Flashbacks.
It's giving Blacklist vibes. I like it. I really like it. On the side of Bukit Mirror, they're probably looking to play something. I'm looking at a Lilia being a very good pick being had here, but no, it looks like Techmate is gonna pull up with the Atlas and the Alice mid. Is that real? Is that Alice mid?
I have not seen.
Oh
Alice
my
for a
goodness!
really long time.
Okay, wait, hold up. Bukit Mirror, yes, but it looks like Cat High is gonna run with Ube, baby. We're gonna see ultimate bonding experience, especially with the Power Mist coming out. This is what I come to MLBB to watch.
Welcome back to 2023, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh man, oh man.
It's gonna be the immortal combo. Once Fermis ulti expires, don't worry, we have the Estus ulti. Oh my goodness, no one is probably going to die from the side of Cat High this time.
Yeah, gonna be a very omnipresent. This is gonna be a very big presence coming in from the entire team of Cat High here. Oh man, I'm so excited.
Sure, they're a little bit weak to probably split pushers.
Welcome.
But if you travel as one, you do have the aura, and you might be able to win off aura alone.
Maybe
so
that is the strat.
Yeah, so let's see. Bukit Merah Secondary School fighting to keep them still in contention. Cat High fighting to take this series home. Let's get it down on the road in the land of dawn.
Oh man, there is one word that I can use to describe Ube in general, and it's brotherhood, right? Like, I love Ube is one of my favorite team comps. I'm sure it was really oppressive back in the M3 Blacklist days, but there is a reason why this was at the top of the meta for a very long time. The power of Cat High's comp is that as 5, they are incredibly difficult to beat. Not just because of the Estes, but because of the Faramis ult as well, right? You have so much sustainability, and Fredrin is able to put so much map presence on the board. I think the mid trio is going to be particularly important given a match up like this. And I'm also interested to see how Banana utilizes this Alice on mid.
I mean, with Alice on mid, you do have a lot of rotation potential thanks to your Crimson Gleam. So that means you can clear a lane, go on to the next. If you find out there's nothing else, you can just move faster than your counterpart of your mid lane counterpart. So in this case, it'll be Faramis, but Faramis also does move pretty quickly thanks to his Phantom Stampede. So honestly, the only thing that I can see Alice really contributing in the late game is the combo from your 1-3 combo. Just going in, stun everybody, and pray that you can kill them before they pop all their ultimates.
I think as much as I like to talk up Cat High, I think of the two comps, Bukit Merah's comp is definitely a lot more feast or famine, right? You need the snowball in order for the Leo mod to function properly. You need the snowball in order for the Phobias to function properly. And speaking of the Phobias, a 4-man gang from the side of Catholic High School is gonna give themselves the first blood. That is the grouping power that we are talking about. That is the brotherhood that we're talking about. 4 members all convening at top to get that early kill and get that early turtle prio. Tabby is gonna have a very, very easy, very juicy time claiming this first turtle.
They also did manage to burn the flicker away from the sideline thanks to Ikoi's Shadow Stampede. So right now they do get a really clean turtle for themselves. Now going straight in, Tabby with the Appraiser's Grab. Knock who's there? Not Tabby it seems. And Ikoi will be forced. There goes the Nether Realm. Is it enough to keep him alive though? Pulls the banana straight in. But that's not who you want to pull, buddy. That's a lot of AoE. You don't really want to hit it. Ooh, that dark wave was so close.
Yeah, just by the skin of their teeth, you know, that dark wave was very, very close to hitting him, but he was able to get out. And with that, Catholic High take that turtle with no casualties. That is positive. That as long as Bukit Merah is put on the back foot, Cat High will always be at an advantage. Because Cat High doesn't need a snowball in order to function, but it definitely helps to have one.
I mean, who doesn't like snowballs?
Yeah.
I love snowballs.
Yeah.
I love throwing snowballs as well, but I really hate making them. I mean, it's probably the same over here. Having the conditions to get your snowball up online is going to be the hard part, especially if your opponents just can't die.
Yeah.
Like 2 Purifiers already being popped out from Ikoi and Bisnia, but that doesn't mean they're short on supply though. As long as they can keep Main Kun and Tabby alive, Bukit Merah is going to have a really, really hard time.
Yeah, already we're seeing a reversal of what we saw before, right? Before, Bukit Merah was the one pushing a dominant lead on Cat High until the very end. Until Cat High, you know, just were able to use the benefits of their comp in order to get back into the game. The same cannot be said here, as Cat High are putting a stranglehold on the Bukit Merah. So they need to rely on Astono to get that late game security. And for what it's worth, if Astono is able to get back into the game, is able to get online later on in the game, we might see a reversal of what we saw before, what we saw Cat High do in the previous match.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of damage going to be put onto that Fredrin later on. But that's a question of if they can get there in the first place. So right now, Cat High taking the opportunity, taking the initiative to take that turtle. And right now we're going straight in. Atlas, Tank Main trying to find the Fatal Links in. But right now everybody just going to go ham straight in. Tabby lands with the Retribution. Nether Realm being popped out, and here comes the Moon Blessings as well. Abysnian keeping Main Kun alive, but Tabby will not be able to stay alive though. Ikoi pulling Bukit Merah in as a free engage for them. That's not really what you want to do, but Main Kun will be able to capitalize on that instead. And here comes with his short hair, the power of the Freya, the Valkyrie strikes back. Banana will have to run away though, as Cat High kind of comes out on top of this.
Yeah, man, that is the power of Ube as a composition in general, right? As soon as the Fatal Links come in, Abyssinian drops down the Blessing of the Moon Goddess, instant heal. The Likoi drops down the Nether Realm, and any sort of progress that was made by the Atlas, in case it wasn't eradicated, in case it wasn't removed by the Purify, is just going to be completely cancelled out. And you're looking in the fallout of that affair, right? You see Leomord run out of their ult. You see Banana run out of value to put on show after the Throne of Ruin gets committed. But you don't see the same thing happen with British Shorthair, who's able to consistently put out damage even after the Valkyrie's Descent's duration has come to an end. We're looking here right now, and Likoi is going to be able to defend this mid lane. They do let a few hits through, but again, the lead is very comfortably in the hands of Catholic High just because of the nature of their team comp, or the nature of Bukit Merah's team comp, really requiring themselves to be up in terms of gold.
And the Bisnian just found the photo from the floor. That's a lot of sustain coming in for Cat High now, so that's another thing that Bukit Merah really, really has to worry about. Team fights are going to take that much longer now. Tank Main really has to find out the backline support, has to lock down Ikoi, has to lock down Abyssinian, but they do have to Purify, so that's going to be so much harder for them.
Turtle coming out in 5 seconds.
The next bar of the turtle is gonna come in, and it does look like they will have 5, but they're not gonna let the Freya come in. Tang Main jumping all the way into the back line, but not looking to commit just
Throne
yet.
of Ruin.
The Throne of Ruin comes in, but now another ramp in for the counter. The flight is split into basically 2 as Tabby gets caught on his lonesome, but V joins the team here. Look at the power of Ube. Gojo's Eye gets caught alone. British Shorthair moves out and takes out Alonso. Their blood is green, and they continue to push the onslaught into the ranks of Bukit Merah Secondary School as CC Immune is forced to watch as the rest of his team fall to the feet of Cat High.
Not wanting to risk the retribution battle, Cat High leaves the turtle for themselves. But man, there was some trades going on right there. Even though all the utility was sent in, the Fatal Links, the Throne of Ruin, into the meta when the Nether Realm was up, and even though that kind of disappeared afterwards, the Blessing of the Moon Goddess kept everybody alive. Praise to be Estes. Now the turtle will be slowly taken away. Will CC Mew come in for the retribution? Comes in, doesn't manage to get it. It's Main Kun against instead. The Fatal Links comes in, but it's not going to be enough. Valkyrie Descent coming in as British Shorthair is here to play. Tank Main unfortunately will not be able to do anything else. Throne of Ruin. Ruining what you say? Ruining your chances at surviving is more like it. As Main Kun will take yet another kill.
This is the brotherhood that we are talking about. 5 men on Catholic High. They always operate as one unit. You would think that will benefit Banana, that will benefit Tankman, who have grouping abilities. But what's the point in grouping them together when they were already always going to be together? The fact of the matter is, you know, there's nothing that Bukit Merah can do in these team fights as long as they're together with 5, as long as the Estes is alive. And Changmain is now caught as lonesome on the bot side, looking to give yet another kill, concede yet another kill to the hands of Mei Kun. Phenomenal backstab just for the additional spice added on top.
Those Fatal Links right there caught the world top #1 Natalia. I must say, that was amazing. That was amazing
for the
stuff.
Natalia.
Yeah.
You can see why they banned it out.
Oh, that's true. Alright, now that's gonna be Main Kun. Yet another kill on the board. This man is looking to be pretty fat right now. 603, a really healthy Sky Piercer in his possession. Now the lane will slowly get taken away. Minions are marching down. Catholic High not leaving their friends behind. Always sticking together as 4. At least 4.
Yeah, as it stands right now, I mean, Cat High are on a freight train, and it just seems as though Bukit Merah really doesn't know how to get back into the game, right? In order to beat Ube, you need to catch them off while they're off guard. You need to catch them when they are out of their 5 formation. But it seems as though Cat High have a complete and utter mastery over their team composition, and they're bringing it out here and executing it to perfection.
Yeah, these guys look like they have eyes on the back of their head. They know where to position their Estes, they know where to position their Paramis, and they know which areas to protect, what to see, where to go. And that's a Lord being taken for themselves. Although they do lose 1 turret, but you know what? What's 1 turret in the grand scheme of things?
Definitely, right? We're moving into one of the last Lord fights potentially, right? Especially given how hard Catholic High have been snowballing here. All of the flaws that you typically see with heroes like Freya and Granger are being eradicated. Granger, you might say that he is more of a DPS. He doesn't have a lot of burst damage, but of course he's gonna have burst damage when he's like a whole item on his opponent. But the Fatal Links is gonna come in. The Estes is just a bit too far to save his teammate, and now this is what we are talking about.
What do you mean too far?
Abyssinium is trying their best. The Moon Blessing of the Goddess, the Blessing of the Moon Goddess is trying to keep his team alive, and the rest of his team is gonna come in for the support. And with that, they all succumb and convene on the 1 point, and that 1 point is Main Kun as they slowly but surely march down the ranks, march down the hallway of the bot lane side of Bukit Merah's base. As Stono, try as he may, he's gonna instantly get eviscerated. Death Sonata coming in, not quite enough to take him out. But as the Lord goes in, their blood is green and their hearts are golden. As Cat High walk away as champions of this matchup, taking the match in such a dominant 2-0 fashion.
A game much quicker than before, as we've seen the power of brotherhood. Apes together, strong. All 5 members of Cat High just march together as one. Their hearts beating in unison.
getting all these fights, keeping them all alive, beating down the turrets, and managing to take this game away from Bukit Merah Secondary School.
Phenomenal stuff overall from Cat High. That was complete and utter mastery of their comp. I know we've seen what West Spring did with all of their matchups before, but I haven't seen a team this well versed, this
so clean.
understanding. Yeah, it was so clean. Their game plan was clear. Their game plan was solid. Their goals were set right from the very beginning as soon as they picked the draft, and it was executed to complete and utter perfection. Let's look at the team comp here, and it's just a whole roll of gold.
That's beautiful.
It is beautiful. Oh my, that is peak MLBB. You can tell that they have practiced and practiced for this team comp in particular, and it's literally just what Blacklist did. Cat High might be the new Blacklist of CLSS.
Catlist.
Catlist is what we're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, like most of their names are cats. Tabby cat, British Shorthair, Abyssinian, Maine Coon. The only one that's not really a cat is Ikoi.
We call that synergy. We call that synergy.
Wait,
you know?
is Ikoi a cat? I'm gonna have to find that out later.
We'll have to find that. We will have to find that out. Oh my goodness, it was such a blast watching Cat High. You know, in the first game was rather shaky, but they stuck together. They knew their game plan. I think that's something special about Cat High. They always know what their win conditions are, and even if they're caught on the back foot, they're like, okay, we lose this, but we can find some other way, because this is not our plan. They know what the plan is. They know what the goal is at every single stage of the game. In the first game, they knew that Claude was their key to victory. In this game, they knew sticking together as 5 was the key to victory. And, you know, Bukit Merah had the right idea. They picked them off while they were 3. They picked off the Farmist, they picked off the Estes, and the Granger while they were 3. But they just were too far behind that they weren't quite able to burst them down fast enough. And then the rest of the cavalry comes in, the Freya comes in, the Fredrin comes in, and it's basically over.
You know, looking at the name right there, Maine Coon's name is a little bit so long that you'll think that his score is 003.
That's powerful. How many kills is that? How many kills is that? 10 whole kills from Maine Coon.
Yeah, I mean, the timing that they had, like, when they saw that Abyssinian was a little bit too far to pop the Blessing of the Moon Goddess, Ikoi just went in and just went, you know what? I got you, bro. Pops in the Nether Realm, gives Abyssinian a little bit more time for the Essos to really just reposition into such that the range was just nice. Kept them alive for that last fight, and that was the fight that won them everything.
Exactly. And of course, the Maniac was the little cherry on top for Maine Coon as well. Holy crap, the gold laner of Cat High has such an explosive playstyle. I mean, we saw it in the Granger, and we also saw it in the Claude. The aggression, the aggressive playstyle, and the trust that his team has in his aggressive playstyle is definitely one of their keys to victory. So, overall, Cat High, phenomenal way to win. Phenomenal way to win a match, and it was a very, very decisive one at that. 2-0. The first game shaky, the second game, a world of difference. Clean, nice, and easy for them.
Yeah, I think we might see them tomorrow.
Yeah, I think so too.
If they keep up this level of play.
Yep.
So yeah, so I think we will have one last match.
Yep.
And if I'm not wrong, it should be Clementi Town versus Springfield Secondary School, which will happen, I think, after a short break.
Yeah, that's right. We're going to be closing out for a short break for the final match of the first day of CLSS. So that's it. My name has been Gamili. His name has been Cake. We'll be seeing you very, very soon.
Flame grilled peri peri chicken. That's a Nando's thing.
Some habits keep us in a loop. Want to rise towards better career health? Pick up the habits that move you ahead. Discover your values, interests, personality, and skills. Decide your career pathways and take actionable steps. And deepen your knowledge of industry trends and upgrade your skills. Making a change doesn't have to take big leaps. It just takes 3 simple habits. Rise to better career health. Get career planning support with Workforce Singapore today.
Flame grilled peri peri chicken. That's a Nando's thing. Flame grilled peri peri chicken. That's a Nando's thing.
Some habits keep us in a loop. Want to rise towards better career health? Pick up the habits that move you ahead. Discover your values, interests, personality, and skills. Decide your career pathways and take actionable steps. And deepen your knowledge of industry trends and upgrade your skills. Making a change doesn't have to take big leaps. It just takes 3 simple habits. Rise to better career health. Get career planning support with Workforce Singapore today.
Flame grilled peri peri chicken. That's a Nando's thing. Flame grilled peri peri chicken. That's a Nando's thing.
Some habits keep us in a loop. Want to rise towards better career health? Pick up the habits that move you ahead. Discover your values, interests, personality, and skills. Decide your career pathways and take actionable steps. And deepen your knowledge of industry trends and upgrade your skills. Making a change doesn't have to take big leaps. It just takes 3 simple habits. Rise to better career health. Get career planning support with Workforce Singapore today.
Flame grilled peri peri chicken. That's a Nando's thing. Flame grilled peri peri chicken. That's a Nando's thing.
Some habits keep us in a loop. Want to rise towards better career health? Pick up the habits that move you ahead. Discover your values, interests, personality, and skills. Decide your career pathways and take actionable steps. And deepen your knowledge of industry trends and upgrade your skills. Making a change doesn't have to take big leaps. It just takes 3 simple habits. Rise to better career health. Get career planning support with Workforce Singapore today.
Flame grilled peri peri chicken. That's a Nando's thing. Flame grilled peri peri chicken. That's a Nando's thing.
Some habits keep us in a loop. Want to rise towards better career health? Pick up the habits that move you ahead. Discover your values, interests, personality, and skills. Decide your career pathways and take actionable steps. And deepen your knowledge of industry trends and upgrade your skills. Making a change doesn't have to take big leaps. It just takes 3 simple habits. Rise to better career health. Get career planning support with Workforce Singapore today.
Flame grilled peri peri chicken. That's a Nando's thing. Flame grilled peri peri chicken. That's a Nando's thing.
Some habits keep us in a loop. Want to rise towards better career health? Pick up the habits that move you ahead. Discover your values, interests, personality, and skills. Decide your career pathways and take actionable steps. And deepen your knowledge of industry trends and upgrade your skills. Making a change doesn't have to take big leaps. It just takes 3 simple habits. Rise to better career health. Get career planning support with Workforce Singapore today.
Flame grilled peri peri chicken. That's a Nando's thing. Flame grilled peri peri chicken. That's a Nando's thing.
Some habits keep us in a loop. Want to rise towards better career health? Pick up the habits that move you ahead. Discover your values, interests, personality, and skills. Decide your career pathways and take actionable steps. And deepen your knowledge of industry trends and upgrade your skills. Making a change doesn't have to take big leaps. It just takes 3 simple habits. Rise to better career health. Get career planning support with Workforce Singapore today.
Flame grilled peri peri chicken. That's a Nando's thing.
It's been a long, long day, but at long last, we are at our 5th and final matchup of the first day of CLSS. My name is Gamili, and joining me in the commentary booth is the lovely Cake, and you are watching Campus Legends Secondary School. We have one more matchup lined up for today. Today has been a mix of such high intensity matches, really promising talent moving forward for the Singaporean MLBB scene in general. And I think we have one more matchup left for us. I believe this is gonna be Springfield,
Clementi Town versus Springfield Secondary. So yeah, let's take a look at their current win-loss record. So Clementi Town over here has. Let's see.
This win-loss record has never worked out for us. Can I just say, like this?
Yeah.
This stuff is never uploaded for us.
All right. So for the current updates, what I'm seeing, is that Springfield has 3 wins.
Okay.
Clementi Town has 1 win.
Okay.
And 4 losses.
Okay. So so I think going on paper, there's definitely a favorite to win this matchup, right?
Yep. So we might see an upset. Clementi Town might pull something out of their sleeve. Maybe hit us with Uwe Part 2.
That's
or
what
maybe
I'm talking about.
hit us with like a 9-minute victory or something like that. But then again, Springfield might still come in steady, might still come in strong and do what they must to win the match.
Yep, indeed. But with that said, I think we're gonna jump into the draft very soon. But I mean, just a quick recap of what we've seen throughout the entire day, right? The first day was a very the first match was a very strong showing from West Spring Secondary School. Like over the course of their 2 matches in that series, it was a complete and utter domination. Definitely one of the favorites to win the tournament in general. And then in the next matchup, we had Queenstown and Queenstown versus Woodlands.
My favorite so far.
I think that's everybody's favorite, right? If you're an impartial viewer just watching from the outside, watching that
is like a fever dream. It was just a tug of war, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
It was like two heavyweights just smashing at each other with no defense, just punch and punch and punch and punch. But let's now punch our way straight into Springfield versus Clementi Town. Right now we have a Leomord band out, and probably are we going to see the Juicing? No, Balearic. Okay.
Yep.
CTSS with Balearic band out.
That is an interesting band, for, you know, Balearic being their band. Yeah, I'm not too sure how I feel about that one, but perhaps they have something up their sleeves. Maybe, you know, it's because they want to run something like a Kimmy. They want to run something like like an attack speed. They want to run a lot of attack speed on their comp. That could be a potential reasoning for this Balearic band. Meanwhile, we're gonna see a Leomord and Glucer again. Two early game. Well, Glue is an early game battery, but Leomord is like a late game force multiplier.
Nolan.
We're gonna see a Nolan band coming out, so maybe they want to play something more squishy. Maybe they want to play like an assassin jungler in that sense, right? Play someone, maybe like an Ixia in the gold lane who is very slow and is very susceptible to the likes of Nolan. But meanwhile, we're going to see the last band coming in from Clementi Town School. And it's going to be a Fredrin. So the bands are kind of all over the place for me in Clementi, for Clementi Town. It just seems as though they took down 2 meta heroes and a Balearic. I feel like these are very specific bands catered towards the
the Nolan kind of seems specific as well.
Yeah.
Like, okay, but as a result, you get really fast picks coming right out. REQ team with this Suyo, and right now Neymar Jr. onto that Freya and Durian with that Sora. Brotak Beauty picking up the heal there, and Mama Toman 123 with that Lapu Lapu. So three brawlers so far.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about how great this Hilda pick is. I feel like it comes from a position that they're trying to deny the Hilda, because I know Suyo is particularly very weak to Hilda. But perhaps they're getting misplayed, right? Because you usually run a Hilda into junglers such as YSS, into junglers such as Hayabusa in the past, Harley as well, to really shut down their jungle, disrupt their jungle. But I don't know if the Sora is going to be jungle yet, right? I don't know if that Sora is going to be committed into jungle, but if it is, this Hilda really doesn't have a lot of easy targets per se. Hilda is always going to be a good hero, but not as clear. It's not as clear as an advantage as, you know, what would be the alternative.
So a pretty interesting ban out. The Joy being banned out. You would think that maybe since you have the Hilda, a Joy will be somewhat a little bit more bearable to fight against. But now we have the Nixia and the Siltian being banned out from Clementi Town. What are they drafting towards? This is actually kind of a mystery to me.
Yeah, these
what's going on?
Drafts are all over the place. But hold up, look at the booth real quick. Oh, look at the what's happening on there? What's in the box?
Skywalker, Sky Traveler.
Well, a quick intermission down there. We're gonna move back into the draft. We see the last band coming in, and it is going to be the YSS. So yeah, interesting to me. I think they are really getting fooled by the Sora jungle if that does eventually go through. Not something that you see very conventionally, but you know, perhaps they're pulling our leg a little.
But then again, it just might be a Sora holding a Retribution.
Yeah, it might just be Sora holding a Retribution. In that case, that is Elite Mind Games. But we're going to see a Phobius being the next pick coming in from Clementi Town, so they like the snowball. They want the early lead, they like the snowball, and they're looking to play off their Phobius. Meanwhile, Springfield is going to bring in a lot of damage, I think, right? You see the Roger, you see the Kimmy come out, and I think we are likely going to see this being a Roger Gold. So early lane prior is going to be a big thing for Springfield Secondary School. The Tigro is going to be the last pick for Clementi Town, which does tell me that overall, Clementi Town want to play for the team fight. They want to play while all 5 members are active, and I think they do a much better job than that of Springfield Secondary School. Now, looking at both of these comps going into this matchup, right, you can definitely tell that both teams have the same objective of wanting to snowball early. You have the Freya, you have the Fulvius on the side of Clementi Town, but on the side of Springfield, you're looking at a Suyo who's more capable of generating that early lead. You have Hilda for early game pressure. So both teams want the early lead, but Clementi Town is bringing the force multipliers, whereas Springfield is bringing the enablers of that early game. But with that said, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of Dawn. Welcome to the last game of day 1 of CLSS. It's going to be Springfield Secondary School Team 2 versus Clementi Town Secondary School Team 2.
Not gonna lie, that's a pretty nice skin.
Oh.
Like the Rogers skin.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, this skin's nice too.
I think it's pretty new.
Right, Chad, can we go to the Rogers skin, please? That's a really, really nice skin.
Observer speed. I need this. Yes.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Welcome back to CLSS where we talk about anything but the match at hand. Neymar Jr. versus Chris Brown. I can't wait to say that. I can't wait to say that. I can't wait to say that.
Chris Brown pouncing on the opportunity. Yeah, that kind of might be a little bit out of pocket, but
what's good, guys? We're casters.
Yeah, so now we're gonna have a little bit of possible lane pressure coming in from the top lane where Durian and Rota Cutie is already on it. Neymar Jr. We all know how much this Freya can do in the really early game. So let's just see how Chris Brown can really play against this.
Yep. By now, it is really just a standstill, right? I'm expecting to see some aggressive plays coming in from Springfield Secondary School because of their Suyo, because of their Hilda. I want to see some early game aggression, but it does seem as though it's going to be a pretty calm early jungling phase for both of these junglers, and we are not going to quite see any blood spill. This first little fight is probably going to be one that is difficult for Springtown Secondary School to win, right? But not if Baller finds the death over here, but he is not going to give up just yet. But with this interaction from Baller, I do think he's going to struggle getting to level 4, especially because he's kept extremely low, and Aristronic is not looking to give up that kill whatsoever. Jumps in for the kill. Durian coming in, trying to look for the trade, but not quite able to find anything with the cloud, with the Thunderform.
Yeah, sorry about that. The Heavens Wrath doesn't really pop out in time, but really, yeah, that field engage really isn't really going to do Clementi Town any favors, since Springfield is going to be able to know that Clementi Town has no more utility, so they're just going to be able to go straight for the turtle, and right now they're going for the buff.
Oh, yep. This is the aggression that we were talking about. The bravest fighter from Lapu Lapu jumping all the way back for Durian. The traction pulse from Aristronic is also going to bring Durian in. Fortunately, both their members are able to get out, but it just goes to show the level of aggression that is made possible with the composition of Springfield Secondary School, and that is going to be a blue buff conceded to the left side.
Yeah, they really ain't going to give Baller any chance to farm. Brota QT is just constantly over here, while Mama Toman, you don't usually see a Lapu Lapu winning in their lane against a Phoveus, but here we are.
Indeed. Oh, we're looking at the top side as well. Again, it's just a lot of conflict between both of these players. It's very interesting to see a Roger versus Freya having two babysitters on their side. What are we, like, LOL? League laning phase or something. But yeah, we're moving into the next phase of this match. About 50 seconds on the clock for this turtle, and really we're just looking to we're looking to find these small engages for both of these teams, particularly for Springfield Secondary School. But hold up, During caught in a very awkward position, throwing in the shifting clouds, able to get 2, able to get 3 this time round, but there is no response to be had. The fight breaks into 2, Bro QT is able to get out, but the same cannot be said for Chris Brown. And Durian as well, as he's being chased by the likes of Ari QT. But Ali QT does not have any skills left, especially as he uses the arrow here. Jaden and Neymar Jr. have a man advantage, but Neymar Jr. does not want to commit.
I mean, that little Looney Tunes chase from RQT, that was pretty funny, but you did secure the kill. So right now he's sitting in a really nice 1-0-2. A lot of farm is going to the side of Springfield Secondary and Clementi Town. They lost some of the neutral objectives, but they also lost some of their personal jungle objectives as well. So this is going to be putting Durian at a little bit of a EXP deficit. 7-6, 6-7, very nice. Retribution coming in. It's going to be Neymar Jr. with the help of no Retribution. They managed to get that pick. Jaden with the feather airstrike. Will manage to get that big damage enough. Chris Brown going in with the slash. Werewolf form, Lycan pounce. Is it enough? It is not going to be enough as Neymar Jr. gets the triple.
That's right. It just looked as though Roger was in that fight at the wrong time and the wrong place. Oh. And with that, Clementi Town Secondary School is going to continue to persist here. But I do think it is still dead even, especially if you look at the goal lead, right? It's only you look at the goal lead, it's non-existent. You look at the kill score, it is by a minute 2 lead going in favor of Clementi Town at this juncture. So still anybody's game here, and I think, you know, it's giving more time for Baller to get back into the game in particular, right? Because Phoveus, when put on the back foot, really struggles to get going, really struggles to do what he needs to do, which is go into the back line and wreak havoc.
That's definitely possible, and that's definitely going to be very oppressive if Phoveus can get that game plan out, but you cannot do it at a gold deficit. As it stands, Springfield Secondary School need to continue to play for these aggressive fights.
Oh,
Speaking of aggression, the aggression is to be had from the side of Clementine Town Secondary School. A swift and complete defeat of Aristronic.
Didn't even need to use the Heaven's Wrath. He just jumped straight in. I mean, he kind of died before Heaven's Wrath could be procced anyway. So right now, RQT does jump straight into it. Here comes the implosion and the feathered airstrike. A lot of things happening right now as we have Baller just jumping straight in, dunking onto them, bouncing on them, and now brought a QT. Not being able to run away. Here comes the Lapu Lapu Mamatoma trying to keep himself alive with the sustain. And just not enough to keep him in the fight.
Yeah, one by one, they just continue to fall. Jaden was that one sole concession, the one little bit of tanks that they were able to collect in that last team fight. But we're looking at the mid lane, and again, the aggression from Freya is clear here. Not afraid to jump in for the Kimmy whatsoever.
Now the turtle is going to be ripe for the taking as Clementine Town Secondary School postures to use their advantage, that they created from the gold and the EXP. Jungler not inside. RQT really far away from the turtle. Can't pull off a Night Star right now as there are just too many people to 1v1.
Yep. And we are back at a state of equilibrium. Still, the goal lead is basically non-existent between both of these teams. The Sky Piercer is going to be picked up for Chris Brown, so we will be seeing if that is going to come into play. And we see the Hilda on the Fable, and we're going to see that being put into motion as two members all convene onto Jaden. Not quite able to get any work done though. We're jumping in, a bit of a risky position, especially considering we have a Suyo that's very fed, but is going to walk away unpunished.
Yeah, there's going to be the flicker being popped from our feathered airstrike user as well. So that means Jaden is going to have to take care of his position much more carefully. Duran and Neymar Jr. taking the trip.
Do they know? Chat, do they know?
Do they know, chat?
Duran is going in to clear the
nah,
bush.
Duran now knows.
And they see both of them. Still the top lane duo. Just shaking hands, shaking hands with these team fights.
Yeah, but Duran will get caught up by a little bit, trying to go in. Here it becomes the Sundering Skies, and to go in, Duran, punch! 3 punches down, and the implosion does manage to set up the Alphovis for some kills, and Aristronic manages to off-screen Jaden. Aristronic falls to flicker away. Here comes the backup. Mama Toman, will he be able to keep Duran away from his Kimmy? Yes, he will. But now he's going to be the one put up for questioning, being forced to use the Bravest Warrior, and he will have to run away.
Indeed. Again, very awkward team fights being had for both of these teams, right? Nothing is clean, nothing is clear cut. Duran is going in for the second round of the team fight. 4 members all converge onto the bot side. They are not leaving any crumbs. And with that, I mean,
What did he do to you?
Mama Toma is gonna continue to be put on the back foot. In fact, you look at the death counts of all the teams from Springfield Secondary School, right? And you're seeing that they have a very evenly spread death count. Meanwhile, on the side of Clementine Town, then Neymar Jr., that Freya is still up and kicking 6 kills and is being the main battery for Clementine Town at this juncture. So I think this Freya is gonna be public enemy number 1 for Springfield Secondary School. They want to start to think about winning these team fights. And speaking of team fights, we're currently at the Lord. They're looking for an angle back in. Aristronic looking for some way of ground, but the implosion is gonna come in, locking on the halfway in Pharaoh pursuit onto 2 members as well. Jaden comes in with a feather airstrike, gonna get a lot of value, but is gonna be forced out by the Favourite Fighter coming in from Mama Toma. And as the dust settles, it's gonna be 2 kills on the side of Springfield Secondary School and 3 bodies dropped for Clementine Town.
And the Sky Piercer not really putting in the work for Chris Brown. You can't really get it. You can't really get all those finishing hits if you do not have that damage. And right now, Chris Brown, level 11.
What if you wanted to recall, but the Hilda said?
Honestly, he should have just went for it. He should have just, okay. You know what? Do it for the Divine. But now Duran going in with the Thunder mode. Will he be able to get the stacks? He will not, and IRQT will be able to run away.
So still, no progress has been made. I mean, they did a lot of Lord fighting, but not a lot to be seen from either side right now. Neymar Jr. being caught up by 3 members, but the Valkyrie's descent is going to be committed in order for him to get out. So the Valkyrie descent will not be online for this Lord fight. That is something significant for Springfield Secondary School, especially considering the goal lead is still pretty close, and the Freya is still pretty reliant on that Valkyrie's descent to put big damage, especially considering that the Freya was a big threat for most of this battle.
Alright, now the mid lane looking pretty empty. Empty of minions, but not empty of men, as we are having all of these players being put straight up onto the board. Right now the Lord is going to be taken out by Clementi Town Secondary School, whereas Springfield trying to find his way in. Mama Tolman throwing in some blaze, but will it be enough to put them away? No, it will not, as Baller looking to get an entrance in. And here comes the Thundering Skies. Implosion does not catch anybody. A little bit disjointed communication, but it doesn't matter, as Chris Brown brought the QT will fall. Right now, Sora putting in so much work, as Durian will be able to run away. Aristronic trying to find a kill onto Durian, but Durian will be able to run away. Now it's going to be Aristronic's turn to be put up for questioning. REQT will fall. There goes the retribution for Springfield Secondary School, but they are not done. Aristronic Dark Wave go in.
Aristronic just a bit too greedy, trying to get that, trying to get that equalizing factor in Baller, but he will pay with his life. And with that said, Springfield Secondary School now are put on the back foot, right? The Clementi Town Secondary School have expanded that 1k gold lead all the way to a very massive 4k, and with a Lord in hand, they're looking to take all of these towers going past the 11-minute mark.
I just realized that there are 2 Durians.
Yeah?
For Clementi Town.
Oh.
Sora Durian and Tibio Durian.
Why would you do this to me?
Durian and Durian and Durian and...
Man, I feel like they like Durian. But yeah, I really like the position that Springfield, that Clementi Town Secondary School has put Springfield, have put their adversaries here, right? Their Baller is now currently online, so he's gonna be a very big threat. The Freya has just been constantly bugging the likes of Springfield's jungler, the gold lane, everyone throughout this entire match. And really, the same is only gonna be magnified with the gold lead. We see the better airstrike from Jaden come in to take down Astronic. We're looking at Mama Toma trying their best to shut it down with the bravest fighter, but it is not gonna be enough. The cavalry is here for Springfield Secondary School, but it is too late for it to even begin to matter, as what seemed like a defensible base has now become ruined, as Clementi Town Secondary School march down bot lane with their Lord in hand and take the first game of this series.
Well played to Clementi Town Secondary School. This really shows that you can't judge the team by their win-loss records. They may only have won 1 game so far, but that doesn't mean that they're not gonna put in a really valiant effort to win this one right now. Honestly, I thought that Springfield could have defended the last fight.
Yeah, I think it was really a matter of I think the first 2 people that went down in that fight were picked off, right? They were picked off, and then the support from Springfield, I think they were a bit too hasty in trying to back them up, and that's what caused them to lose the entire game as a whole, right? The Lord might have marched in from bot, but it was 100% defensible. It was very, very defensible.
The holy defense was still up.
The holy defense was still up. They had, like, I think they still had their tier 2s online, so they still had their tier 1 towers online, so if they wanted to, they could have stayed back to defend, but the cavalry came in, and at that point they just had to commit to it, and it just didn't seem to work out, especially when they were at a gold deficit.
Yeah, unfortunately we couldn't see Chris Breezy this time really pull out the stop, so maybe the next one, maybe not on the Roger. Although I was so excited to see the Roger just constantly fly in using the Lycan Pounce and just, go swish, 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 swish.
Yeah, I mean, I think overall the early game of Springfield was very well played. I think it was looking very, very close across the board, right? But I think too many deaths were put onto the main damage carriers of Springfield Secondary School, that it became very hard for them to play these later team fights. The same cannot be said, obviously, for Clementi Town. Even when the Phobius was on the back pedal, the Freya was there, constantly being a threat, and I think that's the key with Freya, right? Freya is always a threat, no matter which stage of the game you're at, no matter how much gold you have. As long as a Freya is well played,
as long as the guy knows what he's doing, the Freya can be a monster at every stage of the game. And hey, I was doubtful of this Sora jungle, but it really did seem to be the big playmaker at the very end.
So right now we're going to put Sora in the EXP, Sora in the gold lane, Sora in the jungle.
Hey, I play in Rome, so I think it's possible.
Sora in the roam, so now we just need somebody to put Sora in the mid lane.
Yup, that's the Valentina. That's the Valentina.
Ah, yes. where Valentina can be played in every lane. Oh my god.
I really want to see Valentina get played sometime this tournament, but Valentina is one of those heroes that are very, very difficult to learn. It's similar to Fanny. I'd say Valentina is the hardest hero in the mid lane right now.
The hardest mage, I will say.
Yeah, the hardest mage, definitely. And for that reason, you know, these guys, I don't think they have a lot of time on their hands, but if we do see one, it's going to make a splash and it's instantly going to get banned. But yeah.
Okay, I think saying that Valentina is the hardest mage is probably going to make a lot of Kagura mains very angry.
Man, screw the Kagura mains, man. When was your hero meta? I just. When was the last time? But when was the last time your heroes meta? Anyways,
to be fair, Kagura was used in MPL like a really, really long time ago.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, back when RSG kind of got 4-1.
Oh. Those who knows. But anyways, going into this next matchup, I'm excited. I'm interested. I'm always interested to see how these teams will reorient their game plan moving forward. I think Clementi Town had a very clear game plan here. We had the Freya, we had the Phobias. Snowball was the name of the game. But I also do think that Springfield had something good going, right? They had the Suyo, they had the Hilda, they played aggressive in the early game, but they just ended up taking too many fights. So overall, I think the loss or the failure of Springfield going into this matchup was less so a matter of draft, but it was more so a matter of discipline. I think they just lacked discipline in these objective fights.
Yeah, the final decision was probably not the best.
I mean,
I can see the angle.
Yeah, no. I mean, it was definitely not a good decision. It was not a good call made, but that definitely is just the catalyst, right? There were a lot of
all the small things.
There were a lot of other small decision-making things. They didn't wait for their team to get together. They let themselves get caught up by the Freya, and I think Clementi Town saw the opportunity and instantly seized the day, especially with the Freya. I can talk all day about how amazing that Freya was in that matchup.
Yeah, using the Valkyrie Descent not only to engage, but also to like disengage, bait Springfield into a false sense of security. Like, hey, Freya has ulted away. Maybe we should chase her. Starts to chase her, and then the entire team from Clementi Town just came in and just like, hi guys. So yeah, like even though like this Valkyrie Descent is a very committal kind of ulti, you can also use it to commit away from the fight, from those fights that you really don't want to go in. So. Plus all the skills that Freya has basically gives her mobility as well. So she's gonna be really hard to pin down. So let's see if she gets banned out in. Yep, she does get banned out almost immediately.
My way or the highway. Your team is banning.
Let's see what the bans are gonna be, and it looks like we're gonna see a very a similar flavor when it comes to the bans. It's gonna be the Fredrin, the Belleric, and the Ixia on the side of Clementi Town Secondary School. Again, very interesting bans. Perhaps coming out of trauma of their previous games, I can definitely see that being a reason. Especially given what we saw from the Ixia in one of our previous games. But on the right side, we see a lot more conventional bans coming in from Springfield. We're seeing a Sora, a Leomord, and a Freya ban. So all three of these heroes very good initiators, very good team fight disruptors. So I'm assuming that going into this fight, Springfield Secondary School want to be able to take control. They might want to go for a pickoff, but I do think that's more so them wanting to take control of their front to back.
Okay, locking up the Tigreal immediately, and hello Hayabusa.
It's been a long time since I've seen a Hayabusa being played out, and seeing a Hayabusa being picked out despite the fact that the studio is still open, that is something that you don't see every day. But with the Khalid being played out, you can definitely tell that Springfield Secondary School want to play for that early snowball. They want to play for the Hayabusa. And meanwhile, on the side of Clementi Town Secondary School, you're looking at a Tigreal into a Ruby. Now, this is pretty unorthodox, right? You don't
typically see this, but with the Eve also being picked out, you can tell that overall this comp wants to play for the team fights. Speaking of controlling the team fights, of course, the Tigreal, the Ruby is definitely going to be a good asset. But it is going to be met with... okay, no, we're going to see the return of Chris Brown's Roger. It didn't quite work the first time, but, you know, second tries the charm, perhaps.
Maybe this time we'll see the full effects of, like, you know, the Roger Sky Piercer like a pounce. I'm pretty excited to see what Chris Brown can do, but yeah, just looking at it, Durian, Neymar Jr. and Jaden picking up, like as you said, those really team fight heavy compositions.
Now Clementi Town needs to find something that plays well with their setup, like plays off their setup very well. I think Eve is a good shout for that. I think a far shot would have been definitely a valid one as well. But you can see that in the bands in Springfield that they're anticipating something like the Guinevere.
I think Melissa will be pretty cool actually.
I mean the Claude is still open here as well, right? Like the Claude is the no-brainer pick in the gold lane, but Melissa could definitely be an interesting shout.
Especially when the real world manipulation pops down, you can't really get out of the zone easily, and that pretty much is almost the same size as the range of Muddles.
Yeah. At the end of the day, right, the Fulvius is still open for the side of Clementi Town, and that's going to be a very strong asset for the Hayabusa. So that could be something interesting that they could opt to go for. And I think overall, right, Clementi Town could use some lockdown because, like, you have the Tigreal, you have the Ruby, but you don't really have anyone to hard lockdown, to hard CC the Hayabusas like a Hylos, like a I was thinking of someone else before this. But yeah, with that said, the Fulvius is going to go into the hands of Springfield Secondary School. A high prior pick makes a lot of sense.
Hold up, come on, do it, man, do it.
I don't like a Grog EXP here. I really don't like a Grog EXP, and it looks like they feel the same way.
Belmont. Come on, you know you want to do it.
Alright, man. I was actually looking for a glue. I think a glue could be a pretty interesting
Well, glue could be nice, but Belmont though,
that's true.
Yeah, let's go, Durian. Do it for the vibes.
Alright, man. If you can hear them right now, we don't play favorites, but hey, when one of the teams is pulling up the Belmont, you can't help but
Respect is through the roof. Respect is through the roof. Let's go, Belmont.
Yeah. I don't know what that last hero is.
I have no clue.
Wait,
I have never seen that skin.
Wait, what lane is that? Wait, hold on. I guess
it should be the gold lane.
I guess we're finding out very, very soon, and it is gonna be
Novaria! Oh my goodness, have not seen her in a hot minute.
Novaria is an interesting pick for me because, like, what exactly does this Novaria do for the comp overall? Who does she enable? I think it's mostly the Fulvius and the Khalid. I really don't see Novaria being a big thing for the rest of their comp, but I think one thing that I can point out right here is that overall, it seems as though the top side is
Clementi Town.
Top side is Clementi Town. The boards, I think Springfield definitely want to look to go for a more pick-off style comp, whereas Clementi Town want to play for more team fights. But with that said, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of Dawn. It's gonna be Springfield Secondary School versus Clementi Town Secondary School. Yeah, that's your skin on the on Chris Brown.
Let's go, Chris Brown with the drip.
We'll have to see if Springfield Secondary School is able to uphold their very solid 3-win record in the group stage and tie the scoreline back 1-1.
Right now, Springfield Secondary trying to look for any early engages that they can. Khalid trying to make the most out of it, but unfortunately at this point, nothing's really happening on the map. Baller finding himself in a little bit of a skirmish with Mama Toman, but other than that, I don't think nothing's happening in the early game. As I say, as Neymar Jr. will be forced away from that lane. Able to survive though. Gold lane Ruby, let's go.
That's the power of the early game Khalid, right? Khalid can just jump in, hop in, and do a lot of damage, chunk a lot of damage, and take a lot of damage, even at level 1. I think what's interesting about...
Okay. That was so close.
Ballsy play. But I think going into this matchup, one thing I like to point out is the diversity and adaptability of Springfield Secondary School's comp, right? They really have a mix of everything. They have the early game in the hands of Anonymous. They have the mid-game security with the Fulvius and and the Hayabusa. And then they have the late game with Aristronic and Chris Brown. So at every stage of the game, Springfield will be able to take a fight. They will be able to get back into the game. But it's a matter of how well they mesh, how well they escort their team into each stage of the game. And meanwhile, Clementi Town Secondary School have a very, very consistent game plan throughout the entire game. Their heroes don't really lend themselves to a specific stage of the game, but it's clear to see that they just want to play for the team fights. They have so much chain stun, they have so much chain CC from every single one of their members that, you know, you can only imagine that they want to take all these fights as 5. But speaking of fights, we're moving into our first one.
Lethal counter, here we go!
Julian coming in for the additional damage, and it's going to be first blood conceded to Clementi Town Secondary School, and an easy turtle at that as well.
Well, it might not be an easy turtle just yet, since Hayabusa is still alive. REQT. Okay, REQT doesn't have the quad shadows anymore, so that means you can't really check on the turtle. Which means, yeah, as you said, easy turtle for Duran to take.
Yep.
Right.
Indeed, an early lead gonna be placed into the hands of Clementi Town Secondary School, so that's already something good if you are a fan. Not to mention, right, the implosion is open, so Duran can afford to take a fight here if he wants to, especially with
lethal counter.
Lethal counter in, and that's gonna be yet another kill onto the back of Anonymous.
It seems that every time Bellman gets a kill, the crowd just erupts, and I am loving it.
I am loving it too.
Alright, so another shot from Aristronic. Doesn't really land it smart, but now into the gold lane, the fight of Chris Brown against Neymar Jr. Yeah, Chris Brown ain't gonna jump straight into that just yet. Neymar Jr. doing a really good job at holding the lane away from him.
Yeah, we're seeing more discipline coming in from Springfield Secondary School, and you love to see that in that front. A 2v1 on the baller is going to drop him extremely low, but not enough. Oh, Infernal Pursuit, do it. Oh, Anonymous jumping in from the back line. Baller knows he's in between a rock and a hard place, but Springfield is going to play the disciplined game and not overcommit.
Yeah, he doesn't really have the Raging Sandstorm to really engage in as well anyway, so I think pretty smart to just walk away from that. Now RQT onto that level 6 versus, well, Duran's also on level 6, so I think RQT is doing a really good job at keeping his farm in check, such that you're not really giving anything away. Neymar Jr. looking for an I'm offended, doesn't really get just yet. Durian! Another one!
Happened. I saw a lethal counter. I don't know what happened.
It was a lethal counter. Definitely a lethal counter going in, slamming them straight back to home court. So Anonymous?
Oh.
Right now at the level 4 does have access to the Raging Sandstorm, so we probably can see some counter plays coming in.
Yeah, we're moving into the next turtle fight, and oh my goodness, Belmont on Molten Essence, man. This is elite ball knowledge. This is elite right here.
Oh my god.
this is new meta that we're talking about. But other than that, the builds are pretty standard all across the board. We're moving into this next turtle fight, and already REQT is being zoned out from his objective, so it's looking good for Clementi Town School, at least for this next turtle. But Anonymous is going to try his best. Raging Sandstorm going to come in, but all 3 members are all going to talk on him, and Anonymous will get taken out once again by the lethal counter, with the rest of Springfield Secondary School for being forced to book it for the hills. 5 members of Clementi Town really understanding the comp in similar fashion to Cat High's Ube.
Ladies and gentlemen, all 4 kills on the board belong to the king. It belongs to Bellman. Every single one of them was a result of a lethal counter. And right now, Chris Brown finding himself in the middle of a situation with real world manipulation going down. Teresa jumps straight into the fight. Jaden will fall to the OG shadow kill. But do we see another lethal counter? We do not, but Duran will survive anyway. As V-Baller, Aristronic trying to look for the start, trying to look for the shot. Will he be able to find it? Gets the shot, but he's going to go on to Baller instead. Duran lives to see another day.
Yep. Oh man. I mean, I think that was a very valiant effort from Springfield Secondary School when it came to trying to equal out the scoreline, right? But at the end of the day, stagnation is only going to favor the team with the early lead, and that team is Clementi Town. But hold up, a lot of damage is being amounted to Duran, and the Raging Sandstorm for the additional layer of security, and down goes the Belmont. The crowd, unfortunately, heaves long sighs of disappointment, and you know, who can blame them? But as it stands, we are looking at a 1K, but still looking at a 1K goal lead in the hands of Clementi Town Secondary School, but it is getting narrower and narrower.
It's just one death.
It is just one.
It's just one death. Bellman can come back from all. Bellman, best girl. So right now, Anonymous trying to jump in straight onto Baller as Durian pushes him away with a nice implosion. Penalty zone. Smacks him straight in. 1 hit, 2 hit. Now it's going to be Mama's Toman's turn to jump into the air. Trying to get Durian out of the way. The old shadow kill threatens to kill Durian. Now Durian will fall. Now Jaden. What? What was
happened?
that?
What happened with the real world manipulation? I thought it was a kill and a half for REQT, but it looked like it was just an unfortunate cancel. And Mama Toma is gonna go in for the next part of the team fight. Neymar Jr. is gonna be taken out by the Infernal Pursuit. And with, I mean, what is happening?
Manipulation. Now Jaden will find himself being caught in a little bit of a pickle as Anonymous is going to be on his tail. He'll be able to run away though, but what was that cancel? I'm actually pretty curious what happened.
Yeah.
Oh, whoa.
Aristronic really making us jump out of our seats for that one. There is no safe bush when you have a Novaria beating down on your back. We're moving into the next total contestant. It looks like Durin is hungry for the kill. Will he be able to get it? No, he will
so
not.
Close.
Durin is going to be looking to get taken out, but he is going to be saved by his team. Penalty zone coming in alongside the implosion as well. The shadow kill opens up, and it looks to take down the likes of Durin. The next one on the chopping block is going to be Baller, and he will be the next one to fall. And with that, 7-7 is going to be the scoreline at hand. Nima Jr. is going to be the next one to add to the count as he is caught in an awkward position. REQT hungry for that kill, but not quite able to secure it.
Really scrappy team fight, but in the end, I think Durian just went a little bit too far too early. I could see the vision going in with the penalty zone retribution combo in order to steal the turtle away. But there were just a little bit too many people, and I think he was just a little bit too overzealous in that. Now wait, going in for it?
Yeah, again, it's just skirmish after skirmish. Anonymous being caught in an awkward position and Durin instantly jumping on the opportunity for an engage. Mama Toma is going to come in alongside the Astro Echo, and down comes the Raging Sandstorm Real World Manipulation coming in to control the team fight. But it's going to be 4-4 right now as one member goes down each. It's going to be a double Roma loss, but we're moving into the second bar of the team fight. Mama Toma jumping in from Baller, but it looks like they will be finally disengaging.
A nice shot coming in from Aristronic, but the damage just isn't there just yet. Slowly but surely though, with no deaths on the count, the farm is going to be building up pretty quickly. And now, okay, Durian with the War Axe, with the Molten Axe, with the Cursed Helm. This is going to be a really hard Bellman to get rid of sooner or later.
Yeah, that's right. The Cursed Helmet especially. That's not something that you typically see. You know, I would expect the Belmont to go for a more conventional lifesteal build, but alas, you know, we're going for a Belmont utility-esque build.
A Bellman that stays alive is a good Bellman.
I guess, man. It looks like Haya. Wait, did Haya steal that?
Yep,
I
Haya
think
did
it
steal
was
that, yes.
a very cheeky steal of the blue bar from REQT, and that's the power of having a Hayabusa, right?
12-12.
Oh no, Hayabusa didn't take that. Hayabusa. Wait.
Yeah,
Wait, I might know. Anyways, it doesn't matter. As you move into the next part of the team fight, but moving deeper and deeper. Raging Sandstorm onto Neymar Jr. and Durin, but it doesn't quite connect. We're looking at the back line.
Oh, lethal counter!
And the Drizzler gets devoured. But of course, the lethal counter is going to drop onto REQT and Anonymous. They are still hungry for the second part of the team fight, despite being at a man disadvantage. And down goes Durian. The second one is being chased as Restronic, throwing the bullet all the way into Durin and Jaden. And they are hungry to secure the kill. Chris Brown jumps in and gets the triple with the shutdown as added sprinkles on top.
Chris Brown finally bearing the fangs of the wolf, getting the value out of that Sky Piercing, managing to get a triple before he falls down. And he got the triple onto Durian as well, so that's a lot more gold going his way. Right now, as we speak, already the Windtalker and the Half Claws, along with the Sky Piercer.
Do they want to try this? Neymar Jr. is looking for the angle, but the fact of the matter is they just don't have enough people, right? It's going to be a 4v5 contest. The Raging Sandstorm is in and they have to go. Astro Echo gets brought out. The penalty zone gets brought in. The real world manipulation trying to control the fight as best as they can, zoning out the other two members of Springfield Secondary School, and that is going to be enough to take down the likes of Mama Toma and Anonymous. That's going to be the isolation that they require.
Damage from Jaden is going to be getting really unignorable right now. We saw how much damage that took when the implosion came in and the RWM popped out. Well, Springfield Secondary School have to do something about that sooner or later.
with a Lord marching down bot lane, it's getting more and more difficult, especially given how the Fulvius is going to be back for this fight. We'll have to see how well Springfield Secondary School make use of this Lord. And it's going to be a 360 no-scope onto the likes of Jaden. Yet another kill. Yet another kill into the hands of Springfield Secondary School. Anonymous and Nima Jr. in a bit of a tussle on the bot lane. Anonymous wants to escort this Lord, and for what it's worth, the rest of the cavalry is in for the support. Baller being in a tussle with REQT. The penalty zone gonna be locked onto Mamatoma, but you look on the bot side, Anonymous locking onto Duran with the Raging Sandstorm. Second round on the team fight, and everybody's in for the money. Jaden and Baller is gonna be taken out, but so is REQT. Still a 4v4 scenario here, but 1 and 2, both of them fall at the exact same time, with Chris Brown joining in late for the fight, but in for the push.
Aristronic shooting from downtown, manages to get that snipe. That's a really critical hit right now in Anonymous. Anonymous going straight in. The Lord is going to be going into a defenseless bottom lane. Now they're going to be threatening to anybody. RWM does come out. Here comes a flicker from Mama Toman. The minions are going to be slowly disappearing, and there's going to be any chances of ending the game right now. And Mama Toman looking to be so low right there.
Yeah, but not quite enough to secure the kill here.
Man, the chicken smells good.
Oh, Duran is locking on to Aristronic. Drops down the leader counter, but not going to be enough to take the kill there.
It's not over though.
And now Springfield Secondary School are going to be forced to retreat. They are going to be able to get away pretty comfortably, but of course the damage has already been done. The inhibitor turrets are being dropped to less than half their HP, and of course the bot lane is wide open.
Honestly, the amount of work that Duran is doing in this game is phenomenal. You wouldn't expect the Belmont to be able to deal this much pressure, and yet here we are. Okay, the OG Shadow kill coming straight in. RQT unable to get that lock onto Jaden though. Mama Toman with the mark for the Infernal Pursuit does not want to jump in just yet. Yes, he wants to jump in right now, but jumps in straight into a penalty zone, and he will pay for the a five-man implosion. Everybody pops out, but the RWM is there to follow it up. Aristronic gets slammed into the ground. Next up on the block is Anonymous. Chris Brown looking straight down into the eyes. The lethal counter doesn't get anybody, does not connect, but it does not matter. RQT with the happy feet wombo combo manages to get away from Durian, but will he be able to get away from everybody else though?
Oh my goodness, REQT playing with the hearts of Clementi Town Secondary School right now and is barely able to get away. But a 5-man implosion completely changed the tempo of that battle. Clementi Town Secondary School looked to be in such a disadvantaged position, but they saw the grouping, they saw that there are no purifies to be had on Springfield Secondary School, and they punished them for their lack of respect. That's going to be a lot going into the hands of Clementi Town.
Are you sure about that?
But Springfield Secondary School have something else to say about that. 3 members are slowly but surely flooding into the battle, but they are at a disadvantage. Will they be able to emerge victorious? Jaden,
yes, he will!
Now by the Novaria. You look on the board side, and Chris Brown is chasing the likes of Neymar Jr. Raging Sandstorm into both Duran and Baller as they all jump on Duran. Left on his lonesome right now as he's forced to watch Baller be the last bastion of hope falling. Duran and forced to run away, and with that,
they still might be able to come back with this. The Lord has spawned, so has the enhanced minions. 13 seconds before before Jaden and Duran number 2 spawns as well. The minion wave is coming in, but let's see whether Durian can hold it out. He just has to prevent the minions from hitting. Lethal counter right now will be so good, but unfortunately just not enough. And Clementi Town will fall. Springfield Secondary School will stop the dreams of the Bellman train, bringing this series to a 1-1.
Last game of the day, and of course, it has to be a game 3. Here we go.
That was so good, though.
That was a phenomenal effort from Clementi Town Secondary School till the very end to try to equalize the series, right? The proactiveness of the Tigreal with the 5-man implosion. We have to look at that again. If there was a highlight reel, if there were replays available, we have to replay that several 10 times. That was a phenomenal play from them.
For the social media intern who has to edit this clip later, please keep the 5-man implosion in.
Yep.
That was beautiful. That was a work of art, a masterpiece, if you will. I mean, to be fair, the follow-up didn't really come that much afterwards.
Well, yeah, I don't want to be
the catch was there.
Hey,
the
guys,
catch was there.
I don't want to be the bearer of the bad news, but low-key, guys, the bad one wasn't it. I think it's time to realize, guys. I mean, he was the MVP, but think about it. Think about how much more you could have done with like a Suyo in your hand, with a
But
with
Bellman
Ali.
though. But
You
Bellman,
do- you
like
see, you
honestly, they've won in my hearts.
You do drive a good argument, but but as a meta fiend as I am, this man, wow, wow.
To which I respond, but Bellman though.
Okay. Yeah. So going into this next series, how will these two teams play differently? Because
Bellman.
we've seen two sides of the same coin being played. We've seen very solid team compositions being brought out. It's clear to see that they have planned for this matchup, right? They know what needs to be done. The early game pressure being coming into play with Clementi Town, and of course Springfield bringing the counter CC, the chain CC, and of course the Belmont in their hands. So
Honestly, this fight was much closer than it should have been.
yeah,
So
definitely.
much closer. Duran really understood that the importance of Bellman was in the early game and did as much damage as he could. As we saw, 4 lethal counters in like the first 5 minutes of the game, and all 4 kills. Like for the first part of the game, none of it was with RQT. But slowly over time, as Duran started to be a little bit overconfident, made a little bit of missteps, going into the Lord Pit a little bit too early before Baller could have the time to really follow up on that. Yeah, I think those little small mistakes really took away the amount of impact that he had, and what could have been the ultimate Bellman game, unfortunately, ended in slight tragedy.
Yeah. Well, it is what it is. That is just how MLBB goes. It was a very interesting. It was definitely a very well thought out plan. But overall, you know, sometimes the meta just wins out. And when you have a snowballing Phobias on your team, it does start to get very, very difficult overall.
Yeah.
So
Academy, supported by SGEA and Moonton, and produced by C2E4. So all in all, this has been like a really big project with so many players coming together. Not only players as in like game players, but also like industry players, organizers, especially schools as well. Like we have over 34 schools that participated this year.
yeah.
That's like more than 5.
And I mean, me personally, as a esports talent myself, I love seeing the growth of the competitive scene, of the esports scene in Singapore, and I think that's definitely what Skoga has been trying to do for the longest time, for the past few years at this point. So yeah, if you are interested, do drop them some support. Do check out their website if you are interested in seeing what they are up to. But of course, you know, Esports Academy as well. We are part of that. I mean, we're not part of the Esports Academy, but they are the reason why younger casters like you and me have opportunities to, you know, come in for great events such as these.
Definitely, and also not to forget the prizes that our teams are fighting for.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so second prize, 517 diamonds
517
with
diamonds.
5 Nando family meals for free.
For free?
Yeah,
For free.
that's like 5 dinners for either for your entire team or one person eat all. I don't know. It's up to you to settle. And for the second one, for like first place, we do have 1,071 diamonds to give away. Whew. With 5 Nando family meals.
That's like one Lightboard skin. That's
Yeah.
like one whole Lightboard skin. Holy crap.
Yeah, Lightbound skins aren't cheap, man.
Only OGs remember when Lightborn was all the rave. But I think, Cake, let's talk about what you're excited to see. I know you've talked all about the Balmon and whatnot, but what heroes do you want to see getting picked out?
Say real. Personally, I want to see a Rafaela.
Raphael, I mean, of course.
Yes, because like honestly, even back then during like the Ube period, there was a period of time where Rafaela was actually a Esther substitute. Thanks to the speed boost and the heals.
It's a more hyperactive
Yes,
form
a
of
very fast rotation kind of support style. But let's see whether we'll see it today. So we have Ishuchin banned out as well as Freya.
Yeah, the first few bans coming in, Freya being a very high prio pick for a lot of teams in this tournament. Makes a lot of sense that they will look to take it out early on. Meanwhile, we're going to see a YSS and Belleric being banned up for Clementi Town Secondary School. Again, I don't know why they love banning Belleric. You know, I really do think that it comes from a place of a previous matchup just not going their way. But finally, we are going to see the Tigreal being taken out of this match, and really a breath of fresh air. We've seen teams go into Tigreal a lot more times than I expected, I think, in this tournament. But, you know, we will see.
More implosion.
We will see if, as a result, we'll see some different form of set tank being brought out. Maybe we see an Atlas. Maybe we see. Well, I guess Belleric is banned as well. So Yeah, maybe we'll see something like an Atlas, maybe we'll see something like Kadra, a different form of playmaking coming in from both of these teams.
Hot take Franco?
Franco could be something.
Yeah.
But we're gonna see Durian, the return of Durian Sora jungle. Ooh.
I mean, it worked. It worked in previous time to really great success. Now Chris Brown on the tried and true tested Roger. I never get tired of it. If they do get through to tomorrow, they better bring out Chris Brown on the Roger.
Yeah, that is what we're talking about. Meanwhile, we're going to see Mama Toman back onto the Lapu Lapu. Going to be very good shooting down the artillery from Clementi Town Secondary School. But speaking of explosive, we are going to see a I mean, when I was thinking about other flavors of Set Tang, I definitely wasn't expecting a Johnson, but here we are.
Yo, what if we see the Johnson Odette combo?
Yeah, I think low-key we gotta see it. We actually have to see the Odette coming in. We're gonna see the Grok coming out next from Springfield Secondary School, and this is likely going to be picked out as a response to the likes of Clementi Town, right? We're likely gonna see this Grok on Rome. And Grok is one of the best counters to Johnson in general. Just put walls in front so that the Johnson can't even begin to think about a response.
Just build a wall.
Indeed. I am surprised to see that we didn't get the Jutsun pick at all coming in from both of these teams in the first picking phase. I do think the opportunity cost of not picking a Jutsun in the first picking phase is always going to be larger than any other pick that you could have had. But again, that is my Jutsun bias speaking here.
Yeah, maybe they had some sort of honor code. Like as you can see, Suyo isn't here either. Like we have no Suyo in the ban slot, no Suyo being picked up, and no Suyo being picked up just yet as well. And it seems that Springfield doesn't want to deal with the Odette Johnson combo because now Odette is banned, and we don't see Odette getting banned out very often.
Yep. Speaking of Suyo has now been banned out. They finally realized that they finally realized that it was open, and they are not looking to contest it whatsoever. Meanwhile, we're gonna see a Lilia coming out, I think, from Springfield Secondary School. I really like this pick. Especially into a sort of utility-esque jungler that Julian is putting on show. If you can't have something like a Yusin to put damage onto slower moving characters, I think the Lilia in general has been one of the best picks in the current meta to do so.
Yeah, and it seems that
No way.
since Clementi Town Secondary School's draft
No.
really wants to stay into the fight, putting a Lilia down there to create that zone where they have to stay in is probably going to do them a lot of damage. And now Neymar Jr. with that Martis. Yeah, Jaden on that Farsa, okay. Martis gold, okay.
This is an interesting angle for Clementi Town Secondary School, right? I think they... Oh my goodness. Oh, they were hovering the Layla for a second, giving me a bit of a scare. But Clementi Town Secondary School overall have a lot of damage profiles, but they don't have a lot of hard damage profiles, right? They have people who have a little bit of both. They have some sustain and they have some damage. The last pick before we get into the Land of Dawn, the final game of today is going to be the Lucas, and with that, it tells us that Springfield Secondary School want to play for the early game. They want to play with early aggression overall. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, as the players are loading in, we're going to get into game 3 of the final match of the first day of CLSS.
And the last game of today.
The last game of today in the cake. Welcome to the Land of Dawn. Let's jump straight into the action.
Alright, so now Clementi Town Secondary School onto the left and Springfield Secondary School onto the right. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are supporting either one of these teams, please make some noise!
Alright. We're moving into the first bout of the matchup, and already you can tell what Clementi Town wants to do, right? The danger with the comp that Clementi Town is running is that it's a very feast of famine comp. If you have Neymar Jr. on the Martis scaling up very fast, if you have Jaden picking up core items like the Holy Crystal earlier than the likes of Springfield, they can definitely put some hard damage numbers on board.
Oh,
but if it goes down to the late game, it's going to be difficult for Clementi Town to contest against the hard damage numbers of that RAQT or Chris Brown can put on show, especially given how they are, especially how Chris Brown's Roger is a marksman. So a lot of high ground, and I think high ground is going to be the name of the game for Springfield Secondary School going into this matchup. They need to be able to play with the high ground.
And right now, looking in the jungle,
Anonymous trying to disrupt our Durian's farm a little bit, but the Another Wall doesn't really manage to get the buff. That's okay. You know what? You can't really steal everything. But now everybody's going to be falling back in. Baller only on level 2, having his first 2 creeps kind of starved up away from him. So that means for the turtle fight, it's going to be slightly leaning towards Springfield Secondary School.
Yeah. Springfield Secondary School definitely have the stronger early game pressure, right? You have the Lilia and then you have the bravest fighter from the Lapu Lapu. And of course you have Grok, whose wall is applicable at all stages of game.
Okay.
But we look at the first round of the fight. Sora comes in, raised and Heavenly Blast onto 2 members of Springfield Secondary School, taking down REQT and Anonymous. And with that, that's going to be an easy turtle and more momentum, more tempo going to the hands of CTSS.
Yeah, Clementi Town really needed this in order to really snowball, as you said. But now they do have the level advantage. Jaden somehow still at level 3. I mean, that's probably a testament of how quickly they took the turtle.
Yeah. And with the Phobius in the hands of CTSS as well, like they will be able to generate if they play their cards right moving forward, they will be able to very quickly snowball out of control and play for Neymar Jr.'s Martis. Meanwhile, on the side of Springfield Secondary School, I do not think that they're out of the fight just yet. I think all of their heroes are very stable across all fronts, right? Even if they are at a goal deficit, they'll still be able to put up good fights. A bit of an exchange happening at EXP lane, and the question is whether they're going to dump more manpower into it, but it does not look like so. In fact, I think we're going to see a invade coming in from REQT
yes.
onto the blue buff. And how is that going? Let's look at the ultimate being popped for REQT. Beast mode coming in, but it's not quite able to take anything.
Ooh,
as Jaden is going to be able to get out with the escape.
Now Baller is going to be following up on that, trying to get the hit onto Mamatoma. Here comes one punch. Now the comes in. Oh, the car doesn't make it smart though. Who gave him his license? Come on, revoke it. Now Baller is going to be jumping straight into Aristronic. Aristronic, will he be able to survive another hit? Here comes the Black Shoes. Psych and jukes for days, but not juked enough though, as Baller will be able to take out yet another kill. Neymar Jr. unfortunately not going to get any kills to his name.
And now we're seeing Clementi Town Secondary School pull off what I was talking about before, right? They are looking for the snowball and they are snowballing quick. Once Baller is online with the Phobias, he can really start to wreak havoc in the backline. And the fact of the matter is, REQT is an early game hero. This Lucas is supposed to be very strong into the squishies. But you look at the side of Clementi Town Secondary School, and what squishies are there to be one-shot, right? You really only have Jaden. REQT is going to have to work for these kills. It's not going to be as easy as a first skill, second skill interaction where they can just one-shot. No, REQT needs to play the long game. They need to play for the sustained build. And in that sense, it's going to be more and more difficult for them to get back into the fight. Anonymous has the tech charge active now with the level 4 open. So we're going to have to see if he's able to He unfortunately finds the whip and the collision course comes in all the way from the back line. Unfortunately, he crashes down and not quite able to join the fight at the same time. Duran gets chewed out by 5 members of Springfield as the first death. The punishment comes in for Duran and Anonymous. The next wants to go down. It's looking like 3 deaths on the side of Clementi Town and 2 on the side of Springfield as the lead continues to persist.
What a team fight right there. Duran unfortunately missing the car, but managing to do a U-turn back. And somehow Baller finding his way back into that team fight. Had they not gotten that turtle, things would have gotten really, really ugly for Clementi Town Secondary School. Even though they lost 3 people over there, I would say the trades are pretty much even and sufficient in the sense that Baller didn't die, which means that you're going to have a lot more damage. Here he comes.
Yeah,
here he comes.
The car is coming in. I think it's mostly just a matter of vision. The Sora is gonna hop in, so it's gonna be a matter of whether they find their mark, and it's looking like they're angling on the Chris Brown, but really it's just
the wall.
The wall comes in. The brown part is going to put a halt, but it's not going to be enough to stop the death of Asteronic. Anonymous is taking a lot of damage, being forced to fall back. Feather Strike is going to look to secure the kill, and it's going to be a second one for the likes of Jaden as REQT follows him into the grave.
How is Baller still alive? I mean, this is a testament to how fat he is right now. 3-0-3. Now Chris Brown
can't take this fight.
I mean, he's kind of level 8. He does have the Wind Talker, so that's really quick damage coming in his human form. Since that kind of deals a lot more damage, the more health you have. So now Neymar Jr. just has to find an angle in. But that's not if the angle finds him first. Here comes Anonymous. Neymar Jr. going in with the crowd control immunity with the Ashura Aura. But Mama Toma is trying to get him away. Unfortunately, nobody's going to be able to be caught over here. Who says anything about being caught? If the catch comes to you! The card's coming in, but just doesn't manage
no,
to
it's
hit
gonna go for the
anybody.
disrupt though.
It's
gonna get disrupted by the Earthen Rampart, but now we are here and with all 5 members active for the team fight, we're seeing the next part of the attack. The Bravest Fighter for Mama Toma jumping all the way to the back line. The shifting cloud looking to chop off the fight as much as he can, but the goal lead is just too massive. And with that, Anonymous and REQG will be the ones to go down. Next part of the team fight comes in. Baller and Duran on to Aristronic right now. Chris Brown trying his best
like a bounce.
And his teammate, and Mama Toma is right there to clean things up, but not quite able to take the kill of Durian in the aftermath of that fight. Unfortunately, only 2 kills dropped for both of these teams.
Oh, had the Hunter's steps been off cooldown just a little bit faster, Chris Brown would have gotten in and gotten the kill onto Durian with the one with 2 ends. Such a wasted opportunity, and now okay, Sky Piercer is already up for Chris Brown to 203. Okay.
We are in hunting mode for this Johnson.
Who's inside?
I mean, the Earthen Rampart is always a looming threat for this Johnson, right?
Yeah, Anonymous really knows where to place this wall in order to stop this.
Yeah, but Anonymous isn't there. Anonymous isn't there to help.
He's not there.
As Mama Toma is going to be the next one it goes on to. Unfortunately, he finds the miss, but they are going to commit to the fight. The Sora of the Shifting Skies comes in, and he gets finished with the decimation coming in from Neymar Jr.
Was it a miss, or was it a purposeful misdirection? Forcing Mama Toma to go into a place where they know that Durian would have dashed to. Or maybe that was what they were thinking.
Maybe it was all part of the plan. You know, calculated mishaps here.
Totally planned.
Yep. The Roger is currently beating down the bot side, is able to get the bot lane tower, is able to shut the bot lane tower down, but we're looking at a lot of damage being taken by Jade, and that's the power of the Lilia. Even if they are behind, it's still a lot of damage numbers being able to be put out. We're looking at another bout of the full throttle coming in as a mid lane tussle from Neymar Jr. is going to be had. We're looking at the support coming in from Duran, and Sora comes in all the way from left field. The tag charge on the back line is going to push Duran and Neymar Jr. into the tower, but it is not going to be enough to take them out. Aristronic is the only casualty as of right now.
Oh, the feather airstrike!
Coming in with a feather airstrike, looking to take out the likes of REQT. Durian jumping in back, trying to find some additional ground, but still nothing is happening.
Now Neymar Jr. is going to be looking looking for a fight for his own. Level 11 against level 8 and 10. Is it going to be enough? Now we're going to be seeing Chris Brown going in with the shots, forced to pop into the Lycan form.
Full throttle yet again, it's coming in. It's not going to hit onto the Roger, but I think he is looking to pick up at least one. It will probably be Durian, similar to last time. And the fact of the matter is he can commit to Chris Brown if he really wants to right now, but I don't think he has a vision on him.
Yeah, the wall is off cooldown right now. Neymar Jr. does manage to get the tower, but is he going to be able to take this fight with a little bit too much damage coming in? No more decimation, but here comes the cavalry. People, one hit onto the Lapu Lapu. Lapu Lapu will survive though. Chris Brown takes out the tower, but the RQT will be taken down now. Anonymous going in. Tag charge!
On to Durian to secure the kill, and Aristronic is going to be providing the next bout of damage for the team fight, but Jaden with the Wings by Wings is going to be able to disengage. And even if the 15-8 scoreline suggests that CGSS have the advantage here, the fact of the matter is the goal lead is only 1k, and they still have fire in their hearts. Springfield are not giving up this victory so easily.
It's a 1-1. It's anybody's game. Now here comes the car yet again. Going out on a journey. Maybe we'll see him once he figures out where he wants to go, once the GPS starts working again. But now the Lord is going to be up for the taking. Springfield and Clementi Town, they have to posture this right. They need to be able to take this fight.
The fight is coming to them as the full throttle slowly but surely foreshadows the next bout of
nice
wall. The
wall.
Rampart is going to look to shut down any dream of that happening. Neymar Jr. is taking a lot of damage, but not quite able to get anything done. Durian caught in a bit of an awkward position, especially given how the Lord is up and they want to play the slow fight. Neymar Jr. is going to start things off with the Lord dance, and for what it's worth, it doesn't look like there's any sort of advantage when it comes to the macro, so it's really just going to be an even neutral Lord dance at this juncture. Anonymous and Mama Toman are doing a very good job at shoving the ranks of Clementi Town out of this lord, but they are hungry. They are hungry for this kill. The better airstrike comes in. The shifting clouds move forward, and the full throttle all the way into the back to cause even more havoc. As the dust settles, Anonymous having 3 members of
Johnson with the
Secondary School trying to kill him. He will fall. Durin and Chris Brown in a tussle right now, and Durin emerges victorious. Aristrotic gonna be the last one, and the full throttle comes in. Black shoes on the Aristrotic, taking down the Pasha, and it's Durin but Aristrotic with Aristrotic being the victor of the war of attrition, the lone standing member on the battlefield. He sits upon a throne of no other, but of course the Lord marches on top.
The sole survivor with the black shoes, the lady of the night, manages to somehow finish off the team fight with her being the last survivor. Can we expect another team fight like that? I sure do hope so. Now the full throttle coming in from Duran, although it doesn't really hit its mark some of the times thanks to the Earth Rampart, it's really giving Springfield Secondary School a lot of stress to work around. It's having Anonymous be on high alert all the time whenever the ulti is active. Now we're going straight in.
Oh, the full throttle lands and attack charge in for the counter engage. The beast mode comes in. The shifting cloud falls down. Jaden is looking for the better airstrike, but he's gonna get cancelled by Mama Choma. But that's not who you should be looking at. You should be looking at the back line as Aristrotic, Anonymous, and REQT all get taken out.
Full throttle yet again.
Durian. Full throttle coming in from Durian for the disengage.
The lanes. Martis is gonna get able to
yeah,
get so
Neymar
much lane.
Jr. is giving them a run for their money. They are forced to return. They are forced to engage with
But
them.
guess who's here?
The full throttle. Guess who is back? It is Neymar Jr. locking on to Chris Brown as he looks to secure the kill, but it's not gonna be enough as Chris Brown takes the kill on to Johnson. Unfortunately, not quite enough.
7-1-4. Those Sky Piercer stacks must be massive. But now the towers are slowly going to be whittled down as well. Just three towers left for the side of Springfield Secondary, and none of them are going to be in the bot lane.
Oh my goodness, the tension is rising and it's only gonna continue to go up. I can only imagine the pressure that must be going through the veins of these players. I can only imagine the pressure that must be mounted onto Chris Brown in particular, the only member of Springfield Secondary School, the only player in this match to have hit the 10k gold mark. And that's coming from a team that's 2k gold behind. If that doesn't speak to how close this match is, even if Springfield Secondary School are at a goal deficit, they are still competitive. They might be caught in between a rock and a hard place, but it's with the full throttle and it's gonna land right smack in the face of REQT. But the support from Aristotle and Crystal Man are in. Durian is trying to look for the second. Again, shifting clouds come in and a bloody battlefield covers the screen as the Heavenly Blast gets rained onto the likes of Chris Brown. Aristotle has to watch as his teammate falls, but he will fall down soon. And another full throttle opens the sky as
he's still alive.
It's gonna
Chris Brown's still alive.
Taken out. Chris Brown on the next on the dropping board, and Jaden flying past with the wings by wings, locking onto Mama Choma, and this might be the game-ending play.
All right, another full throttle to seal the deal. Unfortunately, he smashes into the stump. But that's not going to matter though. Minions are coming in. Springfield Secondary School, nothing left to defend. Clementi Town are going to be your winners for the last game of the day. Springfield Secondary put up a good show, but unfortunately it's going to be Clementi Town Secondary School who's going to drive this home, who's going to run them over and take the win in this 2-1 fashion.
They were not born with silver spoons. They were born with fighting hearts. And today, in this game, they have proven their worth in their group, taking their record all the way to 4 wins. What a showing. What a showing from Springfield Secondary School.
Yeah, who would have thought that any Johnson game would be so electric? Like seeing the full throttle go in, actually seeing it getting stopped was kind of more interesting than seeing it actually going full through.
Indeed, the constant pressure that was put by the Johnson's full throttle was electric at every stage of the game. You could tell that the Johnson wasn't the most polished, but at the end of the day,
It worked.
We're not here for polish. We're here for the show, and the show is most definitely what we got.
So a really nice show of sportsmanship from both sides, shaking hands with each other. That's really what we want to see in the future generations. Not only having a high value in skill, but also a high value in character. Being able to recognize that, hey, we are opponents, not enemies. And having the heart to say, like, you know what, even though we lost, good game.
Yep.
That's what we want to see in the future generation.
Ball acknowledges ball indeed. But before we go, commiserations, of course, to Clementi Town Secondary School. And huge shout outs to Chris Brown, man. The Roger.
Brown. Everybody give it up for Chris Brown.
Bro, Chris Brown is just was completely insane that game. Even when he was backed into a corner, you're looking at all the turret damage being dealt for the team. And a very, very good chunk of every single team fight was dictated by the likes of Chris Brown. Phenomenal stuff from the entirety of CTSS, even if they did, even if the outcome didn't quite go the way that they would have hoped. But
hey, look what I have.
Oh, what
a
is
Nando's.
that? Oh, a Nando's.
A Nando's.
Where can you find that?
Where did I get it from?
Where
I got
did
it from over there, the booth right opposite us.
Oh, and I heard if you're a student, you get a 30% off discount on it. We gotta keep we're highly when I saw us being sponsored by Nando's, I knew I just had to plug them non-stop.
Whoa, let's go.
So we've seen a lot of electric matches today. We've seen a lot of fiery competitions coming in from every single team today. But before we go, I think these teams going home really need to take a break. They need to reorient their strategies.
Definitely.
And coming back, I think we have a lot of exciting matches lined up ahead for us. But of course, that is for tomorrow. Let's talk about what is remaining true today. Let's talk a little bit. Let's do a quick shout out to let's give some quick shout outs to our sponsors. First up, we have WSG Workplace Singapore. You grind in game, but are you doing the same in real life? Career health is something that's often overlooked by a lot of people our generation, and I think it's particularly important given how there are many young and impressionable minds here.
True.
So if you guys are interested in getting a jump start on your career, you can visit gogov.sg SGF 2026 to get started, or hop on over to their booth at the corner. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow. In addition to that, of course, huge shout outs to our supporting partner in Speedy Ninja, your one-stop game credits platform for anything ranging from MLBB Diamonds, Valorant Points, Genshin Crystals, and more. Instant top-ups, best prices, and it is trusted island-wide. If you're interested in that, visit speedyninja.co. Play more, pay less. Or you can also hop on over to their booth if you're interested in getting some exclusive merchandise. Again, shoutouts to Hisense for powering the displays on level 3. They provide the best viewing and gaming experience possible for all of your media needs. You can also hop on over to level 3 to check out their displays. Huge shoutouts to Paper Rex and Singapore Streamers for being our lovely final sponsors overall. CLSS wouldn't be possible without our lovely sponsors, and of course, it wouldn't be possible without our lovely organizing team as well.
Yeah, brought to you by Skoga and the Singapore Esports Academy, as well as being supported by SGEA and Mooton, and organized and produced by C2E4. This was Campus Legends Secondary School, part of the SG Game Fest. Are you excited for tomorrow?
I am so incredibly pumped for tomorrow, man. You don't even know. This was I've cast the MLSG.
Yep.
And this is some of the best MLBB that I've watched. Like, it's
just entertaining. So entertaining.
Sometimes it's not about precision, it's not about perfection, but sometimes it's about passion. And I think that's definitely what we see from the talent that we have here at CLSS. And it's definitely very heartening for me as a student myself. But of course, with that, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's a good time to take a break.
I'm gonna go eat my Nando's.
My voice needs to take a break as well. I've been doing so much yelling for today. It's my first time casting for such a long time. So, yeah. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much for hopping down by to CLSS to either support your teams or play the tournament. Or if you're on Twitch, very big shout out to you guys for coming down and supporting the stream. But with that said, ladies and gentlemen, Cake, any last words before we wrap things up?
We'll see you tomorrow.
With that said, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Gamili, and his name is Cake. And we will see you when we do. Goodbye.
Yes. Hope everyone's okay. You're the quarterfinalists. We're looking forward to an amazing day of battle. All right. So hope you're recharged, refreshed. Yesterday was fun, man. We had amazing games. It was awesome, especially the NWI finals at the end. All right, today we are entering the next stage of the tournament, and we begin with the quarterfinals. All right, the 8 teams that made it to the quarterfinals are Bukit Panjang Government High School, Catholic High, Mayflower Secondary, Springfield Secondary, Unity Sec, and of course, 2 teams from Zhenghua Secondary School. All right, that's an impressive representation from Bukit Panjang. Had to mention it. All right, so congratulations to all our quarterfinalists. All right, and we want to mention our sponsors once again. All right, our event partners, SGEA, Skoga, and Comic Society. Our official partner, Singapore Tourism Board. Our wellness partner, Shady.Care. Our co-location partner, CEE. Our sponsors, AOC and OSIM. And our supporting partners, Speedy Ninja, Workforce Singapore, and Nando's. And our supporters, Mommy Monster, Hisense, Steed, and Paper Rex. And of course, our community partners, Singaporean Streamers, and Timo. All right, so enough talking for the day. Let's get the quarterfinals started. Players, I hope you're ready. Supporters, support. And let's kick off day 2, SG Game Fest 2026. All right, okay to you, casters.
Well, hello and good morning, everybody. My name is Cake, and with me I have Gamali, and welcome to SG Game Fest Campus Legends Secondary School. Man, yesterday we had 34 schools fight it all out, and today we're left with 8, not 6, not 7, but 8 schools left fighting for the grand prize of 1,071 diamonds and 5 Nando family meals.
We cannot stress how important these 5 Nando family
Nando
meals
family
are.
meals, yeah.
But with that said, ladies and gentlemen, we are at the second day of Campus Legends Secondary School, and we stand on the precipice of the bracket stage. 8 teams, as you mentioned, are going to duke it out in this final double elimination bracket in hopes of being the sole remaining victor of Campus Legends Secondary School. Of course, we have so many teams lined up for you. We have so many matches lined up for you as well today, but it will all have to start with one. Let's take a quick look at the matchup that we have today. I do believe it's going to be Zhenghua Secondary School versus Mayflower Secondary School. And this is the first team from Zhenghua.
We have to clarify. It's Zhenghua Secondary School Team 1. Both teams got through. So they sent 2, and they got 2 through. So I guess that's a testament to how strong that this school really is, that how much preparation they have done. So Mayflower Secondary School, they might be up for a tough match, but Mayflower Secondary School are also in this final. So that means that they also have a certain caliber to them. And the matches today are definitely going to be fire.
Yeah, every single team that's made it to the double elimination knockout stage is going to be a team that's incredibly skilled, right? It takes a lot. It took a lot for them to get all the way through the group stage into the second day of Campus Legends Secondary School. And I think all participants in the playoff stage should be applauded. But with that said, only one can emerge victorious.
Yes.
And I want to talk a little bit about what Zhenghua Secondary School is bringing to the table, right? Because like they are the most interesting representation going into this playoffs bracket, because they're the only school, I believe, with that's sending 2 teams into this playoffs bracket. That is incredibly impressive, and I cannot understate how incredibly impressive that is. Zhenghua Secondary School is far from the only school to have sent 2 teams today, or 2 teams to the tournament itself. But they were the only ones who were able to get here with both of their teams still intact. And imagine how much knowledge that you have in between the 2 teams, right?
That's right.
When you have 2 teams, you have easy scrimmage, you have knowledge transfers, you can experiment to different playstyles within your own group. And not to mention, if you look at the crowd supporters, I mean, Zhenghua Secondary School are coming with a lot of support from their fellow peers at the end of the day, right? They are on opposite sides of the bracket. You know, it'll take a while before they become enemies, if they even do become. Even if they do happen at that.
Yeah, I mean, at best, they'll meet at the semifinals.
Exactly.
But even so, I think this was a repeat of what West Spring did like a few years back, where both of their teams actually did qualify, and both of their teams met in the finals. So they had like a near full podium sweep at that time. So let's just see whether Zhenghua Secondary will be able to do such a thing. But enough talking, let's hop straight into it. Mayflower Secondary School on the left with Zhenghua Secondary School on the right.
Yep, we're getting into this first draft, and instantly we see a first ban onto the side of Glue. Mayflower Secondary School is going to look to close that out. Glue has been very, very popular in MPL ID overall, right? Because in Indonesia, it's all about the brawl. It's all about the quick skirmishes, and Glue is someone who's very, very sustainable throughout the entire course of a fight, so that at any juncture, at any angle, Glue will be a threat. We see the next bans coming in of Phovius and the Freya. Freya makes sense just as a standard ban.
I mean, it's Freya.
Yeah.
Early game, mid game, late game, like
everywhere,
she's
game.
a monster. So yeah, we kind of want to get rid of that. And Harif, as we spoke about yesterday, a really strong gold laner, having that early advantage of the pressure, of the rotation, farming up fast. So if you don't really want to fight against that, yeah, let's just ban it out. So yeah, the Phovius ban also coming out. So that's like a really, I would say, a really solid frontliner that is going to be taken out of the picture. And Yi Shun Shin now being taken out.
Yeah, this Yushin Shin ban, we've been seeing a lot of Yushin Shin bans this
Yeah.
Campus Legend. I think Yushin Shin overall has fallen off quite a bit, but it just seems as though Yushin Shin, being the most dominant force in the meta for quite a long time, has a lot of people playing him as a comfort hero. So it does make sense that they want to go for this Yushin Shin ban. We see the last ban coming out from Zhenghua Secondary School, and it is going to be the Guinevere. But of course, that leaves the Jusin open. That also leaves the Suyo open. So
many things are open. The Suyo, the Leomord.
I like this Yi first pick as well, because
the Bellman's open.
Okay. I think this Yi first pick is definitely signaling towards that Zhenghua wants to go for a more either more front to back or a standard artillery comp, right? So you're thinking about something maybe even like an Ixia if you're looking for the artillery, or something more team fighting. This Claude completely contributes to the idea of the team fight. One of the best team fighting marksmen out there. On the side of Mayflower Secondary School, they are going to be picking up the Grok. So in essence, I mean, both of them seem to be gearing towards that same team fighty play style, right?
Yeah, I mean, Mike Kennedy can just lift them up. Yang Hyuk can place up the Earthen Rampart, and
I'd love to see an Arlet
throw them over the wall. And okay, here comes the Leomord, our really nice snowbally horse guy, fighting really strong at level 4, probably like one of the strongest early turtles. But I guess you can pick up the Leomord. On the other side, the Suyo is now open for the taking.
Yeah, and I think the Suyo is going to be a very, very good pick. Makes a lot of sense. I really like the draft from Zhenghua Secondary School right now, right?
It's looking really scary.
They have their Prio pick in Suyo, and then they have two heroes that synergize with each other very, very well. I would honestly think like something like a Hylos would look very good in the Zhenghua Secondary School draft here. But on the side of Mayflower Secondary School, I think they definitely want to play a bit more with the sets, right? They want to play with that chain CC, and so I think part of what Zhenghua Secondary School is going to look to ban out going into this next ban phase is people who can trade with the Grok. The Sora is a very good case of that. I was also thinking of the Phovius or the Freya, who are already taken out. But I'm also thinking maybe they want to take out the Terizla as well. I think the Terizla could be pretty scary.
Yeah, Terizla into the Grok combo. Yeah, that's something that we kind of want to see, but okay, Alice gets taken out.
Alice is similar there, yeah.
Actually, honestly, what do you feel about Lapu Lapu?
Yeah, I think a Lapu Lapu is definitely a valid pick here, especially for the Eve, right? Lapu can jump all the way into the back line.
Apa ni? Apa ni?
Yeah, that's that Rome chat. Yeah.
So yeah, Moba John taking the Yu Zhong.
I don't know how I feel about a Yu Zhong pick.
I mean, back then there was like a really big combo where you have the real world manipulation and the Yu Zhong just going straight in. So it's basically something that it's really, really hard to escape from, especially if you don't have any reliable dashes. Like from the side of Mayflower Secondary School, you don't. Okay, technically you do have the Crimson Beacon in the Phantom Steed mode. Leomord can just dash out. But Irito might have a little bit of trouble getting out the RWM if when it comes down to it.
Alright, so we're going to see the Cho being the last pick coming in from Mayflower Secondary School. And now it's like their comp is split into two, right? Their comp wants to do team fights because they have the Grok on the EXP, but they also have Cho for the pickoff. So it's a bit confusing to me what exactly the game plan is with Mayflower Secondary School's draft. But let's see what the last pick from Zhenghua is. They are looking for Aroma. I was talking about something like a Hylos. I think a Khalid could have worked, and I think a Gato also makes a lot of sense, especially given the information that was given to them by that Cho pick. I think Gato is very good at disengaging with fights, and you know, on the side of Mayflower, you have the Cho and the Leomord who definitely want to get up close and personal, so the taunt from the Gato, it will be very, very disruptive.
I kind of feel that the Gato would have worked better on the side of Mayflower actually. like, because well, Gato is one of the best counters to Eve, and the utility that you get from the Unbreakable and the taunt could come in handy, especially once you combo it with the Juicin. So, you know what? We can only just see what their game plan is, as we're gonna have yeah, DD just coming out. I want to see a freestyle Cho. I want to see a damage Cho. Like all those one shot with your Blade of Heptases and 5 Blade of Despairs. Yeah, that's the kind of TikTok content I want to see today.
That's what we're here to see. It's not about the optimal strats, it's about the strats that have fun to watch.
Just show the clips. But anyway, we'll be hopping straight into the Land of Dawn. First game of the morning, Mayflower Secondary School against Zhenghua Secondary School Team 1.
Yep. Early stages of the match, we're likely gonna see I think we're likely gonna see a pretty quiet early stage, right? Because I think Mayflower and Zhenghua Secondary School have good control of the early game. Mayflower has the Yusin, Zhenghua has the Suyo. So, you know, you have early mid-game prior with the Yusin on the side of Mayflower, and then you have strong and fast early game clear with the Suyo from Zhenghua. So, I think the mid control is going to be very oppressive for Mayflower. As you are seeing right now, the Yusin Grok combo is incredibly difficult to topple in the mid lane, and we're already seeing 4 members all dogging onto you, all dogging onto the Gato, and that's going to be first kill going to the side of Mayflower Secondary School.
Yeah, this kind of shows the power of the like Suyo wasn't even there, and Suyo is kind of known for this like early pressure, and it kind of goes to show that wait, hold up, it was Zhenghua that lost. Oh, sorry, my bad, G. Yeah, so anyway, we're gonna have a little bit of skirmishes happening onto the top lane. ZF against Comic Peace. Well, this Irithel against Clot Pig is really just gonna see who can really get their items first. A little bit of a dance coming on right here.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we love to see in the gold lane, as always. But speaking of which, we're going to be getting it closer and closer to that next turtle, about 30 seconds on the clock. And we're looking at a gank on the bot side. Not even a gank on the bot side.
Freestyle! Let's go! Barcode really putting out all the chops onto Moba John. Now Moba John's going to be down 1. That means the EXP lane is going to be a little bit weaker for the side of Zhenghua. And the turtle is coming up soon. Just 15 seconds left until this really big fight happens. Both roamers still at level 2, so maybe not that much of a big deal just yet. But the Suyo is ready, the Leomod is ready. Both schools already positioning to take the turtle for themselves.
Yeah, but there is unfortunately no support from the mid duo of Mayflower Secondary School. They have to go back and clear their lane. The Juicin won't have level 4 for this fight, and the EXP laners are still delayed in their entrance into the turtle. So in fact, it's going to be a 3v1,
nice
but of course that Zero is still going to emerge victorious when it came to the 50-50. When moving deeper and deeper into the next part of the fight, the Black Dragon comes in, the RWN for the additional damage, and with that in the aftermath of the fight, Mayflower Secondary School lose 2 bodies with only a turtle collected as salvation.
Yeah, Mayflower Secondary School might have taken the turtle, but Zhenghua Secondary School did manage to turn the fight on its head. Now Moba John, knowing that all the utility has already been popped, chose to use the Black Dragon Form to go in and take the fight, and combo with the RWM like we said just now. The Yeeve and the usual combo is a really deadly one, and we've seen the effects of that just now.
Yep. Right now, I mean, it's still 2-2. The goal lead is incredibly close. The thing about both of these compositions is that they're very similar in terms of their tempo. It's just that Zhenghua Secondary School has a lot more leniency and I think a lot more synergy in their overall team composition. So I think taking team fights for Zhenghua is going to look a lot cleaner and a lot better. But meanwhile, on the side of Mayflower, right, you have the Cho, you have things like Yusin who can play pick off, but overall, on the whole, their composition still wants to take the team fights. So I think how these team fights will go, how these future team fights will go, will be contingent on how Mayflower Secondary School is able to use their unique attributes in this team fight comp, right? How Barco is able to weave himself through the backline, how well Zhenghua Secondary School plays against Barcode, right? It's all going to come down to this show really, because this is the real anomaly of the 10 players in this match. But we're looking at the top side, and there's going to be 2 members on to come in peace, but the cavalry has arrived, and the tech charge on the always. He doesn't have the escape skills. We're going all the way into the back, but Yu is going to come in with the AOG to rescue his teammates.
Yeah, but nobody already there to follow up though. Now Yu is just gonna have that AOG as like a support surprise. My Kennedy trying to pick it up. Yeah, but you ain't gonna have any of that. Ngang just running through the tower. What a mad lad. And now the turtle is up. I think Zhenghua Secondary School is trying to go for it. Yeah, always positioning himself to take it, but Mayflower Secondary School is on the case, trying to get them into position. Zhenghua Secondary School always going for that turtle.
Oh, but on the top side, Itsuku Nakano is being cut out by the mid trio. But we are seeing the next battle fight. Fantasy is going to be opened up by Zenjiro. A lot of damage in the on show. But the RWM in for the counter, putting a lot of damage on the Barco. Barco has to retreat. But again, on the bot side, always, it's currently a 1v2. And always emerges victorious, secures the kill onto Barco. That's going to be 2 deaths on the side of Mayflower, with 1 going to the side of Zhenghua. But it looks like the second battle of the fight is happening up. As always, hungry for that juice in, but hey, baiting it out. Okay.
Yeah. Giving Mike Kennedy just a little bit of reprieve, giving him a little bit of chance at life. Now Mobile John clearing this lane right here. Now it's really nice to see how Zhenghua Secondary School really split that fight, opting for always to just focus all their efforts onto the turtle, while the Revitalize from you kept everybody alive in that team fight as the RWM popped down. And once all the utility has come out from Mayflower Secondary School, Zhenghua Secondary School said, hey, you know what, it's our time to party. And once that turtle was caught, everybody just went ham straight in and cleared Mayflower off the map. Really stellar plays coming out from them.
I think overall you could see in that turtle fight, right, the Cho wasn't quite able to get anything done. The Cho had the angle at the back, but as soon as I think it was I think it was always, as soon as always tried to shut down the engage from the Cho, the team fight was basically over. But speaking of that, the flicker on the barcode, it's gonna be a complete and utter bloodbath. The blazing duet opens up, but it is gonna be cancelled out. But the main attraction is up there as Injuro gets a double kill on to 2F and you. We're looking for more blood to spill, and always is gonna be the last one, the chopping block, as Mobile John is too late to rescue his team.
Yeah, the Blade Surge ain't gonna save him this time. Now, I guess the main factor that really the main factor that really won Mayflower that fight right there was the fact that you did not have the Revitalize active. Without that support from the tank, they really couldn't soak up all that damage. They really couldn't heal through the damage that Mayflower was outputting. And even though Mayflower was a little bit lower in levels, thanks to the absence of this battle spell, they were able to output just enough damage in order to get all that cleanup done.
Indeed, and with the next turtle on the horizon, we are in for yet another team fight, right? Mayflower Secondary School is instantly gonna have to get control of the zone, and with that, I think Zhenghua is gonna be forced to concede. But no, it looks like Always is gonna go in for the attempt. It was a good attempt, but unfortunately did not come to fruition. But looking at the top side, the Cho is rotating very quickly up, probably looking for some kind of pickoff. But never mind, Barcode is going to disengage.
Yeah, I kind of want to see what the items are going on right here. Like, does Barco have all the damage items? Okay, we are not gonna see a damage Cho, unfortunately, but it's gonna be like a more of a utility Cho at this point. I have a feeling maybe a Thunder Belt might come up soon. I don't know. But at this point, we're just gonna expect Cho to really use the Way of the Dragon to lock down all these key targets. Itsuki Nakano right now is gonna be a really stationary one once the RWM is popped out. And ZF, once he comes in, can be threatened with the Way of the Dragon. But right now, Yu is going to get picked up for lunch as the charge comes in. You will go down with no trades.
Yeah, all the skills being committed onto you. Speaking of the items, I am very curious as to see how Grok is actually going for the Dominance Ice as the first completed defense item. Where when you're looking at the opponent's side, right, you really only have Yuzhong who thrives off that CC. But not enough time to talk about that as Mobile John tries to jump in, but is he gonna get punished for it? He gets picked up by the Yusin, but there's absolutely no response. Over Rampart gets lifted, however, and there's no escape. RWM opens up, and the support coming in from the rest of Mayflower Secondary School is going to come in the Way of the Dragon onto Always, all the way into the back. The AOG trying to save his teammate, but he's just going to continue to get devoured. He's trying to put as much damage on show as possible, but there is too much sustain on the side of Mayflower Secondary School. There's going to be 3 bodies on the side of Zhenghua, with 2 going into the hands of Mayflower. With that said, I want to go back to what we are talking about, the items. Oh my goodness, with the item builds, man. I'm very surprised that Grok decided to go for the Dominance Ice, despite the fact that Zhenghua doesn't really have a lot of people who profit off the Dominance Ice, right? I would have thought that something like a Chat Ice Pauldron would be a better first item, so you counter a ZF and you at the very beginning. So I think that might be something to think about going to these later team fights, right? Because Grok is really going to struggle because of their lack of HP.
Okay, nice early ramp up coming over here as you will be meeting Young Hill hit on what has seemed to be such a nice lead from Zhenghua Secondary School is slowly starting to diminish as we're going to have a fight inside the purple buff. Here comes the big Black Dragon and Suzuki Nakano gets caught out. AUG goes down but always will find the pick. Here comes the Crimson Beacon. This moment, John will be the next to return to base. Always not looking so healthy right now as he will fall. Here comes the Blazing Duets. Mike Kennedy, will you be able to get it? Yes, you will. As ZF will be the next on the chopping block as the Lord will now be free for the taking for Mayflower Secondary School.
I think overall, right, Mayflower completely broke down that fight. They split it into two, and the Jusin in particular in the back, Mike Kennedy on the Jusin was completely electric during that team fight. Zhenghua Secondary School was playing very aggressively and rightfully so, right? They had the right angles, always had the attack. ZF, that Blazing Duet was phenomenal. It was perfect, but it just came too late, and that just allowed Mike Kennedy to one by one isolate the members of Zhenghua Secondary School, making an otherwise really risky fight something that was very favorable towards them. As the Lord marches in from top, they're trying to look for more towers, trying to look for more map control.
Yeah, this comp is somehow working out. Like, you would expect that Suyo with the level 3 power spike, as we've seen and loved, will be the one that will overwhelm the Leomore, but as it stands right now, Zenjiro is way ahead in terms of farm. Here comes the attempted way of the Dragon, but Zenjiro will be forced out. And right now, a big team fight is about to pop out. We have the big Black Dragon just paying them all a visit as Lord starts knocking down on this top tower. He goes in with the Furious Dive. Nice knockout with the RWM. Tectonic Charge goes in, but it doesn't matter though. Mike Kennedy looking to survive, but he will not. As always, he's on the chase, but Barcode's not far behind. Erythel will fall. Momajon gets a pick of his piece as Barcode trying to get with the freestyle. A 1, a 2, a 3. Does not manage to get always. And Momajon threatening that 2v1 as Barcode will have no choice but to leave.
Yeah, oh my goodness, the timing from Mobajon was perfect, you know, barely in the nick of time to save his jungler. And now, in a matter of seconds, Zhenghua Secondary School actually hold the tempo advantage in this scenario, right? That was such a phenomenal engage from Mobajon. The bravery to attack very aggressively, even as soon as your opponent's crashing, even when there was a Lord knocking at your door. And we're looking at the goal differences right now, and we see
There's none.
that it is basically dead even. You look at the composition of the goal differences, and you know every single lane is matched up with each other. There's only a 300 gold lead going into the hands of Come in Peace, which might be like an extra dagger of 2, but really nothing game changing, nothing team fight winning.
Yeah, I mean, as it stands right now, Moba John is really soaking up so much damage and dishing out a lot of damage of his own. As we're going to see right here, Moba John going straight in with the Dragon Tail. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to see the show. The Shaw Residue just doesn't manage to get it hit. Always looking for the pick, but the entirety of Mayflower isn't going to let that happen. The Blade Surge coming in, but that's not going to be enough to keep him alive. No, sends into the air, yet another one, but he will fall thanks to Zenjiro. Now Zenjiro and friends found their picks, and they're not going to push it any further.
That is really bad. I think always just overheated just a little bit too much, and with that, you know, they're going to concede the goal lead right back into the hands of Mayflower, and that's not what you want to see, especially with Lord only 15 seconds away. It's going to be difficult for Always to get back into the zone.
Down.
Yeah, the jungler's down. Mayflower Secondary School are just hovering over, and they also do have the lane pyro, especially as Barco goes all the way to the bot early on to try to clear that. So a lot of control is going to be had for Mayflower. And it's not just that, right? You look at the Grok, who's just able to wall off an entire choke point. And
he just has such an ominous presence.
Yeah.
Like, he's a big boy just sitting there. Zhenghua Secondary School can't really do anything about that. Like, so far, their strategy has just been to use the big Black Dragon to engage, pop the RWM when necessary, and just have everybody wail on that. But Mayflower Secondary School is really just forcing them to use their utility in such a way that they are disjointed and their timing is just off, which greatly reduces the efficacy of what they're trying to do.
I think the problem here is that Zhenghua Secondary School aren't really playing these team fights as a team, right? Yeah, as you mentioned, Mowajong goes in with the Black Dragon, and then the RWN comes in, and then ZF comes in. There isn't a solid layering of skills. We haven't seen a solid layering of skills. That's why we saw ZF chase Mike Kennedy all the way super deep with the Blazing Duet, but it wasn't able to get anything. He didn't have the support from his team overall. You know, you as well with the AOG can provide additional stun, but it needs to be layered with the square flares, with the circles being thrown out by his teammates. They need to layer their skills with each other if they want to find a way back into this game.
Geometry dash, look in. Anyway, the Lord will be destroyed from the top lane. As now in the middle, Zhenghua Secondary School will just see a little bit of unwanted visitors knocking on their door, but it's nothing they can't handle. So the next door is coming down at 100 seconds-ish. The gold lead has now swung towards Mayflower Secondary School, but at this point...
Way of the dragon.
That's a nice flicker rail. The dragon coming through in. Phantom Steed having you to just stand in the corner, but here comes the AOG. There goes no AOG, as here comes the second AOG. Surprise! Now come in peace. Will come in peace, but give no peace to them, and Itsuki Nakano will send him back straight to the graveyard. 3 down from Zhenghua Secondary School as more minions are starting to march in.
Yeah. So one by one, the mid lane tower is going to go down, and with the top lane minions knocking on their door, Zhenghua Secondary School are going to find it difficult to make this defense. The Phantom Steed comes in, they are hungry for the kill right now, but I do think it's going to be enough to clear. They do have good artillery, they just need to focus down the minions. But hold up, Ryuk is throwing the Earthen Rampart, the way of the dragon onto Always, looking for the additional damage. But hold up, Always takes down the Grok, and Always is in fact redeeming himself as he takes a double kill and eliminates all the aggressors of Mayflower Secondary School.
Sky Piercer coming in clutch for Always. Now that's the flexibility of Suyo that we've always known and loved, using the Blade Surge to get the iframes in order to prevent anything from hitting you, just slipping through your opponent's skills. And what a masterpiece Always pulled off. Now coming down to the last 25 seconds of the No Lord period, Zhenghua Secondary School has flipped the game on its head. Sure, they're down by a little bit for gold, but at this point in the game, gold doesn't really matter as everybody's just slowly starting to even up. Level 15s across the board, well, except for you and Zeta for some reason. But I don't think it's nothing that Zhenghua Secondary School can't handle.
I think the significant thing to look at is the difference in the gold laners, right? Iritel is about 2k gold up the Claude, and so in that sense, these team fight will be very much so battery by Come in Peace. And speaking of which, instantly Come in Peace all the way dropping into the backline, gonna take out CF, but is caught on his lonesome right now. Always is gonna chase extremely deep, but it's gonna take a lot of damage in the process. Hold up, look at the next part of the team fight, and it's gonna be in fact a triple kill being given to the likes of Always as we continue to snowball and barrel down. But Mike Kennedy is gonna put a stop to the frag trade. We're moving into the second round of the fight, and Moba John is gonna be the next one on the chopping block. Mike Kennedy chasing you all the way back as Itsuki Nakano and his Roma is forced to retreat.
This Sky Piercer on Mike Kennedy really putting in the work. As it stands, Mike Kennedy is sitting at 7-12. That Sky Piercer must be pretty fat. And it really does make sense, especially if you're playing on a really damage-focused Juicin. You really just want all these stacks to build up. You are dealing so much damage so quickly. These Sky Piercers are gonna have so many chances to proc out, and that's exactly what we saw. Like everybody over there was super low. They managed to kill out the Suyo, which was actually struggling to stay alive.
That's right, and now with the next Lord on the horizon,
what is he doing there?
it's feeling for vision, man, doing rock things. So right now, they're currently bursting down the Lord. Now, Hyuk is guarding this flank, and it does look like Zhenghua Secondary School are going to concede this Lord over. They do not want to take this risk, and rightfully so, right? I think they can most definitely play tower defense, especially given that they have a Claude, they have a Yve, they have pretty solid clear on the whole. But hold up, look at the bot side. Woo! Barco jumping into that bush, but barely missing out the kill on Moba John.
This is the first game of the morning.
Yeah, such an explosive first game of the morning.
So much front and so much forward and back is already happening right here as Mayflower and Zhenghua looking to be really evenly matched. I mean, this is the reason why they are in the playoffs for today, and having this match for the first game of the day, I think that's a pretty good indicator of what's about to come.
Yep, but as we stand on the precipice of this final Lord fight, the Lord is going to crash in. The bot side is going to be taken out. Oh, you look at the Black Dragon coming all the way into the back line. He's going to knock out Come in Peace, and Come in Peace is going to be the first one to go down as the RWN launches him and locks him in place. That's going to be the goal laner for Mayflower Secondary School taken out. That's going to be the main damage dealer for them taken out, and they're jumping all the way into the back line. Zhenghua knows what is up. Always jumps into the
back line, but he is going to be forced to proc the immortality. But the buy and sell is going to allow him to escape. The rest of the cavalry from Zhenghua Secondary School is coming in and is chasing him all the way into the back line. But what John is trying to look for some age of ground. Nyok is going to be taken down. But Mike Kennedy, can you clutch things up? He picks up the claw. The Winter Crown is going to be forced to be proc. The Blazing Duet to dissuade Barcode on his side. But the second Black Dragon all the way into the back line is going to give them second thoughts. Going to give them second ideas. Mike Kennedy continuing to pick him up. Itsuki Nakano now trying to defend his teammate. And in this entire conflict, only 2 fell.
Such a long team fight, and yes, only 2 members fell, but so much utility has been destroyed in the process. We have no more flicker for some. We have no more immortalities for many. Winter Crowns have been triggered. Well, now Mike Kennedy has an immortality, but that's besides the point. That means this next fight is going to be even more devastating and probably less drawn out. Now, I like how Always was able to escape him with his life.
Buy and sell.
Yeah, but at the process of at the cost of so many items, let's just take a look at it. Yeah, no more immortality. Now we're just going in for the blood wings.
That was, I mean, there was a lot of resources that were used up that we probably won't see in this Lord fight, right? So I think if that fight was, you know, the beginning of the war, this final Lord fight is going to be where a lot of our players are going to be starved out of their skills, especially, you know, their battle spells. I do think on the side of Mayflower, their flickers will be coming back, but it's the item spells. I think your Wind of Natures, your immortalities,
those
that's going to be used up.
Yeah, they're going to have, both sides will have to be playing really, really safe as of now. There's so many things to look out for. ZF's Blazing Duet, the Soul Sever coming out from Always, and especially Mike Kennedy with that Sky Piercer Juicin. Now the Lord will be taken away. Zhenghua Secondary School doesn't really want to fight this. I don't think they can. The moment they come out, you're just gonna have a Cho go down and just destroy your entire base.
Yep.
So now this Lord is going to be given for free to Mayflower Secondary School, as we're going to see part 2 of Tower Defense featuring Zhenghua Secondary School Team 1.
Yeah, again, Zhenghua Secondary School have been showing that they are extremely good in the artillery. They are very strong in the defense, especially as ZF begins to scale up, begins to match the likes of Come in Peace. I think the success of Mayflower Secondary School's at least this Lord fight coming in from Mayflower is how well Come in Peace is able to navigate through this team fight, right? Because last time we saw Itsuki Nakano drop down the RWM. We saw I think it was Always instantly jump for Come in Peace, and in a matter of seconds, that's all they needed to end the team fight. Once Come in Peace dies, the entirety of Zhenghua Secondary School can just push in, because there isn't a lot of damage to be had from the rest of the team.
Yeah, speak about pushing in. These 3 lanes are going to be marching down one after another at the same time. Zhenghua Secondary School whipping up the defense probably of their lifetime, trying to keep this game one alive, as you will be in the thick of it. Well, it's a nice tectonic charge going in, but here comes the RWM. Osu time, as now the AOG will ensure that Yang Hyo doesn't leave. Blazing the West manages to catch Zenjiro, but look at the base! Look at the base! The base is one hit away, but the Lord isn't gonna have it! Lord isn't gonna have it! The minions are alive! Always is alive! Mike Kennedy, the last one in that fight, will go down to the immortality, but Barcode is here to save the day. He will not save anything, as Always will just jump straight back in. Blade Surge one more time. Here comes the Way of the Dragon. The Cho freestyle, but you're a tanky Cho. You have no damage. He's not going to be able to pick up that kill, as now Zhenghua Secondary School will be marching on.
As 5 members and a Lord coming in from Mayflower Secondary School knock on the door of Zhenghua Secondary School, they vehemently declare that they will need more. 5 members all crash into the mid lane. Barcode left on his nose and trying to buy as much time for his team as possible. Hyuk is going to be the first one back into the fight, but there is absolutely no damage. They need to wait 15 more seconds for Come in Peace to get in, but with a slither of a minion's HP left, Zhenghua Secondary School, in a shocking turn of events, have turned the tables, turned the tide, and have taken game 1 of the first series of today. What an explosive way to start the day, ladies and gentlemen.
They have stared death in the eye and said, not today. Turned him around and sent him the other way. Zhenghua Secondary School Team 1 clutches this off in one fell swoop. What an amazing play coming out from both sides. Just
when we thought that Mayflower were gonna end it all, they managed, Zhenghua Secondary School managed to stay Flawed away, to keep the minions away, and saved one minion at less than 20% health to keep them, to keep the push alive and completely eviscerate their base in just a matter of seconds.
At the end of the day, it was really just a composition difference, right? I think I said it before. Zhenghua has a game plan. Like their composition has a game plan, and I think it was really magnified. Or I don't know how much it was on them, but it was forced on. They were forced to play S5 when the Lord is marching down. When the likes of when the likes of Mayflower were knocking on their base, they were forced to be together, and we saw in that scenario just how strong their composition is in the team fights, and just how strong the composition is in the artillery, and that's the key here, right? Come in peace, they can play very aggressively with the Irithel, going all the way into the back line, but it is futile when you have so much disengage. You have the Gatot to protect the back line, you have the RWM to completely take control of the fight in a matter of seconds. All these anti-aggressionary tools that Zhenghua had at their disposal allowed them to win these later Lord fights, and it's insane. That's the power of the draft. I think Mayflower had a solid draft, right? They had a good idea, but it wasn't directed. It was good in the early game because of how unpredictable it was. It was good in how you know, it made Zhenghua make a lot of mistakes in their game plan, in their team fights, but when it came down to it, when they were all grouped up as 5, there's not really much you can do against a composition like this.
Like, although Zhenghua Secondary School did have some moments where it felt that their game was a little bit shaky, especially once they started to disjoint their utility, they kind of managed to lock in at the end, and yeah, sure, 23-minute game, doesn't matter, still won. So right now we're going to be sitting at a 1-0 with Mayflower now on the back foot. So it's not that Mayflower can't live up to their standards. They absolutely can. Maybe just a little bit changes in the composition might be able to give them like a better fighting chance, or maybe just probably taking the team fights a little bit better, like picking and choosing what they really want to fight.
I really think Mayflower lost this game purely because of the draft this time round, right? I think overall there were a lot of question marks that I had in the draft. What is the purpose of this Grok EXP? What is the purpose of the Cho? What was the purpose of the Cho EXP? How did that play around with the Grok? What was the Irithel actually doing during that fight? There were a lot of question marks that I had, to say the very least, right? And I think overall going to this next draft, they really need to reorient. They really need to reorient their picks. Probably, you know, as a recommendation, I'd ask them to, you know, stick to the meta a little bit more and think about the team as a whole in terms of their synergy, similar to how Zhenghua did with the amount of layered CC that they could put during team fights.
Or I could suggest Bellman. If you guys were watching yesterday, you will have witnessed one of the best Bellman games you have ever witnessed. Probably cause it's gonna be the only Bellman game you will probably witness this entire season. But never mind, we're just going to be hopping straight into it. Let's see what adjustments will be made from both sides, as Zhenghua Secondary School will be taking this first ban.
Alright, next part of the bans, I think both of these teams have a very good understanding of the meta, right? I think both of them know what are all the meta picks, so that's why we are looking to see a Phoveus be the first ban. But interestingly enough, Mayflower this time around is going to go for a Zetian. The Zetian is very good at controlling the team fights and very good at initiating team fights. So I think perhaps going into this composition, they want to play for something more set-taking. I could definitely see a Kalea angle being good here. I've been hyping up the Kalea angle. In fact, I could also see a world where Mayflower decide to double down into a Cho and then pick around a comp that plays even better with Cho.
Do you think we'll see the Suyo getting banned out?
Yeah, no, actually, the Suyo wasn't really a very big threat in that last game, so I do think that there is a possibility that they would let it slide. I wouldn't be...
They kind of were able to keep up with the Suyo, which was honestly pretty impressive in and of itself.
But I think the Juicin needs to go. Like, my Kennedy on that Juicin was... like, that was not it.
Yeah,
that was not it, guys.
My Kennedy nearly was able to turn everything around.
I mean, my Kennedy did turn a lot of things around, especially in the mid game.
The Sky Piercer choosing, honestly, insane in that last fight. So now, okay, Guinevere being banned out. So what are the candidates we have today? Suyo, Marcel, Jusin.
Yeah, I think it has to be a I mean, no, actually, Mayflower is. Are they first pick?
Mayflower second.
They are second pick, right? So I do think
Nana.
that just okay. I do think that Justin ban would make a lot of sense here. Meanwhile, Zhenghua Secondary School are just gonna run with the same bans that they already have. But with that, they instead choose to ban out the Suyo, and as a result, they'll have to give up the Jusin over to the hands of Itsuki Nakano.
Well, to be fair, I felt that they kind of dealt with the Suyo pretty well back there. But in the late game, the amount of chase that the Suyo had, especially with that Blade Surge, was able to just knock them down in the late parts of the game. So possibly they don't really want to deal with that. But now you have to deal with the behemoth, which is Jusin.
Yeah, and picking the glue into a Jusin is going to be rough. Mike Kennedy this time opts for the Lunox. I don't necessarily know how big of a fan I am of this pick coming in from Mayflower, right? Because Lunox is usually a hero that you pick as a response to tanky frontliners, response to the slow moving tanks. So while I don't hate the Lunox pick, the fact that it came out this early is a bit confusing to me, but at the end of the day, it does seem like it's gonna work out as Zhenghua Secondary School pick up the Leo mod and the Alice. So still a lot of bulk, and Mike Kennedy is gonna have a lot of targets for the Dark Gold.
Yeah, I mean, you did say that Lunox will be a really great counter against like tanky heroes, and tada, here we go, tanky heroes.
Hey,
Wait.
speaking of tanky shred, we are
Okay,
also gonna see a
Zendro.
Dyroff. Actually, with the buff of Dyroff, I think there have been a lot of whispers around the pro scene about Dyroff potentially being brought in as a pretty solid tanky counter, right? A lot of true damage from his kit overall. So I don't hate this Dyroff pick as much as I think I would have last season. But
yeah, I mean, there's a lot of quality of life changes being made to Dyroff in the sense where your passive does actually build up over time instead of having to rely on just dealing damage alone. And the amount of damage that you're going to be doing for your burst strike is actually much higher right now. So the ease of use for Dyroff is actually better, I would say. He feels more fluid, the damage feels a little bit more consistent, and you're less reliant on just spamming your second skill in order to get that really meaningful damage out. So we might be able to see some really meaningful plays coming out from Zhenghua over here. But now looking at the bans, we have the Harley, Grok, and Marcel being taken out at the moment.
yeah, Grok and Marcel are two team fight heroes, and I think given how Mayflower is looking with their overall composition, I think we might actually see a more pick-off-centric comp coming in from Mayflower, right? They are taking away the team fighters, they're taking away the people who are good at counter-setting. And so I think Zhenghua is recognizing that and choosing to ban out the Harley for that reason, especially because they don't know if the Dyroff is going into jungle or the EXP. So yeah, we're moving into the next pick, and it looks we'll likely see either a roam depending on where the glue is going. I think if Hyuk is taking the glue, we will be waiting for an EXP and a gold lane. In terms of the gold lane, I see a lot of potential.
Maybe
in
Lunox?
this. Yeah, I mean maybe even Lunox gold.
It's
right?
been a long time since we've seen Lunox gold actually.
Yeah, but instead we are going to see Barcode being put onto the Sora. Actually, Sora actually kind of works out with this, especially with the Thunder form, right? Sora is really adaptable in that sense. Zhenghua is, on the other hand, is going to look to play a more conventional front to back, and in that sense, we're going to expect the frontliner to be one who can play off.
Atlas?
Is that going to be an Atlas lock onto the side of you?
Do it!
It looks like it is.
Let's go!
So Zhenghua Secondary School are going to be playing for the set. They're going to be playing for the momentum, and to round it all off, as expected, Mayflower Secondary School is going to be looking for a burst damage marksman, and who else to get but of course the carry. How good do I think the carry is in this matchup? There might have been better picks, right? Carry has a lot of glaring issues like the lack of movement that can be very easily exploited by the likes of Zhenghua if they play with their cards right, but I don't hate
that skin though.
Yeah, it is a very pretty skin
though. Oh my god!
I mean the double skin flex on the side of Mayflower.
Yeah, hey, we have Patrick Starfish yet again.
Yeah, wait, triple skin flags. Wait, hold up. What the hell?
1, 2, 3, 4. Oh my god.
That's insane.
Yeah, this is a team with a lot of pocket change to spare. But yeah, we're going to be hopping straight into game number 2. Will Zhenghua Secondary School Team 1 be able to take this home? Or will Mayflower be able to snatch it back from the brink?
going into this matchup, it's clear to see that Mayflower, on the whole, want to take more aggressive team fights. Hi, Patrick. They want to take more impromptu skirmishes rather than big, cohesive, coordinated team fights, even though they are very capable of doing just that, right? And on the other hand, right, Zhenghua want to play coordinated. They want to play off the Atlas's Fatal Links. They want to play off the Throne of Ruin. So I think going into this matchup, Zhenghua Secondary School's game plan going to team fights are going to be a lot more feast or famine. If they can hit their various skills, they win. But if they miss these skills, there's really not much that the Atlas or Atlas can do in that sense. But we're looking at the first part of the team fights. The split comes in from Atlas. It is going to heal. You is going to take a lot of damage. But this time, Mike Kennedy is going to be the one with the taste of his own medicine. And he's going to be eaten up by Itsuki Nakano.
Yeah, that's kind of the things that we're going to be looking at choosing for. Every time in the early game, you cannot escape that lantern flare. So this is kind of the reason why choosing is either a pick or a ban in this early part of the game. Now Ngankyeo trying to find some distance in. Does manage to get them 2, but here comes 3 people as Ngankyeo will be tap out for breakfast. Barcode will be able to just put some distance in between them, and Ngankyeo will be able to run away. But now Zenjiro coming in.
Yeah, Zenjiro in a
come in peace. Finding a little bit of a skirmish with his Moskov counterpart. And here comes you. There goes you. The flicker is out. Bang Yang Hyuk will be chucked straight into the tower. No Sky Piercer, but it doesn't matter. As always, will be able to take that kill.
Early stages of the fight, and Zhenghua Secondary School are taking a very aggressive tempo to start the game, and you love to see it, especially given how you know they have the Leo mod. They like the snowball, and I think sooner or later this Leo mod is going to be very difficult to deal with. Yang Hawk is already taking a lot of damage, being poked by Itsuki Nakano, making it difficult for them to get into the zone to the point where I think Mayflower Secondary School is going to have to concede this very quickly. But hold up, they're looking for the next part of the fight. And we look at the Throne of Ruin all the way from Mobile Joy. It's going to be locking on 3 people. And the hit 3 bars are decreasing, and it's decreasing rapidly as 1 and 2 members of Mayflower Secondary School fall to the hands of Zhenghua, Barcode, and Zenjiro going to be the next ones on the chopping block.
Yeah, Coming Peace also trying to do his part by forcing ZF to go back. And now the Fatal, okay, no Fatal Links just yet, as Mike Kennedy will be forced back away by Itsuki Nakano. So much pressure, and ZF is here to play as well. SOD does connect, but it just kind of just nets him a few minions, and that's about it.
As of right now, I mean, Carry just comes in peace, but Mayflower, but Zhenghua sure will not. The Atlas jumping all the way into the back line with the Fatal Links to add onto it.
What did he
do? The Roma for the goal. That is definitely a good, well-fought trade for Mayflower Secondary School, and that's what they need, right? They need to limit the win conditions of Zhenghua. Mayflower, they want to get back into the game.
What did he do to you? Now we have Heaven Seraph being popped out, but Barcode isn't going to have any targets to hit. As right now, Mike Kennedy being caught in a precarious situation. Yang Hyuk trying to save his friend, but will be the one launched into the air instead. At this point, we're just going to see so many people being flung into the air. Once by Jusing, and yet another time by you.
Yeah, indeed. But still, right, Zhenghua Secondary School are holding what seems like a 2K goal lead over Mayflower Secondary School at this juncture. So it's going to be difficult for them to get back in. Mike Kennedy, she's being caught out by the mid duo of Zhenghua. But the Roma is going to be coming in, trying to save him. The Brilliance gets popped up, and Zenjiro is here for the additional damage, but nothing is going to be able to get done on show as Itsuki Nakano picks Zenjiro up for the second bout of the engage, always coming in for the additional help. And with that pick on the Nyang Hawk, it might be over. Always might commit, but he will not. He will look to wait for the Phantom Steed, wait for the Turtle in order to commit. But we're looking at the second bout of the fight. The Thunderform from the Zora comes in, but he's coming in into 4 people. That is extremely risky. The teammate, the Cavalry, the mid duo of Mayflower Secondary School is here, but there is absolutely no HP to be had from the glue, so they are forced to retreat and concede this Turtle.
What a nice
but they're not looking to back down so easily. The Brilliance forcing the Brilliance out, coming in from Mike Kennedy, but it is futile as the Juicing comes in, picks her up, and they get the double kill.
Well, they do get the turtle as well. While meanwhile, we have Zenjiro on the top, just trying his best to get. He knows he can fight the turtle, so he just went for ZF. Didn't manage to get the pick, but while that was going on, Mayflower just got absolutely obliterated at the pit. And right now it's you trying to go in to come in peace. What did he do to you? Does he owe you money? They're going to commit so much resources into it, but now Mayflower Secondary School will be here to stop it. Barcode going straight in. Thunder form. Oh, nice Fatal Links coming in, but here comes the Revitalize, keeping them all alive. ZF gets his kill, but Mike Kennedy also gets a kill, but the double kill coming out from ZF. Will we see a triple? Barcode going in, flickers away, but always can't get it. He can get it, and that's going to be a really clean triple from Zhenghua Secondary School.
And still, Zhenghua is using their lead, taking these aggressive fights and winning with them. That is how you want to persist. That's how you want to play a Leo mode, right? You want to snowball, you want to go fast. And as we look at the board state at hand, right, there is still, what, a 4K goalie in the hands of Zhenghua Secondary School. The Atlas has already picked up the Endless Battle, not the Endless Battle, the Fleeting Time. So that's going to be an even bigger threat throughout the entire map, right? Moscow being the first, already being ahead of the carry by about 1,000 gold. So that's already half an item. So going into these team fights, it's going to be a lot more difficult to battery the damage coming from Mayflower, especially when you compare it to the likes of Zhenghua. The next turtle is on the horizon, and they are, and 4 members of Mayflower are looking to edge onto ZF.
Oh my god.
Onto him, but is it going to be enough? They all commit into the tower, always trying to save his teammate, and he just traded with Come in Peace being the next one on the chopping block. Barcode going to be the next one to go down, and the rest of the cavalry is in. The punishment, the judgment time has arrived as 4 members of Zhenghua Secondary School eat up the remains of Mayflower Secondary School, making them regret their decision to try to commit onto ZF.
Trying to do unto others what you don't want to be done unto yourself is probably the first cardinal sin you should never do. Now always will be able to take this turtle, and it's just going to clear the camps at the same time. Now the utility coming out from you and Itsuki Nakano together is really rearing its ugly head right now. Thanks to the fleeting time, you does have the Fatal Links already. We're just going to see the John Cena Super Slam. RKO out of nowhere, primed and ready. He does have the flicker, and Itsuki Nakano is right behind him. Here comes going straight in, and that's going to be 1. Looking for another Barcode going in with the Stormbind. Get the CC down, it's not going to be enough. That's going to be 2. Meanwhile, at the bot lane, the tower is going to get pushed down, but it doesn't matter. Mid lane tower will go down, and I think we're going to be knocking on into the second one as well.
And that's the power of the Atlas, right? That flicker Fatal Links play, absolutely stunning, and that's what you just can do when you are this up in terms of goal, when you can just afford to take all these fights, and when your opponents don't respect the Atlas. No, only 1 Purifier on the side of Mayflower Secondary School, and that is what's causing them to lose this game right now, because they have no response with the Atlas. They don't have anti-engage. They have Mike Kennedy's Brilliance, right? They have 1 Purifier and they come in peace. But we're looking at the bot side right now, and Zhenghua is going to take a lot of damage, being the first one to fall. The Brilliance is going to be forced to pop out. Marco trying to save his teammate. He picks him up, but you look at the back line, and Moa John and always coming in to swoop in for the kill. Moa John might be paying for that, but the same cannot be said as he brings down 4 members of Mayflower Secondary School with him.
He goes in peace, and now Yang Hyo will be trying to go into salvage the situation, trying to get another one of his own. Itsuki Nakano dodges the hamburger away. He's the hungry. Nandos is just right around the corner though. Itsuki Nakano now will be turning on to him. The pickup combo is great. The pickup combo is here. Fatal Links 1 time, picks up a 2nd time, sent back to the base a 3rd.
And 1 by 1, that is how the cookie crumbles. Oh, okay. What happened?
Okay. He tired.
Tired.
Haven't drink coffee yet.
Tough. But yeah, this, with that kill onto Zhenghua, that's going to be a very easy Lord secure into the hands of Zhenghua Secondary School.
That's 1 Lord down. That's going to be probably, they have roughly 20 seconds to spare before it comes out. So Mayflower does have a little bit of time. Everybody's back right now. A triple lane push might obviously will be the play to do. So Zhenghua Secondary School is going to be exerting a lot of pressure down to Mayflower Secondary School. We're just going to see whether Come in Peace can really lock down the key targets that he needs to. But there's a lot of targets he needs to get rid of. He needs to get rid of Moba John, he needs to get rid of Always, he needs to get rid of you while avoiding Itsuki Nakano and ZF. And speaking of which, Barco gets picked up into the sky. Here comes the Fatal Links, a Throne of Ruin, and nobody's going in. SOD lands! Here comes the cavalry! The toothpicks are flying, and they're landing their mark! Mike Kennedy!
Oh my god!
I respect that! I respect that!
We just saw the perfect execution of a team fight. Zhenghua Secondary School, they might have been forced to resort to a comeback in the last game, but this time it was clean, decisive, dominant. That wasn't a sweep. That was a massacre from Zhenghua Secondary School to open up the first game, the first series of today.
Mayflower might have the skins, but it's going to be Zhenghua Secondary School that comes with the win. Shake it out, boys. You guys played well today. That was just the first game of the morning, and it's already this intense.
I mean, that is what we call knowing how to use your comp, right? The Atlas, oh my gosh, that was probably the best Atlas I've seen get played in a competitive game. It was every single Fatal Links hit, every the flicker, the knowledge from the Atlas to see it, to see the disrespect,
so
to
consistent.
pick up. It was always so consistent, and that's always the problem with your set tanks like Atlas, like Tigro. It's always a matter of consistency. When you come in, how often can you actually pull up a Fatal Links and start the fight? And if you miss it, you're basically a sitting duck. You're basically useless. But you made it clear as day that this is how they play the game. And it's not just you, right? You're looking at Moba John on the Alice. Every single time the Fatal Links landed, Moba John was right there to drop the Throne of Ruin, to continue the stun, making the plays for the rest of the team very, very easily. This is what I wanted to see from Zhenghua Secondary School when it came to the cohesion of their composition. And you cannot say the same for Mayflower, right? I was saying, they seem to be all over the place. They kind of want to play pickoff, but they don't have the best tools for that. On the side of Zhenghua, they want to play team fights, they want to play for the Atlas, and you damn well know they played for that Atlas.
And just to sprinkle it just right on the top, Itsuki Nakano. Every time the combo lands, she has the stacks ready. The stacks are already there, so that you don't. And the juicing doesn't really overput the stacks.
Yeah.
It just waits until the Atlas lands the Fatal Links, and then drops the last few bits that you need to lift them up yet again. So this kind of efficiency in the CC chain is really what gave all these team fights so much pressure and so much devastation.
It was so clean. Like, it was so incredibly coordinated. And I don't know, man, if the second team of Zhenghua play like this, we are looking at a very strong representation coming in from Zhenghua coming into this tournament.
It might be possible.
It might definitely be possible.
We might see Zhenghua versus Zhenghua.
Yeah, I mean, one can hope, right? But overall, it's clear to see that the efforts of Zhenghua have paid off. The fact that they have two teams, it has to mean something. So, with that said, unfortunately, Mayflower will be dropping into the losers bracket. They are not quite out of the tournament just yet. So, they'll still have a chance to duke it out. But until then, Zhenghua Secondary School can rest easy knowing that they are going to be guaranteed at least, I think that's at least a finals placement, no? Because even if they drop to the losers bracket in semis, they're still gonna be in the losers finals. I believe that's how it works.
Yep. All right. So now just taking a look at the brackets, we do have a pretty interesting scoreline in which, our first two games finished off pretty fast. But meanwhile, for the last two brackets of BPGH and the other Zhenghua, with West Spring and Ken High, they're sitting at a really precarious 1-1 situation.
Oh crap!
So things are really much closer than we think.
Yeah, I think in particular, right? I don't mean to be a cat high glazer, but I am in particular really looking forward. In fact, both of the games that we aren't seeing today, Bukit Panjang versus Zhenghua, that's a 1-1 game. Like, that's the other Zhenghua. That's an interesting narrative to have. West Spring Secondary School, the defending champs, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, sir.
Against Catholic High, one of the most explosive teams that we saw yesterday. Both of these matches are incredibly explosive, and even though we aren't quite able to see it here, I'm sure that regardless of what the result is, it's going to be electric.
Well, for Campus Legends Secondary School, this was organized by Skoga and the SG Esports Academy. and it's also supported by SGEA and Moonton, and produced by C2E4. Now, just maybe let's just shout out a little bit of our sponsors.
Yep.
One of my favorites, the one right across us, the one that's making it really hard to cast every single
I
time.
swear to God, this guy literally cannot do anything but glaze Nando's.
Fried chicken, man. Sorry, not fried chicken, grilled chicken, man. You guys are goated. So if you're a student, head over to Nando's, get yourself a chicken. Yeah, just come over, get yourself a chicken.
But of course, we cannot go on without talking about other sponsors. First up, we have WSG Workforce Singapore. You grind in game, are you doing the same in real life? Knowing where you are is something that a lot of people our age often overlook. So with Workforce SG, we can improve your career health and try to find a solid career path for you. If you are interested, you can go down to gogolf.sg/SGF2026 to get started.
Brought right there.
Brought to you by Workforce Singapore. And of course, shoutouts to our supporting partner as well, Speedy Ninja, your one-stop game credits platform for MLBB Diamonds, Valorant Points, Genshin Crystals, and all the sort. With instant top-ups and the best prices, you can best believe that they are the most trusted. They are the most trusted brand island-wide when it comes to your in-game currency needs. You can also hop on over to their booth over there for some exclusive merchandise. And in addition to that, Workforce Singapore also has a booth down there. So, if you have some free time, do go on over and show them some support. We also shout out to Hisense for being the lovely providers for our displays on level 3. Go show them some love down there if you do have free time similar to them. And of course, we cannot go on without talking about Paper Rex and our Singaporean streamers. This whole tournament and project wouldn't have been possible without you guys. And of course, shout outs to everybody here who have set up the booths, in particular Mummy Monster, Nando's, AOC, the lovely provider of our monitor over here, Steed, OSIM, Asus, and of course MSI. Thank you all so much for letting Singapore's competitive scene thrive. But I think with that, Cake, I think it's a good time to wrap up.
Yeah, we'll be going for a short break, and right after that, we'll be coming out with the next schools. So I think
we'll figure it out.
Yeah, the rest of the schools are still playing their games. So let us know who you want to see, and let's see whether your predictions are correct.
Yep, but until then, ladies and gentlemen, don't go too far because we'll be right back after a short break.
Morning, guys. Okay, now we are going to the upper bracket, round 2. We have Bukit Panjang Government High and West Spring. All right, let's chat with some of our teammates. Let's go with West Spring first. What's your name, bro?
Jadon.
So what do you think your chances are in this game?
Quite low.
Quite low? Why do you all feel so, are you all the underdog of 50-50? Okay, but can we not?
I hope.
Hey, your teammates or your schoolmates all here. Okay, let's go to Bukit Panjang Government High. Well, yesterday's 1v1 winner. So what do you do with your 400 diamonds?
It hasn't come yet.
What do you mean haven't come yet? So he's supposed to transfer you. Who's supposed to give to you? Okay. So what do you think about your chances for this match?
I'll try to win lah.
Try to win. So you think you're the favorites or the underdogs?
Favorite lah. Who do you think I am, bro?
Bro, this is not a 1v1, no. This is a team event. So are you speaking for your entire team?
Us. It's a team effort, bro.
Okay, ask your teammate. Bro, how got chance or not?
Yeah, bro, we're gonna win.
All right. Bukit Panjang Government High showing their dominant attitude. Right, guys, let's take it away. Over to you, Costas.
Them fighting words, but welcome back, everybody, to the second match on stream for Campus Legends Secondary School, part of SG Game Fest, organized by Skoga and the Esports Academy, supported by SGEA and Moonton, and produced by C2E4. My name is Kay, and he's Gamily, and welcome back. I'm so excited to see what's going to happen later.
Indeed, I am. We are in possibly the most exciting part of CLSS, right? It is the playoff season, double elimination bracket, and we are currently looking at the winner's side. I think going into this matchup, both of these teams have won a very, very nail-biting, won their matches in a very nail-biting Game 3 fashion. I believe it was Cat High versus Bukit Panjang, where Bukit Panjang managed to beat them in a Game 3. And on the other hand, we have West Spring against the... Wait, what was it?
I think it was... Wait, hold on. Let me check my notes.
It was the
West
Team 2,
Spring
right?
against NJC.
Was it? Yeah, was
yeah,
it?
that was yesterday.
What was that bracket? What was the bracket to get them here, though? I think it was these. It was the second team of Nanchang, wasn't it? Yeah, I think it was the second team of Zhenghua.
Oh yeah, Zhenghua team 2. Yeah.
Yeah. So both of these teams had to fight through a very, very nail-biting match in order to get to this point, and so I think they are fired up and ready for the competition, especially given whatever the hell Bukit Panjang was saying. That's some confidence, man. That's some confidence, and you love to see it from them. Of course, going into this matchup, right? Even though Bukit Panjang said that they were the favorites, West Spring is the defending champions of CLSS.
That's right.
They are in the bracket this time round. They are in the driver's seat. And given how they were the opening match of CLSS in general, they were showing a very explosive and fiery performance. But of course, we watched Bukit Panjang play yesterday as well, and they themselves brought a lot to the table.
They're pretty strong as well.
They are pretty strong as well.
Both these teams are no slouches when it comes to MLBB. And we've seen that, obviously, on stream yesterday. They fought in different groups, and right now, for the first time, well, at least for CLSS this season, they will be meeting in this early bracket.
Yep, that's right.
I think it's the upper brackets this time, right?
Yeah, this is the upper bracket, so they do have the leniency of the losers bracket, even if they lose out on this matchup. But I think what we are expecting to see is a very, very close match at that, right?
Definitely, yes. So we do have like as you said, the defending champions versus a really strong contender. And if I'm not wrong, for this squad for West Spring, I might be remembering wrongly, but I think they do have one of the players that have played before in the previous season. So yeah, we're just going to be seeing what they're going to be cooking up today as West Spring Secondary versus Bukit Panjang Government High. Game number 1. Let's just hop right into it. Straight off the bat, we're looking at a Freya and a Yuzhong band, followed up by a Sora. So yeah, we've seen Maze on that juicing yesterday, wreaking so much havoc. I'm not sure whether Bukit Panjang is going to let it open today.
Yeah, indeed. Already very conventional bands coming out from both sides, right? I think we haven't really seen any Juicing being played in for during this season of CLSS.
Oh my god.
It looks like we are going to stick to that trend. Early picks, it is going to be obviously the Juicing being picked out, and understandably so. Juicing, one of the hottest picks currently in the meta right now, so it makes a lot of sense that they would like to, instantly grab it while it's up for the taking.
Yeah, so many Juicings are just going to be appearing this entire day. Not a single ban actually we've seen so far on stream, but right now as a response we do have Crybaby piloting the Phobius with Guilty bringing out the Khalid.
So two very early, well, you have an early tempo enabler with the Khalid, and you also have Crybaby.
The snowball champ.
Yeah, the snowball champion on the Phobius. So for these two elements, I really like how they blend together. On the other hand, we have the Alice as a response. I'm not too sure what the Alice wants to do here, but it does tell me that overall West Spring want to gear themselves towards a bit more of a team fight. But I say that, but Professor is going to pick up the Kaja, so that is a pick-off hero. So perhaps you're seeing a bit of a hybrid composition coming in from them. But for what it's worth, Bukit Panjang is going to be continuing to double down into their snowball, bringing in the Leo mod to back up the Phobius. So I think going into this matchup, going into the bans for West Spring Secondary School, they definitely want to ban out heroes that can further enable Bukit Panjang here, right? I'm looking at some early game pressure, something like maybe even a Baksha could be a potential shout, right? If I was to decide on Bukit Panjang,
Valier ban out.
Valier banned out.
So I guess we're going to be seeing a lot of forward heavy engaging coming in. Maybe
I'm looking for
I want to see a Kaja jungle. It's been a really, really long time. Like Kaja is one of those heroes that can be played in almost every lane. And right now the carry
what I'm looking for is a Harif. I want to see a Harif coming from Bukit Panjang. And
oh boy, alright, here we go.
Let's do it. I jumped out of my seat. I was so excited to see the Harif pick. And it's because Harif is the fastest power spiking gold laner in this current meta, and you look at the side of Bukit Panjang and they love their power spikes, but where Spring's like, did we see this from them last time?
Yes,
feel
we
like
did. Yes, we did.
I feel like we did see this from them last time. We're gonna be seeing the Alucard coming in from West Spring with the Claude to round things out. So overall, this composition is very unique to me, right? You have
The bands are starting to make sense now, actually.
the bands start to make sense, and you notice West Spring brings a lot of team fighting potential to the table, right? Everyone with the exception of the Kaja. The Kaja is going to be coming in as the X Factor, similar to what we saw from the Cho in the previous game, right? Being the added element of danger, looking to pick off one or two members, you know, the squishier members of Bukit Panjang. You're going to see their last member, and it is going to be a Khadija. Not quite what I would have expected. I thought they would go for something more conventional, like a Temple Gatherer in Yves, so that you can get that good Kai Yves synergy. But I think there is some value.
Yeah,
in
it kind of makes sense, I guess, since Khadita with the with the rough waves is able to just escape any of the danger that comes in. So, for example, if the Alucard just jumps in on you, if the Blazing Duets somehow find you in the backline, you can use that to escape. And the rough waves isn't just an escape tool, it can also be a damage tool as well, especially if you just hide in the bush and just suddenly drop a nuke on your enemies. I think that is something that West Spring Secondary is going to have to look out for.
Yeah.
But yeah, enough about that. We're going to be jumping into the first game of the day. West Spring Secondary School versus Bukit Panjang Government High School. Welcome to the Land of Dawn.
Bukit Panjang Government High School is gonna really look towards gearing for the early game, right? Because they're playing a very, very high risk, high reward play style, where if they snowball, they're gonna be rewarded very heavily. But if they fail to snowball, they're gonna be put on the back foot, as Grin won't be able to properly utilize the one-shot potential of the Kadita. Airborne and Crybaby will be put on the back foot on both of their snowball heavy heroes, and of course, CC Immune on the Harif will not have a fun time as they're unable to hit the power spike.
God.
But already we're seeing the early game pressure of Maze being put on the Juicin, and honestly with Juicin, she's really one of those characters where you need to expect to concede the lane to her.
Like Thalassophobia already has been triggered from the Grin, so that means the sustain in the lane isn't going to be as much as he wants, and the guilty a really early flicker being popped out already. Yeah, there's something you don't really want to see.
Yeah, still nothing much. Still not much blood is spilling. We aren't seeing any early invades, which is kind of surprising to me, considering that they have a Khalid, but perhaps they want to play the safer game. And I think that's definitely valid, considering they have the Juicin to counteract the early engages.
You're really just putting a dent into Grin's economy, right now being forced to recall, and that means the lane is going to be frozen in place. Now CC Immune versus Shattizi, that's probably going to be the deciding factor to see who can come online first. Well, obviously it's going to be CC Immune since he's a Harf and all. But if Shattizi is able to reach his power spike, able to get the Holy Trinity build plus some levels on the board, that's going to be something that Bukit Panjang Government High will have a pretty hard time dealing with.
But it seems as though they're bringing a lot of the fight away from the turtle, interestingly enough, giving their EXP laners some time to catch up and get their level 4s. The level 4s of Phobius and Alice are very, very going to be pivotal during this fight. A lot of high value ultimates to be had here. Guilty is going to be picked up and chipped out a lot. The Sangha is going to replenish some HP, but he won't quite be at full. We're going to see the rapid boots coming in from Guilty, so that's going to be some added movement speed going to this fight. But of course, the main attraction is going to be seeing how these teams funnel and flush into the turtle pit. Here we go. It's going to be a 4v4 battle. The Harith is coming in from top for their additional support. And with Harith back into the fight, I think this is where Bukit Panjang want to begin to start their snowball. We're going to see the first instance of the fight. Airborne putting on some chip onto StPJ, but still no commitments to be had. But hold up, Grin is gonna be locked into a 1v1 with Maze, and with Ignatius still hidden in the bush. We're gonna take some time for some attack to be happen. The flicker's gonna come in for StPJ, but moving for a pickup on the Airborne. That's gonna be a lot of damage in the Retry battle. Airborne emerges victorious. We see the Blazing Duet coming in from Shartizi. It's gonna be a lot of damage put onto Airborne and Guilty, but not quite enough to seal the deal, as in the aftermath, StPJ and Ignatius will be the ones to fall.
Yeah, an attempt from Shattizi to come down to assist with the Turtle Pit in a 5 to make it a 5v5 didn't really work out according to plan, since Ignatius was the first to fall thanks to the efforts from Grin, and this allowed CC Immune to really push into the gold lane, giving this Harith a gold lead that you don't really want to face against. Now Shattizi will be playing on the back foot slightly, but I don't think it's nothing that you can't really come back from.
Indeed.
The goal lead is still, 1K in favor of Bukit Panjang, and I do think that this is pivotal for them. They have a comp, as I mentioned before, that snowballs very heavily, but if you're West Spring Secondary School in this scenario, you are expecting this to happen. You're expecting to take the back foot in the early game, so right now it's all about stability for them. West Spring cannot afford to lose more battles. They cannot afford to let Bukit Panjang multiply this lead, right? Because that's what they want to do here.
Like the Kaja didn't really manage to catch anybody back there. I think the Professor didn't have his ultimate yet. I don't think Divine Judgment is out yet, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so now Airborne with the War Axe. Yeah, we're probably going to be seeing a lot more ganks coming straight in. And speaking about ganks, Bukit Panjang, West Spring Secondary School, finds its way. Guilty finds the vision, and CC Immune just putting in so much pressure onto Shatizi that he can't really do much.
Yeah, right now we're seeing a lot more attention once again being placed on the West Spring Secondary School as the turtle appears in 20. Right now we're seeing the Kaja, hover over, perhaps commit to a fight onto the Harif, but I think for what it's worth, it's doing a good job at keeping the Harif at bay, preventing them from rejoining the fight when the turtle comes in. Bukit Panjang is going to, however, hold that early map presence into the turtle pit.
They have the advantage.
They will be pushing and will be flushing West Spring Secondary School out as of right now. But moving into the next bout of the engagement, and Crybaby is going to be picked up by Maze. Going to be taking a lot of burst damage, but it's not going to be enough. Throne of Ruin from CPJ opens up, and it is going to be a kill secured. But the Raging Sandstorm onto Maze for additional damage. Hold up, the Inferno Parade is going to be enough to keep him in the game. And we're moving into the next bout of the fight. Airborne is going to chew out the likes of Ignatius with another turtle. I don't know who it went to.
I think Bukit Panjang Government High did manage to get the turtle. The turtle aura is now onto Airborne, so that means they did manage to get the secure, which puts West Spring Secondary School further into, I nearly said aura depth, into EXP and gold deficit. So Bukit Panjang Government High, now they do have the advantage. So they do have a lot of snowball potential. As we saw just now, the Divine Judgment being popped onto Crybaby with so much resources being put to put this Phoveus to sleep. But the Phoveus just refused to go down and managed to do so much to them, disrupting their turtle fight and causing Bukit Panjang Government High to take that turtle fight with ease.
Right, the presence that Bukit Panjang Government High have overall during these turtle fights is what's allowing them to snowball out of control. They are always at the turtle pit first, and when you're up 3k with a fat Phoveus, with a fat Leomord, you can most definitely multiply this aggressive positioning. Moving into the next bout, and moving into the next sections of this match, right? I think West Spring Secondary School need to play more passively. They need to make more decisive decisions, and they need to know when to quit, because really, as it stands, they need to play for the long, for the late game.
Rough waves
are going to come in, and it's not going to quite hit anybody.
Nice try. I'll say nice try, but like Maze did have the Purify on board, so it's kind of hard to get there. But here comes the Zaman Force, and Shatizi will not be able to escape a 3-man gank. The top lane tower looks like it's going to be going down any moment now, as CC Immune's just going to extend that gold and EXP lead. Or that's something you really don't want to see if you're going to be on the side of West Spring Secondary School.
It just continues to fall out of their hands, right?
One
They're
item
continuing
off.
to lose these fights. That's not quite what you want to see, especially given how, this overall team composition is extremely strong in the snowball. But moving to the next bout, the Johto fight, Airborne is just going to continue to burst this down. West Spring Secondary School, they look like they could potentially want to try to contest this, but, they are too late to even begin to think about that future.
Meanwhile, Guilty is going to be jumping straight in. This Khalid, so hard to get rid of with the quicksand guard and everything. They do have their utility on board. Zaman Force coming out, but nobody is going to be stepping onto the rift. As EPJ just kind of jukes them all out, breaks their ankles a little bit. Yeah, Maze trying to lift somebody into the air, but Bukit Panjang Government High School is going to be saying, "Run for now!" Here comes the Rough Waves. If Maze would just disappear.
And that's the power of Grin, right? Instant elimination of a key threat coming in from West Spring Secondary School. That's gonna be very, very good for them as they as it basically makes any further engagement a lot easier. When you take out that Juicin, all of your CC gets all that CC potential gets removed in a second. We're moving into the next bout of the fight. Still 17 seconds on the clock, and now both teams are just playing for the macro game. You're looking at a slight skirmish on top, but with 4 members on the Bukit Panjang High School here, they might look for some sort of engagement. They are going to take the red buff, be engagement or not, however.
Yeah, right now Airborne does secure that, and we're gonna have Guilty with the right nice flicker going straight in. What an engage! There goes Kaja, and right now Airborne trying to go in to do some damage while Crybaby is gonna be airborne of his own. Throne of Ruin catches 2 underneath the tower. Quicksand Guard ain't gonna save you forever. CC Immune is there in the fight. Where's Shatizi? Nowhere to be found. No damage from West Spring Secondary School will be the cause of their demise, as Bukit Panjang Government High does take a really clean 4K at the board tower.
A very, very commanding lead from Bukit Panjang Gov High here. And it's going to be difficult for West Spring to get back into it, right? Their win condition at this point is really just to play for Shartizi. There is nothing else they can do here. They need Claude to get the items. They need Claude, and they need Claude to not get picked off by Grid. That is the key here, right? Because there really is only one big threat on West Spring Secondary School going in as a damage profile going into the late stages of this match, where you have heroes on Bukit Panjang Government High who can very easily shut down the win conditions and instantly, control the tempo and the momentum of the battle. As long as Grin can get any form of angle onto Shartizi, it's basically game over. The entire game plan is contingent on one hero, and that makes that game plan very volatile.
Yeah, I think the single target nature of the Divine Judgment is starting to show its ugly head right now, since there are so many targets from Bukit Panjang Government High that you really have to lock down. They're giving so many options that it's so hard to choose. And if they attempt to put it onto Kadita, it's going to be a little bit hard. Maze will have to pop the Crimson Lantern, and right into the air goes Harif. But he will survive, but not before being taken down. A 1-for-1 that's going to be the gold laner for the mid laner. A really key part of West Spring Secondary School's plan. As the Lord is starting to march down, mid lane is going to be having a siege of its own. It's Sleepy J trying to stave him off, but they don't care. They're just going to hit the tower. The Holy Defense might not last for much longer as West Spring Secondary School tries their darndest to hold on.
And that's what we're talking about with West Spring Secondary School. They really need to make full use of their unique assets, and that unique asset is Professor's Kaja, right? The Divine Judgment bringing CC Immune and punishing that risky engage was exactly what they need, and we need to see more exploitation of the mistakes coming in from Bukit Panjang Gov if they want to be able to bring things back. I'm talking all about the Claude, but really you're doing all of these in order to make the Claude snowball a lot easier. You remove these heroes so that the Claude can come in, throw out the Blazing Duet, and try to farm for some kills here and there.
Yeah, Bukit Panjang Government High is really just oppressing West Spring Secondary into a corner. These are two teams that really fought their best in the previous day on stream. We've seen how dominant these two forces can be, but right now, who will come out on top? We're gonna see a preview of a possible team fight happening, but the minions are just gonna get cleared out. Maze doesn't manage to get Guilty over the wall, so we don't really see an engage coming on just yet. Just 80 seconds till the next Lord spawns, and both sides are just gearing up for their big fight.
Yeah, but definitely Bukit Panjang is going to go into this fight a lot more confident, right? You have all of your, members, all of your damage profiles basically maxed out, and with all of your material as well in hand. It's really difficult for them to get back into this game. I will say though, I really like the double purify coming in from Maze and Shartizi. I didn't quite get a chance to mention that, but it is definitely, that respect is definitely what's preventing Grin from just stealing the game right here, right now. Especially when your heroes are so volatile, when your game plan as a whole is so volatile.
Yeah, she's so scary. Grin is so scary right now. Like just a shark hiding in the bushes, waiting to pounce upon unsuspecting prey. That's the power of Kadita with your rough waves and petrify combo. You're just going to ensure that whoever you set your sights on will get deleted from the map. So much vision, so much pressure, and West Spring Secondary School has to respect that, as the initiation from the Kadita will be enough to really set up for Bukit Panjang Government High to just jump straight in on it. And we will probably see that happen again within the next 10 seconds, as the Lord is going to spawn really, really soon.
Yeah, speaking of setup, we're looking at both the laners of Bukit Panjang Gov High slowly but surely clearing out all the minions, ensuring that there's always going to be a slow push if they do want to choose the resort to the Lord dance. It does look like as the Lord spawns, Airborne is going to make the call to go back to Lord and find an easy clear onto it. I really don't think West Spring Secondary School should even think about contesting this, as all of their lanes are pushing, and they're just going to burst this down in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, and there it goes. Airborne takes the Lord yet again. A scoreline of 4-9 at 13 minutes. West Spring Secondary School has to find the mistakes that Bukit Panjang Government High will make in order to come back.
That's right, and it's all going to be contingent on Professor at this juncture, I fear, right? Because that's the only way that you can really punish one of the members, especially given how, especially given how none of them have any sort of immunity towards that divine judgment, with the exception of maybe Grin. If they can, if the Kadra can latch onto CC Immune, that can instantly change the tide of battle. But here we go. The mid lane is going to be crashing in. Lord is going to be knocking on the doors of West Spring Secondary School. CC Immune and Grin currently looking to put pressure on the top. Meanwhile, 3 on the side. Bukit Panjang looking to initiate a fight. Here we go. There's a 3v5 right now as West Spring Secondary School are kicking out 3 tanky frontliners. But look on the top side. CC Immune are beating down on the remaining.
Here comes
but
Divine
here
Judgment.
comes the punishment as the Divine Judgment latches
Throw
on
the
CC
ruin.
Immune. Tries to flicker out, but it's not going to be enough. Professor's going to be the next one on the chopping block as down goes, as down goes Ignatius. But look at the blood that's spilling on show right now. It is going to be, it's going to in fact turn in favor of West Spring Secondary School as they are able to dissuade any further attack, and Maze still stands, allowing them to ward off the follow-up.
The strength of juicing with the Crimson Beacon active, really ensuring that the tempo of Bukit Panjang Government High School's fight is disrupted so much, sending them into the sky, preventing them from ending the base right there and then. Really nice catch coming out from Professor, landing that Divine Judgment on such a critical moment, such that CC Immune had to pop his Purify a little bit late, and although the Divine Judgment didn't manage to kill him in the end, that's a really key piece of utility. He doesn't have Purify.
Yeah.
I got baited by his name, oh my god.
Alright, but moving to the next part of the fight, and Guilty is going to force TPJ to commit that ultimate, but it is not going to bring any fruits.
Yeah, that's 1 flicker out, 2 flickers out, 3 flickers, 4 flickers out, so no flickers on the board for either side. Now this is going to be a really scary team fight where we have basically no utility except for a Petrify and a Vengeance coming in from Bukit Panjang Government High. So that means Crybaby is going to be able to deal so much backline.
Over to our lovely MC.
Alright guys, thank you. Okay, quick attention to everyone. Alright, if you guys ever had a dream of starting your own esports team, managing your own players, or building a gaming brand, alright, there's something very exciting happening in level 3. It's a workshop by PaperX. PaperX is one of the most successful esports team from Singapore. Alright, they are especially famous for the Valorant game, and the CEO is also there. So if you want to head down and find out more about how to get into this industry, go ahead. Join the workshop. It's completely free. It's at level 3. So head down there right now. The workshop's going to start really soon. So rush over, guys. Thank you. Over to you, Costas.
Yeah, thank you, Bruce. So yeah, if you guys do follow the games that PaperX plays, you will know that they are really well known for their explosive balls in WM1 playstyle. I think they did have a stint with Pokemon Unite as well. Yeah, so like watching the games always puts a smile on my face because you never ever know what you're gonna expect.
Yeah, I would love to. I'd love to give my own little like unique take on PaperX, but unfortunately, my home game doesn't really bring any franchises. But of course, with that said, it looks like we finally are back to the races. We're back on screen, and we can actually see what's happening. And it does seem as though we didn't quite get to see it, but West Spring Secondary School are going to be the ones taking the Lord.
So Bukit Panjang Government High actually exploded instead. So I think they're the ones that poured the water on their PCs.
I mean, that's what we're talking about, right? Shachizi is going to get more and more time to build up that strength, build up the items, and I think that might have been what won them the fight. Unfortunately, we can't know for sure at this juncture, but, you know, just looking at the team compositions, you can expect Shachizi to start being a dangerous threat.
Yeah, although he has 0 kills on the board so far, that 7 assists kind of shows that big team fight, in that big team fight, he probably did do enough damage such that okay, yep, Ignatius did manage to pick up some kills back there. So that's probably the reason why Bukit Panjang Government High kind of fell over there. Like even though they did have the resource advantage, they probably used up almost all their skills already trying to engage, such that Ignatius could just jump in and finish them off.
I mean, it's important
It's speculation. It's just speculation.
Yeah, but it's also important to remember that if you look at Shatizi's items, right, he has both a Winter Crown and an Immortality, so that is going to be giving up on some of that damage potential from the Claude.
Yeah, you don't really need to fast hand it if you just put both of it there. I mean, it's something. It's something that you can do. Like you will play safe like that.
Even if West Spring were able to secure that Lord, however, it seems as though they really don't have the map control or the scaling power in order for them to do anything with the Lord, and that Lord is going to be very easily neutralized by Bukit Panjang Gov High.
Yeah, just 90 seconds left until the next Lord spawns. This is going to be a roughly 25-minute match. Jumping straight into it. It's basically a mirror of what happened previously.
Yeah.
The first game of the day landed at 23 minutes. So let's see whether this will go above or beyond.
I saw Airborne buying a Malefic gun. That could be interesting.
Okay.
I haven't seen that a lot, right? I haven't seen a lot of Leomord players go for the gun, but it does make sense, right? When you think about it in like an attack radius sort of, it's in a source standpoint.
Yeah, so much defense already coming out, especially on the side of Sleepy J and Professor, that the Malefic gun kind of makes sense at this point. You really just want to chuck down that HP. You really want to just bypass all those defenses. But honestly, at this point, I think the biggest thing that Bukit Panjang Government High has to get rid of isn't Shatizi. They have to get rid of Maze. This juicing is causing them so much problem. Sure, CC Immune can just jump in, but without the Purify, you're at mercy of the Crimson Beacon and the Lantern Flare, which is just going to lift you up into the air and put a stop to any tempo that you might have had. And paired it with the Divine Judgment, that's one big source of damage being taken away.
I think Bukit Panjang need to play with a more conventional front to back. I think I really think that Grin is the only one that can afford to play on a flank angle, play on a different angle from the rest of the team. Because other than that, I do think Crybaby and Airborne need to be together so that they can protect the likes of CC Immune. Guilty is the main initiator of the team, but the fact of the matter is there's only so much that Guilty can do. There's only so much tanking that Guilty can do when, of course, he needs to be in front and doing the damage, doing the face tanking for his team.
Yeah, at this point, Khalid's power spike will have long disappeared already. And he's just going to be able to just run around, give vision, and engage with the Raging Sandstorm, as you said. But as for staying power, the anti-heal items will have been up. The Trinity build is already up as well. Khalid will not be able to survive for long. The same can be said for Phoveus. Phoveus, the snowball hero, who works well if he's ahead. Right now, everyone is on the same level playing field. So Crybaby can go in, but for how long can he stay there?
Yeah, that is the question, and it looks like we are going to find out very soon as all three waves are pushing at the exact same time. A perfect sync coming in from Bukit Panjang High School. It's just going to be about that first impression. It's going to be a double knockup from the side of Grin, but still, no blood has spilled. Both teams are just waiting for that Lord to march in, and the Lord is slowly but surely doing so all the way from mid lane. The side lanes are going to be a bit delayed, but it doesn't look like they want to take the full fist fight. Immune is going to jump in, but it's going to get punished by the Divine Judgment, forcing out the Winter Crown. Throne of Wind coming in with the Lantern Flare as well to put out an additional damage on show. But look at Grin jumping all the way back, and it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5!
A sea of red!
With a Maniac coming in for CC Immune. What a phenomenal play to end the game!
Bukit Panjang Government High taking this win after 20 minutes. Just when all seemed like it might have gone back to West Spring Secondary School after that near devastating team wipe back there. But Bukit Panjang Government High managed to lock back in and secure that win from last year's champions. This is probably going to be an interesting match as we're going to see whether West Spring Secondary School can come back and win back the next point to bring our first 1-1 of today.
Yep, Bukit Panjang Government High really bearing their fangs during this matchup and putting a very, very dominant show during this match. Across the board, their draft was immaculate, it was impeccable, and going into the very ending, as soon as they got the right angle, as soon as the Harif picked up the Winter Crown to neutralize their one key ace factor in the Divine Judgment, it was basically over. Phenomenal stuff from Bukit Panjang.
Yeah, we do have a lot of pickups from Maze for the choosing, but we cannot discount the fact that Grin used the breath of the ocean to such finesse, knocking up the entirety of Westbury Secondary School when it really mattered, and forcing out so much key utility that they could just go in for free and completely obliterate the marksman, get rid of the mage, and just cause the entire plan for Westbury Secondary School to crumble under the pressure.
Man, this is what we talk about when we speak of draft, right? This is the drafting power, and it just goes back to that to this idea of knowing what you want with the draft. It was clear to see that Bukit Panjang knew what they wanted to do with the draft. It was clear to see that every single member of the team contributed to the idea of the snowball. Yes, in the late game, the snowball didn't really work out. But even when West Spring had that victory at the team fight that we didn't quite get to see, even when they were able to get Lord, you could see by that point they just didn't have any towers, they didn't have any map control, that they were forced to concede the Lord. It became so difficult for them to play out of that position once they were at such a big disadvantage because of the early game pressure that they put on the towers being implemented in the late game.
No, I would have thought that at the early part of the game, because as an Alucard, you really just want to push the pressure. You really want to use that early power of Alucard to just go in and snowball as well. But unfortunately, we didn't really see the ganks coming in from the Alucard. Not really because he didn't want to, but because as CC, like the targets that he went for, CC Immune, the marks, like the EXP lanes, were just so slippery that he couldn't just get a bite on them. He couldn't really focus down anybody, and as a result, no kills on the board, no EXP and gold as a result from these ganks. And you're just going to have an Alucard that falls behind. Not by choice, but by circumstance.
Indeed, I was not a fan of the Alucard pick. Like, I respect the idea, but similar to the it's similar to the Belmont. I respect the idea, I respect the commitment.
The Belmont though.
But I think that would have been a lot more appropriate picks in that scenario. There's a reason why you don't see these characters being put forth into the meta very often, and it just seemed as though the Alucard didn't quite mesh well when it came to its overall team fight presence, and especially the fights in the Turtle Pit, where Leomord just as a character has a lot more advantage over the likes of Alucard.
I mean, I kind of want to also talk about the Kaja pick as well. Like, Professor did land some really nice Divine Judgments, and as a counter engage, as a pick off hero, that's really what you want to do. But in that sense, I guess maybe they anticipated the Harif to go for a Purify instead. And since the Divine Judgment is a high level CC, it's a suppress, you cannot purify your way out of that. And that really kind of locks down the use of the Purify. But if you have the Flicker instead, all you have to do is survive the initial Divine Judgment and you can still escape. So maybe in that sense they really kind of limited themselves to a single target CC. But let's see how they're going to change things around this time, as we're going to have the second game of the day, Marcel being banned out.
Yep, indeed. I think I really want to see more decisive team compositions coming in from both of these teams, right? I think we saw glimpses of it from Bukit Panjang High School's team composition overall last game, but even there, we saw them using, we saw them, having one or two picks that didn't quite work out, perfectly with the overall team synergy. So I would like to see one of these comps really think about the synergy, think about the interactions, and commit to a singular team archetype. We see the draft being opened up with Bukit Panjang taking the Sora. But with that, leaves open the Suyo. West Spring is not going to go for the Suyo. Instead, they're going to go for a Leomord, which I think makes Bukit Panjang's next pick in the Suyo very, very obvious. Phobius.
Well, that's what you might think. But who knows? We might see a Bellman appear again.
But I think this... Oh, okay.
Okay, a Valentina coming out. So the IMU threatening to use a Stormbind onto Bukit Panjang government high themselves. Airborne, of course, picking up that Suyo, and we've seen how much work this lad can do with the Suyo. Crybaby piloting the Phobias yet again. This is looking like a really chunky composition again.
I think this pick from Crybaby comes also from a position of denying the phobias coming from West Spring Secondary School,
Kalea.
and this is what
we go.
I'm talking about. I have been dying to see a Kalea being picked up by either one of these teams, and I'm so shocked that we haven't seen more of it. Kalea is one of the premier roamers in the meta, and probably the best pick-off roamer. When you think of pick-off, you don't think of Kaja first, you think of this Kalea, and it makes West Spring Secondary School's game plan very clear, cut, and dry.
Yeah, right now from the side of Bukit Panjang Government High, I think we are going to be looking at the Sora in the gold lane, Phobias back in the EXP lane, and of course we have our dear Suyo. Suyo in the jungle, so Yuzhong being banned out, Valier being banned out yet again. Will we see yet another Alucard, perhaps?
I mean,
honestly, at this point, I don't think so, since we already have our jungle locked down. Well, maybe they might want to put the Leomon into the EXP, who knows?
I'm
Moskov
thinking of,
and Zetian will be the one that will get banned out.
I'm thinking of like something like a carry or a Claude, something like a burst marksman that can really bounce off the Kalea, right? In the past, we saw a lot of Kalea carries specifically for this reason. But I think with the amount of gold laners still left up for grabs, I think West Spring Secondary School are going to instead opt for the Alice. We'll talk a little bit about that pick later on, but let's look at what Bukit Panjang are going to end off their draft with.
If a high loss comes in, that's really going to be a really chunky composition.
I mean, I would have thought that a Suyo would also be pretty appropriate here, but it looks like we're going to be seeing a Lunox pick coming in from Grin. I really like this Lunox pick, considering that all 4 members shown from West Wing Secondary School are all on their tankier side, and it's just going to be free food for Lunox across the board.
Yeah, there's also nothing much for Maze to steal. Like, sure, you can steal the Glorious Pathway, you can probably steal the Stormbind or Heaven's Wrath, but that's about it. The Order of Brilliance doesn't really do anything to you apart from giving you some immunity, and you really can't steal the Evil Queller or the Infernal Pursuit. Like, what are you going to do with it? Just shoot one arrow?
Yeah. Well, we are going to see the draft being wrapped up with Shah Cheesy's carry. As expected, the carry Kalea combo is going to be brought into play. So, I think at the end of the day, I didn't quite get to mention it, and I didn't see it, but I really like the foresight coming in from Bukit Panjang, because they are going to wait. Bukit Panjang is the top, right?
Yes,
yeah.
Bukit Panjang's
Okay,
the top, yes.
yeah, because Guilty picking up this high lows also did neutralize the threat of the carry, because a high HP hero is the way to counter carry. So I really like this idea from Guilty that, hey, I'm going to pick the high lows anticipating the carry, and it did seem to work out. So that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Land of Dawn. Welcome to the second game of the second series of Day 2.
Potentially the last one if Bukit Panjang Government High can bring this home. But then again, this is West Spring we're talking about, last year's champions. They might be able to pull off a comeback here, but only time will tell, as we're going to have some little exchanges going on. Sleepy J and Crybaby. Sleepy J opting to go for the Doom Waltz. Just dealing a little bit of damage to Crybaby, not allowing him to come in.
Yeah, it's gonna be I think it's gonna be a while before we see some action happen on screen, mainly because you're looking at the compositions of both of these teams, and neither of them are very hyperactive at pre-level 4. So yeah, likely gonna be a pretty slow early game overall, with the exception of maybe Professor being able to battery Leomod battery Leomod, which is actually what you need, considering that your opponent is a very fast farming Suyo.
Yeah, so meanwhile in the mid lane, Maze holding his own really well. And they're just trying to get this Leomon up to level 4 as fast as possible. You really want to try to outpace the Suyo in terms of farm. And in this case, I think they are roughly neck to neck. So that means this next turtle fight is going to be pretty even. It's just going to land on which team is going to be able to land the positioning, is going to be able to land the zoning much better, and most importantly, who is going to be able to land that final retribution.
That's right, but with the turtle less than 10 seconds away. We're going to get that answer to our question very, very soon. Already we're waiting for the players to get into the zone, and it does look like Crybaby is going to be taking a lot of damage. Unfortunately, Professor does not come out to Crybaby, but potentially expecting a flicker to come out. So not going to be a kill on the XP laner, but going to be enough to put him out of commission. But again, the first battle of the fight, and instantly we see a Throne of Ruin. The Rescue battle is going to be won up by Suyo, but he will pay with his life. Professor is going to be the next one onto the chopping block as Alex drives all the way into the back line, looking for Grid. But hold up, the Sora jumping in for the cleanup crew, and down goes Mies and Alex. The second battle of the fight is coming in. The Glorious Pathway as well. The Inferno Chase is going to be locked onto Shah as CPJ, but not enough blood has spilled for a kill.
That was a really nice title strike coming up from Professor, knocking them all up and setting up Sleepy J for that Throne of Ruin. But unfortunately, the Retribution battle was won from Airborne, giving CC Immune the space to come down with the Heaven's Wrath and completely clean West Spring Secondary School off the map and send them back to base. Now Professor with the Tsunami Slam is probably something that we're going to have to look out for, but who can he catch that's going to be of value?
It's going to be really difficult, but on the top side, we're looking at CC Immune locking on the Shy and easy. And with that, Professor tries as he made to save his teammate with the Tsunami Slam, and it is not going to be enough, but he will find the trade. A 1-for-1, an eye for an eye.
I mean, a kill is a kill, I guess. Like, in the Stormbind or the Heaven's Wrath form, Sora is completely immune to whatever shenanigans that Professor wants to do. So that it's another person off the board that the Tsunami Slam can go for. The efficacy of that is greatly reduced. And now, Bukit Panjang Government High looking to pay Sleepy J a little visit.
Yeah,
but West Spring Secondary School will have some plans of their own as well.
I mean, CPJ is doing a very good job avoiding the conflict, but we are talking about the plans, and here is what is happening. CC Immune forced to escape. On the 3-man, seeing a 3-man invade coming in from West Spring Secondary School, but again, not quite enough for anything to happen. Currently 4-3 on the scoreline. Both teams playing this game relatively safely as we slowly but surely walk into the turtle pit.
Shatizi does have that golden staff already, so at this moment Bukit Panjang Government High will be on a slight timer, but meanwhile Sleepy J forced to pop the Throne of Ruin, and Retribution does go to the side of Bukit Panjang Government High as Green takes down the enemy jungler. Now Professor will be caught out, forced into the tower as Sleepy J has to recall, leaving them alone. Bukit Panjang Government High really pulling up ahead in this front.
CC Immune locking on the maze. I mean, I swear to God, CC Immune has such an aggressive playstyle. I'm in love with it.
So much presence.
I know, it's insane. It's insane. Moving into the next part of the fight, it looks like CC Immune is actually staging a bit of a trap for Shatizi. Shatizi is gonna instantly be eliminated. Professor not even able to react to save his teammate.
Yeah, splitting up Shatizi from Professor is probably the play that they really wanted to do, and that worked out very much in their favor. A carry who is alone is probably a dead carry, and that's exactly what we saw right there. Now Sleepy J versus Crybaby will be an interesting lineup right now, as we have Phoveus just jumping onto Sleepy J, but neither side taking any substantial damage.
We're seeing a repeat of the game before, right? Where the Phoveus, the team that holds the Phoveus, is just completely snowballing out of control, and it is of course as a result of what Airborne is doing with the Suyo, the ability to really battery the team, and I think Professor is really struggling to get any sort of pulls. It is also because of the fact that, you know, Professor is likely waiting for their fleeting time. Professor on the Kalea needs to bring out certain key items such as the Oracle and the fleeting time that really sets Professor back when it comes to doing hard tanking.
20 seconds left till the turtle spawns. Now Maze does have that Sora's ultimate, and here comes the real Stormbind. Here comes CC Immune. He is immune to the CC because he's the one giving the CC. Picks up a nice triple. Now Alex trying to make the most out of the situation. CC Immune, that will not be able to run as Alex steps on him into the ground. Now Skype is going out for Grin. And now Alex trying to keep his tower alive with Sleepy J, but it's going to be Crybaby who's not going to allow that to happen. Guilty pokes him in. The turtle is going to be free for the taking. Airborne takes it under his belt. West Spring Secondary School just gonna have to deal with a bigger and bigger loss for money and for EXP.
I mean, that it just seems as though Alex and Stevie J in that scenario just overcommitted a bit too much, right? They tried to defend the turret valiantly. I liked the bravery, but at the end of the day, sometimes you need to know when to cut your losses, and it just seemed as though it just seemed as though Westspring didn't know when to quit. As it stands right now, I actually saw Bukit Panjang running away with 2 Sky Piercers on both the Lunox and
they
the
just
Studio.
appeared.
And so that is what, and like I think they could do that. You know, normally that's a misplay. Normally there's not enough kills to go around. But when you're this ahead of your opponent, why not just play more aggressive, right? The aggression from Bukit Panjang is clear as day here.
And in fact, just go for 5. 5 Sky Piercers. The more Sky Piercers you have, the better, I guess.
Yeah, the CC Immune is going to be caught in between a rock and a hard place. The Seismic Slam going to lock on to CC Immune. He does get the Shifting Clouds off, but Grin is going to be the first one on the chopping block. But the Cavalry is here. Crybaby is here to support his teammate. And Professor is going to pay. Going to be the first one to pay. But of course, the reversal comes in from Mies. The fake Shifting Clouds comes in, but it's not going to be enough to dissuade the attack as 3 of them beat down on the top lane tower. And the Suyo in for the additional cleanup. The question is, will Airborne be able to find anything? Unfortunately, he does lock on to Sleepy J, and it's not going to be enough to do anything more. But hold up on the top side. Alex is caught in between a rock and a hard place as he's staring down 4 members. He's not going in like Shark. Phantom CB jammed. It will not be enough to dissuade the attack.
And then think that they're trying to look for an angle to go in. Professor just trying to keep him out. But now Bukit Panjang from high, they're just forcing the pressure. That's a really nice Heaven's Wrath down there, hitting all the Natalias in the world. But Professor finds the vision out there. Westspring Secondary, they're back, except for Alex. Now only 8 seconds left for the Lord to spawn. They have to get in a good position. But Bukit Panjang from Government High, they are already there. They are already ready for the assault. What can Professor do right now?
A bit of a trap coming in from Guilty as Professor continuously threatens an attack but is refusing to commit. He's afraid, and rightfully so, right? His team is currently 7k down on his opponents. He really cannot afford to play aggressive at all in the slightest. Right now, the game plan for Westspring Secondary School is definitely patience, right? He needs to wait for Shah TZ to get the scaling so that even if Professor brings out a play, so that when Professor makes a play, they can actually play off any sort of Tsunami Slam that Professor throws out.
Yeah, Westspring Secondary School, they just have to survive. They're basically playing a game of Left 4 Dead right now. The zombies are Bukit Panjang Government High as they will start their relentless march forward. There's still roughly 20 seconds left for the Lord to come in, but the pressure is already there. The minions are strong, the waves are crashing, and Westspring Secondary School, they have to defend 5 men onto 1 mid lane. That's something you really don't see every day.
Indeed, they are already knocking on the door of Westspring Secondary School's base. Right now, if you look at the item build, Carry is still a whole...
One item off.
It's still a whole Corrosion Scythe away. Like, Carry is nowhere near, you know, getting the Trinity build. And so the damage is really going to be lacking for Westspring Secondary School. Mid lane is going to be the first tower to go down. The Lord is crashing in from broadside, and that is what you want so that you can have that perfect sync. And it does look like we're going to see just that. The Holy Shield on the top side is going to go down. The bot side is already down as the Lord is going to have a very free segue in. Guilty jumping in, denying a lot of space from Westspring Secondary School. The Glorious Pathway opens up, the Stormbind opens in, and with that said, it's not going to be enough, however, as Bukit Panjang pushes all the way back. Triple kill and more for Bukit Panjang Secondary School.
It's going to be a sea of blue as Bukit Panjang Government Secondary School wipes the floor with Westspring Secondary in a dominant fashion, taking out last year's champions and moving on to moving higher in the upper brackets.
Oh wow, beating out the reigning champions, no less. Bukit Panjang Government High School really showed to us why they should be the favorites to win the entire thing. That was an incredibly clean game plan. Every single team fight, they were together, they knew what they wanted, they knew what the goal ahead was, and they executed on it perfectly. And not to mention, the drafts were impeccable, man. The drafts are impeccable.
Really
You can tell that the drafts are very studied, they're very trained, and they're very practiced in how they executed them as well.
Yeah, but this isn't the end for Westspring Secondary School yet, though. They still have a chance in the lower brackets to pull off a phenomenal lower bracket run. If they manage to get all the way to the lower bracket finals, they still have a chance in this to
Ye-
win it all.
You say that, but of course there are a lot of other scary teams on the lower bracket right
boy.
now. Let's take a quick look. Let's take one final look at the scoreline, and it's just a whole sea of gold for Bukit Panjang Secondary School. There was no point, right, where West Spring Secondary School looked like they were even poised to take any sort of comeback. The second that the Kalea was being put on the back foot, the second that the Kalea was forced to interrupt the building of her fleeting time of her Oracle in order to instead build for the defense, that was the decision making that caused that made it difficult for a professor to do anything moving forward. Because usually with a comp that where you bring a Kalea, you would have the supplementary defense coming in from here being your Alice and your Leomord, but this time round there was just no additional defense because Leomord was constantly on the back foot. The Oracle isn't going to do you enough healing in order to supplement the lack of defense coming in from the Kalea. So on a whole, they just got absolutely stomped. They got squished by the likes of Bukit Panjang Government High School.
Honestly, I respect the Valentina pick, but I think it was picked just a little bit too early. By picking out the Valentina, you're basically locking yourself like to have no ultimates and to have it dependent on what your opponent picks. And by picking it so early in the game, your opponents can basically pick anything that will give you a bad ultimate, something that you cannot use, and that's exactly what happened here. Sure, you do have the Stormbind, you do have the Heaven's Wrath, but do you have enough bulk to go in and really make the most of it?
The thing is with Valentina is that she is one of the hardest characters to learn in the meta, and it really takes someone incredibly skilled with the hero, say someone like Sanji and MPLPH, to really bring out her full potential. And unfortunately, you know, it just didn't seem to work out this time. But of course,
there's always next time.
There is always next time, and of course, they did a very, very good job putting out a good show for us. And honestly, I loved seeing the Valentina get picked up. I love seeing the color. I was very excited to see them get picked up, but of course the execution just sometimes doesn't click. But with that said, ladies and gentlemen, once again, congratulations to Bukit Panjang Government High School for moving forward in the winners bracket of CLSS, and of course, commiserations to our losing team. They will be dropping down into the losers bracket, but I'm sure that they're more than capable of putting up a good show down there.
Down but not out, which means my stomach's also kind of down actually because it's hungry for lunch, and you know where we're gonna get lunch? At the Nando's booth right opposite us. Gosh, they're cooking the grilled chicken. It's just flying into our face.
Alright, buddy. Alright, buddy. Yeah, we are gonna go enjoy our lunch, and you guys should too. We'll be back in about an hour or so for our lunch break, and once we're back, we will see even more exciting matches. I believe there's one match, and then we have a show match, and then we have the final champion matches.
Back.
Yeah, the 9 stars are back, and then we have the finals matches lined up for you. Safe to be said, there's going to be a lot of exciting stuff lined up for you for CLSS, and this was only the first 2 matches, already a very explosive beginning, and if this sets a precedent for what's to come later on, I think we have a very exciting day ahead of us. So, until then, ladies and gentlemen, once again, my name is Gamili, and his name is Cake, and we will see you after the lunch break. Goodbye.
To the Campus Legends Secondary School Edition. Alright, so we are at the semi-final stage on the winners bracket. We have Bukit Panjang Government High School on my right, and on my left we have Unity Sec. Okay, so we're going to invite the 2 captains, Jaden from Bukit Panjang and Penguin from Unity, to just come up. Oh, you want to come? Okay, can speak for her. Alright, you know, every time before a boxing match, you have the face-off between the 2 captains. So I want you to do the face-off between, look at each other right in the eye and then do some boxing pose. Stare. Psych him out. Psych each other out. Come on, closer. Okay. Hey, you are smiling. What's this? Okay, so I'm going to pass you the mic. What do you think Unity is going to win?
I have confidence in my teammates. And we've been training.
How long have you been training?
Like a few months.
Got study or not?
Got.
Okay. How about you, man? Bukit Panjang, what do you think?
I have trust and confidence in my team. I have trust and confidence in my team.
Sure.
Yes.
I heard you got 1 star player. Good or not?
Yeah. Okay, I get it.
So you think you're favorites, or you're even, or you're the underdogs?
I say even.
Even. Okay, very humbling. Okay, all the best, guys. Over to you, casters.
All right. Hello, everybody. All right, for real now. Hello, everybody. Welcome back from your wonderful lunch break. It is I, Cake, with me, Gamali, and today we are back at Campus Legends Secondary School. Now, do you know what's next to us, though?
What is next to
Well,
us?
other than the food stalls, we do have the Singapore Collectibles and Card Expo as well. And guess what I've got?
Oh?
I got myself a pack.
Oh!
All right, so now we're just gonna do a live pack opening.
Are
over
we
here,
are we
so
real? Are we real?
Hell yeah, let's go, let's go. So I'm looking for the God of War SIR. So like 1, 2. All right. So
Those who knows.
Okay, 1.
Oh. 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 Oh.
Okay, here it comes, here comes the hits, I guess.
Is that a hit? No
Do
way.
we have anything good here? Ah! Okay, nothing here, okay. Next up.
Oh. Ah.
Okay, last one. Please. Cemal. Oh!
Is that N?
Someone get a sleeve, please.
Is that,
I need a
is
sleeve.
that
for
Wally?
this.
Is that Wally? Oh my
Wally.
goodness. Oh my goodness.
Okay, thank you so much. Hey, can we sleeve the other one also?
Wow.
Thank you.
Well, it's the CLSS buff. It's the CLSS buff. That's what we're all talking about. That's what we're here to see.
Yeah, so apart from high intensity games, we also have high intensity pack openings, it seems. So if you guys are here in the area, if you are in the IT fair, you want to check out some collectibles, some card games, do head on over as well. You can get some card games, you can watch some really nice games, and you can see us yap.
Oh yeah.
That's important.
Oh yeah, that's the most important part.
Yep.
Anyways.
Yeah, so we do have Unity Secondary School and Bukit Panjang Government High today.
Yep, that will be the two teams that will be facing off against each other going into the finals. We're gonna jump straight into the action. You already saw the early intermission in the pack opening. Let's just jump straight in and see what Unity Secondary and Bukit Panjang have in store for us today. I think what's interesting about Unity in general is that we haven't really seen Unity play at all. We haven't seen them live on the broadcast, so we don't know what they bring to the table. It's the complete opposite of Bukit Panjang, right? Bukit Panjang is such an explosive team off the back of the likes of CC Immune in general, right? Then their team style, they have a very cohesive team structure. They have a lot of planned drafts, and so it bleeds into a very cohesive and clean execution of their game plan.
Okay, so the thing is, we haven't seen Unity Secondary School today, but they are no stranger to the playoff stage. Every single season, they have always appeared. And there was one season when I was casting with Abstract, I think like a few seasons ago, they decided to put out Abstract's favorite hero, the Cyclops in the jungle. And it didn't go very well, but honestly, they did it for the love of the game. And I see those mischievous smiles over there when they told me that they might do it. So that's something that we might be able to see this time. So now looking at the bans, it's pretty standard. We have the Chuseng, the Harley, the Suyo being banned out from Bukit Panjang Government High. And for Unity, we have the Lancelot, Sora. Probably we might see a Leomord ban.
Yep, it does look like we'll see just that. So already very standard bans coming in from both sides, taking out all the high priority picks and bringing them out of the question. If I had to guess what a good first pick would be, I would definitely say Marcel. Marcel is definitely in that ballpark, right? I was hovering between Khalid and Marcel, but with Guilty picking up the Marcel, it does tell me that on the whole, I think Bukit Panjang will likely look to play towards more team fights, and you know they're very good at the team fights.
Yep.
They are incredibly skilled at these standard front to back compositions. On the other hand, Unity Secondary School are going to be taking in the very high priority picks in Guinevere and Phobius.
Hey, thanks, boss. Alright, so right now we're going to be seeing the first Guinevere of today. Now Guinevere, as we know, is a really flexible pick. You can spec it into the EXP, spec it into the jungle. Some people would like to spec it into the roam lane as well. So that means we'll see... I know, it's just something that Bukit Panjang has to look out for. Now with the Marcel and the Kimi, that's going to be the Kimi no Nawa combo, I love to call it. As you're just going to see lots of meteors flying straight at you, where you can do nothing about. Glue also being picked up, another flexible pick, either in the EXP or the roam. Some people like to throw him in the gold lane for some reason. I don't know, rank be crazy sometimes.
Yep. On the side of Unity Secondary School, however, I think they're likely trying to look for something to play off the Guinevere, right? I can definitely anticipate an Arlet,
yes.
but I think the crowd is pretty excited to see this one come through, and it looks
Let's
like
go!
the Fanny is going to be locked out. A lot of excitement from the entire crowd, and understandably so, right? And I think Unity Secondary School's roster on the whole is shaping up to be one that is very, very hyper-aggressive. But it's important to remember, of course, that Guilty is holding the Marcel, who is very good at the counter-aggression. Going into the next ban phase, Unity Secondary School is going to be looking to take out the Harif, likely as a respect ban for CC Immune.
Yeah, right now we also do have, I mean, like as you said, Marcel is so good at stopping the tempo and putting a pause in your rhythm, especially when you have Fanny with the steel cables. However, the what do you call that? The screenshot that Marcel doesn't really stop the momentum fully for Fanny. Like, she's still able to fly. So I think that's something that they will have to watch out for. And let's see whether Guilty can catch our bird in a nice golden hour.
Yeah, but we're going to see the last part of the bans coming from Unity Secondary School, and I definitely think that we're expecting to see something more burst heavy, or something that can really help that can help the Fanny at a far range. I'm looking at something like a Fasha, maybe a Yves could be a good shout, right? But you know, even if they want to keep on that hyper aggressive route, I'm thinking maybe something like the Lilia could definitely work. But no, we look for the counter pick, as Penguin is going to look to counter pick the glue with the Vexana. Last few picks coming in from Bukit Panjang High School, and CC Immune is gonna lock onto the Moskov. An interesting pick. Let's talk about that a little later. And Airborne looks to throw that final pick out. We saw a bit of hovering over the Fredgen. I would love to see a Fredgen as a counter to the as a counter to the Fanny, but they decide that that's too easy of a way out, and Airborne's actually gonna go bar for bar with the Assassins. I really like the pick coming in from CC Immune here on the Moskov, right? Being able to match the Fanny's counter split lane pressure is something that I didn't really think about. So I think this Moskov is a very appropriate pick.
Yeah, having the Spear of Misery really pinning the Fanny to the wall if they're not careful. I think that's something that we do have to work out for. And okay, Freya coming in. So I think this is going to be a Guinevere roam, where we have Phoveus into the EXP and Freya into the gold lane. Some really heavy brawls coming out from Unity Secondary School. They're looking for the early game, while Bukit Panjang Government High a little bit more of a standard composition, where Hayabusa just looking for those one-shots. But is there anybody you can one-shot here?
That is
maybe the Vex, I guess.
I mean that is the question, right? This Hayabusa pick is very awkward in here, not just because of the fact that, you know, Haya has been falling off in the meta in general, but, you know, Haya is a character that is very contingent on skill. So I think the success of Hayabusa is definitely going to be up to how well Airborne can execute him. So with that said, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn. Welcome to the winner's side finals matchup between Bukit Panjang Government High School and Unity Secondary School.
Now hopping straight in, Unity Secondary, going for your standard Fanny plays. And if I'm not wrong, once this purple has been taken, it's straight to the red. So Bukit Panjang Government High, they have to clear that red first. Now Guilty finding out some of the vision within another life, giving him the vision as well. Both roamers getting their EXP up pretty early. But right now, what's this Guinevere doing?
Yeah, you look at the aggressive positioning from In Another Life, and that's going to be a lot of early damage put on show. But of course, is going to be warded off by Grin. Fanny is in for the engage. Casey locking on the Grin, but not quite able to convert anything. That is just sparks, you know, foreshadowing for the aggression to come.
CC Immune! CC Immune!
Aggression, CC Immune is going to be taken down by GS Tonstop, as that's going to be first blood going to the hands of Unity Secondary School.
Freya's early game. This is what we've been talking about so much, especially against an enemy marksman where they don't really have that much power in the early game. Freya can just go in with the combo hits and just get that marksman out of the picture. Now with a little bit of advantage in terms of level and gold, CC Immune will have to be playing safe right now in order to get back on track. Now meanwhile,
yeah, In Another Life, hopping onto Grin, Guilty back in for the engage. I find it very interesting, actually, that Guilty is going for
here goes
in this scenario, but Casey is going to be coming in once again, making Bukit Panjang think twice about pushing out of their lane. That's really the mental high ground that you have whenever you have a Fanny on your team, right? You can cause these split-second dilemmas for your opponent, and that's something that not many heroes can do apart from the Fanny. We're looking at the next
second
round
kill.
of the attack. Crybaby is gonna drop a lot of damage onto into another life. Not able to join the turtle in the early sections, but with the recall should be able to. Never mind, not gonna be a recall. So half HP.
I
for the
don't
Guinevere.
need a recall.
We're back into the engage. KC is gonna be flying all the way from the bot side on the Fanny. The question is, will he be able to take it down? Crybaby
He's
right
here.
into the middle of the engage.
Looking for the
Alive,
retreat.
not able to hit anyone with spatial migration, but that's gonna be a down retreat and a turtle going to the hands of Unity Secondary School as they look for more. Grin is on his lonesome all the way down. The cutthroat is gonna cut him off as CC Immune looks to ward off any additional fight.
Yeah, that's what Fannies like to do. You don't need to start the turtle. In fact, if you're a Fanny, you don't want to start the turtle. You just want to be the one who sweeps in at the last moment and snags that retribution. And even though so many health bars, so many skills were blocking it, Keisuke just knew what to do and hit the timing and got that retribution out. Now CC Immune facing a lot of trouble right now. Here comes the final Requiem! There goes Guilty!
And one by one, they're dropping like flies. Unity Secondary School are on a kill streak. They're on a complete and utter tear when it comes to the early game of this match, and they are making perfect use of their competition here. We're seeing yet another conflict happen, and Casey can just jump in, do a bunch of damage to Green and get out.
Oh, that's fast. 3 minutes in. The first tower's gone. I mean, we all know that Freya's powerful, but this is kind of taking the cake.
GS Tontop is really making full use of the Freya's early game pressure so that CC Immune can only begin, can't even begin to think about getting any sort of goal, right? And that's just gonna delay them getting back into the game. You compare these two rosters and you realize Bukit Panjang overall has a stronger late game because they have the Moskov as such. But hold on, the next bout of attack has already come in. The Violent Requiem is gonna come in, and at the exact same time, Airborne and Guilty will be going down to the grave with each other. But anyways, as I was saying, right?
Oh my god.
That's the power of this early game snowball comp coming in from Unity. They have KC to really battery the team, take these early fights, and then you have players like the Phovius, like GS Tontop, who can really magnify this lead.
Yeah, I really think that tech was really, really cool from In Another Life. Using the super magic to just fly in and land the Phantom Tower. Okay, wait, never mind. We're going to see a golden moment right here. Smile for the camera as 3 members from Unity will be frozen. But for what? We don't really have any follow-up. The turtle is up. That means we have one zoning utility less from the side of BPGH.
Yeah, and with the golden hour already being committed, that's not going to be available for the turtle. But Fanny is coming all the way in. Let's get frozen by it for the frozen moment, but it's not going to be futile as he leaves his backline completely open, swoops in for the kill, and down goes Grid. We're moving into the next part of the turtle fight. They're trying to look for some form of angle, but Crybaby realizes that it is not going to be possible. Guilty runs all the way into the backline, but for what? He asks for what? As the spatial migration comes in, locks onto Crybaby. Crybaby takes a lot of damage. He's gonna very easily secure this slot. However, Airborne does manage to steal the turtle, and that is going to be some form of equalizing factor, but it's still a 3v4. Penguin taking a lot of damage, taking very critical damage, jumping all the way to the back line. Guilty is able to secure the kill, and as it stands, we move all the way into the back line. KC jumping in, but not quite able to commit.
That was a really nice play from Airborne, using the quad shadows in order to get okay, never mind. In Another Life, teasing us with that jump. So yeah, the quad shadows from Airborne landed him in a nice position, giving him space to just hide away and do what Keisuke did onto them. Just dash straight in and got the retribution in time. Now right, that gave Bukit Panjang Government High the much needed goal and experience they needed to slowly equalize the gap.
Yeah, but of course, the big thing to talk about is the difference between the gold lanes right now, right? CC Immune is still very behind compared to GS Tontop, which is making it very difficult for Bukit Panjang to take these fights. They cannot take these fights because they just simply do not have enough damage to play off these sets, right? And it's going to make going into every further fight all the more difficult, even if you SOD in. It's going to be futile, or the SOD is not going to do much when your Moskov just can't output enough damage. Currently, we stand at the precipice of yet another fight.
Nice
5
wave.
members of Unity Secondary School are knocking on the doors of the mid lane with no response to be had. But hold up, look at Fujikawa. Casey all the way to the top side. The cutthroat comes in, and that's gonna be yet another kill amounted to the Moskov. This Moskov cannot farm.
And the crowd goes wild. Keisuke really knowing what the crowd wants, giving all these TikTok cable plays. But now it's CC Immune's turn to do something as we have Crybaby putting all these stacks up.
Guilty.
And another life takes a nice shot. Here comes Kimi no Naiwa. In another life will be able to escape though. Just not enough range on that Kimi.
Yeah, and that is the struggle whenever you're playing with the Kimi Marcel combo, right? It's not like you have a Beatrix where you have long range, but hold up, Guilty is
Guilty?
has having Casey on his back, and he is going to be taken out. But hold up, his jungle comes in, swoops in for the kill, and Airborne seeks the equalize with the shutdown. He saves his Roma, and he brings that kill onto the Fanny. It looks like they might try to take this turtle. Yes, they will. That is what we need to see from Bukit Panjang. We need to see this proactiveness if they want to get back into the game.
The goal lead is shrinking slowly but surely. That is
CC Immune taking a lot of damage. That's going to be a spatial migration into yet another kill. A bit of a risky position from the gold laner of Bukit Panjang. That's not quite what you want to see.
They might have taken the turtle, but they did lose their marksman. And that's probably the only member on your side that you really don't want to lose at this point. Now CC Immune's gold compared to GSC on top is suffering a lot. A level 9 compared to a level 10 Freya. That's really something you don't want to fight. And Bukit Panjang Government High has to create a lot of space, has to create the situations, has to create a haven for CC Immune to really build up that farm.
As it stands, it is really difficult, right? But I do still think Bukit Panjang have what it takes to bring it back. You look at the kill scores, it's 2-10. Bukit Panjang is 8 kills down, and yet the goal difference is honestly a very minute 700. But you move into the next bar of the fight. They try to look for something, but there is absolutely no angle to be had. On the top side, it's Casey back in on the job, back in on the action. Not quite able to secure the kill, however, before Guilty comes in to escort CC Immune back to the base.
Yeah, Keisuke is slowly starting to fall off. That Spear of Misery did save his life right there, but if it was just angled a little bit more to the right, that means Keisuke would have been stuck onto the stump of what used to be the turret. Oh wait, here comes a nice spatial migration Vital Requiem combo right in, and now CC Immune with the capital ladders will get caught out in the golden hours. Hey, cheese! But with another life will survive. Somehow SOD into the backline as Penguin will be taking some damage, but not enough though. Now CC Immune will fall, but here comes the Fanny! Swish, swish, swish! It's not gonna be airborne!
Yeah, but in a lot of like trying to save his teammate dropped extremely low, but it will not be enough in this engagement. It is in fact Bukit Panjang Government High School who emerges victorious.
At Unity Secondary School, they had such a nice early game. 5-11 is the scoreline, but the current situation is that Bukit Panjang has now overtaken them in terms of gold. Fanny is starting to fall off right now, and now the Hayabusa will start getting stronger.
Yeah, but it just still remains true, right? The Moskov is still at a goal deficit. That's not what you want to see. We look at it into yet another skirmish. The glue grabs onto In Another Life, and that is going to be a kill on the Roma.
Yeah, I don't think that spatial migration was the best idea going in. Like, since the glue will be really easily just peel you back. Valiant effort to stay alive, but unfortunately it will not be enough. Now Bukit Panjang Government High will have the advantage on taking this Lord. Now Keisuke, is he looking for it? CC Immune? CC Immune?
Oh, CC Immune waiting in the bush, trying to look for the
there
angle.
We go!
And
that's the Spirit of Misery!
Hit. Is he going to be able to hit the SOD?
SOD!
All the way into the back line! And CC Immune shows that even, no matter how many kills behind he is still a threat.
All the way from downtown with laser-like precision. CC Immune pulled it off so immaculately. Now Keisuke's in the back for another 10 seconds. The Lord will be marching down into the mid lane. Unity Secondary School has to defend all of these by themselves. The golden hour coming in. CC Immune has nowhere to go. He will get caught out. In Another Life prepping for that spatial migration, but doesn't really see an entrance to go in. Now Airborne will be able to take down yet another turret of his own. this Marcel is proving to be a thorn in their sides.
What was an 8-kill lead going to the hands of Unity Secondary School has now shifted. The balance has shifted into the hands of Bukit Panjang Government High just off the back of the proactiveness of CC Immune in this fight, right? He might have been behind every single part of that early game due to the Freya, but when it matters, he is there to make the plays. He is confident in his damage, and that's what's keeping them in the game.
Unity Secondary School, they played, as we said, they played such a strong early game, but right now, that effectiveness is really falling behind. Look at Airborne. He's already level 15. He only has 2 kills, and he's already 3 levels ahead of Keisuke, taking the turtles, taking these really critical kills, taking all the farm that he needs. Now Crybaby will be the one facing up against Keisuke, but that's not who you want to fight.
Oh, and instantly, as soon as Fanny showed her face on the map, the rest of the ranks of Bukit Panjang instantly came in to threaten her. We look at another engagement here, and it's just more trading. The waves are pushing in, and Bukit Panjang Government High are circling the base of Unity Secondary School like sharks.
Yeah, the minions are going to be slowly pushing in. Bukit Panjang Government High, as mentioned before, they do have the stronger late game in the sense that they do have the Moskov onto the marksman. None of the members from Unity Sec are at level 15, while meanwhile, we have like the carries from Bukit Panjang who's already pushing 15. I think this is going to be a really, really hard lore fight coming into it.
Indeed, we have 30 seconds on the clock. Time is ticking. Unity Secondary School still just lack the map control to be able to get in. Even the Fanny, right, trying to make the macro plays isn't quite able to reach out far enough when Bukit Panjang can very easily close out her exit. They're really just trying to look for their next angle into this fight. In Another Life being caught out amongst the red buff, being forced to use the flicker. So that is that surprise factor being taken out for this Lord fight.
Alright, no more SOD, so that means we don't have any shenanigans from the marksman CC Immune. But that doesn't mean that Bukit Panjang are out of options. They do now have the space to take this Lord, this 13-minute Lord, while Unity Secondary School have to pull something out of the bag in order to come back into this.
Yeah, as it stands, the Valkyrie's descent is going to descend on to Guilty. That's going to be the golden goal, and isolating the fight into 2, but they're still on the hunt. There's 3 members of Unity Secondary School all running towards mid, while the Fanny looks to take the long lane on top. But for what it's worth, that's going to be a Lord going to the hands of Bukit Panjang Government High, and with that, they will be able to mount a pretty large attack.
Honestly, Guilty is carrying all these engages on his back. Such well-timed golden hours, such nice frame moments, landing the platinum snap when it matters, and cleaning up the stragglers. That is what a Marcel is supposed to do, and he is executing it to perfection. Now looking at the lanes, we are going to be seeing a double lane sync, maybe a 2.5 lane sync, as all the minions and the Lord are going to be slowly marching in. It's going to be a perfect triple lane sync.
Absolutely beautiful here, and In Another Life is going to get stunned out, taking a lot of damage, forced to recall. The Lord is going to crash in from the bot side, and here is the final engagement. Casey jumping in for the Moskov, but unfortunately misses the back hook. Is going to be caught on his lonesome, and he is going to be taken. Oh no, he barely survives. He's able to get out, but he's out of commission for the next 10 or so seconds. CC Immune is going to be the next one on the chopping block as the golden hour opens up and isolates like the Crybaby. The base is instantly getting busted down, and that's going to be the first game of this final series going to the hands of Bukit Panjang.
Well played from Bukit Panjang Government High, surviving the early game, making sure that Unity would not be able to capitalize on the amount of lead that they made, and they played to their win condition, making sure that CC Immune managed to come online on that Moskov, and in the end, Keisuke, although he played such a stellar Fanny, showing the crowd what the TikTok Fanny can do, it just wasn't enough to close it out.
I think overall what Unity tried to do in that matchup was definitely to play to their own strengths, right? You were seeing things like the Vexana, you're seeing things like Keisuke's Fanny, on a whole, their individual performances were very, very strong. Even In Another Life on the Guinevere was making the big plays. All the spatial migrations, all of the Violet Requiems were hitting, and it was very, very strong individually. You look at the laning phase where GS Tontop was completely decimating the likes of CC Immune.
But when the game drew longer and longer, and when they were forced to take more team fights, it really showed how strong Bukit Panjang was as a team, and that's what allowed them to get that extra edge over their adversaries going into the final engages.
Honestly, I would say for me, the MVP really was Guilty. Guilty really held down the fort with the Platinum Snap, making sure that all the engages from Unity Secondary School were paused, had their tempo cut in half, and with the Golden Hour really caught out all the engages, all the missteps, all the overextension from In Another Life especially.
Yeah, and I also think Bukit Panjang really succeeds, not just because of the stability that Guilty puts on show, but the X factor that comes in CC Immune. That one Fanny play where he was waiting in the bush at the top side, he teleported behind her and spear misery Fanny pinned her down and then finished it off with the SOD. What a masterful turn of events! I mean, that has to be in a clip highlight, right?
Chef clip that.
The fact that even in the face of adversity, even when he was being beaten down by a Freya, CC Immune continued to be proactive, and that's something I love about Bukit Panjang. They are always so proactive, no matter how far behind they were. So I think that's the key for me here, right? I think it's easy to see the dynamic between both of these teams. Bukit Panjang really speaks to the brotherhood. They play as a team and they operate best when their individual carries work together and mesh well with a bigger picture. Whereas Unity, I think they need to. I really do think that individually they might be the stronger player, but as a team, they do seem to be a bit more disjunct in that sense.
Yeah, Bukit Panjang Government High, they're really, honestly, it feels that they're surviving off communication at this point. Like when they know that, hey, you know what, I'm dying, please give me space. And that's exactly what they did. They really made sure that space was given to those who needed it. And maybe even sacrificing some of the resources to really funnel it into like CC Immune, into Airborne, to make sure that they would have the amount of stuff that they need in order to carry on. But that's just game one. Game one out of potentially 3. Unity can still come back into this with the next game. Maybe just a few arrangements to be made, not on the draft, but maybe during the banning phase.
No. I think we could see some changes in the draft. For example, I think the Fanny pick being there was slotted rather. It wasn't the Fanny, it was the Vexana pick there. Was slotted rather awkwardly, right? I understand it from the standpoint
maybe
as
for the glue.
we're trying to counter the glue, but I kind of feel as though there were many a times where Vexana was just constantly caught off guard because Unity was running a very engaged heavy comp. They want to get close. That's why you saw the Guinevere. That's why we saw the Fanny being up close and personal and proactive. And in the engagement, in the diving, it doesn't really let you defend the likes of the Vexana in any sort of capacity. But that's what the Vexana needs as a low mobility mage. She needs the support from her teammates. That just cannot happen when all of her teammates are trying to brawl in the faces of her enemies. So I feel as though something more self-sustainable, maybe like a fast out of the wings by wings.
Even a Zetian probably.
Maybe even a Zetian, maybe a Yi.
Armament to keep you safe from the Hayabusa.
It just needed to be something faster than the Vexana, and I think that was the key over there.
Yeah, but anyway, that's just game 1.
Yeah.
And these two teams have defeated, if I'm not wrong, 2-0'd. Yes, they 2-0'd their challengers before, where Unity beat Zhenghua Secondary School, who gave us a really impressive showing in the morning, by the way, 2-0. And Bukit Panjang, as we saw previously, did take West Spring out 2-0. So that means these two teams are big behemoths, and even if they go down, they'll still have a chance in the lower bracket.
Yeah.
And when they do meet back in the finals, if they do meet back in the finals, it's going to be a heck of a match.
Indeed. Overall, I think going into this matchup, a lot of teams are fearful of Bukit Panjang High School, right? They've been on a complete and utter tear throughout the entirety of this tournament, and I think this match is no other. Even when Unity was holding an advantage against Bukit Panjang, all it took was one shift in momentum for Bukit Panjang to instantly steal that score lead back and run a mile with it. So really, respect needs to be paid, attention needs to be paid to Bukit Panjang going into this matchup. They cannot afford to, Unity cannot afford to let Bukit Panjang hold any sort of lead. So perhaps with this sort of mindset, we might see a different shift into trying to take heroes with more presence in the lane, with more snowball potential.
Alright, so now let's just Do you want to take a look at the bracket? to
Yes,
see-
let's take a look at the bracket.
All right. So I mean, currently in the semifinals, we have Unity against Bukit Panjang Government High. Previously in the losers bracket, West Spring defeated Mayflower Secondary in order to move on to the next round, and we will have Zhenghua Team 2. Was it Team 2? Yes, Zhenghua Team 2 defeated Cat High
Okay.
in order to move to the lower semis. So that means we're going to be looking at West Spring against, yet again, Zhenghua Secondary School. I mean, you send 2 teams, you have 2 lives basically. So this is their second chance at landing in the lower bracket finals, which means Zhenghua has the opportunity to dethrone last year's champions.
I mean, for what it's worth, right? Zhenghua has been on, has been pretty damn crazy. I
Yep.
mean, not to say that West Spring is weak in any sense, but they did seem to show a bit of a falling off in the matches that we were able to catch from them. So yeah, I think Zhenghua definitely have a very solid chance
I mean,
taking it.
yesterday's matches from West Spring seemed a lot stronger than today. So
Uh-huh.
maybe in the early morning they're kind of like warming up their engine, trying to find their footing. Maybe just have a cup of coffee in order to go in. But then again, everybody was kind of tired.
Yeah.
Everybody was kind of doing that. So right now, while they are getting ready for their draft, which hero do you want to see?
I am always a big fan of seeing more. I really wanted to see the Fanny, right? I want to see difficult heroes come out. The Fanny was one of them, but I also want to see the Valentina. We saw an attempt of Valentina live on show with what West Spring was doing last time, and it wasn't quite executed the best. But I do still think that Valentina is one of the top meta picks that have just not been explored by any of our players to a great extent in CLSS right now. In addition to that, I really want to see Kalea being brought out as well. I want to see pick-off comps. I really, really want to see pick-off comps. That's a style of gameplay that I think is a lot more unique in that sense. It's a lot more explosive than your standard Leomord Fulvius sort of game. Even though Kalea does work with those heroes, I really want to see pick-off comps come back, especially in CLSS, because I think there's a lot of untapped potential from that archetype of team.
Personally, I want to see a Mathilda.
Oh.
I have not seen the Circling Eagle. I have not seen the Circling Eagle guiding wind for a really, really long time, and it's always so satisfying to see a tank follow behind Mathilda while she's flying in the air, and you get this yin-yang pattern as it just kabam, smash straight into the enemies. So like Mathilda used to be really, really prevalent in these dive compositions, which is also another comp that I want to see, since it's so explosive, so dynamic. Games end super quickly. You either win really quickly or you lose really quickly. And that's kind of what we saw during the Queenstown match yesterday, in which both teams just took off their gloves and went with a ham style, just smashing and punching at each other with no defense whatsoever. So maybe something along the lines of, I don't know, Mathilda going in. Maybe we'll have Barats probably.
I want to see some expansions of the gold lane. I think we've seen a very narrow pool of gold laners in general. I think it's been Harif, Moskov,
Claude.
Claude and Green, just a
we
bit
saw
of
Ixia one time.
a bit of carry here and there. Yeah, I was thinking of something like Ixia, but I also want to see Bruno coming back into the meta.
Oh.
We are seeing a comeback of Bruno as a replacement to carry, as people are starting to realize that carry overall finds a lot of weaknesses. It finds a lot of weaknesses in her damage, especially with the nerfs. So yeah, that could be something interesting to talk about. But I think we should be able to get to the drafts very soon. I don't know.
Yeah, speaking of gold laners, what about Popol and Koopa?
I don't know.
There was a really long time ago where Popol and Koopa was one of the best roamers out there, thanks to the stun mask, in which like all you have to do is just apply basic attack 5 times and your opponent gets stunned, they take more damage. You have vision from your traps. You do have the crowd control from Koopa as he goes in and uses the ultimate. So like spamming the ultimate back then was really, really viable. Defense items worked really well on Koopa, giving you a dog that could not be killed. But ever since he has been adjusted, ever since the stun mask has been removed, we don't really see Koopa in the roam role anymore. Actually, we don't see Koopa at all anymore.
Yeah, I mean, Bobo and Koopa just find a lot of problems that aren't. I think the thing about Bobo and Koopa is that they have a lot of commitment issues. I think they
Just
aren't
like many people I know.
they're like really in the middle of things. Like Popo and Koopa is a tank, but isn't very good at tanking. Their kit involves trapping, but they don't really have the HP to perform trapping in general. At least Popo doesn't. And when it comes to damage, yes, they do have damage in the late game, but if you build damage, then your attacking ability goes down. And even if you build damage, if you wanted to go for damage, why not go for something more proactive, like a Claude, something like a Moskov, something that can really punch holes into your opponents rather than what Popo and Koopa need to do, which is just standard basic attacking. That's my issue with Popo and Koopa overall. Yeah.
You kind of really have to play around him, in the sense that like he gives you a lot of vision, a lot of utility. And if your team doesn't really capitalize on that utility, then yeah, might as well go for something that's a little bit more more independent. So yeah, I think we're going to go into our draft right now. Yes, we are. And right now, Unity Secondary School and Bukit Panjang Government High. Will this be the last match? It's time to find out.
As an unbiased viewer, of course, we are hoping for the game tree, but we'll have to see a different sort of tempo come up from Unity Secondary School if they want to be able to turn the tides during this conflict. Early bans coming in from both sides, and it's clear to see that, you know, I think going to this matchup, both teams are very comfortable with the meta. They have a good understanding of what is strong and what is not. Unity, in response to the phenomenal gameplay by Guilty on the Marcel, is going to be the one taking out the Marcel on this front.
Yeah, respect ban from the Freya also coming out. I guess they don't really want to deal with that early game anymore. So GSC on top will probably have to find something else to do. Third bans from both sides. Maybe the Suyo?
Yeah, I could definitely see a Suyo being okay. I could definitely see a Suyo being a solid ban on this front, but they are going to instead opt for the Leo mod. And with Unity being the first pick in this scenario, I think if Bukit Panjang want to avoid the Suyo, they should just take it out right now. Other than that, I could also see them going for something like a Phoveus. I know in the previous matchup, the Phoveus was pretty pressing, so it's really chip for tat, right? You can't choose them all, but instead they opt for the Harley ban, so leaving two meta picks in. I think it's either a Phoveus here or a Suyo.
Lots of things are open for the taking. Keisuke already showing us his prowess on the Fanny. That kind of shows that he does have the mechanical skill in order to pilot these high mobility heroes who really just likes to go in.
I don't think it's a first pick though. I don't think this Fanny is a first pick.
Maybe the mage coming out?
Yeah, it is going to be a Phoveus first pick. So taking the early prio out and Airborne going for the CEO is something that I very much expected as soon as I saw the Harley ban. If I were Bukit Panjang, I would actually ask for a response from a Guinevere pick, just to eliminate the possibility of Unity going for their own Guinevere, right? Because there are two counters to Suyo currently in the meta. One is Harley, and the other one is Guinevere, which I think if Bukit Panjang are going to pick it up, I think the Guinevere is going to be a very easy pickup here, especially for was it CC Immune last time? Was it CC? I don't quite.
That's CC Immune, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, honestly, Crybaby on that Yuzhong, we've seen it before. He can still do a lot of damage coming straight in. And Penguin taking out that Eve, potentially, yep. So you really don't want to give Bukit Panjang the Yuzhong Eve combo, in which you can't really escape the big black dragon. I guess that's one way to do it. Like, if you can't ban them, just pick them.
Maybe like a Khalid pick coming in from Bukit Panjang, right, to deny the potential synergy between the Eve and the Khalid. And it also works well with what you're trying to do with your comp overall, which is try to put pressure on the back line during team fights and try to spearhead early game pressure. But instead, we're going to be seeing a high-low, so we're expecting a pretty conventional front-to-back. But similarly, I find it interesting that they are picking high-lows or willingly picking high-lows into Penguin's Eve, as the real-world manipulation is very, very good at as a counter-engage tool. So as soon as the Glorious Pathway comes in, you drop the RW and you put a checkerboard on the field, and it just becomes a lot more difficult for you to push forward. Bukit Panjang is going to respect ban out the Fanny, and rightfully so. I mean, that was an incredibly explosive game from KC's Fanny.
Yeah, I don't think I want to face that either.
This is a Moscow. I think Unity School's second ban is going to be the Moskov. I think just respect CC Immune, man. Yeah, you gotta respect it.
Yeah, the Guinevere does get banned out as well, so we won't be seeing any of those violent Requiem shenanigans. Claude being banned out, yeah. Bukit Panjang doesn't have their gold laners out yet, so it would be in their best interest to ban out as many as possible. Oh, a Valier being banned out. Okay, so
Valier being banned. That is interesting to me, and that overall tells me that Unity just wants to play for a hyper-aggressive comp, right? I could... Oh, wow! Is that
Okay.
gonna... We're hovering Grin's Kagura. We last saw Grin play another burst mage in Kadita, but this is a whole different flavor. Not too sure how good I feel about this one, though. But we instead see Grin sticking to his guns, and he's instead going to opt for the Kadita, which he has shown in the past. Unity Secondary School's last 2 picks. Let's see what it's going to be. They are hovering the Cyclops.
Oh, come on, man.
But it is going to be a Kali being locked in for Unity.
Do it for the Vine. You still have the lower brackets. Don't worry about it.
I expected to see this for the side of Unity, right?
Do it for the
Kali
Vine.
combo is extremely strong.
Ah.
And we are going to see KC taking out the Lancelot at last. With that, CC Moon is going to take a hold of the Moskov as expected. Not being banned out for Unity is going to give CC Moon another one of his signature heroes.
Yeah, this team composition
No
is...
way, right? No way. Okay. We're seeing them hover.
Oh, Obsidian. Okay. I mean, I kind of see it. Obsidian's ulti does ensure that you will not be able to dash. And who on the side of Unity likes to dash? Literally everybody except for Eve. So this gives Obsidian a lot of things, like a lot of area to play around, in which that if you have something like, for example, the Lancelot chasing after you, you can ensure that he does not have his puncture. The only thing is, you have to land the Hunt of Bone. You just need to land your skill. This might be a 20-minute game.
This Obsidia pick. This is an interesting one, but it does look like right at the beginning of the matchup, we will be having a quick technical pause, so it's back to us. Let's talk a little bit about the draft that we have at hand. This Obsidia pick.
Yeah. Honestly, a breath of fresh air. For Obsidians, you really kind of want to try to build sometimes you want to build your Sky Piercer, since you will be able to do a lot of damage really quickly. Sometimes you can go for your Trinity build, sometimes you can go for your crit build. Honestly, you have a lot of flexibility in what you want to do for your Obsidia.
Yeah, but I do think that at the same time, Obsidia really suffers from the same issues as someone like a carry does, right? Where when your entire team is hyperactive, when your entire team is trying to do the front to back, trying to rush for the opponent, which is what the Hilo seems to suggest, right? Obsidia is gonna be left behind. Yes, she might be able to circle, find one of their members and circle around. But if KC plays the Lancelot wall, which I have no doubt that they will. I really doubt in the ability of this Obsidia to make any more impact than something, say, like a Moskov, right?
Yep. But I guess we'll just have to see how well these two teams play to their win conditions as we're hopping into the second game of Unity Secondary School versus Bukit Panjang Government High School.
Yep, early tempo is going to be dictated by Unity Secondary School as as we do see Khalid on Ghost 2-0.
Oh, wow.
So instantly, going to be a lot of early engages. Of course, Airborne taking the CEO is going to be able to neutralize things just a little bit more, but we're expecting some fast rotations to be had from Unity Secondary School, and they need it, of course, given how they have a Phobius in hand.
Now GST on top. Bukit Panjang knows that this Harif is really strong in the early parts of the game, and it's opting to put a little bit of pressure on them. But now Unity Secondary School coming in from the back with a little bit of a Thorn rolls onto Airborne. Airborne looking to be pretty low, and K-Ski takes down 2 in the first minute of the game.
Yep, as expected, the early tempo is going to be dictated by Unity, and this is part of their game plan, right? I would normally say for other teams that this is where Bukit Panjang needs to start getting worried, but I feel as though they've been in this disadvantaged position very often, that I think that even if they are behind, they will be able to come back. But of course, we need to talk about the facts, and the fact of the matter is Unity Secondary School has now put their 3rd kill on board.
Yeah, this is kind of a little bit of a deja vu.
Oh my goodness, yet another conflict being had. Penguin putting a lot of damage on the Grin, and goes to 0 alongside their mid duo is going to be enough to take yet another kill. That's already a 2k goldie going to the hands of Unity.
Yeah, this kind of happened just now as well. Unity Secondary School with a 4-0 lead. And in the end, they did manage to play the early game really, really well. But Bukit Panjang in the previous game did manage to hold on all the way till the end. And I think that's something they have to do again. This time with an Obsidian that can dish out so much damage in the late part of the game. The only issue is, you gotta reach the late part of the game.
Yeah, that's right.
First turtle.
That is going to be significant as long as Unity Secondary School can limit Bukit Panjang's ability to get to that late game. Their segue to victory is going to be very, very clear. But again, I'd like to stress the importance of not being overconfident of this lead. Right? We've seen Unity Secondary School in this position in the last game where they were very ahead over their adversaries, but Bukit Panjang just has that X factor to outplay the likes of them when it matters. So I think Unity still need to be sure that they're taking safe fights and they're constantly aggressing onto their opponents. And speaking of aggression, with four men on the side of Unity, all on the top lane, CC Immune is going to have a fight ahead of himself, forced to use the flicker all the way to his second tower. Very, very good awareness. The cavalry is coming in for Bukit Panjang, but I don't think they want or can take this fight.
That's a 4-man rotation, which means the bottom lane will be a little bit open, but Keisuke isn't going to let Crybaby take that lane for free. Now moving into it, goes to 0. Oh my god! Grin just barely managed to land that combo onto Goes to 0. Goes to 0, trying to go in. He has that's a tornado onto Airborne. Doesn't pop the quicksand guard just yet. And they'll be able to run away with just a little bit. Here comes Penguin, but the Purify keeps him alive from the rough waves. Now, with the red carpet of magic going straight in, the big black dragon threatening to jump straight. Airborne shooting the evil Queller, but Crybaby caught out of position. There's nowhere you want to be, buddy. He will fall. And then we have 3 people left from Bukit Panjang Government High who do not want to take this fight.
Yeah, with 20 seconds on the clock right now, that interaction did give CC Immune just a little bit more time to get some tower go. But as it stands, it is going to continue to be a 2k goal lead in favor of Unity Secondary School. With the turtle on the horizon, they need to try to win this, right? Unity Secondary School have such a commanding hold of the turtle to the point where it looks like Bukit Panjang won't even try to contest. That's very respectable from them, knowing that they are at a stuck, that they're at a staunch disadvantage and deciding to give things up. However, Guilty in a very aggressive position and is going to use the rock wave to eliminate Penguin in a matter of seconds.
Going in raw without the Petrify. That's a really nice play coming in. So patient. And now Crybaby taking out a lot of damage. Will not be able to hold on to his lane for much longer. But Bukit Panjang Government High, they are here with the backup. Goes to 0 with a lot of damage being taken. Here comes the glorious pathway as Guilty is trying to set the stage for Airborne and Crybaby to jump right in. Here comes the Dragon Dive and the knockup coming right up. Guilty will fall. Now Crybaby trying to find his way out of there. Does manage to take a kill of his own. And here comes the Zayman Force. Right now, this big black dragon looking to be really scared. Running away with another Dragon Dive as Airborne and Crybaby standing at their base, watching their minions disappear.
And one by one, I mean, the snowball is starting to shrink, right? Unity Secondary School has their 2k goal lead in the past has now been reduced to a 1k goal lead. And with that, Bukit Panjang are slowly but surely walking closer and closer to Unity Secondary School when it comes to the goal. Not to mention, right, CC Immune is given a lot of free space to continue to farm out on top side. They might be losing this fight, but they are playing for their win condition. And of course, given how they still have a Suyo, you look at the level difference, and honestly, it's not too far.
Yeah, now this Obsidia is going to go for the critical build. House Claws next up on the block. Okay, there's going to be a lot of damage coming in from CC Immune really, really soon. Now goes to 0, trying to
very
suss
deep
them
positioning.
Out. Here they come. The knockup goes in. But this is not a team fight they want to take.
Indeed, with 20 seconds on the total timer, they are likely going to wait for the engage to make anything happen. Grin is going to go all the way into the back line, jumping onto Penguin, and is able to secure the kill. We're moving into the back. Grin is taking a lot of damage from CC Immune, but is able to get away. Crybaby as well. Same can be said for them. And they're back in for the second round of the attack as the glorious pathway comes in. CC Immune gets dogged on by 3 members of Bukit Panjang, and it is snowballing in their favor. The Raging Sandstorm on to Goes to 0, trying to make something work, trying to salvage the team fight, but it is not going to be enough as this turtle swings back into the hands of Bukit Panjang Government High School. And Cake, are we seeing a repeat of
Oh
history?
my god, ever get that feeling of deja vu? Unity Secondary School had such a strong early game, but look at that lead. Where has it gone? Bukit Panjang Government High, they managed to get back that lead, and now they get the turtle. CC Immune from BPGH is going to be getting stronger and stronger. We've talked about how strong Harif is in the early part of the game, where you can really scale up really quickly. But it seems that that skill potential has somewhat come to a standstill.
It looks like for the first time this matchup, Bukit Panjang will be holding the goal advantage over their adversaries. And now, even as CC Immune stands in the face of 3 members, the Glorious Pathway is going to come in from Guilty. Airborne right behind him. Disarmament Force comes in, be jammed. The Raging Sandstorm with the Flicker. But still, all 3 members are standing strong with the Cavalry having arrived. Here as the for the GS on top and instantly eviscerate the remaining members of Unity Secondary School. Bukit Panjang Government High School prove that they still stand as champions as KC is forced away from the mid lane.
Yeah, Keiski, the only sole survivor. He won't be the survivor for much longer. Here comes Grin. Okay, not going to engage with the Breath of the Ocean. I really like what happened right there, where Grin just dropped in the rough waves in the team fight, and the timing just allows CC Immune to clean up all those kills. And look at that, now CC Immune does have the Sky Piercer. Keiski will be able to survive with a little bit of help from some quick hands. Dive straight back in, question mark, but now he's gonna pay for that.
Oh, he missed the puncture.
Yep, okay, yep.
He missed the puncture.
I guess that happened.
One by one, I mean, we're seeing this. We're seeing Bukit Panjang make this difference. That is the key with them, right? You look at the power spikes, you look at where Unity Secondary School power spikes, and you look at where Bukit Panjang's power spikes. Bukit Panjang have dominance at every stage of the game. Meanwhile, Unity really thrive off the early game, and towards the mid game they start to fall off. You notice Bukit Panjang were losing early fights, but they were taking their losses in stride. They chose to concede turtles when they knew it wasn't safe. But when it comes down to it, these important team fights are what matters. Grin is going to drop the one rough waves, however, is unable to get out from the punish. Goes to zero, jumping all the way into the back line, but is also going to be taken out. The next one on the chopping block. The Glorious Pathway is going to be opened up as Crybaby falls. CC Immune jumping all the way into the back with the Infernal Pursuit. Airborne forced to watch as his tank runs away as well. But look at the top side. There's still so much free go going to the hands of CC Immune.
Honestly, I think this was the first real-world manipulation we've seen this entire match. Now, Penguin was able to drop it down finally, and this will probably the reason why Grin has been targeting Penguin for so long. The moment Penguin is given space to pop the RWM, this is what will happen. GSC on top does manage to take that Lord, and now Bukit Panjang Government High will have to play a little bit of cat and mouse. Unity Secondary School will be able to clear all these lanes as they prepare for a Lord push of their own.
The Lord push is marching down from mid lane, but of course the lanes aren't quite pushed just yet. I think the macro game from CC Immune has dealt a very good job in trying to control the waves, and they are going to meet up at the mid lane with the Lord, so they are looking to burst it down as soon as possible. 5 members on the side of Bukit Panjang, 5 members on the side of Unity. Lancelot is kind of caught behind, so that is going to be the Lord conceded to Bukit Panjang. Not going to be able to do much on the side of Unity with that Lord.
Honestly, that Lord, I think it was more of like a time buyer rather than like an actual pushing mechanism. Since you get like stronger minions, the minions have to push in, but that means that CC Immune will have so much more time to build up those bone shards. If I'm not wrong, she should be at almost maximum as of now. Now, Arrowball will be caught out by the Raging Sandstorm, but is there enough follow-up coming in? CC Immune jumping right in, bouncing on that, but it's not going to be enough. Crybaby and Arrowball will be able to run away, but Guilty not willing to give up the chase just yet. Whoa. Here comes the Hunt of Bone, but the Purify will be out. CC Immune caught in the rock in the bad place, but the RWM is here. All the health bars of Red going away as Penguin will be forced away, but suddenly the turns have tabled. 4 kills onto Bukit Panjang Government High as Unity only has Keiski left in the basket.
Yeah, and CC Immune is not going to let Keiski get away so easily. CC Immune jumping in, and that's going to be the final bastion of Unity Secondary School being taken out. Complete wipeout for Bukit Panjang Government High School as they look to march through the mid lane. Airborne, good looking to take down this holy shield.
There were doubts about Obsidia, but CC Immune is showing us that Obsidia is still viable in the right hands. Although the Purify did come out from GSC on top, it was just not enough to go against the overwhelming damage that is from CC Immune. And now that the Sky Piercer is online as well, that means the moment you're locked on by Obsidia, it's just a matter of time before you get sent back to base.
Yeah, and you're looking at the positioning of all the members of Bukit Panjang compared to Unity, and you can just see the difference in map control that has just shifted in a matter of seconds. CC Immune, GS Tonto, and Penguin are trying their best to defend, hold down the fort. There's going to be 4 members on Unity, all convening onto the bot lane to defend this tower, but they're going to leave their mid lane wide open, forcing Penguin to go back into the mid lane for the defense.
Oh
but
no,
he's going
CC
to go
Immune.
straight in for the capital letters in CC Immune and eat him alive like sharks. Now they're knocking on the door, waiting for their angle in. Lancelot is trying to play the macro game and go back, forcing Grin to go all the way back to defend the top side. And with that, 8 seconds on the Lord, 10 seconds on the Lord, that's gonna be enough time for Bukit Panjang to rightfully position themselves for an easy take.
12 minutes and 20 seconds. That's the amount of time that CC Immune took to get the full stacks from the bone shards. That means you're going to be facing up a completely souped up Obsidia. Goes to 0. Look at the amount of damage going straight in. It's just bit by bit. Little tickles at a time will be able to erode your HP. And look at that, 0 kills with 20 stacks on that Sky Piercer. With a full build to boot at level 15. You're facing a raid boss.
5 versus 5 here. The top lane is being slowly but surely pushed down, but not quite able to get anything done. The bot lane is going to be very easily cleared up, very easily shoved by the likes of GS Tontop. The Lord is crashing down from the top lane, however, and that macro game is going to be significant for them. The Yuzhong is going to be clearing the bot side, ensuring that they can get as good of a sync as possible. That lane is just standing at the top side as the tension continues to build in the air. The Lord is marching down through mid. CC Immune is going to be the first one to make contact. Guilty is looking to threaten, trying to tempt out some form of attack. The Glorious Pathway is going to open up on a very risky fight.
Oh no,
CC Immune, Heart of Bone, all the way into the back line. The RWM trying to control the fight, but it is still not enough. But hold up, in a matter of seconds, one member, Guilty, has fallen. Crybaby is going to be the next one on the chopping block, but Kasey is going to be taken out. It's currently 4v4, but CC Immune is still up and kicking, and with the combined efforts of CC Immune and Airborne, they're going to be looking to put more and more blood on the table. But Penguin is going to be looking to equalize as she is able to take down CC Immune.
Void Crystal with that reach. Unbelievable play from this Eve right here. Crybaby somehow survived that entire fight, probably thanks to the Blood Wings, but Bukit Panjang Government High, they took down every single turret that Unity Secondary has. They took away everything they love and own. The jungles, the buffs are almost all clear. And look at that gold lead. It was so overwhelmingly in Unity Secondary School's favor before, but right now, in the late game, they have reached their win condition. Now all they have to do is to sustain it, is to hold on to it for dear life, and make sure that they can secure this victory.
When we talk about the damage profiles from Unity and Bukit Panjang, you realize that in reality, right, at this stage of the game, they're pretty much dead even. They're really relying on their marksmen, slash gold laners in order to try to funnel the main bulk of the damage. But what Bukit Panjang has is additional damage dealers in additional utility, not in the form of stuns or CC, in the form of one-shot potential burst damage. And that is Grin on the Kadita, being able to instantly eliminate a key member of Unity Secondary School is incredibly significant, especially considering the fact that once you remove the there's really not much more damage to be had. The mid lane is crashing down. The lanes are one by one crashing down. It is going to give Unity Secondary School more time to keep up, but the Lord is coming in 10 seconds, and with that, it's going to be yet another easy take for Bukit Panjang.
Yeah, Bukit Panjang, I think Bukit Panjang would really want to get Penguin out of the picture as soon as possible. We've seen the amount of damage the real world manipulation can do. Goes to 0, trying to get a little bit of vision into that. But it really doesn't matter though, they already know that the Lord is being taken by BPGH. Now goes to 0, going in, but you don't really want to contest it, buddy. But do you really want to wait for a triple lane Lord assisted push to come knocking on your door though?
Yeah, I think not. It's gonna be risky for Unity Secondary School, but they can. But obviously, Bukit Panjang isn't going to make that kind of mistake, right? They're gonna wait for the Lord to slowly but surely march down. And look at the sync from Bukit Panjang. They know how to play with this Lord, but I think last time their issue was they just weren't patient enough. So we'll have to see if they have a different change of heart this time round. The Lord on the mid side is looking to crash in at the exact same time as all the other lanes. So here we move into the final engagement. It's a 5v5 tussle. The Lord is being pushed all the way to the bot side, but the Glorious Pathway is going to be opened up. Nobody is here for the Glorious Pathway. The RWM is opened up. It's not going to control any sort of battlefield, however, as the HPs on the side of Unity Secondary School slowly but surely get smaller. The base is getting bursted out. They're trying their best to hold it back, but it is futile. We're trying to stop the freight train that is Bukit Panjang Secondary School.
CC Immune really holding down the fort right there, ensuring that Phoveus doesn't move at all with the Hunt of Bone. Once the ultimate gets locked on, that means there's no more Infernal Pursuit. That means Phoveus can no longer contribute to that fight. And with that, Phoveus out of the picture, all they had to do was just wail on the base, wail on the team members, wail on the minions, destroy the base, and get the second wind of the game. This doesn't mean it's over for Unity Secondary yet, though. They still have a chance in the lower bracket to come back from all of this.
What a phenomenal game played by Bukit Panjang Government High School. I mean, they were on fire, right? It seemed as though in both games, Unity Secondary School knew what had to be done. They made full use of their composition, and that allowed them to snowball. And against any other team, I think that would have been successful. But against this team in particular, where you have all 5 of your members being insane playmakers, you need more.
That's right. So right now, Unity Secondary School, unfortunately, will have to take a journey through the lower bracket, play maybe 1 or 3 more games in order to come back into the grand finals. Now, I really like their threat analysis that Bukit Panjang had. They knew that if Penguin had the opportunity to drop all those RWMs, that will mean that their team fights will probably be completely destroyed. So what did they do? They just sent all their targets into Penguin, and even though Penguin was able to drop some RWMs in the end, his farm was just not enough. His levels were also slightly behind in the which resulted in lesser damage, lesser control.
I mean, in the final fight as well, you notice how she was trying to control the fight, but the RWM just wasn't able to hit anyone because of the split lane pressure from all 3 lanes. That was the key there. Every single macro game, every single lot was played to such a dominant extent. It was just the first lot fight where they had all 3 lanes synced in. That was CC Immune and Guilty just jumping the gun a little bit too fast. The second time they learned from their mistakes, they were patient and they attacked from all 3 angles so that the RWM from Penguin, it prevented her from doing any sort of defense. It prevented her from controlling the battle.
Yeah, honestly, for me, I feel that CC Immune really, CC Immune on the left side. Yeah, CC Immune really did so much with the Hunt of Bone. Like, even though you didn't get the kill, you just prevented whoever you hit from really doing anything. GSD on top. CC Immune, Keisuke, all of these heroes require dashes. And without a single dash, what can you do?
Yep. Of course, it is commiserations to Unity Secondary School, and they really did put up a good fight. I think against many teams, they would see the snowball potential of Unity Secondary School, and they wouldn't know how to play into it, right? I think they will most definitely have a very electrifying performance in the lower side of grand finals, and I think whoever wins out of
West Spring against Zhenghua.
Yeah,
Team
whoever
2.
wins against West Spring and Zhenghua, whoever wins and faces the likes of Unity Secondary School will most definitely have their work cut out for them.
That's right. So I think we have some really interesting matches going to be coming up really soon. Like, all these teams made it so far. These are literally your top 4. BPGHS, Unity Sec, West Spring Sec, Zhenghua Secondary School. But there can only be 2, technically 1, but there can only be 2 prizes given out at the end of the day. And in order to get those prizes, you have to get out of the lower bracket.
Indeed. And of course, the lower bracket match, the loser side of grand finals, is a best of 1.
Yep.
So it's really unforgiving, really volatile in that sense. They need to be bringing their A game to the stage if they even want to think of contending for the throne. But of course, you guys will have to wait and see for that one to come. I think we have something planned, however, before we get into the grand finals matches.
Yeah, wait, let me just pull it out. But you know what?
let's just keep it as a surprise.
Yeah, we have a quick event for you guys. You guys might know him if you were here yesterday. But with that
Stay
said,
tuned.
I think we'll hand it over to the MCs very, very soon. But until then, my name has been Gamili, his name has been Cake, and these are your casters coming back for the next match. Goodbye, guys.
All right, thank you, casters. Good afternoon, guys. An amazing challenge. All right, right now what we have next is a 1v1 against Nightstar. Right, for those of you who are unaware, Nightstar is a Mobile Legends 1v1 specialist. He has more than 12,000 followers. He has 57 wins and 21 losses. So we did this in day one yesterday, where we chose 3 challengers to challenge him 1v1. Right, we're going to do it again today. Right, so Nightstar is a person who has taken down globally ranked Alucard, Suyo, and Freya players. And today he is here to look for the next challenger. All right, you may be wondering what you get from this challenge. If you get to beat him, you get 400 Mobile Legends diamonds, guys, 400. All right, but of course, if you lose, you get a hug from him, lah. All right, so anyone who's up for the challenge, raise up, make some noise. Let me see. Okay, we have the guy with the jacket. Yeah, come on, bro. Anyone? Okay, I'll take the girl, the girl there. Come. Since you're raising. You want to play? Shall I come up. All right, the guy with the handphone. Come. All right, come on stage. Let me talk to y'all. Okay, first, bro, your name?
Ray Jie.
Are you a student? What school are you from, bro?
Hawaii Sec.
Hawaii Sec. Okay, what hero are you going to choose? Do you know?
What?
The game lah. Mobile Legends. Yeah, any hero. Okay, before that, let me just clarify the house rules. All right, you can choose any hero. There are no hero bans. Any heroes allowed. So first player to score 3 kills or destroy a turret wins. Okay, we're going to keep it short and sweet. Okay, however, there's one important house rule. No tank builds and items of the defense categories such as your Dominance Eyes and Athena Shield not allowed. Okay, Ken? All good? So any idea what hero? Okay, you decide. Come back to you. Your name, bro? Ahmad. Okay, Ahmad, what school are you from?
Jurongville side.
Say louder lah.
Jurongville.
Okay, anyone from Jurong here? All right, got Jurong represent. Okay, what hero are you going to choose, bro?
Beatrix.
All right, you think you got a chance against Nightstar? All right, you sound confident. Okay, lastly, we have a female gamer in the house, man. Very proud of that. Your name?
Valencia.
Okay, we have Valencia. Are you from Spain? Okay, what school are you from?
Paya Lebar Methodist.
All right, Paya Lebar Methodist. Okay, how long have you been playing ML?
Maybe like since season 18.
Since season 18. Okay, what year was it when you picked it up? How long have you been playing?
I stopped there and there, so I think I came back in 2022 around there.
Okay, 2022, a few years. Okay, do you think you have what it takes to beat the legend?
I'm here to win for my friend.
Okay, you're here to win for your friend. All right. Okay, head over to Ryan. Where's Ryan? Ryan somewhere on the left. Okay, head over to the stage left. They will sort you out to prepare for the game. All right? So all 3 of you go down and go to the left. Where Cake is. Cake, raise your hand, Cake. Okay, go towards Cake. All right, while they prepare, let's have a few words with the legend. Bro, one sec, let me just get a mic. One moment, okay, you hold this first.
Yes, sir. What's up, guys? Some of y'all want to 1v1 me. I do it every day online also, okay? So social media, Instagram, TikTok. I pick from my comments. Some of y'all came from my comments. We'll 1v1 later. Don't worry, 400 diamonds could be yours. But I doubt it though.
All right, Nightstar, greetings again. It's really nice to see you back over here.
Nice to see you as well, man.
All right, so 400 diamonds on the line. Yesterday, only 1 loss. So what do you think the record's going to be today?
You know, as I was making my way here, I realized that 2-1 is not fair to me. today I'm coming for 3-0.
Oh, 3-0. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So we saw yesterday that you picked the Suyo 3 times, maybe nearly picked that Minsita, teasing us a little bit. So what do you think of the hero picks coming in today?
I think a lot of these guys might know me from my content. So they know I play Suyo and the Sasuke skin because, Naruto, I'm a huge Naruto fan. But today I might change it up because a lot of you guys are going to pick fighters. Suyo's not that good against fighters.
True,
so
true.
you might be seeing some new picks. Been training, keeping in the vault.
Oh, all right. So we're going to be seeing some sneaky stuff coming straight up. So is there anything that you don't really want to face today?
I think after hearing their picks, I'm very interested in the Beatrix pick.
Okay, Beatrix, yeah.
Because I think Beatrix, I also host 1v1 tournaments, and the winner of my last 1v1 tournament was a Beatrix.
Okay, yeah. I mean, like, we know that marksmen usually don't come online in the early game really quickly. So how do you think they're going to play this time if they were to pick the Beatrix?
So I think Beatrix very high skill cap hero.
Yeah.
And the power of Beatrix is actually being able to poke from long range and then finish off with a burst. So it's very scary if you are not prepared, especially because you might get hit with a snipe and then you're down to less than half health and she follows up with the ult and you're cooked.
Oh, yep, that's true, yeah. So for those who are familiar with League, there's also this character, Aphelios, I think,
Yes.
where we're just like, you know what? Random things, let's just go, just spam everything you have. And some Beatrix, as kind of me as well. I kind of play Beatrix like that. Whatever I can spam, I'll just spam. But it's going to be really interesting to see these high skill level players playing out these Beatrixes as well.
Yeah, I mean, this guy could be quite a skilled player. Are you playing a tournament? He probably is. Oh yeah, are you playing a tournament? No, he's not. He's cooked lah. I'm still gonna cook him though.
Oh, okay, all right. So I think are we almost done with the lobbies yet? Okay, yeah, we're done with the lobby. So do you have any last words for our challengers as they come in?
Play your best, but it may not be enough.
All right, with that, let's get it down on the road.
All right, this Night Star, a lot of talk. Let's see lah, bro. 3-0. Okay, first up, we have Ahmad from Jurong Wheel. All right, let's see whether Jurong has what it takes.
Yeah, the chair look very comfortable.
Chair is. This is the OSIM U2 throne, right? What? $1,648 chair.
Woo! All these competitors for today have the luxury of sitting on these chairs. Their butts are blessed for today. And not just only their butts, their lumbar support and so much comfort being put into those chairs. I wish I could be them.
Okay, for someone who doesn't have much of a butt, I think...
Hey. Okay, you know what? Like, it's right here. It's right here. I'm gonna...
All right, we're testing it out. Very good.
Yeah, let's go. Oh, this is comfy.
It is. I tried it out yesterday.
This is real
For
good.
those of guys who like the chair, please take part in a STEM rally contest. It's very easy. You just got to visit 4 booths. The booths are just here: WSG, Speedy Ninja, Mami Monster, and C2E4, which is right at the entrance. Get the stamps, drop the card, get to win the chairs. All right, we are ready for the first challenge. Let's see.
All right, so what? So yesterday, Nightstar picked Suyo 3 times in a row. And he said today that a lot of the challengers are picking up the fighters, so we might be seeing something different this time. So, okay. Sasuke from Nightstar. So the effects of the execute really shown yesterday. And okay, Maxine and Zuriel will be picking out that marksman. That's the high skill cap hero that we all know and love, with 4 different guns to her name. And okay, Nightstar. Are we locking in? Okay, yep. We're going to go back to the tried and tested Suyo.
All right.
Sasuke Uchiha.
Is Nightstar taking the comfortable route out?
Yeah, so as we have previously mentioned, Beatrix is a really high skill cap hero in which you have 4 different weapons to choose from, each one of them having their own specialties and weaknesses. So if you're able to use all of these weapons at your disposal really effectively, that could give you a really, really high edge. But yeah, we're going to jump into the first 1v1, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody make some noise.
All right, guys, make some noise for the first challenge.
Yeah, so some shots coming in. So Maxine is probably going to go for Bennett first. He's going to have these rocket launchers coming in. He does have the splash. He does have the range. He does have some damage here. Okay, a flicker coming in. Very interesting. Nightstar with some slashes coming in. Level 2 in the pocket already. So once Suyo reaches the level 3, that's when you know the power spike is here. And he'll be able to go with the Evil Queller, Blade Surge, and Soul Sever combo.
What does that mean, bro?
You'll see. He'll basically go shoot and pim pum. Like he will fly in just like that, popping the Soul Sever and then execute, getting the first kill of the game.
Oh, that was fast. Okay, let's see whether the challenger has what it takes to bounce back.
Yeah, the thing about marksmen in the early part of the game is that they don't really have that much damage just yet. As you can see right here, Nightstar is able to just go right underneath the tower. Okay, now we're going to be holding Renner, which deals a lot of single target damage. Ideal in 1v1s, but the only caveat is you have a very thin hitbox. And now Nightstar going in with the Soul Sever doing so much damage. So this sniper coming out is one of the highest skill shots, highest difficulty skill shots that you will have to land. Similar to Novaria's meteors, as we're going to see some arrows being shot by Nightstar, and Nightstar just not landing the mark just yet. But once Maxine gets onto that level 4, that's where we're going to see the magic happen. We're going to see yet another Soul Sever combo popping out, and Nightstar will get kill number 2.
That was unfortunate. All right. Ahmad, bounce back, Ahmad. Jurong is depending on you.
Alright, so now our challenger has unlocked the level 4. So that means we have the combos up ahead. We have Bennett's Rage, followed by Nibiru's Passion. That's usually the combo that they use to shoot in a volley of rockets and fire a spray of SMG. There we go. Bennett's Rage, but doesn't really hit his mark. Nightstar able to use that Blade Surge to get into safety.
So does that mean in level 4, Maxine has a better chance of getting a kill?
I will say he has a slightly better chance right now. If Nightstar were to just rush straight in without any caution, we can use the Wesker's ultimate and fire just 2 really large shotgun slugs into his face. And right now, there we go. Renner's Apathy does manage to take away half of Nightstar's health, but he's able to just lifesteal it back. Okay, Maxine dancing on the spot. Nice flashes going in. If you have epilepsy, please look away. Okay, so the game plan so far, as what we've seen from the previous days as well, is to really just zone out all the minions in the early part of the game. Use all the poke that you have. In this case, it will be the Evil Queller in the Immortal form to really just do all that damage. Now the okay. I hope you have another one in the bag, because those things don't come cheap. Alright, so there's going to be that minion being taken away, and okay, another nice shot coming in, but we can see the level differential really showing the effects of the damage right now. Nightstar not really taking that much damage from a direct hit from Renner's Apathy.
So this sounds like it's going to be over soon, huh?
Yeah, technically just one more kill, and we're having a 3-level gap. So an Evil Queller Blade Surge Soul Sever combo with the execute just might be enough to finish it. There we go, one shot of the arrow, but it's just not enough. The minions are still not available to tank the turret hits. Yeah, Nightstar clearing it really quickly using the Immortal Soul Sever. So this is going to give a lot of space. Winter Crown coming up, so that means we're going to get okay. Maxine does manage to sidestep that combo, but that doesn't mean Nightstar is finished yet though. Shoots. Gets more pot shots in. With the Wind of Nature coming in, making Maxine just immune to all those shots. And here comes the shotgun. Nightstar with the execute barely survives that.
Alright, Nightstar takes it.
Really close.
Ahmad. Good try, Ahmad from Jurong.
Well done. Although you don't win the 400 diamonds, you surely have won some aura from nearly getting a kill onto Nightstar. So do we have our next challenger on
Right,
board?
next up, we have Richie from Hawaii, right?
Any Hawaii supporters over here? Make some noise. No Hawaii
Right, guys,
support.
no, anyone from Hawaii around?
Okay,
Make some noise for
clap,
your
clap,
friend, bro.
clap. There we go. Yes,
Very good,
sir.
Come to the center.
Yo, how fast do you think I can look back at the camera? Yeah, so yeah, we'll be hopping on to the second match of the day. Yeah, the second 1v1 we're probably gonna see. Which hero did he say he was gonna pick again?
He didn't mention on stage, so it still remains a suspense.
It remains to be seen.
But what do you think Nightstar is going to pick this time around? Nightstar, how?
Rafaela.
Well, now the 3-0 is smiling already lah.
Pick what? Angela, yes. The best 1v1 hero out there. Angela's ultimate will send you to another game. In a 1v1, you need Angela's ultimate. Okay, so for context, Angela is a support.
Okay.
Her ultimate basically attaches you to another hero.
Alright, we're good to go, guys. Nightstar, you ready? Very well, they have to be ready. It's starting in 20 seconds.
Alright, we have King Salvador versus Nightstar.
Well, I like the nickname, man. King Salvador.
Atas, huh?
Yep. Hopefully he wins.
Alright, so, okay, the aspirant skin coming out, and you're going to have Nightstar onto that Min Sitar. So this is a pretty interesting matchup in which Nightstar really needs that level 4 in order to really counter everything that King Salvador has. So King's Calling is one of the best ultimates against heroes which relies a lot on dashes. And Ruby is one such hero. Every time she casts a skill, she will dash in order to increase her physical and magical defense. So without these dashes, we don't have those buffs. So that means King Salvador will be at a slight disadvantage.
Oh, okay. Against the legend with a disadvantage. That doesn't sound too good.
That's alright, going straight in. Spear of... Are we going to see the Spear of Glory first or the Shield Assault? Shield Assault will be coming straight up. So for Minsita, you see those marks above King Salvador's head?
Yep.
Yeah, every time Minsita attacks and lands a hit onto an enemy hero, they get a stack. So those stacks will add up, and once all 5 stacks are hit, the next basic attack will cause a stun, and that stun is exactly what landed King Salvador back into base.
That's a quick kill.
More damage, more stun. Yeah, that's something you don't really want to be on the receiving end of. Now King Salvador is still on at level 1, and Nightstar on at level 3 already. Oh, the Spear of Glory is so close. Yeah, our Little Red Riding Hood right there. Finally getting that level 3, but Nightstar is just halfway there to that King's Calling. The moment King's Calling comes in, we're probably going to see a really flashy flicker combo.
Is that a level 4 thing that you're saying?
That's level 4, yes. So one thing that King Salvador can do right now is to really play to the turret's strengths. She does have access to the ability. I'm offended. Here comes the King Calling. No more dashes. There you can see the spin coming right out. But it's not going to be enough. Don't run, Wolf King. But the Wolf King isn't here at all. Level 3. We don't have the I'm offended just yet. So what I'm offended does, right, is it has a really large hook AoE and can pull anybody to where the Ruby is.
Okay.
So something like that, but unfortunately he's not going to be able to land his mark. The life steal though is going to be enough to keep him alive. Ruby has a really neat mechanic which every single one of her skills does have life steal. So that means by shooting the first skill into a big minion wave, you're able to heal up so much damage, and that's something that Nightstar has to take note of as well. He's going to be running a little bit low on mana, so he has to be mindful of how he rations his skills. No mana means no damage, and there we go. I'm offended. Turret's going in. King Salvador's not going to let this up. Here comes the War Axe and the Vengeance being popped up, but it's not going to be enough to take him down. And Nightstar also does have some damage, does have a little bit of lifesteal of his own. Now he's going to be seeing who can land the hook that will end up in the kill. Nice hook coming in. Nightstar goes down. It's King Salvador. Lands a really nice I'm offended.
That's
And
1-0 now.
goes for the turret. I think he's probably going to be able to do about half of the turret's HP before Nightstar comes back. Keep in mind the win condition is either 3 kills or a turret down. And so far, the only time that Nightstar has lost was to a Sora. 3 kills to 1. Alright, King's Call. Okay. A King's Calling coming right in. And the shielders are going for them. And King Salvador doesn't really have the I'm offended to capitalize on that. Oh, okay.
Oh.
Recalling underneath in range of the Spear of Glory. It's something you don't really want to do just yet. And now for the first time, it's going to be King Salvador. That's going to be ahead of levels. Here comes the I'm offended, followed by Don't Run Wolfgang. As we have yet another slash going straight in. King Salvador Wilma looking to take the second kill.
All right, this is turning out to be a surprise.
Yeah, things are looking a little bit dire for Nightstar, as he's going to be falling. He's just slightly behind level 8 to level 7. Level differential is there. King Salvador does have a slightly stronger, a stronger ultimate in his pocket. 2 levels ahead. Tries to go in for the I'm offended, but doesn't really manage to get it. Queen's Wings in the pocket already as... Oh! A nice flicker combo going down. Here comes the King's Calling, but the Vengeance will make all this damage boot as King Salvador looks to get his 3rd kill. Basic attack!
Whoa!
And there we go.
Well done, King Salvador. Yes, upset the legend.
King Salvador managing to get 400 diamonds in his bank today. Well done to our challenger. Everybody, a round of applause for both Nightstar and our challenger.
From Hawaii. Right, he takes away 400 diamonds. Right, last up we have the final challenger,
Let's
Valencia.
go.
Valencia is a female gamer. Let's give it up for her. Valencia is from Paya Lebar Methodist.
Yesterday we saw the MWI finals in Singapore.
Yeah, with Team Syndicate, right?
Yeah,
Team Syndicate took on
and Team
Layla SG.
Yeah. Layla SG one sway. Any Layla SG fans here? No Layla SG fans?
Any
Layla SG
Syndicate
one sway.
fans?
Okay. Yeah, but right now I guess we've seen 2 heroes so far. Suyo and the Mincetar, so maybe the 3rd one might be a surprise.
What do you think Nightstar is going to pick for the final?
It's hard to say.
Do you remember what Valencia said that she's going to pick?
I have no clue.
Remember she mentioned just now.
Oh, if we see the Gusion, I think that'll be a pretty nice thing to watch. Yesterday we did see a Gusion. I think the score was 1-3. Can't really remember, but it was a really hectic fight. And if you guys were to look to the left, you'll see the one that won the 400 diamonds yesterday, our representative from Bukit Panjang.
Stand up, show your face.
The Sora player, Matthias, right there, who is going to be playing in the finals as well.
Yep, representing Bukit Panjang Government High School later on today.
Yes, I will.
You're still waiting for the players to get ready?
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty interesting. So these heroes so far that worked out would be the Ruby and the Sora. So Ruby, I would say, kind of won thanks to the availability of her skills. Like all her skill cooldowns were much shorter, especially for the ultimate, where Mincita's a little bit more committal. Like you really have to land those skills, if not, you're going to be a sitting duck. And the fact that she was able to the Ruby was able to pile on so much pressure, really forced a lot of mistakes out. And especially once you get the level lead, once you got the vengeance, not much damage can be done to you afterwards.
So when you choose your heroes, is it based on what strategy or what kind of game you want to play, or are certain heroes better?
So you see, that usually is the thing.
you would want to pick your hero based on the strategy you want to use, based on the strategy that you think your opponent is going to use. But at this point, because we do have house rules, we're just doing this for fun. 400 diamonds are on the line.
But what kind of
Anything goes.
strategies at a more basic level are there?
Okay, so I'm not really one for 1v1s because I'm a support player.
Alright.
But for those I've seen, and for what Nightstar has told me, is to, number one, win the early game.
Okay.
To really starve your opponent off the levels.
So when you mean win the early game, what, go with aggression, or what are we looking at?
Yeah, just really prevent your opponent from getting those levels. So we've seen how he would just go straight up, clear the minions, and prevent his opponents from really coming in to clear the minions for themselves. So this will starve your opponent of EXP, starve your opponent of gold, and this can slowly accumulate into a snowball, which will cause them to have a really, really hard time. So picking the heroes, which plays to this playstyle, is also important, and I think that's why Nightstar really likes to use that Suyo, because Suyo spikes at level 3, where most heroes usually spike at level 4. So once you do have that level 3 spike, that means you can go in with the aggression a lot faster, you can just dive straight in, and you can probably get those 3 kills before your opponent has time to get ready.
Alright, that makes sense. Well, we are still waiting for the technical stuff to be settled.
Yeah, these chairs are looking really tempting.
Yeah, you have an eye on the chairs. You're going to bring one back, right?
I really want to bring one back. It has NFC. It has NFC. You can pay now the chair.
Alright, meanwhile, since your time, just a quick shout out to our partners. Alright, huge thank you to our event partners, SGEA, Skoga and Comic Society, our official partner, Singapore Tourism Board, our wellness partner, Shady.care, co-location partner, CEE, our sponsors, AOC and OSIM, supporting partners, Speedy Ninja, Workforce Singapore, and Nando's. And our supporters, Mami Monster, High Sense for the display, Steed, and Paper X. Alright, and we are good to go, I guess.
Yeah, hopping straight in, Weirdo Kiddo will be going up against Nightstar.
Right, Nightstar. 4, 3, 2, 1.
So no tank items. We probably won't see any tanky heroes being played as well. Unless maybe, of course, a random Tigreal comes out. Alright, so Clint is a really interesting hero in which, well, usually leaning against other marksmen, you do have the advantage with the early game poke. But Nightstar is going to go against, go up with the Suyo, yeah.
Suyo, huh?
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of damage coming in.
Valencia, we are rooting for you.
So one of the things about Clint is the second skill, the trap and recoil, does throw a net which can catch other enemies and root them in place. So it's a really good disengage, in which that anybody who comes at you, who gets caught in the net, will not be able to move for a short while.
So using this, freeze them for a bit.
Yes.
Okay, that sounds fun.
Yeah, so Weirdo Kiddo can use this in conjunction with the passive, where every shot, where every basic attack after a skill is going to be a piercing shot, which does additional damage. But Nightstar, as it seems already, will be able to take that early lane aggression.
Whoa.
Oh, just barely manages to miss. And Weirdo Kiddo will be able to take that minion as both sides are even 2-2.
Both are level 2 each.
Yeah, one other thing about the Clint is that the quick draw does have a lot of range, and it's a really nice, securing skill as well, since it targets multiple things, and you do have the access to your passive shot after you cast a quick draw also. So using this is probably going to be Weirdo Kiddo's main form of poke.
So, but do you mean that she can, Clint can attack from a distance, keeping the...
Yes. Like she will have to use that in conjunction with her trapping recoil in order to really just deal that poke damage that Nightstar
has to slowly accumulate off. But Nightstar isn't going to. Oh, okay, dive straight in.
Whoa, that was an accurate shot.
Yeah, that was the Queller Blade Sever combo that we've talked about earlier, in conjunction with the execute. So while Clint does have the escape tools in order to deter aggressors, if you shoot fast enough, like what Nightstar did, yeah, you just basically don't give the Clint enough time to react, and that will be what happened.
Okay, got it.
Now at the 2-level advantage, it looks like Nightstar is going straight in for it again, but Weird Kiddo will be able to dash to the side and avoid certain death. But here comes yet another evil Queller, and Weird Kiddo will be able to survive. Gets that level 4 as well, has access to the grenade bombardment.
So Weirdo Kiddo is a level 4 as well.
The grenade bombardment basically allows Weirdo Kiddo to shoot out a grenade, which does a lot of damage, and also gives her access to a passive. So that's one of Clint's other main form of damage, is to just shoot and shoot and shoot and shoot. But you can't really shoot if you have a big assassin just flying straight into your face.
Like what we just saw just now, right?
Yeah, and we're probably going to see it again though. Nightstar has that 2-level advantage. Okay, Minintar coming in. Evil Queller gonna be charging up, going straight in with the Blade Surge. Here we go. Soul Sever will be able to.
2-0.
Yeah, we'll be
Okay.
able to take him down.
Come on, Valencia, let's do it. Weirdo Kiddo, bounce back.
What Weirdo Kiddo really has to do right now. Okay, going straight in, trying to go for the spawn kill. But giving us a good show instead. Here comes the grenade shots. Weirdo Kiddo doesn't have the items just yet. And that's what Clint needs in order to become a really big threat. Nightstar, knowing that he's 2 kills ahead, he is roughly almost 2 levels ahead at this point. Oh, sorry, 1.5 levels a point.
1.5.
Here comes Nightstar. Weirdo Kiddo can only play defense right now. Execute is already ready. Weirdo Kiddo doesn't have the flicker just yet, and Nightstar has all the tools in his kit to just go in for that one shot.
So have you seen the net that you mentioned earlier?
Kinda, yeah. Like he's really not allowing Weirdo Kiddo any. He's not giving Weirdo Kiddo any space to farm.
Oh.
Oh, that's really a lot of damage. 3 levels ahead now. God. Goodness.
This looks like it's.
All right, this might be it.
Yeah.
If it's not the tower, it will be Weirdo Kiddo. Weirdo Kiddo manages to flicker away, but then the minions are going to hit the tower down as Nightstar takes his second win of the day.
Nightstar again, victory to Nightstar. Huge round of applause for Valencia for challenging. It takes a lot of guts to step up in front of all you guys to challenge a legend.
Yeah, so everybody, can we have a round of applause for both Nightstar and our challengers?
Huge round of applause, guys. Bit of advice going there.
Yeah, and I think I shall retreat to my humble abode.
All right. Right, Cake, I'll just take the mic from you. Just have a quick. All right, we'll just have a few words with Nightstar. Right, bro, just a few words for you on stage for some wisdom to the next generation of players, man. What tips can you give them?
Bro, I feel like the more tips I give them, the better they do against me.
Bro, you're growing the ecosystem.
Dude, the last time I remember yesterday I gave tips on how to play against Suyo, and then this guy picked Sora, and then I was so pissed. I was like, how do I play against a Sora? Quite hard. But it's good, right? Because we bounce off each other, they get better, I will get better as well.
Correct. That's the whole idea, right? We help each other, we grow the community, right? Thanks a lot, man. Really appreciate.
No worries. Hey, can I give some tips actually?
Sure.
Yeah, okay. You know, right, 1v1s happens when you play ranked and the enemy team BMs you, so you take it outside in 1v1, right? Custom match, right? 3 things to win every 1v1 match. Laning phase, zone them out. 2, emblems, make sure you take Master Assassin instead of your normal emblems. And then the third one, right, is actually, I think you need to build with the mentality of early dominance. So damage, damage, damage first. That's all.
All right, you heard it first from the legend. All right, guys, give it up once again for Nightstar. Thank you, guys.
Oh yeah, sorry, last thing. Also, check me out, Instagram, TikTok, Nightstar Gaming, NITESTAR Gaming. I do 1v1s every day, every single day, and tournaments.
Yep, you can win diamonds off him. If you can, if you can. All right, thank you, guys. We'll take a short break. We'll see you shortly. At the lower bracket finals, we have Zhenghua Team 1. On our left, representing the great place of Bukit Panjang. Yes. On our right, we have Unity Sec. Actually, all are nearby Bukit Panjang, right? UT or Choa Chu Kang. UT. All right. Okay, come, Captain. What's your name, bro?
Winston.
Bro, you're the thing for your name. Come. All right, your name?
Real name? Gozo Zero.
All right, okay. Do you think you have what it takes to win Zhenghua?
I mean, not trying to be like talking shit, but like, I think we can win them again.
Wait, you have played them before? What was the score? 2-0, they won before. Do you think you can come back?
Yeah, sure, why not?
So why do you think this time you can come back and win them?
Cause like after the hard loss against them, I think like we prepared against them.
So Zhenghua Sec is going to avenge the defeat, but Unity Sec thinks they can do it. All right, guys, let's give it up for both schools as they fight it out. All right, that's good sportsmanship. All right, over to you, casters.
Wow, Zhenghua Secondary versus Unity Secondary. They've faced once in the group stages, which we didn't see. So this is possibly a revenge match happening today, right now. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Campus Legends Secondary School. My name is Cake.
And my name is Gamili, and we are here standing at the precipice of the grand final stage of Campus Legends Secondary School. It's been a very, very long wait. 34 schools coming to participate in Campus Legends, and at the very end, only 3 stand in the grand final stage.
Yes,
and of course, only one is able to get up and have a chance at the crown. And it will all be down to one best of one. Ladies and gentlemen, we are presenting our 2 teams that we have today. It's going to be the likes of Zhenghua Secondary School and Unity Secondary School. Two teams that we've seen perform in the past and exemplified a very, very high level of MLBB. So, when these 2 titans clash, let's see who emerges victorious.
Yeah, that's right. And keep in mind that this is the second team from Zhenghua Secondary School that made it all the way to this finals. We've seen Team 1 play already. So now it's time to see the likes of Team 2 playing. So they've taken down West Spring Secondary School, last year's champions, in order to have a chance at the finals once again.
Yep. And, overall, you look at both of these rosters, and they're incredibly gifted at drafting. They're very incredibly gifted at just playing the game in general, right? You can tell that they prepared very hard to get to this point. And I think one thing to note about both of these teams is that there is their difference in play style, and more notably, I think Unity Secondary School has a very unique sense of has a very unique game plan going into all of their games. It's very, very aggressive. They're very, very powerful, and they are not afraid of taking early risks. They thrive the best when they are given a comp that can control the tempo from very early on and allow them to snowball further and further going to the late game, right? You need to have the level of stability. You need to have a certain level of stability and a certain level of tenacity if you want to outplay the likes of Unity Secondary School, because expecting them to just give you the tempo willy-nilly is foolish. It's foolish.
Yeah, and they are no stranger to strange drafts as well. Last year, popping out the Cyclops jungle. This time, popping out the what do you call that? Popping out the Alucard as well. And popping out the Kaja. These comps, although it didn't really work out, it did land. It did force their opponents, Bukit Panjang Government High, to really play onto their win cons all the way down. It was not a walk in the park for them. It was they had to work for that win. and right now Zhenghua Secondary School will be facing them. We have not seen the likes of this one, but if the previous matches were of anything to show, they're going to have some interesting comps as well, possibly playing to their strengths, possibly playing maybe it's like the aggression that we've seen in the previous Zhenghua School as well.
Yeah, and I guess something to note, right? These two teams have all faced, or at least the schools of these two teams have all faced Bukit Panjang Government High School. So the fact that this is the match that guarantees or that allows them to take their revenge on those who on the school that has sent them down to the loser bracket in the first place is something to think about, right? That is an added layer of stakes. I know it was.
This is actually the same Zhenghua that we watched this morning.
This was the same Zhenghua. So
yeah, this is the same Zhenghua.
So
let me check. Yes, this is the same Zhenghua that we watched this morning.
So this is the one that lost the Bukit Panjang.
This is the one that picked out the Dero.
So it's the exact.
It's the exact same.
It's the exact same. So a lot of vengeance is going to be thrown out onto Bukit Panjang Government High School, I imagine. But of course, they will have to fight each other first. Only one can earn their right for the rematch in that sense. So I guess the big question is who will be on top, who will end up on top. And it's important to remember that this series is like no other series that we've seen thus far on the broadcast.
Sir.
This is a best of one series, meaning that on a whole, it's going to be all about volatility. It's all about throwing your best A game right off the bat. No time for adaptation.
Yeah, now just a shout out to our organizers and our supporters. This was organized by Skoga and the Esports Academy, supported by SGEA and Moonton, and also produced by C2E4. Now, are you hungry for adventure? Are you hungry for a fight?
I am. In fact, that's what we're here to watch.
Yeah, and I'm also hungry for some food. And what better food there is than a 30% off of Nando's, especially if you're a student. So just if you're in the IT show, head on down to our side, maybe say hi to us. Say hi to the Nando's booth right here. Really nice grilled chicken, really nice chips. I've had them yesterday, and I would buy them again.
And of course, huge shout outs to all of our other supporting partners. We have WSG Singapore, Workforce Singapore. You can grind in game, but are you doing the same in real life? Career health is about knowing where you are in life and knowing what you want to do with your future. So if you're interested in getting a jump start for your career health, do hop on down to go.gov.sg/SGF 2026 or hop on by to the booth over there. But speaking about booths that are on the corner, shout out to our supporting partner in Speedy Ninja, your one-stop gaming credits platform for MLBB Diamonds, Genshin Impact Crystals, Valorant Points, and more. With instant top-ups and the best prices on the market, you can best believe that they're going to be giving you a bang for the buck, and you can put their trust in them. Visit speedyninja.com, play more, pay less.
And also, not to mention, on level 3, we do have our partner Hisense that's giving us such crisp displays that shows us everything that we need to see. So on level 3, if you're around the area, take a look. But now let's hop straight into it. Unity Secondary School against Zhenghua Secondary School. If you're here to support any of the schools, please give them a round of applause, make some noise, show your support for them.
On the side of Unity Secondary School, we have KC, Goku Zero, GST on top, CC Immune, and Penguin. And on the side of Zhenghua Secondary School, we have Itsuki Nakano, Moba John, You, Always, and ZF. This one is for all the marbles. There can be no more takebacks. There are no more what-ifs. It is time to perform. So opening up the draft, we already see Zhenghua Secondary School taking out the Juicin. And meanwhile, Unity Secondary School are going to look to ban out the Hayabusa.
Yeah, the Hayabusa showing so much trouble in the previous game. Now, the ban on the Juicing, obviously, it's something that we've already spoke about so many times, like a broken recorder. And now getting rid of that Yuzhong, that big team fight monster with so much sustain thanks to its passive, the Sha residue. And also a really strong monster to lane up against. Now, Zhenghua banning out that Harley, a really annoying burst jungler, but one that requires quite a bit of snowball.
Yeah, the Harley ban does open up the opportunity for Suyo, so that could be an angle that they're looking to push into. I also think that something like a Phobius would be a good shout in terms of the bans. The Freya as well, still quite a few. Still quite a few prior bans still left in, but it looks like Marcel is going to be the one that they're looking to try to avoid this time around, and understandably so, right? Marcel is so annoying to play against because he's so different from every other support in his kit.
Yeah, we have to keep in mind that these two schools have played against each other already. So that means some of these bans might be a targeted ban where they know that, you know what, Zhenghua like, you know what, I've played against Unity before and I don't really want to play against this. So maybe that's why they're opening up the Suyo, they're opening up the Leomord, Freya being banned out. The Phovis is open as well.
Yeah, but it looks like the Freya is going to be the last ban coming out, and instantly the Suyo gets picked up for Unity Secondary School. Exactly what they want with their game plan, right? Explosive, fast-paced, early game pressure. Tempo control is the name of the game, and Unity Secondary School are looking to control it with the Suyo. Zhenghua Secondary School, they still do have the Guinevere, they still do have the counter to the Suyo. So we'll have to see if they do commit to it, but they are going to be picking out the other prior pick still left in the field. That is going to be the Phobius. A very early Claude pick going to be out for Unity Secondary School, and I honestly like it very much. It does seem as though, given these two first picks and given the very early Claude pick, it looks like Zhenghua really wants to control the team fights. They want to play for the team fights overall. So Unity Secondary School, I think going into this draft, need to look for ways to break up the formation. One of such ways is definitely the Alice. But are we going to see Ghost to...
Oh, okay, Ghost to 0, okay.
Okay, so now we're seeing the contrast, right? We're seeing the scissors, paper, rock matchup that we have here. We're looking at a pick-off comp coming in from Unity set, and we're seeing the front to back from Zhenghua. So Unity going into this matchup is going to look to try to break up the flow. So now Zhenghua needs to find some way to really nail down the claw and protect him from harm.
Yeah, just we have to keep in mind as well that this is a best of one. So, okay, always picks up that Leomord. So some bans are going to come out right now. I think this is going to be probably the target bans, where we will have the gold laner for Unity being targeted, while Zhenghua will have their mid laner and their EXP. Okay, maybe not their EXP laner.
I don't know. I would have.
Yeah.
I don't know. I would have honestly preferred something like a Guinevere pick to come out into the jungle slot, just because, you know, Guinevere into the Suyo is a better matchup than the Leomord, right? By picking Leomord, Zhenghua is basically essentially hard committing to that early game snowball. But the thing is, they don't really have any heroes that necessarily permit them or necessarily battery them through the early game. So I think going into the draft, Unity Secondary School can most definitely look to ban out something like the Khalid that can escort Zhenghua into the late game. Right now, we're seeing the Yves and now the Harif ban coming in from Zhenghua Secondary School. Quite interesting, considering I thought Yves would go to the hands of Zhenghua.
Yeah, but now looking at the Valentina band, that kind of gives us a hint that they have some really strong ultimate combos that they want to put in there. Keep in mind, we still have the Sora active. The Sora is still open. We do have some EXP laners, like for example the Grok. Grok is open as well. So okay, Grok is going to get banned out, I guess. But the Sora is still going to be open.
Yeah, this next pick from Zhenghua can really go many ways, right? You could go for like a Zetian for an enabling, or you could go for a tank here. I really do think Zhenghua need to pick a hard tank, right? Something like a Gatot, something like a
maybe even Tigreal.
A Hylos. I mean, Tigreal could work, but I think the thing about Tigreal is he's a bit too proactive for my taste. Although I could definitely see it working out, but we see somewhat what we're talking about in the same ballpark. You is going to be picking up the Atlas, so they are going to be playing for the sets during this matchup. And in fact, Unity Secondary School is going to be taking the Zetian here. And with that, I think Unity is trying to reclaim some element of this team fight, but I think there's a bit of disjunct in that sense, because Zetian is a team fighting mage, not a burst mage, not a shred mage, right? We're seeing the last hero come out for Unity Secondary School, and it's going to be GST on top taking the Moskov. So more burst damage, that makes sense.
So I guess the name of the game for Unity Secondary School will be tempo control. Like using the Fury of the Phoenix to really just stifle, just put a pause. Doesn't even need to stop, just putting a pause onto Zhenghua Secondary School's engage, especially with the Leomord and the Blazing Duet BMI combo coming out from Claude. Having the Divine Judgment coming in, and okay, Itsuki Nakano taking out that Lunox. Alright.
I'm not a fan of this. I'm sorry. Like, I have to call this pick out. I mean, right now, as of right now, most of what Zhenghua's draft wants to do is they want to play off the Atlas, and so every single member, or the first 3 picks of Zhenghua, all revolves around the AoE, all revolves around being able to hit multiple opponents at once. So when you bring in the Lunox, it really begs the question, what is Lunox training for? Like, what is she here to take out?
Alice.
I think I frankly think it's less so about the Alice and more so about the brilliance, right? When you have brilliance, you keep your flicker, so you have that level of aggression, and you're able to escape from the Kadra. I think this Lunox picks comes from a place of respect for the Kadra and an acknowledgement that, okay, we have Alice, okay, our opponents are taking the Suyo, so I'm going to pick the Lunox in order for myself to have a better matchup into these few heroes. But overall, I'm still a bit skeptical about this pick coming in from Itsuki Nakano, but of course, the draft is one thing, execution is the other. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first match of the Grand Finals. This will be the match that decides who moves on to face up against Bukit Panjang Government High School. This is a best of one for the marbles. Let's jump straight into the action.
The first and the only match for the lower bracket finals. Whoever takes this, as you said, will be going on to the Grand Finals. Alright, so now in his lower bracket, Itsuki Nakano going in now. Keisuke with the early level 2, opting to go for this Little Wanderer. Manages to get it out, so that's going to be the level 3 going closer and closer, as we're going to see Suyo just diving straight in yet again. You looking to be so low.
Yeah, you knocked onto the last knees, and it just goes to show the pressure that an early game Suyo can exert, right? Not quite level 3 yet though. A bit too hyper aggressive, especially considering that Always is up in terms of the EXP. Itsuki Nakano already taking a lot of damage from the early game onslaught coming in from Penguin. But still, all 4 members of Unity Secondary School are convening onto the jungle, and there's going to be a lot of damage down to you, but the split and the damage reduction is going to be enough for you to escape out of that in one piece.
Yeah, Unity Secondary School using the power of their early game, trying to force Zhenghua into a corner, but Zhenghua knows that if they give any kills, that's going to just start the unstoppable snowball, which is Suyo. So, you know what? Take the flicker, at least we keep our lives, and that's what they're going to say, as we're going to be hopping straight into the turtle just a few seconds later.
Yeah, the turtle is going to be up in 5 seconds, and both teams are slowly but surely funneling into that pit. Currently, both EXP laners are still trying to get their level 4, so I don't think they're gonna interact with the turtle too soon. Right now, Ghost Zero is just getting some chip, but then again, nothing much to be commented on. Both the EXP laners' ultimates will be extremely pivotal going into this fight, so we'll have to see how Mobile John makes the play. But CC Immune is going to be the one to make the first move, and the Throne of Ruin opens up. It hits all the 4 members. The Fear of the Phoenix in for the exchange, but the Ghost Zero is going to be the first one to go down, followed by Itsuki Nakano, always locked into a 1v1 with Penguin, but with the flicker is going to be on the run. Always is going to get taken out, but so does Casey. And at the aftermath of that turtle, it seems as though we have hit yet another equilibrium.
Look at the mobility coming out from this Alice. Now, right now, Mobile John will be trying to get some damage onto CC Mew. Is going to succeed in doing so, but the sustain from CC Mew is just going to be a little bit too much. A level 5 against a level 4. Usually, you don't really want to fight that. And right now, Zhenghua Secondary School, they lose the turtle, they lose the fight. So that's the snowball that they were so desperately trying to prevent from happening, starting to roll down the hill.
GST on top, and Ghost to Zero are hungry for that kill, and that flicker Divine Judgment onto ZF is going to be a secured kill in the hands of Unity Secondary School. You can see the hyper-aggressive playstyle that they want to go for in the early game. This is what their comp thrives off, while Ghost to Zero is completely uncontested. As soon as we get the level 4, instantly using the Divine Judgment to find a pick somewhere else in the map. And Casey is back in for the second round of the fight. The Brilliance is going to be forced to be procced, but Itsuki Nakano with the Brilliance is going to be able to get out scot-free.
Yeah, the gold lead is slowly starting to extend right now, just a little bit under 1,000. But for Unity Secondary School, any lead is a good lead. Moma John being caught out, jumping straight into the air. Infernal Pursuit, but are you able to get anything done though? Dark Wave doesn't connect, and maybe it's for the better, as they will have to disengage.
Yeah, next sections of this match already, and we see a 1k goal lead going in favor of Unity Secondary School, but we have seen them lose out on this goal lead very quickly, and that's going to be the start of the counter snowball as Casey gets picked up by the Fatal Lynx and is going to be taken out. That's going to be yet another neutralizing factor, but Ghost to Zero and Penguin are looking to avenge their teammate. Itsuki Nakano instantly paying the price for the death of the jungler.
They have Unity Secondary School has to prevent Zhenghua Secondary School from starting in the turtle, but they don't want the turtle. They want blood. Goes to zero, will go down. That's the man advantage. SOD from downtown, but he doesn't want to jump in there. That would be suicide. But now the turtle will be going down, and down is Penguin trying to use best to deal the damage. Keisuke not able to get the steal, but here comes the Throne of Ruin. Yu falls down, but Moba John trying to run away. CC Immune looking for blood, but he's not going to find any. He will have to settle for less. Moba John jumping straight in. No engager is going to be happening anymore.
Yeah, the goal lead is still in the hands
wrong.
of Unity, especially as they continue to find picks all around the map. The Britons being damaged.
What?
Divine Judgment is going to rain hell on Itsuki Nakano, and that's going to be a kill. But always is there the trade things up, pops the passive of Penguin while he's at it.
A roam for a mid laner, that's kind of not what you want. But that timing on the Divine Judgment just managed to get the flicker out of Itsuki Nakano along with his life. A loss of resources just down the drain like that.
The danger of the composition coming in from Unity Secondary School is that if they lose a hold of this gold lead, if they lose a hold of the snowball, it's going to look really dastardly for them, as Zhenghua Secondary School has not one but two big damage numbers, two big scaling damage numbers all the way into the late game. But enough talk about that. Unity Secondary School know what needs to be done. 4-member circle, the circle ZF like Hawks, always dropping the fantasy in for some engagement, as well as you coming in for the
Fatal Links!
set. Fatal Links onto 2, takes down Keisuke, goes to 0 as well. GST on top for the added benefit, just adding salt to the wound.
What a catch coming out from you. They have to respect these Fatal Links. You consistently catching so many key targets with the ultimate. Moba John is trying to find some value of his own as he just jumps straight in. Well, now Yu is on the back, trying to follow him up. Here comes one jump, here comes two. Has to flicker his way out as the Phantom Steed comes in yet again, but it's going to be the Divine Judgment that keeps him in check. No sustain is going to keep you alive from the might of 5 people from Unity. Together as one, they are united. Zhenghua Secondary School has to respect that, but Yu doesn't care. Yu is just going to go in. Look at Moba John finding his way in. But the Fury of the Phoenix, look at the damage. Moba John is still alive, and so will ZF will fall. Moba John will get Penguin, but now the Atlas will be able to run away. But how about Moba John? Moba John paying for his hubris. You stayed there a little bit too long, my friend. Now this turtle will be going to the side of Unity Secondary School, as well as a much bigger snowball.
Unity Secondary School are taking a firm grip. They're making a statement to everybody watching, and to Zhenghua Secondary School in particular, that they are the ones with the control. Right, there were two extremely dominant sets coming in from the Atlas. There were two Fatal Links that landed onto, 2 or 3 people. Very, very big ultimates. But Unity saw those sets and spat in the face of Zhenghua Secondary School. Really, still, the fact that they are 1k up is just what's letting them snowball out of control. And they can just walk into the bot lane, find a kill on Itsuki Nakano, and continue the freight train.
Yeah. You know, with this kind of pickup compositions, you really don't want to be walking alone. You must be like Liverpool, you never walk alone. Now goes to 0, it will be able to find out all those really nice picks with the Divine Judgment, and always going in with the, not going in with the Phantom Seed. We're not going to see Hashire Uma Musume right now, but now GS on top. Goes to 0, find himself with a little bit of visitors right now.
Yeah, currently it's just a tug of war in the team fight right now. Both teams not willing to commit just yet, especially given how Zhenghua Secondary School still have the damage carries on offline. Really, Claude just needs to farm up, right? The Claude is the main battery for Zhenghua Secondary School at this juncture, because Itsuki Nakano just can't seem to get enough gold on the mid lane. Claude, they really need to rely on Claude to get into these team fights, play off the Fatal Links, because every single strategy that Zhenghua Secondary School tries to put on show is going to be contingent on whether you can hit the Fatal Links. With GST on top having the Purify, they need to be able to bait things out if they do want any sort of progress to be made.
Yeah, right now, 20 seconds before the Lord spawns, Zhenghua Secondary School posturing out for it. But now CC Immune is going to be able to suss them out.
Yeah, you're looking at the tension between both sides, right? You see the power of the Moskov being able to push all the way at the opposite lane. He is a bit afraid, but GST on top is just going to be able to play the macro game in this Lord Dance. But if you look at the Divine Judgment being put onto Moba John,
getting caught.
Oh,
But the
three.
Fatal links as the bait is going to pick up Casey. It's going to pick up Goes to Zero. And you look at the bot side, always is zoning out any sort of support that Penguin
CC
can
Immune's
put on
alive.
show. CC Immune is all the way back. But Itsuki Nakano won't let that slide. Jumping all the way into the back line for the additional kill. GST on top, however, is pushing the bot lane. That is the power of the Moscow. But at the end of the day, that is futile when you're now 2k gold behind your adversary. Unity Secondary School continuing to firm up their grasp on the scoreline.
As it stands right now, GST on top is still ahead of gold compared to ZF. But for how long can he maintain this lead? Slowly but surely, Claude will be one step closer to full build. And once you have a Claude with the Trinity build, that's pretty much a really, really big risk to go up against. Yeah, right now just a little bit off from the Corrosion Scythe.
Zhenghua need to wait for the damage carries to be online.
Wait.
The Divine Judgment is going to be launched onto Yu. Yu is not going to respond with the Fatal Links this time round as his team is not there to back him up. We're getting to that dangerous point where Zhenghua Secondary School are getting closer and closer to Unity Secondary School, allowing the likes of Itsuki Nakano and ZF to scale and put more damage onto the board. Goes to Zero trying to look for some form of angle, but the Brilliance is going to be popped up from Itsuki Nakano. Not going to be active for this next engagement. Look at the Lord, however, coming in all the way from top side, crashing down.
They have to be careful right now, Unity Secondary School. They can't just stand as one, for if they do, Yu is there to stop them with the Fatal Links. We will see the RKO out of nowhere as Yu potentially goes in, trying to get somebody. CC Immune, you don't have that Purify. Your name is just CC Immune. But now Zhenghua Secondary School, S5 right now, united against Unity. Trying to look to take down this top tower, but Unity is not going to allow it. Dark Wave manages to get his mark onto Goes to Zero, but that's just about it.
Try as they may, it seems as though Zhenghua Secondary School were just too afraid to jump in for that fight, which I feel like that was forcible, right? I feel like that was forcible. They were equal in terms of towers, but it looks like they just want to play for the slow push. They are going to get some progress done given how the bot lane tier 1 is going to be taken out. But still, I think they would have much preferred to get a little bit more from that Lord.
Trinity build coming out really soon for this Claude. And the fact that Keisuke only has 2 kills to 4 deaths with the Sky Piercer, this is not looking good for Unity.
The gold lead is dead even. Are we serious right now? Are we serious right now?
Increasing and decreasing at almost the same rates. The kills are around the same as well. Levels 2. This is the lower bracket finals, guys. This is what it means to fight for your life in a best of 1.
One thing to note is that Claude still has not finished a Trinity build. This is in stark contrast, of course, to GST on top, who has finished the Trinity build way before him. So
and with the Wind of Nature.
Yeah, going into a lot of these fights, GST on top can take a lot more liberties with how aggressive they can play. I do think that is partially due to the fact that Unity sent GST on top all the way to the bot lane to clear so many macro waves, allowing GST on top to just get some very easy goal during the chaos that ensued.
I mean, GST on top would have been able to join the fights anyway with the SOD. But now with Lord 1 second left to spawn, Unity Secondary School nowhere in sight. Zhenghua Secondary, they are poised to take it.
Zhenghua does have control over the Lord Pit as of right now, so Unity Secondary School will need to look for the retake. 5 members of Zhenghua Secondary School are currently circling the area of the Lord. Mubajon is going to lock on to Ghost to Zero, but Ghost to Zero is trying to find a better enemy. Yu is out for
Fatal
the
Links. Fatal Links.
Fatal Links is going to be pulled up, and it is going to be chained out by CC Immune's thrown.
Wait!
Ruin, but you look on the other side, the fight, it's complete pandemonium across the entire screen as GST on top and Casey are being taken out. That's the main damage carries from Unity Secondary School being taken out, and you look, the rest of their team are left to be devoured by the ranks of Zhenghua Secondary School. It is a slaughterhouse that seemed to be in favor of Unity Secondary School, but Zhenghua show that they will not back down.
It was a miracle that CC Immune managed to get the Lord with the Fury of the Phoenix, or else this would have been lights for Unity Secondary School. Now with a second chance at life, they have to grasp this opportunity to come back from this. The snowball might have melted, but they are all even in terms of technology, in terms of EXP. Zhenghua Secondary School pulling ahead slowly but surely as Unity Secondary. They have to find their foothold. They have to find the grass.
This is a repeat of history. The last time we saw Unity Secondary School lose
it was because they had the lead before, but they just let it slip through their hands off the back of one or two unfortunate fights. We are seeing the exact same scenario play out as Zhenghua Secondary School are now looking for the counter snowball. They are looking to fight back even in the face of adversity, and that's not good considering that you have a Lunox and you have a Claude on ZF and Itsuki Nakano. These two heroes scale extremely well into the late game and can really start to punch holes in anything Unity Secondary School want to do. Not to mention, of course, you being a constant threat to the sort of group up front to back playstyle that Unity Secondary School want to perform.
Only having one Purify is really starting to bite them back. Unity Secondary School is really, as you said, falling at the mercy of you. This WWE superstar choke slamming everybody into this entire team. Now they really have to find where you is. Honestly, that's such a weird thing to say grammatically, but that's just a thing of it. You is their play setter, and they have to find a way to get him out of the picture.
As it stands, both teams really need to play for their win conditions. Zhenghua Secondary School have 2, Unity Secondary School have 1. The success of the fights that move forward is going to be contingent on whether either team can find their targets, right? The Divine Judgment comes out, and that's going to be on to you. The damage reduction is in, and it's going to be barely enough for him to get away. That is going to be devastating for Unity Secondary School, who tried their best to take down you, but it is not going to be enough. The Lord is up in 30 seconds, and this is where the culling will come.
So much utility being shown out by Unity Secondary. They'll have to wait if they want to do anything more. Luckily, no flickers were burnt, so they still have some tricks up their sleeves. But Zhenghua Secondary, they have the superior positioning, they have the superior lane control, they have the superior zone control as well. You is just standing there menacingly, beckoning them for come, beckoning them to just arrive. Now the Phantom Sea being popped in, and Zhenghua Secondary will take this lore for themselves. Oh, okay, nice try with the SOZ, but it's just not going to be enough.
And now comes the pivotal moment, right? You look at the standings coming in from both of these teams, and you realize all the towers are still available. None of the inhibitors have fallen. Of course, Unity Secondary School are on the back foot, but these extra layers of inhibitors will let them survive at least one. 16 minutes on the clock. We are still not an enhanced lord. You look at the item builds. There's really not much to say, but watch. I mean, as almost every single member have finished their full build. But one thing important to note, however, is that Claude and Lunox are still behind the likes of Moskov in terms of the goal. So Moskov is still having a technology lead over Zhenghua, making Moskov all the more important to protect for Zhenghua. Moving forward, CC Immune and Goes to Zero in these past team fights have been losing sight of GST on top, not realizing that this player is the only reason why they can win team fights. So moving forward, protect the precedent.
Yeah, and another thing is that this Sky Piercer is still going to be in the possession of Keisuke. We don't really have any kills going onto him just yet, so that means the Sky Piercer is probably sitting at either low or no stacks. Zhenghua Secondary will be able to take down this middle tower 100 seconds before the next Lord spawns, so they still have a little bit of breathing room for Unity, but it's just a matter of time before Zhenghua just comes knocking in.
Yep, all the battle spells are primed, and the fact of the matter is that was a very, very easily neutralized fight for Zhenghua Secondary School, right? They wanted to get more out of it, but they just weren't quite able to. That's the power of having a hero as strong as Moskov when it comes to the wave clear. And of course, Ghost of Zero is always an omnipresent threat for the entirety of Zhenghua. Looks like Ghost of Zero kind of wanted to pick that, but got found out by Boba John.
Yeah, because just Ghost of Zero really has to lock down
that Sky Piercer.
The really key targets. Is the Sky Piercer still there?
I mean, it's not on many stacks.
9.
It's not on many stacks.
Well, 9 better than none, I guess. So Keisuke really needs to start getting some kills. But the thing about Suyo is that you get your kills by snowballing, and at this point the train has stopped. The damage from the Suyo is just not enough at this point, but you can't get past the damage threshold.
Conceal play is coming out as Yu dives all the way into the back line. They are hungry to force this fight. Yu is coming in, but it's still not going to be enough. Goes to Zero, flickers all the way back with the Divine Judgment. Is going to get the pick, but the counter set onto the Fatal Links. That's all you want to pick up. One by one, the members of either team are falling like flies. It's going to be 2 falling, 3 on the side of Zhenghua, 4 on the side of Zhenghua. Moba John left on his road as GS T on top, and Penguin stare at him and spit in his face.
as Unity Secondary School live to see another engage.
United as one, we march forward. They realized that the threat was not Claude, it was not Leomord, it was the Atlas.
Are they gonna try? Are they gonna try to end it?
I think they can end it at this point. Only
GST on
18
top.
seconds left.
They are gonna move. GST on top, beating down the mid lane tower. That is the power of the Moskov, the most
10
fed character.
seconds.
You notice it was all on GST on top. The second he was the last member standing, the game was already sealed as Unity Secondary School walk with the hands of Penguin and GST on top and punch their ticket for the rematch against Bukit Panjang Government High School. Congratulations to Unity for progressing forward and entering the final two.
Welcome back to the grand finals against Bukit Panjang Government High Unity Secondary School. Commiserations to Zhenghua Secondary School, and everybody make some noise for them. Really tough fight back there. They knew that Yu was a key piece of the puzzle. Taking him out immediately meant, especially with the extended range of the flicker, meant that the Fatal Links had no range to, even if you grab 5 people, where are they gonna go? To your backyard? No, they're just gonna stay underneath the tower. And that forced Zhenghua Secondary School to overextend, to really just dive underneath the tower. And that's what happened. We have the Moskov, we have the Alice, and that's all you needed to survive. Who needs a 2-kill Suyo when you have GST up top to finish the base?
We gotta talk about GST on top during that match. It was phenomenal, stellar performance. We already talked about it, right? The success of the team fights moving forward was always contingent on how well each team can keep their win conditions alive. During that concealed play, Yu was very, very hasty. They wanted to end it right there and right then. They went into the concealed play, tried to find the Fatal Links. Then the Divine Judgment pulls him in. The Fatal Links from the counter, you heard the crowd, you heard how loud they were. They thought that was over, but they forgot that GST on top holds a Purify. And the fact of the matter is the rest of the team was just too far behind. They were past the choke point. They couldn't get to GST on top for the counter set. So even if the Fatal Links came out, it was just more and more free hits for GST on top to rain havoc on all of the members of Zhenghua Secondary School, which is what ultimately gave them the victory.
Absolutely outstanding play. I mean, technically, you did have the Fatal Links right when he respawned, but it was just a little too late. GST on top had the Rapid Boot swapped out, just running it down, making sure that the mid turret had nothing left, making sure that the base had nothing left, dealing 79% of that turret damage. My goodness. But honestly, I would say the star of the show, other than Goes to Zero, was Penguin. Had Penguin not stolen that Lord with the Fury of the Phoenix, it would have been over 10 minutes ago.
Definitely, right? But at that, we can't go on talking about what could have been. Unity and Zhenghua Secondary School put up a very, very strong fight, and unfortunately, the two teams of Zhenghua Secondary School were just not enough to make it into the top 2. Unity, their explosive game plan in the early game just was a very clear signal to us that they wanted this victory extremely badly. Of course, it was a bit shaky here and there, and that's something that we'll talk about a little later. But the fact of the matter is, at the very end, Unity Secondary School finally understood how to play as a team, how to play united, and that's what won them the fight eventually.
Putting them the Unity gave them a second chance to fight Bukit Panjang Government High in this grand finals. Now Zhenghua Secondary School will be walking away with 3rd place, but honestly, 3rd out of 34. That's a really, really great achievement in and of itself. So now we're just going to see who will walk away with 1,071 diamonds. And with that, I think, you know what? Let's give this place a little break, shall we?
Yeah, that's right. We've been talking a lot. Us casters need to reorient and re-gear ourselves for the next match to come, because at the end of the day, there can only be one. So with that said, ladies and gentlemen, don't go too far. My name is Gemily, his name is Cake, and we'll see you very, very soon for the final matchup.
MLBB Campus Legends Secondary School, and we are heading to the hallmark event, the grand finals of the secondary school edition. Make some noise, ladies and gentlemen, for the grand finals. All right, I see a lot of y'all playing behind. Okay, we have a few supporters here. Okay, on our right, we have Bukit Panjang Government High, right, who have been on a very good streak. and one player just walked away. Right, on our left, we have Unity Secondary School. All right, so let's hear from Unity Sec. The normal spokesperson come. Why your captain don't want to speak? Why your captain don't want to speak? Okay. The captain of the Unity Sec team is the female, the sole female here. Right, but we have the spokesperson who talks on behalf of the team. Your name, bro?
Huh?
Your name.
Oh, Gozu Zero. Gozu Zero.
So, what do you think your chances are for the finals?
Maybe 50-50.
Maybe 50-50. Why 50-50?
Because they are really quite strong also. And we've been screaming them a lot. And we've been like having ties. Yeah, like 1-1 or 2-2 like that.
So, but okay, they are strong. So, do you think they'll be overconfident?
Not sure. But if they are really overconfident, maybe we can win.
Because you got one guy here that likes to talk a lot, right? This guy on the right. Right, so got chance lah, Unity Sec. Okay, stay here. Let me hear from Bukit Panjang. Okay, this time I'll hear from you. Come. The self-proclaimed star player. Matthias, right? Come. So Matthias, do you think you're the MVP of the tournament?
No lah, it's my teammates lah.
So humble lah.
Yeah, I'm a humble king lah.
Okay, so what is your school's chance, your team's chance for the finals?
50 lah, see how.
Oh, so now you're taking the humbly.
75.
Okay, so 50% became 75 in 1 minute. All right, so let's take a face-off between the two guys. Let's see. Stare into each other's eyes. Mental side. The mental battle, how the battle won. All right. Who do you think win? Will Bukit Panjang win? Okay, we have some guys. Okay, let's not go there. All right. Let's wish the both teams all the best. Unity Sec and Bukit Panjang. All right, over to you, Costas.
Yeah. And at long last, we are finally at one. Ladies and gentlemen, you could have been anywhere in the world, but you are here today at the level 4 of the Suntec Exhibition Center to watch the grand finals of Campus Legends Secondary School. We've seen these teams duke it out so many times, back and forth. We just came back from an insanely close best-of-1 matchup between Unity and Zhenghua Secondary School, and now they have punched their tickets to the final match of the tournament. This is a grudge match waiting to happen. Unity was first knocked down by Bukit Panjang High, and they are hungry for their revenge. But with that said, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Gimli, and joining me on the casting booth is the lovely Cake. Cake, tell us a little bit about the match that we have today.
Oh my god, 34 schools, 2 days, and after many grueling matches, this is what we're left with. Unity Secondary School fought their way back out from the lower bracket, as you said, to meet Bukit Panjang once again. So these two behemoths are probably going to duke it out, and we've seen how well Bukit Panjang has played so far. We've seen, well, Matthias actually winning that 1v1 yesterday, netting home 400 diamonds with that Sora. And now Unity Secondary School with that really close team fight, playing with all their cards thrown onto the table, just grabbing every opportunity they can in order to come back into this fight, showing us the power of their pick-off comms, showing their decision making. And they themselves even proclaimed it. It's going to be a close match.
Let's look at both of the teams that we have for today, right? Bukit Panjang Government High School has stood undefeated for the entirety of the playoff stage and for most, if not all, of the group stage as well. This team is a monster. Undefeated, uncontested, unrelenting in their pursuit for victory.
Yeah,
and
they have 2-0'd everyone.
They only lost 1 point,
Yeah,
by the way, to the other Zhenghua team that unfortunately got knocked down later on. This school sees no equal. I kid you not. I came in expecting Bukit Panjang to not be that much of a threat, right? They are a C4 team, but they have proven time and time again that they should be the favorites to win it. And on the other hand, we have Unity Secondary School bringing the fire, bringing the passion, bringing the aggression to the table. the main question going into this match, I think, Cake, is going to be whether Unity can find their place with each other, find that unity within each other. Because individually, they might be amazing players, but we have seen in the past that when the team fights come in, that is where their lights begin to falter. So with that said, ladies and gentlemen, let's jump straight into the draft of this most pivotal match.
This is going to be the match of CC Immune versus CC Immune yet again. 2 CC Immunes this time. Maybe both of them will not bring Purify. But right now, looking at that, Freya being banned out, Sora being banned out, Harley and Marcel will be the next one on the chopping block that we're not going to be seeing in the first match of this grand finals. So I guess okay, Zetian being banned out, we've seen how powerful Zetian can be in the hands of Unity Secondary School. Kinda stealing the Lord with the Fury of the Phoenix. Who knows whether that was planned or a free accident, but the fact is, it happened. So much utility from this Zetian, so much tempo controls, damage, you name it. And now, of course, getting rid of the Juicin.
Yep, the Juicin, of course, a mandatory ban, it seems. And I think the first pick for this can definitely look like a Suyo or a Phobius. And we are going to see the former. Airborne has been electric on the Suyo recently, throughout the entirety of this tournament. Probably one of, if not the best Suyo player currently left in the tournament. And so bringing out the Suyo makes a lot of sense. A high priority value pick, functional in a whole myriad of teams, pardon me. Let's see what Unity Secondary School respond with, and they are instantly going to go for the Guinevere and Phobius combo, a very underrated combo.
Oh boy. Yeah, we're gonna have Guinevere just jump in with the spatial migration, and Phobius following it up with whatever he can do. And now for the side of Bukit Panjang, yet again guilty onto the Khalid, while CC Immune picks up the Claude.
Yep. The Claude is going to get picked up for Bukit Panjang, which does suggest that they perhaps want to play for more of a teamfight style composition, right? The Claude, the best teamfighting marksman currently in the meta. Let's see what Unity Secondary School responds with. I'm very interested to see an Arlet here. I think an Arlet could be amazing for them, but no, they're instead going to pick up a Kalea. And oh my goodness, the pockets are deep with this one as the Kalea gets picked out. This is significant for me, right? Because the Kalea with the Guinevere is a very, very common combo that we see a lot in pro play, but we haven't seen as much in, CLSS as a whole. So to finally see this very famous professional composition shows me that Unity Secondary School perhaps have something up their pocket.
Yeah, the Tsunami Slam into the Violet Requiem. It's kind of reminiscent of the days where last time you have Atlas to use the Fatal Links into the Violet Requiem for a really nice wombo combo. But now looking at it, Bukit Panjang banning out that Harith, while Unity Sec is going to be taking out that Yuzhong. So now we're just having the mid laners and possibly the jungles. Okay, now my jungle has been popped out for the side of Bukit Panjang High School already. But both mid laners have yet to be revealed.
Yep. Grin is going to be the one taking out the last ban, and if I had to guess, it would have to be something that can break, that can chop up the team fight, right? I'm thinking of something like a Leo mod being a potential shout for a ban here, given how he is still open and Unity haven't quite taken the jungle. But it is going to be the Moskov, so it's going to be a target bet onto GST on top, understandably so. We just watched GST on top perform incredibly on the Moskov in that previous game.
Alright, now it's gonna be Penguin.
I think this is gonna be. It could be a Lunox actually, but I'm gearing myself a little bit more to something like a Fasha. I'm actually thinking of a Fasha, but yes.
The Queen of the Seas,
yes,
Kadita makes her appearance.
I am such a big fan of this pick. It completely eluded me, but yes, Kadita is an amazing pick here. A clear pick of centric playstyle coming in from Unity Secondary School with this draft. On the side, Bukit Panjang Government High. It looks like the pockets are deep with this one because Crybaby and it seems as though Grin as well are going to be looking to dig deep into them, picking out very, very unorthodox anti-meta picks.
Oh man, I thought we would be able to see the Kagura.
Yeah, no, I think the Lunox here was a very, very good pick.
Yep.
Like you have the Brilliance, you can immune the Kalea even if she picks you up. Yes. I think this is a good draft overall from Bukit Panjang. I'm not too convinced on the Charisla in general, but then again, when I look at this comp, I really don't see anything better, barring something like maybe a Uranus, right, to shrug off the damage from Unity High School. But then at the same time, they haven't revealed their gold laner in that sense, so it makes sense that they wanted to hold back a little bit more and go for something that perhaps, if they can't guarantee that they'll have a good matchup into their adversaries, at least get a good synergy with the rest of your team.
That marksman, sorry, that jungle, is that going to be the Guinevere? Is that the aspirant skin Guinevere?
It does seem so. Yep.
Oh, it
does
is,
seem
yeah.
So. Yeah. Jungle Guinevere being pioneered by the likes of TNZ has seen a lot of popularity in recent times, and Jungle Guinevere with Leia is something that we see very often in MPL, PH, or any of the pro leagues at that. But with that said, ladies and gentlemen, as these players slowly but surely log on to the first game, the beginning of the end, as they like to say, I am so excited to see how they choose to play the rest of this game.
Yeah, it looks like a rather big brawl composition coming out from Unity versus a little bit more standard back and forth-ish from Bukit Panjang Government High.
Yeah,
so
it does look like we are going to be met with a bit of a technical difficulty here, so you get to see more of us. Let's talk a little bit about the composition, shall we?
Yes, sir.
Unity Secondary School is doing exactly what I wanted to see. I really wanted to see a pick-off composition come in from them, and in particular, I name-dropped the Kalea. Every single part of Unity's composition revolves around this pick-off style. It revolves around the Kalea, and the strength of this composition, I believe, in my opinion, is that it's a lot more consistent than what you normally see from these very set-heavy comps. In the past, we've seen a lot of this Tigreal, we've seen a lot of the Atlas, and they kind of work. You play off the sets and then you can make a lot of plays off them. But the problem is they can be very easily countered by a Purify. Now, the same can be said for the likes of Kalea, of course, with the Tsunami Slam and whatnot. But the benefit of the Tsunami Slam sometimes is less so about you actually picking off a hero and more so about you creating space for your team. So in that sense, the Tsunami Slam gets brought in as more of an aggressive pick. But with that said, ladies and gentlemen, the technical difficulties have been alleviated. Let's jump straight into the Land of Dawn, and let's get into game 1 of the final game of CLSS.
Alright, so off the bat of things, Airborne died. So Penguin picking up a kill over there, while Grin also does manage to pick up a kill, but that kill landed onto the jungler from Bukit Panjang Government High, and now right now Crybaby looking to be in a lot of hurt, but Unity, with the amount of pressure, unfortunately will not be able to get that kill, but does manage to force the flicker out, and no level 4 for Crybaby.
Yeah, no level 4 to be had for Crybaby early on. That is not too bad, as we are still early on in the game, but we're moving into the next bout of the conflict. And as it stands, the first turtle is already going to be spawning, and we're skipping straight to the action. The first impact is going to come in. 3 members of Unity Secondary School are going to be circling around the turtle. Crybaby and Guilty are providing vision for Grin, and later on Airborne into the turtle pit. Level 5 turtle pit, so it's already going to be a very, very Feast of Famine style of gameplay. As of right now, Ghost Zero is going to be the one making first impact. Guilty going to respond with a few slashes of his own, but still nobody willing to commit just yet. The Guinevere coming in, Keiski jumping in, but not quite able to get anybody with the Violent Requiem. But it doesn't matter, however, Crybaby is going to be the first one, drawing first blood. Keiski is going to be the trade to come, followed by Ghost Zero, followed by CC Immune, and now Penguin is forced to be sent running for the hills as Bukit Panjang Government High School hold a 4-2 kill lead and a turtle lead over their adversary to kickstart the game.
Yeah, just getting that level 4 in time was so crucial for Crybaby. He didn't look like he had the penalty zone, but thanks to the delay that Bukit Panjang Government High did manage to do for the turtle, he came back with the penalty zone, which ultimately managed to take Keiski out of the picture and gave Bukit Panjang Government High a free turtle to work with. Now looking at this bottom lane.
Yeah. Currently, Ghost Zero and Guilty are going to be in quite a bit of a tussle, but I think what's more important to talk about now is, the fact that Bukit Panjang High School are taking an early lead over this Phoveus is allowing them to control this Phoveus, right? We've spoken at length about how important it is for Phoveus to get that snowball potential, and when he is not able to do it, it really limits his ability to do what Phoveus does, disrupt the team fight, chop up the battle, making it easier for his teammates. And of course, that's where the benefit of the CEO, that's where the benefit of the Khalid comes in. We see the next part of the team fight come in, the rough waves open up. Penguin being caught in between a rock and a hard place, but is able to get away. Same can be said for Ghost Zero, but the second part of the team fight comes in, and the Violent Requiem opens up onto CC Immune. Keiski is going to be the next one to go down, and it's going to be a 1-to-1 trade for both Bukit Panjang Government High and Unity Secondary School.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about that Blazing Duets. Like, nobody really was there. You don't really have the damage to kill anybody just yet. And all that did was give Keisuke a kill onto you. Sure, you did manage to get traded out. But that means that CC Immune is going to be falling a little bit further behind in terms of gold at the moment, where previously he would have been ahead thanks to the turtle.
Yep. Still, it's looking like a almost 2k goal lead in favor of Bukit Panjang Secondary School, and this is a very different flavor to what we are used to. Look at the bot lane. The Beatrix is winning, and he will take out CC Immune. JST on top, however, is going to be punished by the likes of Grin and Guilty, so not quite able to get any sort of progress being put on the show. And you're looking at 4 members of Unity Secondary School all convening on the Crybaby. Look at that, all the way into the top. Slam dunk for Unity Secondary School as they take yet another kill.
4-for-1. Oh my goodness, what did Crybaby do to you? Meanwhile, Airborne will be taking this turtle. Well, at least attempting to. Does manage to go in.
Oh
Happy
boy.
V, one more combo. Does get the flip. And there we go. Penguin with the kill onto Airborne. Now Guilty. Guilty will be the one left alive. But we'll be able to survive though. Quicksand Guard ain't gonna save you forever. Now Grin will have to run away.
And
as
now
Unity Secondary School gets the win.
Unity Secondary School are back in the game. They are once again regaining their tempo. The goal lead might still be going in favor of Bukit Panjang Government High, but the fact of the matter is Unity Secondary School are still competitive. They are still hungry for that fight, and that's very, very heartening to see, because we've always seen Unity Secondary School in a position of a lead, right? We've always seen USS put a dominant lead over their adversary. So to see them in the back is rather uncharacteristic of them. But now they are able to play back in. CC Immune, Penguin, and Ghost Zero are gonna all be jumping onto Crybaby, forcing out the flicker. You're looking at the mid lane right now. GST on top is looking for some sort of bait, as all 5 members of Unity Secondary School are grouped up and potentially ready for a team fight. It's just gonna be a matter of whether Ghost Zero is willing to pull the trigger.
Now CC Immune. Like, okay, looking at the items right now. Sky Pierce
Oh, there it goes. That's the pick off. That's the pick off onto CC Immune. He does proc the Purify, but it's not going to be enough. Second battle, the team fight comes in, and the Raging Sandstorm, followed by Airborne's Blade Slash comes in. But a complete bombardment coming in from the Beatrix is going to spell otherwise. Jesse on top on the pursuit right now with the sniper form. Airborne looking to try to equalize, and he will succeed in doing so. But of course, Ghost Zero is going to be taking out not just Grid, but Guilty as well. That's going to be a lot of bloodshed. Penguin going to be the next one on the chopping block. Ghost Zero looking for the punishment, and it looks like he'll just barely. No, he will be able to secure the kill. Just flying a little bit too close to the sun like Icarus there from Airborne.
Pulling out the Uno reverse card. Absolute insanity coming out from Ghost Zero.
Yeah, Ghost Zero's top fragging now. Man.
Wait, what? Oh wait, he actually is. But right now, Guilty is going to be finding himself on the pursuit from CC Immune. Now he'll have to run away. Here comes the turtle.
Yeah, next turtle is coming out. Crybaby is searching for some form of angle in. Grin is there as well to back them up. Both gold laners are in the bot lane, so it does look like this turtle engage will be a 4v4. Kalea's attention is going to be drawn by the top side for just a little bit, and they might look to start the fight right here. Right now, Valley Requiem is going to be knocking up the likes of Grin, and that's going to be the mid lane taken out. Airborne, the next one on the chopping board, trying to get the turtle, but it will not be enough as 4 members flood the turtle pit. Airborne gets taken out, and Crybaby is going to be taken out as well, following his teammate into the grave as CC Immune and GST on top. CC Immune has to watch from the other side of the map as he can't help his teammates at all.
So much pressure going down. Bukit Panjang Government High losing the power of the snowball. 2 Sky Piercers from the Lunox and the Suyo. But right now, Suyo has died already 2 times. That Sky Piercer is not going to be really big at this point. And now jumping into the orange buff. Guilty be able to run away. Now Unity Secondary School has the real estate locked down.
Yeah, the red buff is going to go into the hands of Unity Secondary School as all 5 members flood the red buff. It's just going to be a matter of whether they want to take the fight. Keiki jumps onto Airborne but doesn't quite commit.
Nice
the Raging Sandstorm in the hands of Guilty, trying to look for some sort of counter set, but it doesn't look like they quite want to get into it just yet. There's a 5v4 scenario. They can force this if they want to, and it looks like Keisuke will. The final Requiem opens up, and yet another pool in the hands of the Tsunami Slash. CC Immune getting a lot of free hits onto Ghost Zero, but CC Immune, the other CC Immune, is going to come in and destroy any further counterplay.
Well, they really locked down the Lunox before the Brilliance could be popped out, and this is just in good time as well. Trying to find, now that the Lunox is out of the picture, they are able to go in with ease. But they do have to look out for the penalty zone from Crybaby, and the Raging Sandstorm is okay. Breath of the Ocean finds them out, but that's about it. What can you do with that information?
Yeah, you look at the goal lead right now, and it is in fact going to shift in favor of Unity Secondary School. The Guinevere has already purchased the brute force breastplate, so trying to knock her down is gonna be a lot more difficult. Other than that, right, the Claude still hasn't finished the Trinity build, so again, it's gonna be a bit of a struggle in that front, especially given how GST on top is up about 1k gold, so half an item in terms of that technology difference. 7 seconds on this lot, and the teams are slowly funneling into the pit.
Yeah, just 2 seconds left. But right now, Bukit Panjang Government High, they seem to be a little bit spread out at the moment, while Unity Secondary School, as their name says, united as one, are going to be sticking together. But Bukit Panjang Government High will be taking the initiative to start it out. Start the Lord Dance as it waltzes around the corner. Guilty, putting some damage onto CC Immune. CC Immune just jumping straight up into the air. Nothing much really happening at the moment, and both sides are just having a little back and forth. And now the jungler from Unity Secondary School is here. Here comes the Brilliance, but is it going to be enough to save you though? A flicker comes out, the Violent Requiem will be popped out as well, as CC Immune causing so much trouble into the backline.
It's just a tug of war between both of these teams. Both of them still so fearful to commit to any sort of fight. It's still a 5v5 right now, and it looks like Bukit Panjang wants to take the early. They want to take the dance. As it stands, both teams are still equal when it comes to the lane push, but a burst onto the Lord. Very, very swift decision making from Bukit Panjang is going to allow them to secure it very, very cleanly.
Yeah, somehow, even though that Unity Secondary School had the gold lead, had the EXP lead, they just decided not to fight that. Maybe like, you know, that's not enough, and okay, a nice Tsunami Slam coming straight in, but Guilty is still alive. That is a lot of resources going down for Unity Secondary School, but traded for one flicker.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world, right? Penguin's ultimate, the rough race will come back very, very soon. As if I'm not mistaken, Ghost of Zero is holding a fleeting time, so there is some cooldown reduction to be had. But of course, that is going to limit their ability to make this play onto the Lord, but not if Unity Secondary School can just shut down the Lord right then, right there, very, very quickly. Not enough things are happening. Ghost of Zero, however, getting caught in the middle of 3 people. His teammates are coming in, looking for some additional support as the bot lane crashes in. Still a tug of war between both of these teams. Bukit Panjang are realizing that they don't want to give up this lead.
Yeah, it's going to be a really easy Lord, honestly, like a pre-12 Lord. So Unity Secondary School can take that away easy peasy, so maybe that's why they just wanted to give it up. So 110 seconds before they make their next decision, but as of now, Guilty trying to look in for an avenue to go in. Now let's take a look at the items real quick. Claude already has a Trinity build coming up, so that's something to look out for.
Yeah, and then you can see the respect coming in from the Khalid, right? Committing a whole Athena shield for this roster of Unity Secondary School. Really, right, putting some respect on their name.
Okay,
but the Tsunami Slam is going to connect onto Guilty. We are looking at the next battle of the team fight happening. Jumping all the way into the back line is going to be CC Immune. Crybaby trying to find some angle for his team. But CC Immune runs in with the blazing duet, jumping all the way into the back line. And that's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4 members of Unity falling to the hands of this Claude. And make it 5 as the final member falls as well. The CC Immune of capital letters go down, and they march down the base of the top lane. They're gonna walk all the way in, and with that, ladies and gentlemen, Bukit Panjang Government High School will be taking the first game of the final series. This is Bukit Panjang Government High.
What an electric game that was! Bukit Panjang Government High just taking down for the last, just taking that last fight so effectively, like the Claude.
It was CC Immune, man.
Yeah.
You see that? You see that? The blazing duet all the way into the back line. Oh.
And he didn't even use it at the start of the match. Like, he wasn't even present at the start of the fight.
Slow and
he waited
steady.
until everything was gone and went in, used the Beyblade, and got everybody out of the picture.
I mean, look at this victory screen, right? Nothing but silver. That is stability at its finest. Being able to win despite not having a very high KDA is not something many teams can hold themselves to be able to do. Unity just did the same game plan as they have always done, right? Taking the early lead, taking a goal lead, but not quite able to convert it to an end.
Only 2 kills. Claude only had 2 kills.
Yeah, and it was those 2 final kills, those 2 most pivotal final kills that the Claude managed to put on show. So in that sense, phenomenal understanding from CC Immune. It is always about understanding what your composition excels at, what your composition succeeds at, and how to win with your composition. Claude knew that in the early to mid game, he's not going to be very useful, especially when he is constantly being beaten down by Unity. But he knew that when the team fights came through, when the pivotal people have already used their skills, when the squishies are still left in play, that is where Claude can come in and really just blaze the competition of Unity Secondary School completely uncontested.
Yeah, just really farming out to his win condition, making sure that he had the Trinity build. Overall, well played to Bukit Panjang Government High School. So we're just going to see how Unity can adapt to this. Yeah, Unity Secondary School has to find a way back in. If not, they are out of the grand finals and will have to settle for second place.
It's always the same story, I feel like, with Unity Secondary School, right? It's always a matter of them holding the early lead, then understanding how to play a snowball composition, and then not quite being able to convert it at the very end. And that is the heartbreaking part, right? Unity can try as hard as they want. They can have as big of a goal lead as they have. By the end of the day, the stability of Bukit Panjang Government High just allows them to be that sort of bastion that stands tall, even if they were at a deficit before, and the proactiveness of their carries as well, understanding when to go in, understanding the perfect timing to go in is what leads to their success and what leads them to be able to counterplay against the aggressive, explosive playstyle of Unity Sec.
But it kind of feels like deja vu, honestly. Like Unity had such a strong early game, played to their advantages, but in the end, it was just one team fight. It was just one team fight at the top lane, which ended their hopes of winning the first game of the series, and as a result, they have to claw back. Now, Unity Secondary School, I think they just need to find the secret sauce to hold on to their lead and to really prevent their opponents from reaching their end game as much as possible. Well, in this sense, maybe you could stifle that by dropping in like maybe something in the draft, making sure that their late game insurances are all moot, or you have checks and counters for them. Because right now it feels like they're very all in. Like, if this doesn't work, we're screwed.
Right. I feel as though it really comes to a point where Unity as a whole need to understand what their wants are, need to understand what their win conditions are. For example, when the Claude was there, right, Unity should have saw that the Claude, hey, where's the Claude? I don't know where the Claude is. If I take this fight, yes, it's going to be a 5v4 on paper, but will I be able to sustain to the late game? As soon as the marksman fell, again, it's going to be very difficult for them to get back into the game, right? And so I think overall, a reorientation of gameplay strategy, a reorientation of execution could be warranted.
Yep. So I mean, it's not that they are bad players. They're good, and really good, in fact, to the point that we are already in the grand finals, and they're really showing us a really, really high level caliber of play, some of which can be seen in MPL.
Yeah.
Like in terms of like drafting, in terms of micro, macro, maybe even decision making as well. So it's not that these players are on a lower level.
Yeah.
It's maybe just like little mistakes can slowly build up. Yeah.
Frankly, I think the level of Unity Secondary School is very, very high individually. They just don't have the synergy with each other, and at the end of the day, that just seems to be their hubris, right? But with that said, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into the draft of Game 2.
All right, Sora is going to be put out of the picture. And okay, yep, Guinevere being taken away by BBGH.
You see Unity bring out the book. The book.
Oh my god, they have research.
Yeah.
They put in their homework.
Indeed.
All right, so what's the plan for game number 2, Unity?
Yeah, you already see the discipline from Bukit Panjang speaking true, right? As soon as, even though they won that game, they decided to ban out the Guinevere. They respect the fact that that the Guinevere coming in from Unity was very strong, even if they were victorious. So again, that's something to really admire about Bukit Panjang. The level of discipline, the level of fortitude, and how objective they are in their decision making is something that really allows them to perform over and beyond, even when their situation is disadvantageous. We're seeing the last few bans coming in from both sides, and Unity Secondary School are looking to take out the tempo breakers, which tells me that Unity would probably want to play for a more team fight oriented composition, But I do think that leaving the CEO open would be a mistake no matter which way you splice it. On the hand of Bukit Panjang, I do think that this is more pick-off oriented, and I think they respect the fact that Unity really like playing that pick-off hero. So they are opting to ban it very, very early in order to, prevent the playoff of something like a Kalea being picked out early. It's going to be KC, it's going to be KC picking out the CEO very early on as expected. I think a Phoveus is going to be coming out next from Bukit Panjang.
Yeah, they have a Phoveus. Okay, Marcel's gone. Leomod is here. Okay. Leomod. Okay, yep. Sticking to their guns. I guess Guilty is really one of their key linchpins, I guess, in the sense that this Kali is really giving them a lot of early pressure, which gives Bukit Panjang a lot of space to work with.
Yep. Let's see what the response from Unity is, and I definitely think that they want to be able to control this early game. Oh no, they want to play these team fights. We see a Hylos and a Claude coming out, which does tell me, yeah, this is going to be a very team fight heavy comp. But Bukit Panjang, upon seeing that the Phoveus was still open, instantly gives Crybaby the Phoveus. So yeah, a very interesting dynamic coming in from both of these teams, I think.
It's kind of looking like the previous game's composition, not gonna lie. Having the Kali and the Phoveus, what's next? Okay, then my Claude's gone. Like, what did they have for the mid again? Lunox.
Yeah, I think I mean they were hovering the Lunox, but I don't think.
I mean, there's a Hylos right there, so Lunox is probably going to be pretty.
I don't think Lunox is a bad pick here. I think in fact Bukit Panjang should look to ban out the Lunox, but no, they instead to go to look to go to the YSS. No, the YZ. Pardon me. I'm interested to see why exactly this YZ was banned out. Perhaps it's a respect ban on the side of CC Immune, but perhaps they have something else up their sleeves. But you see the two respect bans coming in from Unity Sec, and it's gonna be the Harif and the Moscow really just looking to cancel out anything CC Immune can put on show. But yeah, we're going to the last bout of picks coming in from these teams, and I think we're probably gonna see the mid lane coming out first. Never mind, it's gonna be the gold lane, and they're hovering the Irithel. I don't necessarily know how good I feel about this Irithel pick in general, but no, it is going to be a Lunox. Could be gold, could be mid. We see
Lunox doing a lot of work in order to get rid of the high lords.
I think this is a counter pick though. I think this is a counter pick because I think Lunox is a very good pick for Unity because of the amount of tanky frontliners they have.
Yeah, now they have Penguin onto the Eve, which kind of makes sense. They do have Claude to just go straight in, high lords to prevent people from coming in to cartel her once she's in the real world manipulation mode. Right now they do have an Alice to round things up.
Yeah, okay. So it's clear to see that they want to play for the set, right? They want to play layered CC and aggression. The last pick coming in from Bukit Panjang is going to be the Khadija. And I'm a bit skeptical about a pick like this. What exactly does Khadija do in this composition? I think it's mainly as a elimination factor for the Eve.
Yeah,
and in that
we've
sense,
seen this just now actually.
Yeah, and in that sense, I think that is a pretty valid pick. But the lack of synergy from Khadija and the rest of the team is a bit questionable. But with that said, the players are going to be loaded in. This will be your Game 2 composition. Let's jump straight into the Land of Dawn and let's see some action. On the top side, we are definitely going to be expecting to see a lot of early tempo being controlled by the CEO, but overall a very balanced team composition. A very balanced team composition coming in from Unity. And of course, on the other hand, you have early game Snowball being the name of the game with the Phoveus, the Leomord, and the Khalid. A very, very common trio, I feel, that we've seen a lot in this tournament as well, all about that early game Snowball potential.
Yeah, this might be potentially the last game of today if Unity Secondary School can't find an answer, can't find a way to steal this back from the clutches of the behemoth, which is Bukit Panjang Government High School. And if Bukit Panjang Government High is able to run with their comp and just completely obliterate Unity, they win.
Yeah. I mean, it's a lot easier said than done as we are done with the technical issues and we are back in the action. Unity Secondary School, again, play a very aggressive early game fight, and I think it's really going to be battery of KC. Of course, Bukit Panjang can match up that early game pressure with the Kali, but on a whole, Unity Secondary School are likely going to play the same game plan that they've always played before, which is aggression, aggression, aggression at level 1.
And now looking in this mid lane, Guilty and Hylos is going to be putting so much pressure onto Penguin. like both majors, honestly, okay, fine, they're able to clear their lanes. I guess these are like what we call like accessory supports. Like they're just there for the vibes. But these are not vibes, my guy. These are bad vibes. Guilty has to flicker away in order to survive.
Guilty committing a bit too hard, and the same can be said for Airborne, as the 3 members are all going to convene onto him as the first blood gets conceded over to Unity Secondary School. Again, early game aggression is the name of the game for them.
It's like a deja vu. Previously, in the previous game, Unity Secondary School did manage to kill off Airborne first as well, but in the end, it was not Airborne that kind of carried them into the victory parts of the game. It was CC Immune.
Yep. We're moving into the next bout of the battle, and it seems as though early goal lead is going to go into the hands of Unity Secondary School. But of course, we've seen this scenario play out time and time again. They are the lead droppers. They are the ball droppers when it comes down to it, and we're going to have to see if they're able to convert it into the late game. But right now, it's just your normally scheduled program as per usual. Crybaby being dropped extremely low, looking for the bait, but the cavalry is here for Bukit Panjang Second Government High School, and they're coming in. Goes to Zero is going to be able to take out Guilty. That's another one down for the count on the side of Bukit Panjang Gov High. 2-0 going to the side of Unity Secondary School.
Yeah, so one thing that I think Keiski is doing really, really well is maintaining his level of farm. So right now he's at a level 4 now, and right now while pushing down level 5, he's able to build up this momentum to really just run them down. Now look at that, Airborne can't even take his purple buff in peace. He'll have to watch it go, and Guilty will have to, oh my god, who's that in there?
Casey finding a very, very awkward pick on the Grin, but not quite able to get any damage done.
Yeah, Grin being able to run away thanks to the help of the scale. Going in with, are we going to see rough waves? Yes, we are, but it's not going to be enough damage against CC Immune. Here comes the Throne of Ruin with the Osu board onto the floor. Glorious Pathway being put down. There's a red carpet to tell you that you should get out of our faces.
Yeah, Unity Secondary School are currently holding a 3-0 lead over Bukit Panjang. This is a regularly scheduled Unity Secondary School. We know that they love to play like this. We're looking for a pick onto GST on top, but very, very good awareness is going to put him out of harm's way. And it does look like with the Lunox on gold, it's going to be a very interesting tempo going into the later stages of this match. Especially given how, Lunox being put on gold really means that you want to try to find that sort of magic damage battery from somewhere else. But of course, with the Lunox gold also makes it very easily defensible with items, especially for the likes of CC Immune and Ghost of Zero, given how both of them are hard tanks.
Yeah, so right now into the mid lane, three members from Unity already there. Lunox nowhere to be seen. Okay, into the gold lane, and a little bit of a skirmish is going to be happening right soon.
Oh, Ghost of Zero dropping the glorious pathway, looking for the angle. Oh, competing onto CC Immune, but it's still not going to be enough. The cavalry is here for Bukit Panjang. They're not looking for, they're looking to destroy any further impact.
Turtles going to be coming soon at around 10 seconds left. Now Unity Secondary School posturing for it, while Bukit Panjang Government High, they have to farm up. Airborne does not have enough levels as of late. That means this turtle fight will be much, much harder for them, and it's better for them if they just give it up.
Oh dear, yeah, this turtle fight is going to be a risky one for Bukit Panjang to take, but not quite out of the question. They're only a 1k go behind, but not if Guilty is going to get picked out like that. Forcing out a flicker, that's going to be pretty devastating, but with the regen and the Sand Guard, he is going to get back. He's going to get back into the fight very, very soon. Crybaby going to latch onto CC Immune as the first impact of the team fight, but in a matter of seconds, 3 ultimates coming. Glorious Pathway, RWM, and the Throne of Ruin come through, and as the dust settles, it looks like CC Immune and Penguin are going to be the first ones on their teams to go down. Airborne, the next one on the chopping block, coming in from GST on top, and that's going to be yet another kill. A mountain onto the bodies of Bukit Panjang Government High School as Casey chases them all the way back, hungry for more, but not quite able to be delivered.
Guilty will be able to live to tell another to tell another story. But unfortunately, a lot of key players from Bukit Panjang Government High did fall over there. The score is 6-1 with a 3k gold lead in the pocket. Bot lane is looking like it's going to disappear anytime soon as well. Now looking at items right now, we don't have the Sky Piercer coming out for who's that, for Keiski just yet. I think, yeah, you don't necessarily have to build it, although it's good if you have it. Honestly, it's optimal if you do have the Sky Piercer, but if you're not confident of getting kills, like as we've seen, Keiski already died first in the earlier part of the game, so maybe he's thinking like, yeah, you know what? Maybe I won't risk it. Maybe I won't be greedy and go for
We
the Sky
could be seeing another conflict come through as Ghost of Zero and CC Immune are pushing very, very deep into the formation of Bukit Panjang, but still nothing is happening as there's still 50 seconds on the clock. Crybaby being kicked out by Keisuke right now, still a lot of poke being dealt, and with that Bukit Panjang, it needs to play a more defensive game, right? That's half of the HP of Grin being taken out. Ghost of Zero, however, is fighting an aggressive angle, but he doesn't have the team behind him, and the Lethal Wanderer is going to rat out the likes of CC Immune. Moving into this next sort of fight, there's about 30 seconds on the clock, and the clock is ticking. They need to get in the zone. They need to get ready. Ghost of Zero is warding them off. The Breath of the Ocean is gonna come in, knock Ghost of Zero out, but Guilty is taking a lot of damage in this conflict. Next battle.
Keisuke going straight in. Guilty not be able to get
The
it.
Dark Wave!
Jumping straight in yet again. Here comes the Throne of Ruin and the Osu board. Lots of damage going popped in. Here we go. Blazing to west. Airborne has to run away. But Casey's not gonna let it happen.
All the way
One
to the
more
back.
snap. Airborne will be grounded and sent straight home. Guilty just has to watch as the entirety of Unity Secondary School will be wailing on that middle tower.
Phenomenal team fight overall from Unity Secondary School, right? Ghost of Zero very brave, diving into the back line, and instantly the layering of the CC French kiss perfectly executed coming in from Unity Secondary School. Moving into this next team fight, already a 4K goalie gonna go into their hands, and with this turtle very favored towards their side, I think they're gonna very easily take it back. This is important to note as well, given how Bukit Panjang's heroes really need items to function. The Leomord needs items, the Crybaby's Phobius needs items, and the Lunox's ability to burst down the tanky frontliners are going to be limited without her core items, right? And meanwhile, on the side of Unity, they have GST on top, who's been continuously punching holes into the formation of Bukit Panjang, preventing them from grouping up, preventing them from fighting in the standard front to back that they like to play. We're moving further and further. We're looking at a very dire situation for Bukit Panjang overall. They're currently 10-1 on the scoreline. And we're looking at the item. We're taking a quick look at the items. Lunox might have bought a Sky Piercer, but it is going to take quite a while to get up. Because if you look at the rest of the items, there's absolutely nothing to be had, right? It's just a glowing wall, no damage items to be demanded. That's not what you want to see when you are the main damage dealer for your team. Same can be said, of course, for the Khadija. CC Immune is now getting wailed on once again, but the top lane is going to be cleared very easily by GST on top. Moving further, CC Immune is going to look to take yet more and more chip damage coming in from Grin across the board. But of course the cavalry is in for Bukit Panjang Government High. They're looking for some additional angles to be had here. But at this juncture, they can only watch and wait for this last Lord fight to come in. KC Ghost of Zero doing a very good job zoning out the ranks of Bukit Panjang, continuously dominating that map presence and putting themselves on said map. Right now, both teams are just waiting for the angle, and really nothing is happening, right? Really nothing is happening. Now we just need to reorient ourselves, clear our waves, and be careful with our next engagement. One thing I like to mention as well is I love the respect from GST on top, opting to go for the Purify instead of the Flicker. You know, acknowledging the threat of Grin and deliberately going for that very pivotal Purify. It's similar to what we saw from CC Immune on the side of Bukit Panjang, bringing in the lone Purify against the Atlas in their previous matchup, and that being the main driving factor for his team during that matchup. But with 5 seconds down on the clock, they are searching for some angle already. Unity Secondary School know how important this Lord is. They are already going to circle in with both the Claw and the High-Lows. There's going to be a lot of free hits thrown onto Guilty, and he is going to be forced to retreat. But of course, Airborne and Grin are going to threaten these two members, preventing any sort of follow-up. However, Grin is being caught in between a rock and a hard place, especially as Immune dives all the way into the back line, forced to commit the rough waves in order to escape. But in that, he bought enough time for Bukit Panjang to throw some hits on the Lord. As it stands, however, this Lord Dance is going to be dead even as the waves are just not moving. CC Immune is going to go up to clear, but the thing about the Lunox is the clear is not as fast as they would like it to be. 12k, 10k on the Lord right now. It's all going to come down to this last engagement. The Raging Sandstorm is going to lock onto Gosu and KC in order to reject as much as he can, but it's not going to be enough as KC secures the Lord. The Glorious Pathway opens up. Crybaby is going to be the next one on the chopping board. There's 2 members of Bukit Panjang going down, and KC is hungry for more. Guilty is going to go down to the hands of the jungler of Unity Secondary School, and so is CC Immune. In the fallout, Grin is going to be able to get away, but at what cost? CC Immune, however, very, very hungry for that additional kill, but isn't going to overcommit. KC, though, safe cannot be said. He might be in the tower, but he sure isn't safe, as Grin is forced to watch as the rest of his team continuously push in. He needs to wait for the reinforcement to come in if he wants to get back into the battle. But I mean, it's a lot easier said than done, right? Bukit Panjang don't have the members, they don't have the goalie in order to make this defense. The Lord is going to crash into the mid, and that's going to be a very easy tier 1 taken out. CC Immune and KC are going to be looking to take it down the bot lane tower at the exact same time. Ghost Zero is defending against Guilty, and they are once again continuously asserting their map presence over the likes of Bukit Panjang Gov High. But even so, even when they're at such a big deficit, it seems as though Bukit Panjang are still up and kicking. You know, it's very admirable to see that they are still determined to fight for this. But of course, it's going to be an uphill battle no matter which way you splice it. But looking at the item builds coming in from both of these teams, and it looks like, you know, on a whole, Unity just have a very, very large technology gap in that sense. The Suyo's up so incredibly hard, and he's only going to continue to go up and up and up as Suyo knocks down the kill onto Airborne. CC Immune forced to retreat all the way back. Guilty and Crybaby are going to protect his teammate, but the big threat is going to be KC in the bag, jumping all the way into the back line with the flicker. CC Immune's trying to look for some additional play. The Glorious Pathway is going to be launched, is going to be put down. KC is going to look to knock down that top tower, making them even more vulnerable. GST on top as well, while they weren't watching, is going to look to take down the mid lane at the same time. And again, one by one, the towers are being knocked down like dominoes for Unity Secondary School as they continue to saunter their way into the ranks of Bukit Panjang. CC Immune is the only casualty in that fight, but I think he is more than happy of giving up his life for the 2 kills that were launched onto Bukit Panjang. Moving to the last stage of this fight, I mean, the situation is, if it wasn't dire enough, it's becoming even more dire. 30 seconds on the clock already for Unity Secondary School, and the fact of the matter is, Crybaby simply does not have does not have the goal lead in order to make this difference. Guilty is in the bush. KC is gonna check that angle, and 5 members of Bukit Panjang seem to all want to drop onto KC, but of course, they are not looking to take that risk, especially with Lord just over the horizon. On the whole, I think if Bukit Panjang wants to win this, they need to neutralize the 2 threats of KC and GST on top. Of course, it's going to be difficult, especially with Penguin being able to drop that RWM instantly, be that anti-engage, anti-aggression counter that Bukit Panjang want to play, right? They want to send Grin into the back line to find a one-shot, but it just can't happen. KC jumping on the CC Immune, doing a lot of damage, forcing CC Immune to go all the way back, and with Raging Sandstorm falsely committed onto KC, I mean, it's going to be difficult for them, for Guilty, to begin to think about creating an angle as the ranks of Bukit Panjang are forced to retreat and regroup for this defense. Going into this last bout of the Lord fight, Unity Secondary School are now standing 15-3. This kill score has not gone down whatsoever, and I think it speaks to the discipline coming in from Unity. They understand the flaws of their past, they understand their hubris, and they know that if they push in and lose, Bukit Panjang are just going to take that lead and run a mile with it. Currently on the top side, they are doing a very, very nice split. 3-1, it seems, dominating a lot of the map. They are slowly but surely escorting this Lord to march down the mid lane tower as the Lord slowly but surely saunters its way in. Everyone is being caught between the KC and CC Immune as the Throne of Ruin jumps all the way into the backline. The Glorious Pathway for some additional engagement. Penguin all the way from the back, dropping the RWM. More and more damage going to be mounted onto the likes of Bukit Panjang, and the Kings have been toppled as we are going to see a Game 3 in the Grand Finals of CLSS. What a performance that was from Unity Secondary School.
the lack of tempo, the lack of discipline that's shown in the previous matches seemed to be completely eviscerated in that match, right? We saw Unity Secondary School put a firm grasp on the scoreline, and they never let go. They never gave a chance to Bukit Panjang Government High, and that is the key here. When Unity have the lead, they need to play more defensive. They need to play more disciplined. They need to ensure that every single fight they take is advantageous to them. And I feel like this is the first time in seeing the scoreboard that we're not going to see any goals at all coming in from Bukit Panjang. That was such a dominant victory, and I don't think Bukit Panjang were expecting to see that level of discipline coming in from Unity. Bukit Panjang really thrive off the mistakes of their opponents, you know. Even whenever they are in a disadvantageous position, that they always play for the weaknesses. They always exploit the mistakes from their opponents. We saw that in Game 1. We saw that in their previous series against this very same team. And this time, Unity just didn't make a single mistake. They didn't drop the ball a single time, and they didn't switch possession a single time. As soon as they got that score lead, they booked it and never looked back. With that said, I think moving forward, Unity needs to play like this if they want to succeed, right? That is the strength that comes with a team that is incredibly talented at the early game in this meta in particular. Unfortunately, Cake is gone, by the way. We don't talk about that. Rest in peace, Cake. But I digress. Unity is a team that is incredibly scary in this meta because of how strong they are in the advantage position, right? They know how to get a snowball. They know how to make it an avalanche. But of course, Bukit Panjang is very strong because they know how to play off the mistakes. And I think at this point, Bukit Panjang are starting to realize the dangers of their game plan. They're starting to realize that if they let Unity snowball out of control, they might just lose the game right then and there, right? At the end of the day, prevention is always better than cure. Being able to take an early lead right ahead at the beginning of the match is always going to be better than trying to claw your way back from a 5k gold lead all the way at the end. So, at the end of the day, Bukit Panjang, I think, really need to reorient their strategy to play more aggressively into Unity, because there is no way that they can let what just happened again. One other thing I'd like to talk about going into this next draft coming in from Bukit Panjang is I wasn't really a big fan of the Lunox, right? I looked at the Lunox and, initially I thought, okay, if this Lunox was going to mid, it is a good pick because it neutralizes the possibility of them going Lunox into your tanky frontliners, Leomord, Phobius, you know the jazz. But then when I saw the Lunox being slotted into gold, and we instead saw, crap, I can't quite remember what we saw, but, we saw a conventional mid lane being put into the mid of Bukit Panjang. It just seemed as though, the Lunox really struggled to make any sort of impact. I know, of course, CC Immune takes a while to get going in terms of their impact, but they just lost too much early game momentum. They lost too much early game tempo that caused them overall to lose out their opportunity for the comeback. So perhaps something more standard would be something that's warranted coming in from CC Immune. But with that said, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into the final draft of today, the final draft of CLSS as a whole. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the match that you're here to watch. Welcome to Game 3. Early stages of the match, and we already see Freya being the first ban coming in from Bukit Panjang. Already a very common ban coming in from them, right? The disruption, hero that's very, very strong at disruption on a whole. The Harif being banned off of Bukit Panjang is probably a respect to Unity Secondary School's dominance in the snowball, and I think that's gonna characterize most of the following bans coming in from this from this school. They want to try to take away as many options that Unity Sec have in trying to generate this snowball. Unity Secondary School, on the other hand, look to ban out more teamfight-oriented heroes, more heroes that are playmakers in that sense, right? The Sora is going to be taken out, and so is the Marcel. Both of these heroes are very strong in making these big macro plays that can instantly win teamfights in a flick of a finger. At the very end, we're finally going to see a Phobius ban being banned out in this entire series, which honestly took quite a while. But of course, with only one ban remaining, Unity Secondary School have to concede either the Yusin or the CEO in this tussle. So we'll see which one it's going to be. I would assume that it will be a Juicen because I think that is more flexible. But no, they're gonna leave both up for grabs. And with that said, the Guinevere is gonna be the last ban coming in from Unity's sec. So which of the two prio picks are we gonna see? Is it gonna be the one in the mid lane or the jungle? Or hey, it could be neither. It could be neither. It could be neither. But I do think, for the sake of ensuring that they have that early game pressure, I would like to see Airborne go for the CEO, and that is in fact what we are going to see. On the side of Unity, I wouldn't be surprised if they instantly went for the Juicen, and that is what we're going to see happen. Penguin picking up the Juicen, very, very strong hero, and a very good counter to whatever Suyo is trying to do as well. A very flexible hero, so at this juncture, we don't quite know what Unity Secondary School want to go for. Claude is going to be the name of the game for GSC on top, has exemplified complete and utter mastery over this hero. But same can be said for CC Immune's next pick, which is going to be the Harv, not letting their opponents target ban him for any longer. He's going to stick to his guns in this most pivotal matchup. The last pick from Bukit Panjang is going to look to be Crybaby Yuzhong, and this is an interesting one to me, right? All about area denial with this hero, which I think is a very interesting play to go for, considering that, you know, Yuzhong this early on has a lot of ambiguity. You don't really know what this Yuzhong is going to be picked in for, but you can best be assured that he is going to be quite a nightmare for this Claude going into the rest of this fight. In response, however, CC Moon is going to be picking up the Alice, a very, very sustainable, self-sustainable EXP laner in that sense. And, you know, it's going to be a good neutral matchup for the Yuzhong in going into this matchup. We're going to see the Lunox being the last ban coming in from Unity Secondary School, which does signal that perhaps they want to go for a more tanky comp going into the next bout of this draft. I'm surprised to see that we haven't seen any interaction with the Leomord thus far. I would have expected to see a Leomord being banned out for either side, but no, it's going to be the Kimmy being the last ban for Unity. An interesting ban, definitely, right? I'm not too sure where this ban is going to come from, but the Leomord is going to be coming out, going to be taken out by Bukit Panjang. Here we see the last ban coming in from Unity, and it is either going to be a jungler or a roamer, if I'm not mistaken. I'm definitely looking at one of the tank junglers or one of the hard tanks, right? I think a Hylos could be a phenomenal pick in this scenario. The Hylos Guinevere, the Hylos Juicing combo is very, very strong, especially when used in tandem with CC Moonstone of Ruin. But no, we are going to see the other of the two, and we are going to see a tanky jungle being picked up in the name of the Baxia. And I really, really like this pick because we haven't seen a lot of Baxia in this series in general. On the other hand, Bukit Panjang Gov High is going to be looking to bring out a Grok. Guilty on the Grok, a very solid playmaker himself. But I'm not too sure if the Grok is what you want to go for, especially going into a Juicin and a Claw who can just zip in and out of your Tet charge. But we are going to see the Grok being locked out, and I'm quite sure the excitement is in the room as we see Grin lock down the Kagura. Last pick is going to come in for Unity, and I really want to see a Hylos from them, right? I know the Grok kind of counters the Hylos, but I think on a whole, the Hylos meshes very well with that aggressive gung-ho playstyle that they want to go into, and it looks like... What? Hold up. Whoa, 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 whoa. Funny picks coming out from the side of Unity, but it does look like at the end of the day, they will be agreeing on Ghost of Zero's Hylos. So, on a whole, very good drafts all across the board. Unity Secondary School and Bukit Panjang have very solid game plans, although I do think Unity are really playing the Unity game here, right? It's really all on Claude with this strategy, and they are really all or nothing gung-ho. They need to commit to every single fight they take. They need to go in and barrel down. There is no concessions to be had in this matchup. On the other hand, of course, you have Bukit Panjang looking to play into their comfort. I think Grin on this Kagura is definitely speaking from a level of comfort. A very, very strong Kagura player in his own right. So we have to see if his execution outweighs the implementation of the draft. On the other hand, this is the first time in a while that I'm going to be seeing a Grok, especially in the roam role. So I am interested to see whether this Grok is able to land any sets. Because the fact of the matter is, right, Unity has a very mobile comp. They have 3 teleports, so it's going to be difficult for the tech charge to land when it comes down to it. But of course, as a counter set, the Rampart is going to be very strong in thwarting the plans of the Glorious Pathway engages that we'll see later on. But early stages of the match already, Penguin showing why showing why Jusin is one of the strongest heroes in the meta by already asserting dominance in lane. It's going to be a while before we see any sort of impact take place as CC Immune and GST on top are in a bit of a scuffle. But we're seeing KZ jump all the way into the back line with a very aggressive rollout. Going to be locking onto Guilty, but then again, not much to be said. Thing about Casey, right, with this Baksha, it's that he has very early impact onto a team fight, given how he is a tanky frontliner, but he also has a lot of sustainability going to the late game because, you know, how much can you scale? How much can you really get outscaled when you're really just, you know, a fat wall in front of your opponent? 30 seconds on the clock is going to be the case. It's going to be the storyline for this early matchup. And already Airborne looks like he wants to get an early pick onto GST on top, but he is in the bush and I don't quite think he's able to find an angle whatsoever. Airborne going to be drawing his bow and not going to be able to put any damage numbers on show. Right now, the turtle is 10 seconds away from spawning, and the EXP laners are slowly but surely growing to that level 4. And once again, the level 4 of the EXP laners are incredibly important, and EXP laners in this meta in general are very, very important in dictating the wave of this first turtle fight. But here we go, first conflict coming in. Jump onto Airborne is going to be giving the first blood over to Unity Secondary School, and already we see history repeat itself once again. Casey being the main driver for Unity Secondary School in ensuring that this early game lead goes comfortably in their hands. And I think with that, Bukit Panjang can't really engage in this, right? They can't really contest. And if I were Unity in this juncture, I would just go for the invade. And it looks like that is what's going to happen. Airborne can't seem to take a break as the Juicin jumps in for the pick to make it double, as Guilty is going to be the next one to go down, forced to flicker in order to get to safety. Next bar of the impact here, and for what it's worth, even though that turtle was conceded to the hands of Unity, on the bot lane, right, Bukit Panjang's CC Immune is still doing a very good job at slowly but surely farming up. And if we get into the mid game, it's gonna give Harif a lot of room to begin to put some big serious damage numbers on the board. So slow and steady wins the race is what they like to say for Bukit Panjang, and I think that's the game plan that they need to go for. And at this point, I think they need to start really respecting the aggression coming in from Unity Secondary School, because, you know, they do not want to let history repeat itself. They don't want to let game 2 repeat itself. If they let them if they let them snowball to an uncontrollable rate and Unity Secondary School play their cards right, it's going to be difficult for them to get back into the game, especially given how they have heroes like Kagura, they have heroes like Yuzhong who need items to function. But we're talking and we're going to get back into this next total fight. 30 seconds on the clock. KC goes to 0 and GST on top, having a monopoly over the gold lane, ensuring that this Harvey will have as difficult as a time trying to farm as possible. Currently, both EXP lanes just handshaking the lane right now. Not really much action to be had here. 15 seconds on the clock, and instant you see both of these teammates reorient themselves to the second turtle. CC Immune taking a lot of damage, not quite what you want to see. But hey, Unity Secondary School are going to be holding that early position going into this turtle fight. Crybaby is going to try to open up an angle, and I think with the Black Dragon, he is going to be able to put some work in doing so. But of course, Penguin's Lantern is just too strong for them to handle, and the fight breaks into 2 as CC Immune chases the likes of Airborne and Grin all the way into the back line. CC Immune trying their best. The other CC Immune on the Harvey trying their best to make things work. But look at the middle. Penguin is going to be the first one to go down, and CC Immune follows him into the grave as the rest of Bukit Panjang look to reorient themselves to the remaining members of Unity. Suddenly, Bukit Panjang show that even in the face of adversity, they are still strong and they are still competitive. The story of the rivalry between both of these two teams. A lot of tension in the room right now. Casey is a rolling Hot Wheel, trying to threaten something from Bukit Panjang, but they do not bite.
CC Immune and Crybaby once again going back to their lanes, and at this juncture, we're looking at Bukit Panjang High School being the ones in the driver's seat, in a slight driver's seat, might I add, in terms of the goal lead. It's about 1k going to the hands of Bukit Panjang, and it's only going to continue to go up if they play their cards right. Thus far, we haven't really seen Grin's Kagura pull off any big pickoffs, or at least not to the same extent that we've seen their Kadita pull off. So it is still in the making. This Kadita, this Kagura is still in the works. But what is not in the, but what else is in the works is going to be this tag charge onto Immune, onto CC Immune. The Throne of Ruin comes out, but nothing happens, and instantly, as soon as it lands, a moment of silence before all three members of Bukit Panjang land in and look and swoop in for the kill. Guilty, they're trying to look for some additional damage onto Guilty, but it's not going to be enough. The Glorious Pathway gets lowered down, and KC is pushing back against the likes of Bukit Panjang, but it's not going to be enough as all of them manage to escape. Hold up, Airborne being caught between a rock and a hard place. The chain CC is extremely prevalent as JST on top goes all the way into the back line with the Blazing Duet, but the fire was not hot enough as Bukit Panjang are able to dissuade the attack. The bot side is marching, and currently we're looking at an overall lead in terms of macro for the side of Bukit Panjang. Even though, you know, they were on the back foot, they managed to find their small wins, and that is what's allowing them to hold such a dominant lead at this juncture. But CC Immune is being caught in a very awkward position. Ghost Zero is going to drop the Glorious Pathway for the attack, but it's going to be repurposed as an escape rope for the likes of Unity, and they are able to get out, but not without giving up their total position. Airborne and Casey in a very awkward position, in quite a bit of a scuffle, but still not able to put any sort of progress onto the board. We're moving into the next bout of the turtle fight. And still, it is a tug of war between both of these teams. We're waiting for the rope to break. And still, nobody's willing to budge. Nobody's willing to make that first engagement. But it looks like it's going to have to be CC Immune trying for this retake. The Throne of Ruin comes in, and so does the tag charge. And in a matter of seconds, Guilty falls on the side of Bukit Panjang. But the same can be said for JST on top. And that's going to be the main carry for Unity being taken down. Penguin going to be the next one down for the count. And there's going to be two bodies dropping on the side of Unity Secondary School. And a turtle going to the hands of Bukit Panjang as they continue to persist this lead and grow it to a whopping 2K. Further and further into this fight, we're seeing the Yuzhong, interestingly enough, pick up an Oracle. So we're going to see a very aggressive Yuzhong, right? A lot of that sustainability is going to be contingent on whether this Yuzhong can get to the back of the front, get into the back of the team fight and put hard damage onto the board. Currently, I'm really, I mean, even though I wasn't really convinced with the composition of Bukit Panjang, it seems as though their execution is reigning true. I mean, GST on top, the fact that he was the first one to go down really dispelled disaster for the likes of Unity Secondary School, meaning that they had absolutely no damage moving forward in the team fight. And it's important to know at this juncture that really all the damage from Unity Secondary School is contingent on GST on top being able to output such. So if GST on top gets taken out early stages, if he gets dove on by CC Immune, it becomes very hard for Bukit Panjang. A lot harder than the likes of, say, if CC Immune were to fall on Bukit Panjang's side, because unlike Bukit Panjang, they don't have additional fight, they don't have additional damage being put on the board, right? Bukit Panjang, after CC Immune falls, has the Suyo, has Grin on the Kagura, so they still have additional tools at their disposal, but the Zaman Force is going to be lowered, and it looks like they are going to go into the second part of the team fight. Goes to Zero is going to be the one aggressing this time round, and Unity is going to be dogging onto Guilty. That's going to be one kill onto CC Immune, and that's going to be a nice equalizing factor for Unity Secondary School, but still not enough blood. You need more blood to spill if you want to reclaim this lead. And it looks like KC is going to try to do just that as they latch on the Crybaby alongside the likes of CC Immune, but then again, not enough damage going to be had, and with that, they leave Ghost to Zero for the taking. And it looks like they're back on the attack. The Earthen Rampart is going to be lifted up, followed by the Tectonic Charge. The Kagura's umbrella opens up, and with that, Casey is instantly going to be bursted down. And with that, Bukit Panjang Government High School show that even in losing positions, they continue to persist, they continue to play make. And with that, they bring the kill score 7-4 and continue to maintain, and in fact continue to grow what seems to be a 5K unstoppable snowball.
Right now, it really just seems as though GST on top is struggling to find an angle into the fight. And who can blame him, right? When you have Crybaby constantly on the surveillance, where you have Airborne who can instantly one-shot you with his full combo, it's really difficult for GST on top to try to find any way to throw in a good Blazing Duet. Right now, if Unity Secondary School want to defend this, they really need to rely on their carries. They really need to rely on JST on top to slowly but surely break down the team fights into two, because there's only so many places JST on top can be when it comes to trying to defend against the onslaught that Bukit Panjang is trying to put on show. Moving to the next bout of the fight, CC Immune is going to be caught in between a rock and a hard place, but is able to teleport out. Grin currently throwing his umbrella out for some additional vision, and Unity Secondary School feel the pressure, they feel the tension mounting onto them as Bukit Panjang Government High are knocking on their mid lane tower. CC Immune is gonna look to put some hits, but not quite able to secure the bag. Yeah, a pick onto Guilty is going to make things difficult for them, as Unity Secondary School, in the fallout of that Lord engage, is still able to hold on to their inhibitors. A good defense coming in from Unity Secondary School, but they need more from where that came from. They need more wins from where that came from if they want to begin to think about making this comeback, right? As the goal lead becomes bigger and bigger, the window of opportunity becomes smaller and smaller, and Bukit Panjang are continuing to knock on the doors, but I don't think they can engage, especially given how Suyo is still back at base, trying to get the macro up, trying to continue to extend this score lead further and further, and this is where Unity Secondary School is put into a place of discomfort. We've seen time and time again Unity Secondary School being the team to hold that large goal lead, right? Being the team to control that early tempo. But it seems as though the lead coming in from Bukit Panjang Government High, the aggressiveness coming in from this roster is just too powerful for them to hold on to. And now we need to see Unity Secondary School play a very difficult defensive game, play a difficult disadvantage position. 14 minutes on the Lord right now. I don't even know if Unity Sec really want to contest this, right? With all the waves pushing very deep into their base, they don't even have the lane prio at hand. Not to mention CC Immune is walking down bot side, so that's another lane that they have to think about. Ghost of Zero is looking for the interesting angle, but I think even in a head-to-head fight, Unity Secondary School just lose out, right? GST on top is the only damage point for them, and you know they cannot risk GST on top losing out here. So really, going to this next team fight, KC and Ghost of Zero need to buddy up with each other. They need to stick with the likes of JST on top and prevent and disengage any sort of pressure that's being put onto the likes of their Claw, because if the Claw goes down, it is game over. The Lord is going to be very easily given over to Bukit Panjang Government High School, as we are foreshadowing yet another Lord engage. We're looking at the scoreboard right now, and I mean it's clear as day, right? The power of the Suyo with a gold lead, and with the power of the Suyo in order to farm very, very quickly, is just causing the Suyo to grow exponentially in terms of gold. That's about like what, a 3k lead? I mean, on a whole, there's almost a 9k lead coming in from Bukit Panjang compared to Unity right now, and what? 30% of it is all coming from Airborne Suyo. So this Suyo is really an unstoppable force, a raid boss, if I may, especially given how they have the Queen's Wing, they have the War Axe, so he's going to be very difficult to take out. But as we slowly but surely walk into this final engagement, the Lord is going to march down bottom and knock down this first bot lane tower. Crybaby is going to look to try to open up bot lane, but a good clear onto the mid lane is going to spell. Otherwise, KC going to be the first one to get taken out. The next one is going to be down for the count as GST on top is going to be taken down, and one by one they fall like snowflakes. Airborne jumping into Ghost to Zero, and the snowball has now turned into an avalanche as they continuously shove the ranks of Unity Secondary School. The base is going to be taken out, and with that, we see our campus Legend Secondary School champions. They came into this arena as students, as boys, as players, and they have emerged more than that, not just as champions, but as kings. They stand upon a throne of no other, with only adjectives like relentless, unrelenting, unfaltering, and undefeated as their adjectives. With that, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I present to you the champions of Campus Legends Secondary School Division, Bukit, Panjang, Government High School. Let's give it up for the champions of Campus Legends Secondary School Division. A very well fought battle overall from Unity Secondary School, but it just seemed as though when they were put into a difficult position, they just weren't ever able to find a way back. You would think that the stability you would think that the stability of the composition coming in with the Baxia, coming in with the Jusin, coming in with the Hylos, you see all these heroes who don't need items to function. You would think that they will be able to find an angle back in, but at the end of the day, the Achilles heel of Unity Secondary School really was the failure of GST on top to generate any sort of meaningful impact on the team fight. And of course, that allowed that Suyo, look at that 100% team fight participation, airborne, to snowball out of control incredibly quickly. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, that comes to the end of our bracket stage. That comes to the end of Campus Legends Secondary School Division. And with that, we see a new champion crowned, completely undefeated throughout the entirety of the playoff season, the playoff session, and for most of the group stage lies Bukit Panjang Government High School. Your champions will be Airborne on the jungle, CC Immune on the gold, Grin or Smiley Face on the Kagura mid, Guilty on the Roam, and of course Crybaby on the EXP. What a stunning performance from this ragtag team of battalions. The brotherhood was strong with this one. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, thus comes the end. Whew. I'm all alone here, and my voice is giving up on itself, as you can probably hear in the cast. But if Cake were here, I'm sure he would be as excited to see the outcome of this matchup. But that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Commiserations to our runner-up team in Unity Secondary School. They were most definitely more than a formidable opponent for Bukit Panjang Government High, and I'm sure that in another life, that match could have most definitely turned out some other way. But with that said, ladies and gentlemen, my time here is done. My name has been Gemily. If you were here earlier on in the cast, you would have seen Cake, and we are very, very proud to have been with you guys for every single match on the broadcast of Campus Legends Secondary School. With that said, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break. We're going to hop on over for these players, and we're going to get everything ready and get ready for the final prize presentation. So that's it, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Gemily, and I am signing out.
SG Game Fest 2026, and we have the prize presentation coming up. Before we present our prize winners, let's take a moment to acknowledge the incredible organizations that made this event possible. All right, a huge thank you to our event partners, SGEA, SCOGA and Comic Society, our official partner, Singapore Tourism Board, our wellness partner, Shady.Care, our co-location partner, CEE, our sponsors, AOC and OSIM, our supporting partners, Speedy Ninja, Workforce Singapore, and Nando's. And of course, our supporters, Mami Monster, Hisense, Steed, and PaperX. Lastly, our community partners, Singaporean streamers, and Timo. Thank you for your support in helping us create an unforgettable experience for our students, our gamers, and our community. Now, the moment we've been waiting for. Before we get there, we want to invite very special people to give away the prizes. First up, we have Miss Nadia Yo from Speedy Ninja. She's the customer success specialist for Speedy Ninja. Thank you for being here. Next up, we have a very exciting guest. We'd like to invite Basi from Nando's. A round of applause for Basi, the most good-looking guy in the house. Basi, later we got cosplay. You want to join us or not? Hi, Basi. Basi, I got a personal question to ask you. How do you feel killing your own chickens your own kind every day? Okay, thanks, Basi. Don't answer that. All right, okay. In second runner-up, all right, winning 2,000 diamonds from Montoon, we have Zhenghua Secondary School. Come on, Zhenghua. Just stand in a row. Then one person go there. Okay, go towards them. Right, round of applause for the second runner-up, Zhenghua Secondary. Actually, hold on. Basi and Nadia, come here. Basi, here, Basi. Lai. Okay, come. Face the crowd, guys. Okay. All right, let's take a group picture. All right, and please collect your challenge trophy, Zhenghua Secondary School, from Miss Nadia. Show your medal, guys. Show your proud medals. Put it on. Display it with pride. You represented your school. All right. We got video coming up. Make a fun pose. Video, guys, video. Maybe you can sing your school song also, can. Okay, shout out your school name on 3. Wow, that was very powerful. Appreciate it. All right, thank you, Zhenghua Secondary School. All right, next up, for in the first runner-up position, in the second place, we have Unity Secondary. Right, they win 3,000 MLBB diamonds from Montoon and 513 diamonds from Speedy Ninja. And they also, each of them get a Nando's family platter as well. Each of the players get it. Yeah, stay in one line, guys. Stay in one line. Yeah, wear your medals. All right, collect the Captain Penguin. Maybe take the challenge trophy. All right. Take your photo. All right, with the presentation. All right, okay. All right, display your proud prizes, guys. You're going to eat at Nando's for free. Basi will be there to help you. All right, do a fun shout out, guys. Y'all are representing Unity. Lawrence Wong will be proud of you. All right, congratulations, Unity Secondary School. All right, if y'all don't want the Nando's voucher, I will take her. All right, thank you, Unity. Yeah, guys. Next up, the champions. The moment that you've been waiting for. This particular school was undefeated during the entire playoffs. They are well-deserving champions, winning 5,000 MLBB diamonds by Montoon and 1,071 diamonds by Speedy Ninja. And of course, a Nando's family platter for each of the players. The champions for SG Game Fest CLSS 2026, Bukit Panjang Government High. Led by the captain. Alright, next up we have the challenge trophy being presented to the champions, Bukit Panjang Government High. Alright, pose for a photo, guys. One photo. Okay, bite your medal. Okay, all of you bite your medal, winning the World Cup. So it gives me great pleasure that Bukit Panjang has clinched it. Congratulations to Bukit Panjang Government High once again. Do some fun thing lah, Matthias. All right, 3, 2, 1. All right, thank you, champions. We also like to thank Miss Nadia Yao for kindly giving out the prizes. Thank you, Miss Nadia Yao. A huge shout out to Speedy Ninja. And of course, our favorite person, Basi the Chicken, is giving us free Nandos, I hope. Okay. Please make your way down, bro. All right, thank you everyone for being here. Don't leave yet. We have a super exciting program coming up next. We have the cosplay segment. It's going to come up shortly. We have 19 different talents that are going to parade here in a catwalk. All right, and these champions will be chosen by you. All right, you guys will be choosing who wins the cosplay competition. So stay tuned. We'll be back shortly. Thank you, guys.